I clearly awakened as the rare mystical profession, beast tamer. Yet, everyone casts mocking and pitying glances, because in this world where the game invades reality, beast tamers can only contract fierce beasts in the real world. They are unable to control the ferocious and brutal monsters in the doomsday world. Even if high-level professionals help to forcibly contract, in the end, they will only end up being killed by the backlash of the beasts. However, I not only contracted the divine beast White Tiger as my first beast, but also successively subdued Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Qinglong, all because I unexpectedly activated the super exploration system. It not only strengthened my profession into an undying, god-level beast tamer, but also allows me to enter dungeons daily and obtain a super exploration function, unlocking various rare resources at random. At this moment, I am standing at the entrance of a novice dungeon with a group of classmates. The homeroom teacher is currently giving the final mobilization speech. The rating achieved in the dungeon today will determine which university you will be accepted into, so everyone must take it seriously. Moreover, though the monster levels inside are controlled within the scope of novices, they still possess strong ferocity. Therefore, I suggest you team up to enter the dungeon. After saying this, the homeroom teacher walked to the side. Just then, Lu Ruyan appeared out of nowhere and said to me, "Su Tian, we are missing one person, let's team up together." I hesitated for a moment, didn't say anything. Behind Lu Ruyan, a man and a woman showed displeasure and said, "Ruyan, why do you want to team up with him? Isn't he a useless profession? Carrying him would be a burden, we don't want to team up with him." The words of the two made Lu Ruyan's smile freeze, and he quickly looked at you, saying, "Su Tian, don't misunderstand, they didn't mean that." That's exactly what we meant. This is crucial for Ruyan's future. The results of the novice instance are important for entering university. How can we bring along someone useless? At that moment, squad leader Liang Mu walked over with a boy. "What's the use of bringing in a useless profession? Ruyan, why don't you join my team instead?" The girl is a close friend of Lu Ruyan. Seeing Liang Mu and another boy, she couldn't help but feel moved. "Why don't the two of us team up with the squad leader? The squad leader is a warrior. Lu Hai is in the shield position, coupled with your profession, we can definitely achieve great results." The boy who was following the girl remained silent, but his eyes showed growing resentment. He is the boyfriend of this girl, but both of them have non-combat professions, so they discussed teaming up with a combat profession in the class. However, he didn't expect that after seeing the squad leader and Lu Hai, she would want to abandon him. On the other side, I saw this scene and sneered inwardly, is this reality? Afterward, I didn't feel like dealing with these people anymore, so I turned around and walked straight into the instance alone. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Su Tian actually went into the instance alone. You guys are too much of bullies. Before anyone could react, Lu Ruyan also rushed into the light. At this moment, I was alone in a dark forest, surrounded by eerie winds that sent shivers down my spine. This is the dark forest of the beginner's instance, where everyone entering will randomly arrive at a location. Soon, a virtual blue screen map appeared before my eyes. This is the universal map from the system rewards, allowing a comprehensive view of any instance. The humanoid symbol above indicates my position. There are many colored symbols on the map, presumably representing the resources in the dark forest, from low to high, in accordance with white, green, blue, yellow, purple, gold, black gold. This represents the rarity of resources. However, this is just a beginner's instance, with even white tier items being rare, let alone green or higher. It seems that now, I can only try the exploration opportunity from the system's first day reward. For random grades to choose from, with the lowest being purple, definitely better than what's in this beginner's instance. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Host detected entering the instance for the first time today, rewarding with a red top-tier resource. Upon hearing this, I was instantly excited. To think the first usage would be a red top-tier resource, what more could I ask for? I immediately used the stealth symbol from the newbie gift pack and headed straight for the red dot on the map. This symbol's effect allows a person to avoid monster attacks for 2 hours. Over an hour later, I arrived near the respawn point of the red top-tier resources. After careful investigation, an elliptical object appeared in my line of sight. Seeing this, I was stunned on the spot. What's going on? The red top-tier resource turned out to be an egg. I originally thought it would be some super treasure. Even if there were no job change scrolls, I would at least get 2 top-tier equipment pieces. But what's the deal with an egg? Just when I was doubting life, the system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind, asking if I wanted to use the insightful eye on the creature. I immediately nodded. The target has been inspected. The divine beast egg has not hatched. A divine beast egg. My heart was instantly filled with waves of shock. Looking at the glowing egg, I swallowed nervously and suddenly felt the usefulness of being a beast tamer. I may not be able to control high-level creatures, but I should be able to handle an unborn egg. Moreover, I have the talent of the loyal servant of the divine beast tamer, which ensures absolute loyalty from pets. Isn't this the start of my rise? Immediately, I summoned a contract array beneath the divine beast egg and then began to wait anxiously. 1 minute later, only a buzzing cicada cry was heard, and the dim contract magic array emitted a faint light, becoming brighter. Immediately after, I felt a strange connection established between myself and the divine beast egg. I successfully trembled with excitement. Just then, with a crack appeared on the divine beast egg, followed by it completely splitting open at a visible speed. Immediately, a snow-white little beast crawled out. Upon seeing this snow-white creature, I cast a discerning eye. Target, Holy White Tiger, Divine Beast Species. Potential unknown status, Juvenile Level 1, Life 179, Strength 81, Speed 97, Defense 74, Energy 99, Skill, God-Slaying Domain. Martial Might Transformation. Blade Wind Claw God-Slaying Domain within a radius of 20 meters, forming a domain, effective for all allied units. Strength attribute increased by 50%, Speed attribute by 100%, Defense attribute by 30%. Each skill release has a chance to trigger Wind God Possession. White Tiger's Roar of Authority, intimidating all enemy creatures within 20 meters, causing 120% wind damage, and reducing the target's defense by 20%. Transformed White Tiger enters combat form, all attributes boosted by 100%. Blade Gale swings out its claw, emitting a strong sharp blade towards the enemy in front. Each blade inflicts 50% physical damage, all hitting the same target, with an additional 70% speed attribute damage. Seeing this panel, I was so excited I almost shouted, "The Holy White Tiger, is this the Divine Beast?" Not only are the attributes heaven-defying, but it also comes with 4 skills. With him, one can breeze through the entire newbie dungeon alone. Who dares to say Beastmasters are the most expensive profession? And at that moment, the white tiger cub seemed to know I was its master, leisurely trotting over to rub against my feet. However, soon his footing slipped, and he fell to the ground. Seeing his frail appearance, I couldn't help but smirk. This little thing is so small, can it even fight? Seemingly hearing my doubt, the white tiger cub growled, visibly increasing in size. Immediately after, a vigorous and mysterious tiger appeared in the field. I can transform too. So this is how the illusion skill is used. Then, he raised his paw and lightly waved it, a sharp blade shooting out, immediately hitting a piece of bluestone in front, shattering it into pieces. So powerful. Seeing this, I was beyond excited. This level of attack can already one-shot a level 20 boss, but remember, he's just a cub now. An hour later, the second treasure respawn point in the newbie dungeon. In this hour, Little White and I not only cleared all the monsters along the way but also took down the first treasure. By now, my level has reached 5. While not high, my attributes are already terrifying. Host Su Tian, a Divine Beast Master, Level 5, Life 9872, Strength 389, Speed 4627, Defense 3445, Energy 4223, Skill Insightful Eye. Domain of the God of Slaughter. The values behind are the connection of professional skills attributes, providing 10% attributes of beasts and insects. As for the domain of the God of Slaughter, it is a skill I extracted from Xiaobai. Due to the species of divine beasts, Xiaobai's level increases slowly. He is only level 3 now, but his attributes have doubled compared to level 1. Moreover, during this period, Xiaobai comprehended a skill, Trial Medicine, identifying the opponent's weakness, conducting a lethal trial, causing 200% damage, with a chance to directly kill the enemy. At this moment, at the second boss respawn point, there was a wild boar burning with flames. I activated the Insightful Eye as I strolled towards it. Target, Flame Boar. Potential Bronze, Level 8, Life 84, Strength 26, Speed 15, Defense 32, Experience 20. Seeing the attribute panel of this flame boar, I couldn't help but be surprised. Such lousy attributes. Then, I waved to Xiaobai and said, "Xiaobai, finish it off." Xiaobai transformed into battle form with a roar and pounced forward. In less than 3 seconds, a voice in my mind congratulated me. Defeated boss Flame Boar, gained 800 points as a reward, obtained the treasure of the Flame Boar. Then, a green light appeared, and some treasures piled up on the ground. I was surprised to see equipment with shiny gloss. Unfortunately, it's only a bronze-level dagger and iron armor, with only 3 points of strength and 4 points of defense. It lacks the extra attributes. But I can take them to the trading market and exchange them for some money to help with household expenses. After taking out the valuable tusks from the fire pig, I checked the time, and there were still 40 minutes left until the exam ended. I've killed 2 bosses now, probably ranking first in the whole school. But I'm not satisfied. My goal now is the top scorer in the province. The rewards are generous, not only a complete set of silver-level equipment but also the qualification to choose any university. Furthermore, continuing to sweep dungeons can help Little White level up, which is always beneficial. So, I swiftly led Little White towards the next buff respawn point without stopping. At the same time, outside this buff respawn point, 2 teams gathered together. The captain of one team turned out to be Liang Mu, the class monitor of Class 2, while the other team was led by Lu Ruyan. The members behind him were a set of triplets, all awakened combat professionals. At this moment, Liang Mu earnestly advised that this is the last leopard in the dark forest. The other 2 were killed by unknown teams. To achieve good results, we must defeat this leopard. You should know that defeating a boss rewards 800 points. Even if we split it among 8 people, each will get 100 points. Such a result can definitely place us in the top 100 in the province. Lu Ruyan stood across from him, with a cold and obvious expression, still holding a grudge against the sarcasm from earlier. The triplet sisters, however, showed some signs of agitation, persuading Ruyan, "Why don't we just agree? 2 teams with full combat professions can definitely kill a boss." Well, seeing the gleam in the eyes of the 3 sisters, Lu Ruyan finally nodded in agreement. After all, without the 3 sisters, my support profession wouldn't have made it this far. After discussing with the 8 people, they entered the territory of this boss. But not even 10 minutes passed before several people escaped in a sorry state. Liang Mu panted with lingering fear, realizing this was actually a silver potential boss with incredibly high attributes. The triplet sisters also showed fearful expressions. "It's too terrifying. That silver potential boss is simply beyond our capabilities. Luckily, we haven't broken the hand rings yet. There's still some time before the exam ends, so let's try to defeat more elite monsters. We can achieve good results as well." Liang Mu, looking flustered, prepared to leave after speaking. However, the triplets held Liang Mu back. The eldest sister turned back with gritted teeth. "Are you leaving just like that? Ruyan is still inside. He stayed behind to protect us. We must go back to save him." Hearing this, Liang Mu exclaimed, "Are you crazy? That's a silver potential boss. Going back in would definitely get us killed." Ruyan might have already broken the hand ring and teleported back. Upon hearing this, the triplet sisters glared at each other. "You were the one who suggested killing the boss earlier. Now that something has happened, you want to run away." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. "Who is in there?" Turning to look, they saw a young man holding a white cat in his arms. Approaching, Liang Mu, who hadn't left yet, widened his eyes. Then, upon seeing the white cat in the other person's arms, couldn't help but chuckle. "You really did encounter a cat. What can this do? Help you kill monsters?" Facing Liang Mu's ridicule, I ignored it and repeated, "Who is in there?" Liang Mu shrugged and said, "Lu Ruyan." He wanted to show off by killing the boss, but ended up stuck inside alone. Upon hearing this, the triplet sisters immediately showed angry expressions. This Liang Mu is too much. Lu Ruyan was clearly trying to protect them, yet he can say such things. How can someone like him be the class monitor of the second shift? I gave him a cold glance, said nothing, and then rushed into the boss's territory. All that was left in Liang Mu's eyes was shock. Has Shu Tian gone crazy? It's one thing to come here alone, but to dare to rush into the territory of the silver potential boss alone. The triplet sisters were also stunned. Who is this formidable person? Just as I entered, a sharp laughter came from deep in the jungle, followed by the continuous collapse of tree branches ahead. I was shocked and couldn't help but speed up again. I mustn't let anything happen. In class, I've been teased by classmates a lot due to family reasons. Sometimes, when I can't afford school fees, it's Lu Ruyan who helps me pay. I hurried to the boss and saw a huge giant spider waving in the forest, spewing thick green silk from its mouth. Below him, Lu Ruyan was pale, trapped in a small golden shield with visible cracks, on the verge of breaking. The rescue bracelet on his wrist was nowhere to be found, possibly torn off in the heat of battle. Without a doubt, when this spider boss breaks the shield, he will undoubtedly die. In the next moment of insight, the boss panel appeared before my eyes. Target, Poisonous Spider Queen, Silver Potential, Level 7 Strength 42 Speed 37 Defense 50 Energy 40. Skills, Spider Silk Restraint, Bite, Pig Group Gathering. Description: the poisonous spider queen hidden in the dark forest, capable of producing piglets, contains 30% more toxin than regular poisonous spiders. Spider Silk Restraint spits out multiple toxic spider silks, wraps around the enemy, causing 5% physical damage per second. Bites and clings to the enemy, causing 100% physical damage to targets within the spider's silk restraint. Additional 20% damage. The pigs gather, summoning nearby giant spiders to join forces. Seeing the attributes of this poisonous spider queen, I breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of novice level can be easily dealt with. Afterward, I put down the novice, snorted coldly, and transformed. The novice pounced out, and then his body quickly transformed. Such a fierce roar instantly attracted the attention of the giant poisonous spider queen. He looked down at the golden light under him, then at the novice, and suddenly let out a sharp laugh, waving the spider to charge over. Obviously, compared to Lu Ruyan, the transformed novice is more to his liking. However, for this silver potential Zhumu, the novice obviously didn't care, didn't even bother to use skills, and directly swiped a normal wind blade. The wind blade fell on Zhumu, instantly cutting open a wound over a meter long, oozing dark blood, looking somewhat nauseating. However, what surprised me was that not even one blow killed Zhumu. Then I looked at Zhumu, who still had 1% left. Suddenly, the spider queen let out a sharp laugh, crackling, and eerie sounds echoed around. Immediately, over a dozen slightly smaller poisonous spiders appeared, surrounding me and the novice. Most of these poisonous spiders are level 5, and they all have the potential of bronze rank, each one equivalent to a mini-boss. Under the sword-like gaze of Lu Ruyan, her pale face, there are so many poisonous spiders. Can Xu Tian handle them? However, the sudden appearance of the poisonous spiders didn't surprise me. Instead, it brought a smile to my face again. No wonder Xiaobai didn't instantly kill that pig mother. He was waiting to summon his companions, so he could gain more experience. Thinking of this, I gave Xiaobai an appreciative look. Well done, Xiaobai, praised and even more encouraged, immediately roared and unleashed the skill tiger's might, causing damage to enemies within range while also weakening their defense. However, with just these few low-level monsters, they couldn't even reach the point of weakening defense before being instantly killed. Watching this scene, Lu Ruyan beside me was stunned. They died just like that. These spiders crawled out of the forest, and before they could even come out, Xu Tian's pet shook them all to death with a single roar. What level of pet is this? It's so terrifying. Ruyan, are you okay? Looking at the still somewhat uncertain young girl, I smiled. Lu Ruyan withdrew the almost shattered light, her pale face showing a touch of blush. I'm fine, Xu Tian. Thank you for coming to save me. Seeing the grateful look in Lu Ruyan's eyes, I shook my head. It's okay. Haven't you helped me a lot too? By the way, about what you just did. Ruyan, feel a bit embarrassed to say that just now. My father gave me a golden level defense scroll for emergencies. Without him, I might have really lost my life. So it was a golden level defense scroll. No wonder that Mother Tree took so much effort to not shatter it. Upon hearing this, I suddenly realized and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. A golden level scroll would require at least a level 35 plus instance to drop, and it would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. To casually give such a scroll, Ruyan's family background must be quite good. No wonder she could often help me during school. But I'm not overly envious. After all, I now have the super exploration system. I might be able to dig up treasures like this with just a random rare treasure. Su Tian, look quickly, the Scarlet Mother has dropped a treasure. At this moment, a burst of blue light suddenly emanated from the dead poisonous Scarlet Mother, and a pile of things appeared on the ground. It's actually blue resources. Could it be that the reward upgraded because we killed the entire herd of pigs? Without much thought, I went forward to check the dropped items. One piece of bronze equipment, some silver materials. However, what caught my attention was an item resembling a scroll. At the same time, Ruyan also saw the scroll, her eyes gleaming. Could it be a prop scroll? Prop scrolls are divided into 4 major categories: attack, defense, healing, and stealth, with many subcategories within them. For example, the stealth suit I used before is a type of stealth scroll, which can evade monster attacks. Of course, it's ineffective against elite monsters and above. There is a hint of joy on my face. Even if it's the worst bronze scroll, it's worth tens of thousands of gold coins, which could help with a lot of family expenses. I picked up this scroll from the pile of items, but the next moment, I froze. The back of this scroll has a scroll pattern, indicating that it's a skill book. My heart skipped a beat. It's actually a skill book. You should know that even the most basic bronze skill book, if it's a silver skill book, the price would at least increase 5-fold. Beside me, Lu Ruyan also discovered the identity of this scroll. His mouth fell open in surprise, as he couldn't believe his luck. You can even find skill books in the beginner's dungeon. I looked through the scroll, and there was a clear line of text printed on it. After reading it, I couldn't help but smile brightly. On the silver skill, unleash all power attributes, use a weapon to launch a full force attack on the enemy, causing 150% physical damage. Comes with a weapon with triple attack power, exclusive to the warrior class. It's actually a silver-level warrior skill book. Looking at the skill description, if used by a warrior with advanced equipment, this skill might not be replaced even at level 50, and could easily sell for at least 1 million gold coins. In the blink of an eye, I became a millionaire. For a moment, I felt like I was in a dream. One down, but Ruyan, you're okay. Just in time, several voices suddenly sounded in my ears. I turned my head and saw the triplet sisters standing there. With a reluctant expression, Liang Mu and Lu Hai were clearly being forcibly led away. But when they saw the boss was already dead, their eyes lit up with excitement. At this moment, Liang Mu stepped forward and said to Lu Ruyan, "Ruyan, since this boss is dead, we should also deserve some credit. After all, 2 members of our team were forced to be eliminated." In his opinion, this death should be attributed to Lu Ruyan, using what means. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyan instinctively raised her eyebrows and coldly said, "This boss was killed by Su Tian. It has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Liang Mu clearly paused, looking at me in disbelief. He is not a useless professional beast tamer. How could he have killed this silver potential boss? However, the next moment, he saw the silver skill book in my hand. Immediately, he revealed a greedy look. Excitedly, he asked Su Tian, "Is the skill book in your hand dropped by this boss?" I coldly replied with a simple yes. "And it's a silver skill for warriors." Liang Mu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, shocked that it was a warrior's silver skill. With this skill, his future prospects would undoubtedly be boundless. Then he raised his head, as if to remind me, "You should have seen it too. If we hadn't left this boss with residual health, how could you have picked it up, letting him escape? Because of this, we lost 2 team members. In my opinion, we should split the loot dropped by this monster evenly. Don't take too much, especially you, Lu Hai. We want this silver skill book. The boss hunting points should also be divided equally among us. The rest can be split among the 5 of you." His words immediately shocked the others. The triplet sisters were in disbelief, their eyes widened. How could he dare to say such things? Lu Ruyan's chest heaved with anger. He had never seen such shameless person in his life. I stared at Liang Mu for a while, letting out a mocking laugh. "It's interesting. The boss being left with low health has nothing to do with you. As for the 2 of you who were eliminated, what does that have to do with me?" With a cold and intense look, I said, "Do you really want this silver skill book? Then go get it at the Tianyun auction house." After that, I turned around to collect the remaining supplies. Instead of wasting time with clowns like Liang Mu, it's better to level up Xiaobai by killing a few more monsters. Seeing Su Tian ignore him, Liang Mu's heart was filled with anger. As the class monitor of Class 2, when has he ever been so disregarded? Moreover, Su Tian, with a useless profession, dares to go to the auction house and buy this skill book. Liang Mu, losing his composure, immediately launched a sudden attack. However, in the instant he lunged at me, I had already sensed it. A cold look appeared in my eyes. If he seeks death, it's not my fault. Just as Liang Mu was about to reach me, I swiftly turned and kicked him square in the chest. I followed up quickly, drew out a dagger, and thrust it straight towards his throat. "Su Tian, you can't kill me." Before Liang Mu could finish his sentence, he realized I had no intention of stopping, so he decisively passed on the instance. Watching Liang Mu disappear on the spot, I coldly turned to look at his remaining teammate. Lu Hai nervously swallowed, then tremblingly reached for his wrist, and in the next moment, he vanished. Seeing this, I sheathed my dagger and turned to pick up the resources dropped by Liang Mu. Holding these items, I approached the triplet sisters and said, "Although Shabazz didn't contribute, I want to thank you for taking care of Ruyan along the way, and for not giving up on him. You each pick an item from these." The triplet sisters looked at the pile of items, knowing that any one of them could fetch a price of over 1,000 at the market. However, seeing my fierce look just now, none of them dared to make a move. Seeing this, I furrowed my brows. Why be shy? Let me pick for you. I then selected 3 items, each averaging around 3,000 in value, and gave them to the sisters. After that, I turned to Ruyan and said, "Ruyan, there's just over 20 minutes left until the exam ends. I'm going to grind monsters first." Finishing my sentence, I carried Xiaobai and headed towards the depths of the jungle. At this moment, in the eyes of the triplets, my back looks incredibly cool. Not only did I single-handedly kill the boss Xiao Luyanyan, but I also forced Liang Mu and the other 2 to leave the instance early. It's like a dominant CEO perspective. "Ruyan, what's your relationship with this friend? Is he also in your class? He's so handsome. What's his occupation, and does he have a girlfriend? Ruyan, give me his contact information." The triplets were like a bombshell, bombarding Ruyan with questions. Ruyan also encountered this situation for the first time, blushing like a girl next door. Watching the figure gradually disappearing into the darkness, his mood was unexpectedly relaxed and joyful. Shu Tian, you finally became the person of your dreams. Meanwhile, I had already taken Xiao Bai to a place full of monsters. Xiao Bai, transformed into a battle mode, was like a little friend. Finally, 1 minute before the end of the exam, Xiao Bai killed an elite monster. This filled up his final section, leveling up the experience bar. Congratulations, your pet has learned the new skill White Tiger Roar Light Wave. Congratulations to all the candidates, the exam has ended successfully. Now we will begin to calculate the total points of the candidates to determine the school-wide ranking. With the voice of the great director, the exam came to a close. Su Chen stood in the crowd, holding a small white creature in his hands. This little one refused to enter the contract space, so Su Chen had no choice but to hold it in his hands. Fortunately, it was still in its infancy, with a body size similar to a cat and no visible tattoos on its forehead. Most people would not be able to tell if it was a tiger or the legendary divine beast, the white tiger. Jiang Xiaoye and the triplets walked over from a distance, showing a strong interest in befriending Su Chen. Su Chen was somewhat overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Why are you holding a cat? Is it some kind of symbol for a master? I heard that powerful masters always have strange weapons or pets by their side. The younger sister among the triplets blinked her big, cute eyes curiously. Su Chen was speechless at this and asked, "Where did you hear that from?" "That's how it's portrayed in TV dramas," the younger sister said earnestly, puffing up her chest. Her words instantly amused everyone, but Jiang Xiaoye's eyes subtly flickered. In the instance dungeon, she had seen the true form of this little cat, which could easily kill a silver spider queen. How could it be an ordinary pet? She also knew Su Chen's profession, known as a beast tamer, a supposedly useless profession. This little cat should be Su Chen's tamed beast. Jiang Xiaoye didn't want to know where Su Chen found this tamed beast. She only needed to know that Su Chen was no longer the same person as before. That was enough for her. While everyone joyfully awaited the point calculation, there was a resentful gaze fixed on them from a distance. It was Liang Mu and Lu Hai, who were scared off by Su Chen during the exam. When they left, there was still half an hour left before the exam ended. In that half hour, they could have killed 30 small monsters or even 2 elite monsters. By leaving early, they lost at least 50 points and a silver skill book. Therefore, they harbored deep hatred towards Su Chen at that moment. However, Liang Mu dared not make a move against Su Chen again, as he had realized during their confrontation that Su Chen was incredibly strong, beyond imagination. Even if he and Lu Hai teamed up, they would not stand a chance against Su Chen. Su Chen, one day, I will make you pay for what you've done. Liang Mu gritted his teeth and swore vengefully at Su Chen. In the statistics center, 5 invigilators took the students' wristbands and scanned them one by one. These wristbands not only helped students escape from the dungeon but also automatically calculated the points students earned from killing monsters. Behind them, a beautiful woman and an old man stood quietly, with 5 anxious individuals behind them. They were the class teachers of Class 1 to Class 5, waiting to find the team that had killed the 3 bosses. Yes, after the exam ended, the staff responsible for cleaning the exam venue discovered that the 3 bosses in the Dark Forest had all been killed. Since the establishment of Nanyun High School, such an incident had never occurred before. Although the dungeons they allowed students to enter were of the lowest difficulty and had been cleared by professionals, these students were all level 1 beginners. They needed to level up enough in the dungeon to qualify to challenge the bosses, which required the entire team to consist of combat professions and have extremely skilled teamwork. Finally, they needed enough time. The bosses in the beginner dungeon were around level 7 on average, mostly tough and high health monsters. To challenge these monsters, the team needed to have an average level of 6 and at least 2 output professions per person to have a chance. It can be seen from this how strict the conditions are for killing a boss during the exam period. In previous exams, it was already very difficult for a team to emerge like this, but this time, there were 3 teams that appeared. Even the beautiful woman in Cheongsam had an absurd idea that these 3 bosses were all killed by one team. As the statistics work was about to come to an end, the 3 teams that killed the bosses had not yet appeared, which made the beautiful woman in Cheongsam even more determined. Finally, as the number of people around dwindled, Su Chen and Jiang Xiaoye and others stepped forward. Jiang Xiaoye and the triplets first handed over their bracelets. Name, class, profession, the invigilator asked skillfully. Jiang Xiaoye, class 3 to 2 of senior 3, profession. Mysterious class, holy angel. The girl spoke softly. Hearing this, the invigilator's hand recording suddenly paused, and he looked up in astonishment at Jiang Xiaoye. This girl was actually a mysterious class profession, and she was also the holy angel profession, known as the divinely bestowed spring water. The healing ability of this profession was almost twice that of a priest, and the ability to stack buffs was terrifying. Chu Qing, Class 3 to 4 of Senior 3, Profession Combat Class, Archer. Chu Yun, Class 3 to 4 of Senior 3, Profession Combat Class, Warrior. Chu Mian, Class 3 to 4 of Senior 3, Profession Combat Class, Mage. The triplets also attracted attention, with their sweet looks and now all three combat professions, drawing the attention of many around them. And at this point, the beautiful woman and the old man in the back finally moved. They exchanged a glance, both able to see the excitement in each other's eyes. A mysterious holy angel, plus 3 combat output professions, perhaps they were one of the teams that killed the boss. The invigilator glanced back at the old man, who nodded in agreement before placing the bracelet on the detector. In an instant, 4 teams appeared clearly before everyone. 735, 734, 735, 733. An average of 700 per person. This was probably the highest score in the whole school. There was a stir around, but the old man frowned. It couldn't be them, because even the lowest boss had 800 points. But even with this lineup, they couldn't kill the boss, and he couldn't think of any other team that could. Could there be a problem with the instance, and the 3 bosses hadn't respawned at all? Next one. The old man waved his hand, and after just one look, he shook his head lightly, as he had some impression of this young man. Su Chen, Class 3 to 2 of Senior 3, Profession Mysterious Class, Beast Tamer. Su Chen's cold voice immediately caused a sensation. At this time, the people who were watching Jiang Xiaoye and the triplets had not left yet, and when they heard another mysterious class profession appearing, they were all amazed. There were quite a few experts in this year's class at Nanyun High School. Hey, don't you guys know about beast tamers? This profession is useless, can't tame any beasts at all, this person's performance must not be good, let's all disperse. A voice came from the crowd. Some people, upon hearing this, sneered. Thought it was some kind of great god, turns out to be a useless profession. Pfft. Upon hearing these voices, Su Chen's face remained expressionless, and he simply handed over his bracelet calmly. Where are your teammates? The invigilator frowned upon seeing this. I entered the instance alone, Su Chen replied calmly. The invigilator's frown deepened. Did this student not know how dangerous it was to enter an instance alone? But this kind of situation had happened in previous years as well. With such a useless profession, no one wanted to team up, so they would hide at the respawn point and kill a few small monsters, probably not even reaching 100 points. The invigilator coldly placed the bracelet on the device, and the next moment, the number that appeared shocked him. 3,921? How is that possible? The invigilator seemed to not believe his own eyes, rubbing them hard and looking again, but it was still 3,921. He was stunned, turning back to look at the old man in confusion. At this moment, the obviously dignified and respected old man also had a serious expression. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Chen, saying, Hello, I am Qin Tianda, the principal of Nanyun High School. Hello, I am the grade director Fong Cheng. The beautiful woman in Cheongsam also spoke. The grade director and the principal, looking at these two people, Su Chen's expression did not change much, as if he had expected this scene long ago. The other classmates who had not dispersed yet also looked shocked at this moment. Initially, when they saw the score of over 3,000, they felt it was unbelievable and thought it was a system error. However, when these two revealed their identities, everyone realized that there was a big problem. This person named Su Chen might be extraordinary. Su Chen, I want to ask, did you kill those 3 bosses? Qin Tianda asked excitedly. Su Chen nodded lightly. Yes, I killed them. Everyone gasped in shock on the spot, even the triplet sisters and Jiang Xiaoye were also stunned. They originally thought Su Chen only killed the Spider Queen, but they didn't expect him to have killed the other 2 bosses as well. Who is this ruthless person? Qin Tianda and Fong Qing could not hide their astonishment, especially the latter's fluctuating emotions, highlighting how strong her emotions were. Nanyun High School actually produced such a monstrous genius who could kill 3 bosses in the major exam, which was an unprecedented achievement. The two looked at each other, both able to see the determination in each other's eyes. Su Chen, on behalf of the school, I have decided to reward you as the first place in this year's high school exam with 1 million gold coins, a set of silver equipment, and a gold-level defense scroll. Qin Tianda said solemnly. Upon hearing this substantial reward, everyone present exclaimed. 1 million gold coins, a set of silver equipment, and a golden-level defense scroll, the value was probably close to 2 million. Su Chen was also slightly surprised after hearing this because the first place reward in previous years was at most 30,000 gold coins, but Qin Tianda gave him 1 million, which was a hefty sum. As for the silver equipment, ordinary bronze equipment was cheap due to its low acquisition difficulty and high drop rate, usually priced in the thousands, but silver equipment was 10 times more expensive. It usually ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and a full set would cost at least 500,000. As for the golden level defense scroll, it was a life-saving artifact, usually priced at over 100,000 on the market. Qin Tianda was indeed generous, but upon second thought, once his achievements were exposed, countless high schools would be eager to recruit him, and Nanyun High School's reputation would soar nationwide, bringing both fame and fortune. Therefore, Su Chen accepted this reward without any guilt. At this moment, Fang Qing suddenly spoke up, "Su Chen, although I am not as well off as the school, I also want to express a little goodwill. I came across a silver skill book for a beast tamer in a dungeon a while ago and haven't had a chance to use it. I will give it to you now." After speaking, a skill book shimmering with silver light appeared in Fang Qing's hand. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw it. It was actually his professional skill book. It should be noted that mysterious professions were already very rare, and their skill book drop rate, as well as specialized equipment drop rate, were lower than other combat professions. Of course, without specialized equipment, mysterious professions could wear general equipment first, but not skill books. Each profession could only learn skills from their own profession and could not learn from other professions. Therefore, people awakening as mysterious professions generally had to spend a lot of money to purchase their professional skill books, which was a very troublesome process. Su Chen did not expect that Fang Cheng would have a beast tamer skill book in her hand, and it was a silver level one. Su Chen took the skill book from her hand, opened it and read through it, showing excitement on his face. Beast Tamer Silver Skill, God Tree. Beast Tamer casts a spell to summon a status tree that lasts for 10 minutes. During the existence of the God Tree, the Beast Tamer and the pet's attack power increase by 5%, defense increases by 5%, and experience gain rate increases by 20%. Unlike other professions, the primary skills of Beast Tamers are generally not focused on combat, but mainly on enhancing the survival abilities of pets and themselves. And this God Tree skill is a very good enhancement skill, boosting attack, defense, and also increasing experience gain efficiency. Thank you, Director. Su Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. It is important to know that the Beast Tamer profession, which is considered obscure and even a waste of a profession, has a difficulty level akin to reaching the heavens to obtain a skill book. The skill book given to him by Fang Qing is very important. You're welcome. Fang Qing smiled gently. This skill book is of no use to her, but it is unimaginably helpful for Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen graduated from her class. If he can shine in the future, this great director will also rise to prominence. After receiving the reward from Qin Tianda, Su Chen did not go home directly but took a taxi to the trading market. He had a pile of materials dropped in the novice instance that he hadn't dealt with yet, including 2 pieces of silver equipment. However, the attributes were very ordinary, much inferior to the ones provided by the school, worth only about 10 to 20,000 gold coins. Even so, Su Chen wandered around inside, sold all the useless materials, and earned over 50,000 gold coins. Then he went to the auction house and put the warrior's silver skill book up for sale before leisurely heading home. Touching the gold card in his chest pocket, which already had over 1 million in savings, Su Chen couldn't help but feel amazed that he had become a millionaire so quickly. He then remembered the matter of the major exam because finishing the exam at Nanyun High School was not the end. Everyone's grades would be entered into online rankings, and then they could choose to apply to their desired colleges. Of course, some colleges would target the top students and visit them in advance. However, this process would take at least a week. Su Chen fortunately decided to relax at home today. Unexpectedly, it was already dusk, and the house was still dimly lit. Frowning, Su Chen had a vague sense of unease and immediately went upstairs. Upon opening the door, the house was eerily silent. What's going on? My sister should be at home cooking and waiting for me at this time. Su Chen's growing unease led him to dial a phone number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is out of service. The cold electronic female voice made Su Chen realize that Xu Yun had gone into the instance. However, no matter what, she should have come out by now. Something must have happened. Su Chen was restless and immediately went out to take a taxi to the virtual teleportation center in the city center, the gateway between the real world and the virtual world. I'm sorry, without proper proof of relationship, you do not have the right to inquire about the instance the other party entered. We are also here to protect the personal safety of the citizens of Manhwa. Please cooperate. At the front desk, a delicate-looking young woman sternly refused Su Chen's request. But she is really my sister. Su Chen was anxious, as his sister must have entered the instance to save money for his college education. If something happened, he would never forgive himself. I'm sorry, this is a matter of principle. The young woman shook her head solemnly. Helpless, Su Chen could only go to the side and call Jiang Xiaoye. Her background might not be ordinary, and she might be able to help him find out which instance Xu Yun had entered. Su Chen? Why are you calling me so late? On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xiaoya's voice sounded somewhat cheerful. Xiaoya, my sister is in trouble. She entered an instance, and I don't know which one. She hasn't come out yet. Can you help me find out? Su Chen asked directly. Jiang Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, then realized the seriousness of the situation. She remembered Su Chen mentioning that his sister was just a life collector, and if she hadn't come out of the instance so late, she might be in danger. Don't worry, I'll have my dad help you check. Without even hanging up the phone, about a minute later, she heard her voice again. Su Chen, I found out. Your sister entered an instance called Red Moon Forest, and the recommended level for this instance is 20. Level 20? Su Chen was shocked because Su Yun's level was only 11. For her own sake, she actually risked entering an instance of this level. Su Chen, do you want me to wait for a while and find someone to go to Red Moon Forest with you to find your sister? Jiang Xiaoye also expressed some concern. No need, every second wasted could mean more danger for my sister. I can handle it. With that, Su Chen hung up the phone. He walked up to the receptionist girl and said in a deep voice, I want to enter the Red Moon Forest instance. Alright, that will be 2,000 gold coins. The receptionist girl looked at Su Chen strangely. Just a moment ago he didn't know which instance he was looking for, and now he was so sure. It seemed like he had some background. No problem. Su Chen quickly swiped his dragon card. After a few operations, the receptionist girl furrowed her brows and said, Oh, is this your first time entering an instance? Yes, I just graduated as a new student. Su Chen replied impatiently, feeling like it was wasting time. A new student? The receptionist girl was surprised but could see that Su Chen was in a hurry. She quickly said, Please provide your name, occupation, and current level to enter. Su Chen, Beast Tamer, level 6. Su Chen stated clearly. Okay, please stand in the light circle. The receptionist girl quickly registered Su Chen's information, but when she looked up, Su Chen had already disappeared into a beam of light. Wait, he's only level 6? The receptionist girl was stunned when she saw the information on the computer. And what kind of occupation is a beast tamer? Red Moon Forest. A round red moon hung in the night sky, casting a blood-red glow over the entire forest, giving it a terrifying and eerie look. Ding! Congratulations on entering the Red Moon Forest instance for the first time. You have been rewarded with an exploration opportunity. Congratulations on discovering a golden resource. A golden resource. The system's exploration reward popped up again, but Su Chen was not in the mood to care about it now. He looked around. The vast and endless dark forest seemed to have a large map for this instance. Fortunately, after entering the Tanchi world, there was a contact function, so as long as he knew the other person's ID, he could send an email, and he happened to remember his sister's ID. After sending an email, Su Chen began to wait, but he didn't waste time and took the opportunity to explore the area where he found the red resource. It turned out to be a golden grade weapon. Soul Hunter Sword, possesses the power to penetrate souls, once belonged to the Demon King Guxier. Equipment level, unlimited, physical attack, 127 penetration, 59 additional skill, flame slash. After hitting an enemy, it can burn their soul, causing damage equal to 5% of their maximum health per second. After checking the attributes of this golden weapon, Su Chen took a deep breath. It was so powerful. It truly deserved to be a golden weapon. With this Soul Hunter blade, even he could kill level 20 minor monsters without relying on others. Just then, he heard the notification sound of receiving an email and Su Chen opened it, feeling ecstatic. It was indeed from his sister. However, there was only one set of coordinates on it. What could be the reason for this? Regardless, he would find out the situation once he found his sister there. Without hesitation, Su Chen rushed towards the coordinates with Little White in his arms. Boss, do you think what we're doing is illegal? Inside the Red Moon Forest, a small adventure team was slowly moving forward. This is a normal 4-person adventure team, consisting of 3 combat professions and 1 support profession, but behind these 4 people are 2 girls. One of them is Su Chen's sister, Su Yun, and the other is just a middle-aged woman with a non-combat profession. Faced with this adventure team, they have no power to resist. What's illegal? They volunteered to team up with us to explore that secret realm. If you want to kill the boss in that realm, someone has to be the bait. Do you want to be the bait? The leader of the adventure team asked lightly. Hearing this, the adventure team member immediately shook his head, while Su Yun and the other woman behind them felt a chill in their hearts. These people actually wanted to use them as bait to defeat the boss. What? Is that realm dangerous? Brothers, I don't want to go. Can you let me go back? I have a husband and children at home. The woman was clearly panicking. Su Yun's face also turned pale, not expecting these people to have such intentions, deceiving herself and the woman next to her to be the bait. don't want to go? You personally agreed to join us just now, why do you want to back out now? It's too late. The adventure team leader showed a sinister expression, inadvertently revealing a wolf-shaped tattoo on his chest. The woman looked at his chest, trembling, and said, You are from the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild is a guild organization established by the people, and most of those who join are willing to do anything for their own benefit. They are ruthless and will do anything to obtain treasures in the world of the apocalypse. And this adventure team turned out to be from the Hunters Guild. Soo-yun's heart sank even further upon hearing this. These people are actually from the Hunters Guild. They are ruthless, even if she and the woman next to her want to leave now, they will definitely not agree, and the consequences may be even worse. Meanwhile, a young man holding a white cat appeared in the forest. Looking through the bushes at this small team, Su-chen's eyes narrowed slightly. These people are from the Hunters Guild? He frowned slightly. How could his sister encounter these people? The Hunters Guild is notorious, and if they have captured his sister, it must be for no good reason. However, being able to appear in this level 20 dungeon, these people's level should not be low. I wonder if Little White can handle them. Just as Su-chen hesitated, a door of intense energy appeared in front of these people. Is this the secret realm? Su-chen, hidden in the shadows, was stunned, not expecting these hunters to have discovered the secret realm. No wonder they wanted to use his sister and the other person as pathfinders. Courting death. Su-chen immediately shouted and stepped out from the shadows. Who are you? The hunter team was surprised, but when they turned around, they saw Su-chen standing alone. Xiao Tian. Seeing Su-chen appear, Su-yun was also delighted, but then her pretty face turned pale because there was no one behind Su-chen. It's over. Su-yun's heart sank. Where did this person come from? The four people looked at Su-chen in confusion and asked. Forget where he came from, just a brat. Since he's been spotted by him, let him be the bait too. One of the hunters sneered. Is he the one you called? The leader of the hunters turned to Su-yun, squinting and asking. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped away, flying out and creating a pit in the ground, continuously spitting out blood, looking like he wouldn't survive. The sudden turn of events left his subordinates bewildered. Their leader was a level 24 warrior, yet something managed to defeat him in seconds? They slowly turned around, only to see a majestic white tiger with frost-like fur standing there, its large tiger eyes gleaming with ferocity, coldly staring at them. The three hunters were scared to death. Where did this monster come from? Yes, it's him. It's the little cat he was holding just now. One hunter seemed to remember something, pointing at Su-chen and shouting. It was only then that everyone remembered when Su-chen appeared earlier, he was holding a little cat, but now, it seemed to have turned into this huge white tiger. What profession is this? The three hunters looked puzzled. Could it be a summoner? But based on the situation just now, it didn't seem like a summoner, but more like a beast tamer? Are you a beast tamer? One of the hunters swallowed nervously, asking in panic. Congratulations, you got it right. Your reward is death, Su-chen said indifferently. Beside him, Xiaobai understood and directly unleashed a wind blade to kill the hunter. The remaining two hunters were frightened by Su-chen's decisiveness, immediately begging for mercy. Young man, we were wrong. Please spare us. The two hunters looked repentant, approaching Su-chen continuously. What if we don't let you go? Su-chen said coldly. Hearing this, the two hunters' faces changed, instantly showing a ruthless look. This kid was too arrogant. Although they didn't know where he got such a powerful pet, a beast tamer must be very fragile. As long as they killed him, the tamed beast would no longer be under control. Swish! The next moment, the two hunters simultaneously attacked. One even drew a dagger and stabbed Su-chen. Unfortunately, their every move had been anticipated by Su-chen. He simply stepped back, swiftly retreating 10 meters away, evading the attacks of the two hunters, leaving them with shocked expressions. How is this possible? They looked incredulous. This young man was at most in his late teens. He should have just awakened his profession not long ago. Why was his speed attribute so high? They were destined not to know the truth. As Su-chen's mouth curled into a faint sneer, a white figure pounced and tore the two hunters into pieces. Looking at the four bodies, Su-chen shook his head. I overestimated you. Originally, he thought that four combat professions in their 20s would be difficult to deal with, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. Xiao Tian, are you okay? At this moment, Su-yun approached with concern. Sister, I'm fine, those two people didn't even touch me, Su-chen said casually. Hearing this, Su-yun suddenly remembered something, looking pale at the huge white tiger beside her, her eyes filled with fear. Xiao Tian, Sister, it's my tamed beast, called Xiaobai. It's a creature from the end of days world, Su-chen quickly introduced to Su-yun. At the same time, he patted the large head of Xiaobai, who had transformed in size, and softly said, Xiaobai, this is my sister, say hello. As Su Chen's tamed beast, Xiaobai was somewhat telepathic. Roar! Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Xiaobai immediately ran to Su Yun's side, nudging her with its large head. The furry head made Su Yun itch and she giggled. Big sister, you are safe now, let's go home. After a while, Su Yun said to the older sister who had also been captured. The older sister, grateful, looked at Su Chen and Su Yun. Little girl, thanks to your brother, otherwise we would probably have died today. Su Chen just smiled slightly, waved goodbye to the older sister, and then picked up the items and equipment dropped by the 4 hunters. It could be said that these people were quite wealthy, with 2 pieces of silver equipment alone, as well as at least 5 pieces of bronze equipment and various accumulated materials, all falling out of their storage space. Xiaotian, it's getting late, let's leave this instance. Looking at Su Chen's full harvest, Su Yun couldn't help but smile. Although she didn't know how Su Chen obtained this divine white tiger, it was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Wait a minute. Su Chen looked towards the still existing secret realm, a hint of interest in his eyes. Mystery, after killing elite monsters or bosses, there is a chance to drop items, usually with 4 levels, normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Generally, nightmare level or higher mysteries require a team with an average level at least 10 levels higher than the dungeon level. In other words, if the Red Moon Forest is a level 20 dungeon and a nightmare level mystery appears, you would need a team with an average level of at least 30 to pass through. The highest level of mystery that elite monsters can drop is nightmare, and only dungeon bosses have a chance to trigger hell-level mysteries. The current mystery should be a drop from an elite monster, and the countdown has already begun. Seeing Su Chen's eyes, Su Yun was shocked. Xiaotian, what are you planning to do? You're not thinking of. That's right, I want to go in. Su Chen nodded and said softly. Su Yun's face paled, and she exclaimed in panic, Xiaotian, are you crazy? We don't even know the level of this mystery. The hunters from before were helpless. They might be using us as bait to test the mystery boss. Hearing Su Yun's words, Su Chen smiled. Sis, I'm not like those hunters, and you just saw Xiaobai's strength. With it, even if we can't kill the mystery boss, we can at least escape unharmed. Su Yun hesitated, as it was almost time to apply for university, and with Su Chen and Xiaobai's abilities, they would surely excel in the entrance exam. If they were noticed by a prestigious school, their future would be bright. She didn't want Su Chen to get into trouble at this time. But seeing Su Chen's confident eyes, her heart softened. Alright, let's go in, but promise me, if there's danger, we'll leave immediately. Su Chen excitedly nodded at Su Yun's words. Sis, don't worry, Xiaobai can protect us, right? After patting Xiaobai's head, Su Chen said, Arf. Xiaobai raised its head confidently. Seeing this, Su Yun felt helpless. These two were really in sync. Welcome to the nightmare level mystery, Count's Castle. Legend has it that the Count resides in the castle deep in the forest. When the red moon descends, everything in the forest changes, and everyone in the castle mutates, becoming violent and bloodthirsty, preying on everything in the castle. Listening to the terrifying narration, Su Yun's face turned pale. She looked at Su Chen and said in a trembling voice, Xiaotian, it's a nightmare-level mystery. Should we leave? Su Chen didn't speak but slowly moved forward with Xiaobai. Blood. I need blood. Suddenly, a strange woman in maid attire rushed towards Su Chen, crazily trying to bite him. Before she could get close, Xiaobai swatted her away with a paw. Insightful eye. Target, mutant maid level, 24 health, 237 strength, 54 defense, 47 speed, 60 energy, 50. Seeing the attributes of the mutant maid, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although strong, they could handle it. Blood. At that moment, more mutant maids rushed in from all sides. Xiaobai. Su Chen spoke calmly. In the next moment, Xiaobai's white fur gradually turned red, and a dark red pattern appeared on the ground, spreading out from Xiaobai's center. Divine Beast Skill, Domain of the God of Slaughter. The mutant maids rushing in were slowed down by the domain of the God of Slaughter. Su Chen was excited to see these maids because he heard the experience reward for killing one of them, plus 35 points. Su Chen's experience bar was only at 500 points, and the small monsters he killed in the beginner dungeon only gave 1 or 2 points. This mutant maid alone gave 35 points, meaning he could level up after killing just 20 of them. This wasn't a nightmare level mystery, it was an experience pool. The God Tree. Su Chen whispered, using his newly learned professional skill directly. This skill could increase the experience gain rate by 20%, making it perfect for this situation. Xiaobai, let's attack. The moment the voice sounded, Su Chen's mind was filled with the sound of experience gain. Half an hour later, looking at the rewards dropped by the secret realm boss on the ground, Su Chen still felt a bit unsatisfied. The leveling up in this secret realm was too fast. In just half an hour, he had gone from level 6 to 13, and even Xiao Bai, who gained experience slowly, had leveled up by 4, reaching level 8. The only difficulty in this secret realm was that it took Xiao Bai 5 claws to defeat him. Other than that, there was nothing else. Su Yun, who was standing aside, looked at the brightly colored boss loot on the ground, still feeling a bit dazed. Did they just clear a nightmare secret realm? It only took half an hour. Even an average level 30 adventure team might not be able to do it, right? Most importantly, Su Chen had just awakened his profession. Watching the owner and pet playing around, Su Yun felt like she had witnessed the growth of a pair of monsters. After picking up the loot dropped by the secret realm boss, Su Chen and Su Yun left the secret realm, and the original passage had disappeared. Let's go back home. This trip to the instance not only explored the treasure and obtained the golden weapon but also leveled up so much, it was definitely worth it. Teleportation Center. Zhang Xiaoye and a girl in her 20s were anxiously waiting. The girl was wearing tight shorts, showing off her long and beautiful legs, and a plain white short-sleeved top on the upper body, with a slender waist that was both sexy and tempting. Zhang Xiaoye was wearing a knee-length goose yellow skirt, coupled with her delicate face, giving off a pure vibe. This contrasting pair of beautiful women appearing at the teleportation center immediately attracted the attention of many people. Sis, shall we go in? Zhang Xiaoye looked at the slender girl and pleaded. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye frowned slightly and said, Xiaoye, it's already good enough that I sneaked out with you without telling Dad, and you still want to enter the instance? Let me tell you, forget about it. The registration day is coming soon, and there's still the school exam waiting for you. I don't want anything to happen to you before that. Zhang Xiaoye took on a lecturing tone. But sis, Su Chen really can't afford to have any accidents. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoye held the girl's hand and acted coquettishly. Seeing Zhang Xiaoye's cute appearance, even Zhang Xiaoye couldn't resist, and reluctantly waved her hand. Alright, I'll go in with you, but we must not engage in combat halfway through. You know, with my level, if I start fighting in the Red Moon Forest, I'll be expelled soon. I know, sister, don't worry. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye immediately smiled. Before she could finish speaking, the teleportation channel in front of her shimmered, and a young man's figure walked out from it. Su Chen. Seeing him, Zhang Xiaoye let go of Zhang Xiaoye's hand and rushed towards Su Chen. Feeling the sudden warmth and softness in his arms, Su Chen was also a bit stunned, and the pretty face of Zhang Xiaoye behind him turned into a frown. Ha! Su Chen felt a killing intent locking onto him. Before he could see clearly, the girl in his arms was lifted by the neck and dragged out. Su Chen glanced over and only saw a pair of legs that were indescribably beautiful. So long. Are you Su Chen? The slender woman walked up to Su Chen with her snow-white legs, and asked coldly. Yes. Su Chen nodded subconsciously. Xiaoye just used the central system to sneak out for you without telling her dad. She will definitely be punished when she goes back. I heard you are a beast tamer? You are destined to be from different worlds. I hope you won't contact Xiaoye again in the future. Zhang Xiaoying's tone was commanding, which made Su Chen very uncomfortable. He said lightly, what if I don't agree? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoying sneered, you can try. After speaking, she revealed her level information, which was unexpectedly as high as level 59, with all attributes in the 4 digits or higher, leaving Su Chen stunned. The passers-by around who were running dungeons were also shocked by Zhang Xiaoying's level. Level 59 meant a successful 4th transformation, maybe even on the leaderboard. A powerhouse like this appearing in the teleportation hall was surprising. While displaying her level, Zhang Xiaoying also exerted attribute suppression on Su Chen, a capability of high-level players over lower-level professionals. Under this attribute suppression, Su Chen's face gradually turned red, and his pupils showed crimson blood vessels. Sister! Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaoye hurriedly tried to pull Zhang Xiaoying, but the latter remained unmoved, coldly staring at Su Chen, seemingly waiting for the moment he would surrender. Suddenly, the little white tiger in Su Chen's arms broke free and roared at Zhang Xiaoying, transforming into a giant divine beast. Zhang Xiaoying was surprised by the appearance of the white tiger, but even more shocked by its abnormally high attributes. This creature had attributes surpassing even some diamond-level bosses she had defeated. What kind of potential did this creature possess? And it seemed to obey Su Chen's commands. Could he be a beast tamer? But isn't it said that only beast tamers can control high-level ferocious beasts? With the support of the white tiger, Su Chen felt the pressure lessen. He stared directly at Zhang Xiaoying and said coldly, perhaps you are stronger than me now, but have you ever heard the saying, do not underestimate the youth? His words struck Zhang Xiaoying, and the appearance of the divine white tiger indeed caught her off guard. Despite her strong personality, how could she back down? I admit that you do have potential now, but don't forget, beast tamers will eventually face backlash. Only if you can overcome that obstacle will you truly rise to the top. Jiang Xiaoying gradually lifted the attribute suppression and frowned. Hearing this, Su Chen just smiled faintly. He wasn't worried at all because he had the talent of loyalty, ensuring that all beasts under his command were completely loyal to him. You don't need to worry about that, Su Chen said calmly. Seeing his confidence, Jiang Xiaoying couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Although he had a powerful pet, was he becoming too arrogant? Su Chen, don't be too complacent. There are countless awakened individuals in the world, and many powerful hidden professions. Even I am just getting started in this world, Jiang Xiaoying said coldly. However, Su Chen ignored her words and asked, are we now from the same world? You. Jiang Xiaoying was speechless at Su Chen's question. She replied coldly, yes, but if you want to be with Xiaoya, you need to reach my level of strength at least. Your strength? Fourth transformation? I will reach it. Su Chen smiled lightly and then looked at Su Yun, who had been tense behind him, and said, sister, let's go. Watching the two leave, Jiang Xiaoya surprisingly remained silent this time, with a sweet expression on her face. Hey, they're gone. Do you have to be so infatuated? Jiang Xiaoying, seeing her sister like this, couldn't help but feel helpless. Sister, did you just agree that we can be together? Jiang Xiaoye raised her head, her eyes shining with a different light. Jiang Xiaoying was stunned. When did she say such a thing? Xiaoya, although he has great potential, don't forget our identity. Maybe one day he can reach our level through his own efforts, but who knows what might happen before that? Jiang Xiaoying whispered. I don't care, I believe in Su Chen anyway. Jiang Xiaoye pouted at the words. Seeing Jiang Xiaoye's expression, Jiang Xiaoying sighed helplessly. Well, I will talk to father when I have the chance to see what his attitude is. Back at home. Xiao Tian, you were too reckless today. That girl is a level 69 fourth turn powerhouse. If you really get into a conflict with her, you will definitely suffer. Su Yun said with a worried face. Sister, she is Xiaoya's sister. She won't harm me no matter what. Besides, don't I have Xiao Bai with me? Su Chen comforted with a smile. Ayo. Xiao Bai in his arms heard Su Chen mention him and immediately raised his head, looking like he could handle it. Su Yun was somewhat speechless at the attitude of the two main pets but still said seriously, even so, you have awakened as a beast tamer. Now that you finally have Xiao Bai, you must not let it be in danger. I know, sister, I will take good care of Xiao Bai. Su Chen said, feeling warm at the words. In that case, rest well, and after breakfast tomorrow, go to the instance dungeon. It's good to achieve a good result in the entrance test. After speaking, Su Yun left Su Chen's room. Watching Su Yun's departing figure, Su Chen scratched his head. In fact, he didn't need to participate in the entrance test at all. With his score of over 3,000 points, many schools were probably eager to have him, so there was no need for him to take any entrance test. The next day, although he might not need to take the entrance test, he still came to the teleportation hall to prepare for a dungeon run, as no one would mind having a high-level player in their group. Besides, Xiao Bai, this experience bucket, needed to be fed by killing a lot of monsters. The vast horizon is my love. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang, causing the receptionist to Su Chen to be surprised. Sorry, I need to take this call. Su Chen calmly took out his phone and answered. Hello, Su Chen, are you at home? We have formed a team to go to the level 25 dungeon to grind monsters. I want you to accompany me, can you? Jiang Xiaoye's gentle voice sounded. Level 25 dungeon? Su Chen was speechless. Xiaoya's background was too strong. She might not even be above level 5 now, right? Normally, who would go to grind a dungeon that was more than 20 levels above their own? Isn't that just asking for trouble? But Jiang Xiaoye would. At this moment, although he hadn't seen the other party, Su Chen seemed to have already seen the team full of experts escorting them. After some thought, Su Chen decided to refuse Jiang Xiaoye, as he felt that he could level up faster alone with Xiao Bai. But before he could speak, he heard Jiang Xiaoye's excited voice, Su Chen, turn around quickly, I see you. Su Chen was stunned, turned slowly, and indeed saw Jiang Xiaoye in a light yellow dress running towards him. She seemed to have dressed up carefully, her delicate makeup adding a touch of innocence and charm to her. Behind her, a pair of slender and beautiful legs followed closely, and the owner's pretty face was as cold as ever. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoying was not in a good mood. Originally, she was going to bring two family experts to escort Xiaoye together, but she didn't expect Xiaoye to invite Su Chen. Although Su Chen and the White Tiger should be strong, the dungeon they were going to enter was only level 25, and Su Chen's level should not exceed 10. The best way to form an adventure team is with 4 people in a group. If it's a 5-person team, the efficiency of gaining experience will be halved, so adding Su Chen would mean removing one expert, otherwise it would slow down Xiaoye's leveling speed. Xiaoye. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoye had already noticed herself, Su Chen greeted her and then looked at Jiang Xiaoying in surprise, asking, "Is she also accompanying you to run dungeons?" Yes, although low-level dungeons have level suppression, Sister still has the advantage of being a 4th-level professional, with attributes much higher than an ordinary level 30 expert, Jiang Xiaoye explained with a smile. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Low-level dungeons are indeed not very friendly to high-level experts, as they will be suppressed to the same level range, but there is no such restriction after level 40 dungeons. Awakening players can undergo a breakthrough job change every 10 levels after level 20, which not only greatly increases their attributes but also may trigger a professional evolution. As a 4th-level expert, Jiang Xiaoying's strength is so extraordinary that even if her level is suppressed to 25, she could probably easily crush this dungeon. Then these two. Su Chen looked at the other two people behind Jiang Xiaoye, one of whom was a middle-aged man of about 30, and the other was an ordinary-looking but very hot young woman. Oh, I forgot to introduce them to you. This is Uncle Chen, a 3rd-level Earth Warrior. This is Sister Lu, a 3rd-level Water Spirit Mage. We are going to a dungeon called the Fire Tomb Ghost Cave this time, and Sister Lu's water attribute can greatly restrain the monsters inside. Jiang Xiaoye introduced the two to Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen sighed again. These two were indeed multi-level experts, with the worst being a 2nd-level Water Spirit Mage, but they were willing to work for Jiang Xiaoye. How about it, Su Chen? Come with us to run dungeons. You will definitely level up to 20 quickly. Jiang Xiaoye smiled and extended the invitation. Su Chen was originally going to refuse, but thinking about having so many experts working for him, he and Xiaobai only needed to lie down to gain experience, so he agreed instantly. With these three, the efficiency of monster hunting would definitely be faster than if he and Xiaobai did it themselves. Isn't it great to freeload? Seeing Su Chen excitedly agreeing, Jiang Xiaoying sneered, someone was swearing yesterday not to take advantage of the poor young man. Why are you so lacking in spirit today? Yes, one day I will surpass you, but before that, you help me gain experience. It's like you are helping me surpass yourself. Su Chen just smirked in response and stood next to Jiang Xiaoye. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoying was stunned. She had never seen such shamelessness before, but she had no way to deal with Su Chen, so she could only grit her teeth at him. The group of 5 entered the 25th level Fire Tomb Ghost Cave, with Jiang Xiaoying choosing to team up alone and not with the other 4. Shortly after entering the light circle, they were transported into the dungeon. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a hot and desolate place, with the ground covered in decayed white bones and hardly any trees in sight. This eerie scene made Jiang Xiaoye immediately scared and she burrowed into Su Chen's arms, huddling with Xiaobai for warmth. However, Uncle Chen and Sister Lu seemed to have been in this dungeon before and remained calm. Before long, Jiang Xiaoying found them with the help of an item and the two groups merged. Let's begin. Looking at the ground full of white bones, Jiang Xiaoying calmly spoke and then transformed into a wildcat-like shadow. Crack! Crack! With Jiang Xiaoying's movements, the white bones on the ground began to stand up one by one, moving stiffly towards Su Chen and the others. Insightful eye. Su Chen muttered softly upon seeing this, instantly seeing the stats of these monsters. Target, Fire Tomb Skeleton level, 25 life, 976 strength, 96 speed, 78 defense, 129 energy, 60. Although the monsters in this dungeon are also in their 20s, their attributes are twice as high as the monsters in the secret realm Su Chen entered last time. And these are just regular monsters, not from the secret realm. This difference in attributes is likely due to the difference in dungeon levels, but monsters of this level, let alone Xiaobai, Su Chen himself could kill. His current level is already at level 13 because he is a god-level beast tamer, so his 4 attributes are generally higher than normal professions, with values of strength 76, speed 70, defense 69, and energy 70. However, he also has Xiaobai's attribute link, and Xiaobai's average 4 attributes are almost about to break 4 digits now. Even if only 10% of the attributes are linked to him, it is enough to easily crush the skeletons on Su Chen's attribute panel. However, he doesn't need to take action here. The solo team's Jiang Xiaoying is very agile, almost single-handedly reducing these skeletons to low health, then leaving Su Chen and Jiang Xiaoye to finish them off, maximizing their experience gain speed. Su Chen was surprised that these skeleton monsters were of a higher level than the monsters he encountered in the Nightmare Secret Realm before, with higher attributes, but the experience rewards were more than halved. This made Su Chen sigh. The Secret Realm is still better, but he doesn't know if they have a chance to encounter one. A day has passed, and Su Chen has only increased by 2 levels, while Jiang Xiaoye, seemingly with a low-level bonus, has already reached level 10. During this time, they also encountered many elite monsters, but unfortunately, they didn't find any secret realms or bosses. However, the gains were still satisfactory. In the following days, Jiang Xiaoye continued to ask Su Chen to run dungeons as usual, and Su Chen did not refuse. With Jiang Xiaoying's fair and tender thighs, lying flat for leveling up was simply too comfortable. But this evening, they encountered an unexpected event. The boss has respawned, let's go fight the boss. Su Chen looked at the invisible all-purpose map in front of him. After studying it for the past few days, he found that the Fire Tomb Ghost Cave does not have bosses that do not respawn. It's just that someone is waiting for the boss to respawn, and once it does, they immediately kill it. So Su Chen couldn't see the boss's mark on the map. The boss that just respawned can be seen in real time on the all-purpose map, and the icon has been displayed for over 3 minutes, indicating that this boss has not been camped, and its location is very close to them. Today, they finally have the opportunity to fight the boss. Hearing Su Chen's words, Jiang Xiaoying was stunned. How did this guy know where the boss respawned? But that wasn't the point. The boss rewards a lot of experience, not to mention equipment drops. Jiang Xiaoying made a quick decision and led everyone towards the boss spawn point. 10 minutes later, they appeared on the outskirts of the boss respawn area, where there were already many teams, but they were all blocked by the monsters that respawned on the outskirts, making it difficult to enter. These monsters seem much stronger than the ones on the outskirts. It seems that this respawning boss is not simple. Jiang Xiaoying, noticing the situation, whispered, "Should we not fight this boss?" Jiang Xiaoye whispered softly. After all, they were here to level up, and there was no need to risk it for a boss. "Xiaoya, there is a 4th level expert here. If we all give up, I'm afraid no one can deal with this boss," Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Shu and Lu Xiaoxiao behind them showed a hint of displeasure. Did this kid really think of them as free fighters? After a few days of interaction, they were already dissatisfied with Su Chen because he came to leech experience every day without contributing anything. If it weren't for the second Mrs. Face, why would they bring along a useless beast tamer? Jiang Xiaoying gave Su Chen a disdainful look and then said, "Xiaoya, Su Chen is right. The boss is right in front of us. How can we give up? Besides, fighting more bosses will also benefit your and Su Chen's future growth." "Got it, sister." Jiang Xiaoye nodded earnestly at the words. Su Chen on the side was acting nonchalant. "If we don't go soon, this boss will really be gone." Hearing this, everyone began to speed up their monster clearing. Although the monsters here were much stronger than those outside, with Jiang Xiaoying, a 5th level expert, they were still unstoppable. But when they reached the boss's inner territory, the speed suddenly dropped because all the monsters here were elite level 28. And there were a lot of them, even Jiang Xiaoying couldn't one-shot them. This boss probably has golden potential. Jiang Xiaoying's expression became serious. Normally, bosses that spawn in level 20 to 30 dungeons have silver potential, while bosses with golden potential are very rare in dungeons below level 30. Once they spawn, it would be a huge blow to the awakeners in the dungeon, just like the silver potential Spider Queen Su Chen and the others encountered in the beginner dungeon. Even if 2 teams went in, they would only end up being defeated. And this boss, who knows what it is, if it's a tricky boss with golden potential, they might not be able to defeat it. Jiang Xiaoying hesitated for a moment, then decided to temporarily form a 5-person team. Although this would reduce the efficiency of gaining experience by half, she couldn't care less at this point. This was the only way to ensure everyone's safety. Soon, they finalized their strategic deployment, with Jiang Xiaoying and Uncle Chen, a 3rd-level warrior, in the front line, Lu Xiao, a 2nd-level water spirit mage, responsible for backline damage output, and although Jiang Xiaoye had not fully grown yet, she was after all a hidden class archangel, and her healing abilities were not to be underestimated. It seemed that Su Chen was the most useless, which deepened Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao's dissatisfaction with him. Su Chen didn't mind, instead he furrowed his brows and studied the universal map because he seemed to have just seen the boss's icon flash, turning into 2. But it was just a momentary flash and then returned to normal. Did he see it wrong? Su Chen rubbed his eyes, and at that moment, Jiang Xiaoye's cry suddenly came from his ear, "Lu Xiao, be careful." "Ah!" Following that was the panicked cry of the water spirit mage. Su Chen squinted and saw that an elite skeleton wolf had broken through Jiang Xiaoying and Uncle Chen's defense line and was heading straight for the backline. This skeleton wolf had extremely high attack and speed attributes, and mages were inherently fragile. If not careful, the water spirit mage named Lu Xiao might be killed by this flame wolf. Seeing this, Su Chen knew he couldn't slack off anymore, so he immediately took out the golden weapon he had obtained from his recent exploration, the Soul Hunter sword. He was also wearing 2 other pieces of golden equipment, the Wind Spirit boots and the golden silk armor. The former directly added 120 points of speed to Su Chen, while the latter added 80 points of defense and 300 points of health. And after these few days of monster grinding, Su Chen's level had reached 18, Coupled with these 3 pieces of golden equipment, Su Chen's attributes were already extraordinary, almost catching up to Jiang Xiaoying, who was suppressed at level 29. It's worth noting that Jiang Xiaoying was not just an ordinary level 29, she was a 4th level powerhouse. Even though her attributes were suppressed, her 4-dimensional attributes were over 400 points, and her health had exceeded 1,000. Flame slash! With a low shout, the skeleton wolf that had rushed to Lu Xiao was cut down by a single sword, its bones burning with flames on the ground. Lu Xiao, still in shock, was breathing heavily, even beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. If it weren't for Su Chen's strike just now, that skeleton wolf might have already bitten her throat. Lu Xiao, are you okay? At this moment, Jiang Xiaoying and Uncle Chen had also cleared the surrounding monsters and quickly turned back to ask. I'm fine, thanks to Su Chen. Lu Xiao shook her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Su Chen, a strange light flickering in them. Just now, she clearly remembered that Su Chen was more than 3 meters away from her, but he had instantly appeared in front of her, proving that his speed attribute was very high. And with one sword killing the skeleton wolf in seconds, how terrifying must Su Chen's power attribute be? Su Chen, who had always considered himself a waste, ended up becoming his own savior, leaving Lu Xiao with mixed feelings and a ripple in her heart. Su Chen? Jiang Xiaoying and Uncle Chen looked slightly puzzled, the latter even more suspicious. Isn't this kid a beast tamer? He doesn't even have a tamed beast, how can he deal with an elite-level skeleton wolf? Golden equipment? Jiang Xiaoying looked at the equipment on Su Chen's body and was stunned, because she found that Su Chen had a total of 3 pieces of golden equipment that were not restricted by level. Where did he get them from? It's worth noting that non-level restricted golden equipment is more than 3 times as expensive as level restricted ones, selling for hundreds of thousands of gold coins per piece. But she remembered that Xiao Ye had said Su Chen's family was very ordinary. So, where did this guy get 3 pieces of golden equipment from? Even Jiang Xiaoye only had one such non-level restricted piece of golden equipment, and it was bought by her father with a lot of effort. Jiang Xiaoying looked at Su Chen as if she had seen a ghost. First he was a beast tamer with the potential of a divine beast, and now he had 3 non-level restricted pieces of golden equipment, which was too bizarre. This made her gradually feel that her previous threats to Su Chen seemed somewhat incorrect. There are more and more elite monsters here, you can't defend yourselves anymore, it's very dangerous for the backline, why not let me go to the front line too? At this point, Su Chen suggested. Are you capable? His words had just fallen when he heard Uncle Chen's questioning voice. The frontline position is very important, not only requiring high defense and high health but also needing a certain level of output ability. You are not even level 20 yet, how can you fight with us? Uncle Chen frowned. Hearing this, Su Chen was somewhat helpless and simply displayed his attribute panel. Health, 1598 strength, 379 defense, 407 speed, 421 energy, 321. Seeing this attribute panel, Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao were directly shocked. Is this really the attribute of a beast tamer? And he's only level 17? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Uncle Chen subconsciously rubbed his eyes, trying to dispel the illusion in front of him, but what he saw when he opened his eyes was still this attribute panel. He looked at his own, as a 3rd transformation warrior, his strength attribute was only around 300. This is outrageous. He had just questioned Su Chen, and now he couldn't help but start to question who was the real warrior and who had reached the 3rd transformation. Oh, by the way, my attributes do not include the bonus from golden equipment, so they are a bit lower. When I put on the golden equipment later, I should be stronger than now. At this point, Su Chen added. Hearing this, Uncle Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Listen, is this human language? Without golden equipment, your attributes have already surpassed mine as a 3rd transformation warrior, so when you put on golden equipment, won't you be invincible? Jiang Xiaoying on the side also had a somewhat complicated expression when she saw this attribute panel, because her strength attribute was only a little over 400 at the moment, and her level was restricted to 25, so she could only wear silver equipment. Once Su Chen put on those 3 non-level restricted pieces of golden equipment, his attribute panel might even surpass hers. In an instant, Su Chen had become the strongest presence in the team, leaving everyone with an indescribable sense of strangeness. Sis, Uncle Chen, let Su Chen go to the front line, I will definitely provide more healing to protect your safety. At this point, Jiang Xiaoye also spoke up. She should be the one who understood Su Chen's strength the most in the entire group. Being able to kill a silver potential spider queen in the novice dungeon, he would only be more terrifying now. Okay. This time, Jiang Xiaoying did not hesitate anymore. With Su Chen joining the team, the overall pressure suddenly decreased, and Su Chen's way of dealing with monsters was also simple and brutal. When he saw elite monsters, he would unleash a flame slash with his weapon, usually killing them instantly. Interestingly, Lu Xiao's rear support seemed to be intentionally looking after him, as every monster that approached Su Chen was slowed down by a water flow, making it easier for Su Chen to deal with them. Soon, everyone finally saw the boss, who turned out to be a skeleton knight riding a flaming horse. The knight's face was burning with flames, and his pale bones resembled a death mask. In his hand was a broken knight's long sword. The ghostly skeleton horse beneath him also had faint flames under its hooves, looking eerie and terrifying. Zhang Xiaoying immediately used an identification scroll, revealing the information of the two monsters. Target, Ghost Knight Potential, Gold Life, 3721 Strength, 782 Defense, 896 Speed, 642 Energy, 862 Skills, Flame Domain, Flame Slash, Knight's Combo, Fire Rain Meteor. Target, Ghost Horse Potential, Gold Life, 4286 Strength, 684 Defense, 921 Speed, 936 Energy, 532 Skills, Flame Stomp, Savage Charge. Looking at the attributes of these two bosses, even Zhang Xiaoying couldn't help but turn pale. It was actually a Gold Potential Ghost Knight and Ghost Horse, bosses from a level 39 dungeon appearing in this level 25 dungeon. What's even more terrifying is that they were a pair of twin bosses, and once they merged, their strength would double. Let's go, Zhang Xiaoying decisively said. Even a full team of level 25 fourth turn awakened players would not necessarily be able to defeat these two bosses. Escaping was the right choice. He. Unfortunately, just as she finished speaking, a circle of rising flames filled the surroundings, blocking their way. It's the Flame Domain, the boss's ultimate move. It doesn't intend to let us go, Zhang Xiaoying said with an unpleasant expression. Chen Shu and Lu Xiao's faces turned even paler. The Gold Potential boss had an ultimate move, and once targeted, they couldn't leave the boss's territory until the boss was killed or they were killed. Ultimate moves were usually released when the boss was enraged, so why was it being used before the battle even started? How could this happen? Chen Shu's expression was grim. The gold boss actually used its ultimate move directly, which was illogical. This is bad. Zhang Xiaoying's face was also pale. Even though she had the strength of a fourth turn player, she couldn't possibly defeat two gold bosses in this level suppressed situation. Seeing everyone looking desperate, Su Chen couldn't help but speak up. It's not the end of the road yet. Why are you all so negative? What else can we do? These are the Ghost Knight and Ghost Horse, with defense exceeding 800 points. We can't even break through their defense. Woo, I haven't found a boyfriend yet, and I'm going to die here. Lu Xiao started crying as she spoke. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Their mentality was too negative. Su Chen, give up. We can't beat these two bosses at all, Chen Shu sighed. Yeah, you're right. We can't beat these two bosses, but my pet can, Su Chen said helplessly. Pet? Chen Shu and Lu Xiao were stunned, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. You have a pet? Yes, I'm a beast tamer. What's the point of being a beast tamer without a pet? Su Chen said calmly. Chen Shu and Lu Xiao exchanged glances. Although Su Chen's words made sense, wasn't it common knowledge that beast tamers couldn't tame beasts? Could Su Chen really tame beasts? Where is your pet then? Lu Xiao weakly asked. Just over there. Su Chen turned around and pointed to the little white cat he had given to Zhang Xiaoye when he was in the front row brushing monsters, speaking lightly. What? This cat? Lu Xiao saw Little White, and the hope that had just risen was instantly shattered. How could this cat possibly defeat the Ghost Knight? Uncle Chen's mouth twitched as well. Originally, they thought Su Chen had some powerful beast taming ability, but they never expected it to be just a pet cat. Seeing this, Su Chen expressed some dissatisfaction. Why can't a cat defeat the Ghost Knight? Little White, show them something. Roar! The next second, the majestic divine beast White Tiger roared out, its sparkling white fur fluttering in the wind, exuding a kingly aura. This! Uncle Chen and Lu Xiao widened their eyes, looking at the cat being held. Could this be the legendary divine beast White Tiger? And it's Su Chen's beast companion? How is that possible? They looked at Su Chen in disbelief. Wasn't it said that beast tamers couldn't tame beasts? Where did he tame a divine beast from? On the other side, Zhang Xiaoying saw Little White come out, and her beautiful eyes also narrowed slightly. She had seen this divine beast White Tiger before, but it seemed to be in its juvenile form, not exceeding level 10. Could it be a match for the Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Horse? Let me help it. Zhang Xiaoying hesitated and spoke up. Others entering the scene might be at risk of being defeated instantly, but her profession was special, allowing her to evade attacks to a great extent. Su Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoying, whose profession seemed to be a mysterious one, leaning towards an assassin type, and she was a 4th level expert who could indeed help Little White to some extent. But Su Chen thought, It's not necessary. He shook his head, chuckled, and beckoned, and Little White immediately brought its round and large head over to enjoy Su Chen's caress. Little White, go take care of those two guys. Su Chen pointed to the two bosses not far away and said softly, "Roar." Little White, upon hearing this, raised its head high, looking confident. "Then go ahead." Su Chen smiled. "Roar." In the next moment, Little White rushed towards the two bosses, a tiger's roar directly lowering their defenses. Then, the domain of the god of slaughter was unleashed. Roar! A white beam of light gathered in Little White's mouth, then shot out, piercing through the skeleton knight and skeleton horse. When the white light dissipated, the skeleton knight and skeleton horse were nowhere to be seen, leaving only two piles of dropped items and the disheveled crowd in the wind. Chen Shu, who had previously doubted Su Chen, widened his eyes. These were the skeleton knight and skeleton horse, and they were defeated just like that? But then he remembered Su Chen's beast companion, a divine beast, so it made sense. Is this the terror of a divine beast? Zhang Xiaoying was equally shocked internally. The white tiger and the skeleton knight were at least 20 levels apart, yet it could easily defeat the other. Truly terrifying. Let's call it a day. Seeing the treasures on the ground, Su Chen yawned. A flash of golden light among the treasures was very dazzling, undoubtedly a piece of golden equipment. The skeleton knight and skeleton horse were bosses with golden potential, so it wasn't surprising to drop a piece of golden equipment. This equipment didn't hold much attraction for Zhang Xiaoying and the others, as they were already beyond this level. It also didn't appeal much to Su Chen because it was a staff-type weapon, leaning towards auxiliary healing rather than offensive capabilities. But for Zhang Xiaoye, it was very attractive because of her holy angel profession, which was an auxiliary healing class. Without hesitation, Su Chen handed the staff to Zhang Xiaoye. "Here, this piece of golden equipment is for you." Zhang Xiaoye quickly blushed and waved her hand. "No, I can't accept this. You killed both of these bosses, and without you, we might have been in danger. You must take this staff." Su Chen frowned slightly. "I'm giving it to you, so just take it. Besides, you've taken care of me a lot in school over the years." However, Zhang Xiaoying on the side couldn't help but feel a bit helpless seeing the two of them like this. "Xiaoye, just accept this equipment, we can buy it at market price." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye was somewhat moved because she also quite liked the staff. So she looked expectantly at Su Chen. Seeing Zhang Xiaoye's expression, Su Chen knew that if he didn't agree to this condition, Zhang Xiaoye wouldn't accept the staff. So he nodded. "Alright, let's make it a fixed price, 300,000 gold coins." He was so generous because during these days of leveling up, he had explored a purple gold resource and found something extraordinary. Even golden equipment didn't mean much to him. "Deal." Zhang Xiaoying nodded. A piece of golden equipment was worth at least 300,000 or more, and weapons were generally more expensive. The price Su Chen offered was quite friendly. Looking at the remaining items, Su Chen saw that they were mostly materials, along with a silver skill book, not worth much. The Jiang sisters naturally didn't care for them, so Su Chen took everything. "Well, let's end the leveling activity here. Tomorrow is the time for the results announcement. Both you and Xiaoye should go back and prepare for enrollment. I will transfer the money to you," Zhang Xiaoying said as they returned to the teleportation center. Perhaps because of the two skeleton bosses, Zhang Xiaoying's attitude towards Su Chen had softened noticeably. Su Chen nodded without any objections, and so they parted ways. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaoye glanced back at him with reluctance. Trade Center. Su Chen didn't go home immediately but headed to the trade center, where he visited a materials shop he frequented to sell off the materials he had accumulated over the past few days. Just as Zhang Xiaoying's transfer notification came through, Su Chen's account balance had exceeded 2 million gold coins. In just a few days, he had earned another 1,000,000 gold coins. "Young man, you've been quite diligent in running dungeons recently," the material merchant chatted with Su Chen. Obviously, after a few transactions, he had already figured out that Su Chen was a combat profession player, as he mostly sold monster materials, with some being rare boss materials. This was enough to prove Su Chen's potential, so he felt a sense of goodwill towards him. "It's been okay." Su Chen understood the merchant's intentions but only responded lightly. "Young man, let me give you a piece of insider information. The respawn pattern of bosses in dungeons has been a bit chaotic recently. If you're going into a dungeon, it's best not to challenge the bosses." The material merchant continued, not minding Su Chen's attitude. "Oh?" Su Chen's expression paused slightly at the words, reminding him of the two skeleton bosses he had just defeated today, and even the Spider Queen from the beginner dungeon. "Thanks," Su Chen said softly, considering this person a friend. "Young man, I'm Su Fu. Here's my business card. In the future, when you come to me for materials, I'll buy them at a price 1% higher than the market." Su Fu struck while the iron was hot. Su Chen accepted the business card, then suddenly changed the subject. Su, have there been any auctions recently? Auctions? Su Fu was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, there's one tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Upon hearing this, Su Chen showed a hint of gratitude and headed towards the direction of the auction house. Sigh, I'm going to fall short of my target again this month. Tianyun Auction House. A beautiful woman in a cheongsam sat in the reception center's office chair, looking at the auction items for tomorrow with waning interest. The highlight of the auction turned out to be a platinum skill book, which, although valuable, was only worth a few million gold coins, far from her target of 50 million in sales. Hello, I'd like to auction something. At this moment, a dusty young man caught her eye. Seeing the youth's appearance, Xiaoya pursed her red lips, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of disappointment. Awakening at this age, even if it's a combat profession, probably can't produce anything rare. It seems that her idea of coming to the reception hall to squat and wait is indeed unrealistic. Nevertheless, she still showed a professional smile and greeted, "Hello sir, what would you like to auction?" The woman's melodious voice made Su Chen slightly stunned, then he quickly came to his senses and took out something from his pocket. "I want to auction this." "A scroll?" Seeing what Su Chen took out, Xiaoya's eyebrows furrowed. Because the appearance of this scroll was too unique, shining all over with a golden glow, but it didn't look like a golden skill book, giving a sense of ancient mystery. Could it be a type of prop scroll? This thought arose, and Xiaoya's disappointment deepened. Generally, prop scrolls are for one-time use, so their value is not high. Even platinum-level prop scrolls are only worth 100,000 gold coins. "Alright sir, I will have it appraised by an expert and give you a conservative price later." Xiaoya did not show her inner disappointment but said professionally, "Okay." Su Chen nodded, and as he saw Xiaoya's graceful figure leaving, he suddenly called out to her, "Wait, I want to ask, how much is a mysterious class job change scroll worth in gold coins?" Xiaoya's steps paused, and even her delicate body stiffened in place. She turned her head, her pretty face filled with astonishment. "Sir, what did you just say? I mean, how much is a mysterious class job change scroll worth in gold coins?" Su Chen said softly. This time Xiaoya heard clearly, her right hand couldn't help but tremble. She suppressed the turmoil in her heart and walked back to Su Chen and sat down. Su Chen could even see her legs wrapped in black stockings trembling slightly. "Sir, are you saying this is a job change scroll for a mysterious class?" Xiaoya stared at Su Chen, her voice strained. "Yes, a mysterious class, pyromancer," Su Chen said softly. This scroll was obtained by him a few days ago when he opened a golden legendary treasure. It was a job change scroll for a pyromancer. Pyromancer, one of the mysterious classes, had a greater advantage than fire elemental mages, as they could control special flames in the world of the apocalypse, greatly enhancing the power of their spells, often known for explosive output. According to the rules, job change scrolls for mysterious classes can be used by warrior classes and mysterious classes, but life classes and prop classes cannot. They can only use job change scrolls for their own class, otherwise Su Chen would not have taken out this pyromancer job change scroll for sale. He could have just given it to Su Yun. Hearing this, Xiaoya's heart trembled again. It was actually a pyromancer job change scroll, one of the strongest mysterious class jobs in terms of output. If an ordinary person came across the scroll, they would probably use it on the spot, so major auction houses and even businesses rarely see a job change scroll for a mysterious class for years. And this young man in front of her, after obtaining this scroll, actually took it out for sale. What kind of job could he have? Perhaps a job even more terrifying than a pyromancer. Invisibly, Xiaoya's attitude towards Su Chen became much more respectful. "Sir, I will now ask the most senior appraiser in the auction house to come over. Please wait." Xiaoya stood up and bowed, the deep neckline making Su Chen gulp. Okay. Su Chen nodded repeatedly, feeling overwhelmed. After learning that this was a mysterious job change scroll, even the quality of service improved. This Tianyun auction house was really top-notch. In a few minutes, an old man with white hair rushed over, holding a magnifying glass to inspect the scroll back and forth. Finally, he took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Yes, it's a job change scroll, and it's for a pyromancer." He looked at Su Chen with excitement in his eyes. The drop rate of job change scrolls can be said to be less than 1 in 1,000, and the possibility of a mysterious class job change scroll dropping is even rarer. "Teacher, this job change scroll for the fire controller is truly a priceless treasure. It can be called a miracle." The old man's voice was filled with excitement, but he was interrupted by Su Chen's helplessness. "Stop, I just want to know what would be a suitable starting bid." The old man and Xiaoya exchanged a glance, with the latter's beautiful eyes shimmering slightly. Then she looked at Su Chen solemnly and said, "Sir, I suggest setting the starting bid at 1 billion gold coins." 1 billion? Su Chen stood up in excitement. Seeing this, Shaya smiled and said, "Sir, actually 1 billion is not high. I believe the final selling price of this scroll will definitely exceed your imagination." Su Chen nodded, unable to contain his excitement to see that billion gold coins in his account. "Can this scroll be auctioned off tomorrow?" Su Chen asked eagerly. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, her red lips slightly parted, looking very enticing. "What, is it not possible?" Su Chen blinked and asked. "It's not that." Xiaoya smiled bitterly. "Sir, the job change scroll for the fire controller has a significant impact. We need time to promote it to attract more interested bidders." "Oh, I see." Su Chen nodded. "Alright, you handle it, just inform me of the auction date. Also, please keep an eye out for job change scrolls related to life, preferably with a higher safety factor, such as a cooking master." "Alright, I will keep an eye out for you," Xiaoya nodded. As Su Chen was about to leave, Xiaoya hurriedly caught up. "Sir, let me see you off." Side by side, the two could even clearly see each other's snow-white chest from Su Chen's perspective, which almost made him lose his composure. It wasn't until they reached the door that Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time he realized how tormenting auctions could be. The next day, the results were announced. Su Chen, with an overwhelming advantage, outperformed all the geniuses in the southern province and became the top scorer. The only thing that surprised him was that the second place, the runner-up, also scored a high of 2,300, only 1,000 points behind him. Gentle, it sounded like a gentle girl. Just as he checked the results, the doorbell rang at home, and his sister opened the door to see a group of people in suits with packages standing outside. "Hello, is this Su Chen's home? I am the admissions officer from South University." "Hello, I am the admissions officer from North University." "Hello, I am from Qing University." Seeing these people, Suyun was stunned for a few seconds before stepping aside and saying, "Please come in, please come in." This group of people, numbering 7 or 8, suddenly made the room crowded. When Su Chen saw this large group, he was also taken aback. "Are you all here together?" The admissions officer smiled awkwardly at his words, then looked at each other somewhat hostilely. Su Chen immediately understood that these people must have coincidentally met and rushed to his house as soon as they knew the results. This made Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, they were the top universities in the entire Huaxia, and their efficiency in handling matters was beyond ordinary people. "Su student, we at Tianan University are straightforward. If you agree to join our university, all future costs for entering dungeons will be reimbursed by us, and we can grant you access to all levels of dungeons. In addition, we can reward you with a dragon residence villa, 3 pieces of gold equipment, and a book of gold-level specialized skills." The admissions officer from Tianan University was direct, shocking the representatives from the other universities, but there were also disdainful voices heard. "Are you really proud of offering such things? Su student, if you join our university, we can meet all the conditions proposed by Tianan University, plus we will give you a set of gold equipment and a platinum-level skill book." The speaker was from Haimen University's admissions office, and the generous conditions he offered were truly moving. Even Su Chen was a little moved. A platinum skill book. For someone like him with a niche profession, a skill book like this was hard to come by, especially a platinum one. "Su, we at Beta University will offer you 2 sets of golden equipment. We'll offer 3 sets, plus a platinum skill book. Just based on you guys? Can you really deliver on that?" "Step aside, Su Chen is from our Daiyun University." Seeing signs of Su Chen's interest, the representatives from other universities' admissions offices immediately became anxious, even arguing with each other. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. "Teachers, please calm down. You're here to recruit students, not to fight." Su Chen sighed and said, "Ah, yes. Su is right. So, have you made your decision? We at Tianfu University have many beauties. If you come, the teachers can introduce you to a few." This statement immediately drew disdainful glances from those around, as this person was shameless, resorting to using beauty to entice. Su Chen furrowed his brows in contemplation. The offers they presented were undoubtedly generous, but in the end, they were all quite similar, making it difficult for him to choose. "Su, we at Qing University have not yet stated our offer." At this moment, a delicate female voice rang out. It was a young woman with an extraordinary temperament. Just her presence alone gave off a stunning feeling. Su Chen had noticed her before. She seemed uninvolved in the recent dispute. When the woman spoke, the room noticeably quieted down, and even some of the admissions office heads looked at her with a hint of fear. "Xu Jing, what offer can Qing University give? Isn't it the same as ours?" A representative from one of the university's admissions offices sneered. Xu Jing glanced at the person and said softly, "You're mistaken. There's something that only Qing University can offer among all the universities, and I believe Su will be interested. After speaking, Chu Jing looked at Su Chen, her eyes shimmering with a strange light. Su Chen fell silent for a moment and asked, "What is it?" "Shenzhou hunting grounds." As soon as Chu Jing mentioned this, Su Chen noticed the drastic change in the expressions of the admissions office heads around him. Curious, Su Chen asked, "What is Shenzhou hunting grounds?" Shenzhou hunting grounds is a mysterious instance discovered in the Tianqi world. It is over 10 times the size of a regular instance and is abundant in resources, surpassing regular instances by 100-fold. While inside, the experience gained from killing monsters increases by 200%, the drop rate of materials and equipment increases by 300%, and the opening rate of secret realms increases by 50%. Moreover, Shenzhou Hunting Grounds has seen the appearance of divine artifacts, unlimited combat class transfer scrolls, and legendary skill books. Of course, to enter Shenzhou Hunting Grounds, the most important thing is the entry ticket. Usually, these entry tickets are acquired and distributed by powerful forces or families in Huaxia, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. However, this year, Qing University has obtained one. As long as you join Qing University, I can guarantee that this entry ticket will be yours. Chu Jing's words made Su Chen's heart race. The material and equipment drop rate in Shenzhou Hunting Grounds is 3 times that of regular instances. With his exploration system, once he enters Shenzhou Hunting Grounds, he can use the universal map to discover rare resources within. If he can obtain a divine artifact, he will soar to new heights. The other admissions office representatives had varied expressions upon hearing Chu Jing's words. Some were shocked, some jealous, and others envious. Because even they wanted to enter Shenzhou Hunting Grounds, as the resources within could transform anyone, even a dog, into a fully equipped, rejuvenated individual with the potential for greatness. Alright, I'll join Qing University. Su Chen no longer hesitated, as the allure of Shenzhou Hunting Grounds was too great for him. And as Su Chen made his decision, the remaining admissions office heads all showed a look of disappointment. Because Su Chen is not only the top scholar in the southern province, but also the top scholar in the entire Huaxia region. His score of 3,000 points is unprecedented. In the past, there was no case of a team slaughtering 3 beginner boss monsters in a dungeon, but that was a whole team. Points were evenly distributed, with each person having a maximum of 1,000 points. Su Chen, on the other hand, single-handedly slaughtered 3 bosses, which was truly shocking. It's no wonder that all major academies are eager to recruit Su Chen. Su, congratulations on joining Qing University. After the other admissions officers left, Shuan smiled and extended her delicate jade hand. Su Chen shook hands with her, feeling an indescribable cool comfort. By the way, there is something special about this year's entrance exam. It will be jointly conducted by several prestigious universities. Would you like to participate? Shuan mentioned softly. Of course, you have a guaranteed admission spot, so you can also enroll directly without taking the test. Shuan added. Since it's a joint effort of several universities, the reward for the first place should be substantial, right? Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked. That's right, the first place in the entrance exam will receive a special reward prepared by several prestigious universities. As far as I know, one of them is a diamond skill book for beast masters. Shuan smiled, looking very attractive with dimples on her cheeks. A diamond skill book for beast masters? Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately said without hesitation, I'll participate. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Here is my address. If you need anything, you can come find me. I will also contact you 3 days before the start of the semester. Have a pleasant holiday. Shuan stood up, her graceful figure on full display, waved to Su Chen, and left. Professor Chu, let me walk you out. Su Chen also stood up and opened the door, only to see Jiang Xiaoye and Zhang Xiaoying, the 2 sisters. Professor Chu. Both of them politely greeted Chu Wan. Su Chen was surprised. Do you know each other? Yes, Xiaoying is also a student of Qing University, so we knew each other before. And Xiaoye, I was planning to visit her after seeing you. Shu Wan explained with a tilt of her head. Su Chen, do you want to join Qing University? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye asked with some excitement. Yes. Su Chen nodded. Alright, then I want to go to Qing University too. Zhang Xiaoye exclaimed joyfully. In that case, I don't have to make another trip. As for your enrollment reward, Xiaoya, we can discuss it later. Shu Wan smiled, understanding that the Zhang sisters had something to discuss with Su Chen. Okay, Professor Chu. Zhang Xiaoye nodded politely. After Chu Wan left, the Zhang sisters entered Su Chen's house. Zhang Xiaoying looked at Su Chen with a strange expression and said, I never expected that this year the school would send Professor Chu here just to recruit you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was slightly surprised. Is there a problem? Jiang Xiaoying raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't you know? Professor Chu is not just an ordinary teacher, she is also a mysterious profession, a frost and snow elemental master. Her damage output includes control, penetration, and AoE, making her very powerful in both mobbing and boss fights. Usually, people have to pay a lot to team up with her for dungeon runs. Moreover, she is only a nominal teacher at Qing University and usually does not accept students. I didn't expect the school to invite her for you." Hearing this, Su Chen finally understood why the admissions officers were wary of Chu Wan, but she didn't mention any of this. "Wait, you don't even know about this, so why did you agree to join Qing University?" Jiang Xiaoying realized this and asked immediately. "They promised me a ticket to the God's Domain competition." Su Chen shrugged. "A ticket to the God's Domain competition?" Jiang Xiaoying's beautiful eyes narrowed, and a bitter smile appeared on her lips. "I didn't expect the school to give it to you." "No wonder. Sister, now you know about Su Chen's potential, right? Even Qing University values him so much." On the side, Jiang Xiaoye sniffed, her face full of pride, as if she had received some special honor. Jiang Xiaoying's eyes were complicated. Just a few days ago, she had threatened Su Chen, but now, Su Chen's potential had reached a level that even she found terrifying. "By the way, what brings you to me?" Su Chen asked. The Jiang sisters exchanged a glance, and Jiang Xiaoying spoke up. "You probably don't know our true identity, do you?" Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head. Although he had guessed that the two came from extraordinary backgrounds, he didn't know their specific identities. The two sisters took a deep breath and said slowly, "We are the daughters of the provincial leader." "The provincial leader? You mean Zhang Tianwen from the province?" Su Chen's hand holding the teacup trembled. Before this moment, he had speculated many times, but he never dared to think that they were the daughters of Zhang Tianwen, the provincial leader of the southern province. Their status was so noble, no wonder Jiang Xiaoying had been so forceful in preventing him from associating with Jiang Xiaoye. It was understandable to be cautious with such a prestigious background. Su Chen chuckled and said, "You didn't come here just to tell me about your identity, did you?" "Of course not. Yesterday, I told my father about how you saved us in the instance, and he was very grateful. He specifically asked us to bring you a token of appreciation." With that, Jiang Xiaoying took out an exquisite gold-patterned magnetic card. Seeing this card, Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly because it was the bank's supreme VIP card, requiring at least 10 million in savings to obtain. The provincial leader was surprisingly generous. "What? In my father's eyes, are we worth less than this 10 million? Jiang Xiaoye giggled, seemingly noticing Su Chen's surprise. At the same time, she looked at Su Chen expectantly, hoping he would accept the 10 million, as Su Chen had grown up in humble circumstances, and this 10 million would definitely make his life more prosperous. Jiang Xiaoying remained silent, and so did Su Chen. He knew this was not just a reward but a way for the provincial leader to show goodwill towards him, probably because he already knew about Su Chen's possession of a divine beast. If they were to reveal this information, trouble would surely follow. Rest assured, besides this 10 million, our Jiang family guarantees not to disclose anything about Xiaobai, and if you encounter any difficulties, our Jiang family will lend a helping hand. Jiang Xiaoying said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen hesitated. The provincial leader must have seen potential in him and decided to invest in him. He also had the confidence to become one of the top figures in the pyramid. Su Chen accepted the Jiang family's investment. Later, Jiang Xiaoye chatted with Su Chen about their expectations for university before reluctantly leaving with her sister. "Dad, as per your instructions, I have given the thing to Su Chen, and he accepted it." Jiang Xiaoying, dressed in casual sleepwear, appeared warmer than her usual cold self during the day. "That's good." Zhang Tianwen nodded excitedly, a hint of excitement on his face. "Xiaoying, I want to confirm again, can he really tame high-level fierce beasts to fight for him?" "Yes, Uncle Chen and I personally witnessed that his pet, only at level 10, was able to kill the strongest skeleton knight and skeleton horse among the golden potential. I'm afraid his pet is a legendary divine beast," Jiang Xiaoying said solemnly. "A divine beast?" Zhang Tianwen's face was shocked as he murmured, "Everyone says that beast tamers are a useless profession, but they don't know how terrifying a beast tamer who can tame a divine beast for their own use is. I wonder what kind of luck Su Chen has to be able to tame a divine beast as a beast tamer. In the future, he will surely have unlimited potential." Zhang Tianwen sighed. "Yes." Jiang Xiaoying nodded, then seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, Dad, about Xiaoye, what do you think we should do? From now on, you don't need to stop Xiaoye from being with him. Let them follow their hearts." Zhang Tianwen thought for a moment. "Understood." Jiang Xiaoying nodded slightly, feeling relieved. Xiaoye was simple-minded and grew up in a family like theirs, so Jiang Tianwen had always worried that she would be taken advantage of by malicious people. That was why Jiang Xiaoying had spoken to Su Chen earlier. But now, it seemed she didn't need to worry. After spending time together in the instance dungeon, she could see that Su Chen was a decent person, at least he wouldn't harm Xiaoye. By the way, didn't you say he also applied to Qing University? You can help match him with Xiaoye when the time comes, Jiang Tianwen said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoying looked surprised. She remembered how much Jiang Tianwen cherished Xiaoye, and now he seemed to be pushing his daughter away. However, when Jiang Tianwen mentioned matchmaking, she felt a strange sensation in her heart. There was still over a month until the school entrance test. During this time, Su Chen decided to level up to at least level 40. This time, he didn't choose to enter the instance dungeon with Jiang Xiaoye and the others because his current strength allowed him to level up faster solo. With the divine beast Xiaobai by his side, Su Chen dared to challenge even level 30 dungeons. However, that was the limit. Dungeons above level 30 were considered platinum dungeons, regulated by the country. To enter, one needed corresponding proof, such as a university certificate or a guild certificate. Since Su Chen hadn't enrolled in school yet, he didn't have the qualifications to enter platinum dungeons. But for now, he didn't need to go to platinum dungeons as he leveled up from the monsters in the gold dungeons. Su Chen, Uncle Chen and the others have something to do today. Can you help me level up? As usual, Su Chen was about to enter the dungeon when he received a call. It was Xiaoye calling, and he could sense her anticipation in her voice. Of course, but what could Uncle Chen be busy with? Su Chen teased. Well, it seems that a distinguished guest from the Ren family in Modu has arrived in the southern province, and Uncle Chen went to receive them with my father, Xiaoye said. Modu? Su Chen was taken aback. He had thought Uncle Chen was just using an excuse to see him, but it turned out to be true. He had misunderstood. Yes, the Ren family in Modu is one of the 4 major families behind the Hunter Guild. They are highly respected in Huaxia, even my father has to show them respect, Xiaoye said. Oh, Su Chen replied indifferently and fell silent. He didn't have a good impression of this Hunter Guild. Su Chen, please wait for me at the teleportation center. I'll be there soon. Xiaoye, unaware of Su Chen's attitude, hung up after her excited statement. Having promised Xiaoye, Su Chen could only sit and wait for her. Not long after, a striking couple entered the teleportation hall. The girl was particularly glamorous, with a snow-white neck adorned with a sapphire pendant and a delicate appearance. Su Chen glanced at them but quickly averted his gaze. It wasn't unusual for special people to appear in the teleportation hall. However, the girl walked towards Su Chen and stopped in front of him. Finally found you. You must be Su Chen, right? The girl spoke with an air of superiority, making Su Chen uncomfortable. Frowning, Su Chen responded, I am Su Chen. Do you need something? The girl scrutinized Su Chen and then calmly said, Su Chen, if my information is correct, your awakened profession is a beast tamer, right? Hearing her reveal his profession, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He disliked the feeling of being investigated, so he remained silent. Hey, I'm talking to you. What's with your attitude? The woman, seeing Su Chen not responding, immediately became displeased and reprimanded him. Hearing this, a hint of impatience flashed in Su Chen's eyes. What do you want? Just as the information says, an orphan, raised and taught by no one. I came here today to offer you a great opportunity, and this is how you treat your benefactor? The woman, seeing Su Chen's impatience, sarcastically retorted. Let me introduce myself. I am Ren Shanshan, the eldest daughter of the Ren family in the Magic City. You should know about the Ren family, right? One of the 4 founding families of the Hunters Guild, with connections throughout China. After the woman finished speaking, she raised her head proudly. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression suddenly turned ugly. This woman first arrogantly mentioned offering him an opportunity, then insulted his parents. If it weren't for being in a public place, he would have lost his temper. Get lost! Su Chen coldly shouted, fearing he might lose control any moment. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ren Shanshan's expression changed slightly. Hey, how dare you curse at me? Don't you know where I come from? What does it matter where you come from? I only know that if you don't leave my sight, I won't be polite. Su Chen said coldly. A commoner with a temper. Forget it, let's get to the point. I believe that once you hear what I have to say, you will beg for my forgiveness on your knees. Ren Shanshan maintained a haughty demeanor, speaking confidently. Su Chen coldly glanced at her, showing no interest. However, Ren Shanshan continued, you should be aware of the unique nature of beast tamers, right? Trying to tame powerful beasts in the end of days world with your own strength is impossible even if you spend your whole life. But I can give you a chance to control an advanced fierce beast. With that, a flash of silver appeared in front of Rin Shanshan as she took something out of her storage space. It was a sealed cage, inside of which a giant beast was sleeping. Su Chen cast an appraisal spell and his pupils immediately contracted. Target, Barbarian Bear Cub. Potential, Legendary. Level, 12. Life, 5679. Strength, 672. Defense, 645. Speed, 527. Energy, 308. This was actually a barbarian bear cub in its infancy, and a legendary one at that. It should be noted that the potential of end-of-days monsters ranges from bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, amethyst, epic, legendary, mythical, to divine beast. Generally, legendary potential monsters appear in dungeons above level 80, and once the bosses in these dungeons go berserk, not even level 90 experts can necessarily handle them. Yet the Rin family managed to capture a cub from them, which was simply unbelievable. However, Su Chen's feelings were limited to this. He had no particular thoughts about this barbarian bear cub in its infancy because he had a divine beast level pet named Xiao Bai. Both were around the same level, but Xiao Bai's stats were all over 1,000, while the barbarian bear cub was struggling in the 3 digits. So-called legendary potential pets were nothing special in his eyes. What do you think? Shocked, aren't you? Rin Shanshan, with a slight smile on her red lips, taunted triumphantly. You, a country bumpkin, must have never seen such a powerful creature. If he knew that this barbarian bear cub's father is the strongest boss of the 87th level Starry Forest, he would probably be scared stiff. Ren Shanshan mocked unabashedly. Su Chen, this is the opportunity I'm giving you. I've used the sleep cage to control this barbarian bear cub. During its sleep, it won't resist at all, so you can form a contract with it directly without worrying about it going into a berserk state, leading to a failed beast taming. The sleep cage is an epic level item. Any creature locked inside it will fall into a deep sleep, losing its ability to resist. After that, several experts from the Rin family entered the Starry Forest dungeon to capture this cub. In the whole of China, only our Rin family possesses such potential fierce beasts. Ren Shanshan raised her snow-white chin, exuding a sense of superiority in every word in action. Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. You're willing to give me something so valuable? Of course. But from now on, you must serve me as your master, obey my every command, and kneel down to apologize for your rudeness just now. If you agree, I can reward you with this barbarian king bear cub. From now on, you will be a beast tamer with epic potential, enjoying supreme glory. Ren Shanshan said proudly. What do you think? Consider carefully and kneel at my feet to show your submission. This way, I will forgive your disrespect and give you this divine opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It was interesting, she was the one who spoke disrespectfully first, yet now she wanted him to kneel and beg for forgiveness at her feet? Su Chen was a man of stature, and he would kneel to the heavens, the earth, and his parents, but he would never bow to such a person. Besides, how powerful could a legendary beast tamer be? On the other hand, Ren Shanshan waited for Su Chen's response with her snow-white neck raised high. In his eyes, Su Chen would definitely not be able to resist the temptation of a beast tamer with epic potential. However, the next moment, she heard a phrase that infuriated her. Idiot! Su Chen stared at her delicate face and calmly uttered 2 words. Ren Shanshan's expression changed from proud to shocked, then twisted into rage. You orphan with no mother or father, how dare you curse at me? She exclaimed sharply. Ren Shanshan's words struck a nerve in Su Chen, as the one thing he could not tolerate in his life was someone insulting his parents. Because his parents died in a dungeon for him. Su Chen's eyes gradually filled with a cold light, staring at Ren Shanshan like a vicious wolf. Ren Shanshan, being a young lady from a prestigious family, had never encountered such a gaze before and took a step back in fear. However, she quickly realized that she, a member of a noble family, was actually being intimidated by a nobody? This despicable commoner. If this matter were to spread to the upper echelons of society, how could she face anyone? Damn it, today I will teach you a lesson and show you how to respect others. With these words, a black staff appeared in Ren Shanshan's hand. Just then, a young girl hurried over. It was Jiang Xiaoye. She seemed to have dressed up carefully, with a hint of makeup on her pretty face, wearing a light yellow dress as she ran over, shining like a princess. Su Chen, what's going on? Jiang Xiaoye had already noticed the conflict and asked anxiously. Su Chen remained expressionless and said, this woman is the young lady of the Rin family in Magic City. I don't know if she's gone mad, but she wants me to kneel and apologize to her, and now she wants to teach me a lesson. What? Jiang Xiaoye was stunned. Shouldn't the young lady of the Rin family in Magic City be received by her father and Uncle Chen? How did she end up here? But more importantly, the conflict between the two sides was the focus now. Zhang Xiaoye thought for a moment and said, Su Chen, let me handle this. Su Chen frowned, about to stop her, but she had already run up to Ren Xianxian. Hello, I'm a friend of Su Chen's. You're here to stand up for him, aren't you? Before she could finish her sentence, Ren Xianxian's aggressive voice cut in. I'm not here to stand up for him, I just think there might be a misunderstanding between you two. Zhang Xiaoye hesitated. Upon hearing this, Ren Xianxian sneered, misunderstanding? With which eye did you see a misunderstanding between me and him? Such an uncultured person. Today I will teach him a lesson on behalf of his deceased parents. Zhang Xiaoye was shocked. Wait, Miss Ren. Wait for what? What right do you have to speak to me? Ren Xianxian's face twisted, and she slapped Zhang Xiaoye across the face. The crisp sound echoed, silencing the entire hall. Zhang Xiaoye reacted, covering her red cheek with her jade-like hand, tears welling up in her eyes. But Ren Xianxian burst into a wild laugh. Humph, commoners, I am the young lady of the Ren family in Modu. How dare you insult me? Seeing this scene, Su Chen was completely enraged. This woman was simply too much, first making him kneel down to apologize, and now slapping Zhang Xiaoye. Did having a powerful family mean they could do whatever they wanted? Who allowed you to hit her? Su Chen's eyes were cold as he approached Ren Xianxian step by step. Hearing this, Ren Xianxian sneered, just a woman, I hit her, so what? Do you want to avenge her? Bang! Before Ren Xianxian could finish speaking, she felt a dark shadow flash in front of her, followed by a huge force hitting her chest. She flew backwards, tumbling on the ground several times before coming to a stop. She climbed up from the ground in confusion, shook her head, her exquisite dress now covered in dust, revealing fair skin on her lower body. When she raised her head again, her pretty face had twisted in extreme anger. You commoner, how dare you hit me? Ren Xianxian glared at Su Chen through gritted teeth, saying hatefully, bastard. Commoner, you're finished. Do you know who you've offended? I am from the Ren family in Modu. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Su Chen coldly chuckle, the Ren family in Modu? Do you only know how to boast about these few words? Originally, he didn't hit women, but Ren Xianxian had gone too far, calling them commoners and not treating them like human beings. She had brought it upon herself. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ren Xianxian's face stiffened, feeling immense shame. You ignorant commoner, do you know I can take your life in an instant? Heh, young lady, do you still think this is Modu? Su Chen coldly laughed, his eyes gleaming. What do you want? Trembling with fear under Su Chen's gaze, Ren Xianxian stammered, I'll tell you, if you dare touch me, no matter where you go, the Ren family will never let you off. Hearing Ren Xianxian's words, a cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He said lightly, still trying to threaten me? With that, Su Chen slapped Ren Xianxian's delicate face, the powerful force causing her to spin 720 degrees before falling to the ground. A clear palm print appeared on Ren Xianxian's fair cheek, looking like a swollen apple. Onlookers gathered around, pitying her appearance and casting strange glances. Such a beautiful girl had been beaten like this. This young man was indeed ruthless. This slap is for Xiaoye, Su Chen said calmly as he stood in front of Ren Xianxian. Hearing this, Ren Xianxian trembled in fear, looking at Su Chen with a quivering voice. You, how dare you hit me? I will make sure my family sends people to dismember you, limb by limb. Still daring? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, about to deliver another slap but was stopped in time by Zhang Xiaoye. Su Chen, let it go. She is the young lady of the Ren family, it won't end well if this continues. Su Chen frowned, so what? She hit you and insulted my parents. Today, I will teach her what respect is. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye was somewhat moved but still advised, Su Chen, she is a distinguished guest my father has to entertain. Just consider it giving my father face. Su Chen furrowed his brow at her words, not wanting to let this woman off easily. However, seeing the palm print on Zhang Xiaoye's pretty face, he softened a bit. Fine, I'll give Uncle Jiang some face. Okay, leave it to me from here on. Zhang Xiaoye nodded repeatedly. She then walked towards Ren Xianxian, who was still on the ground, and said softly, Miss Ren, I am the daughter of Jiang Shengshou. I'm sorry for what happened, but I believe it's a misunderstanding. I've informed my father, and he will be here soon. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoye's words, Ren Quanquan, who was originally somewhat afraid of Su Chen, suddenly became furious. What? You're the daughter of the provincial governor Jiang? How dare you join forces with this bastard to attack me? Is this how the Jiang family treats guests? Let me tell you, the Ren family also has high-ranking officials in the capital. The way you treat me, I will definitely inform the elders of the Ren family to suppress the Jiang family. Your Jiang family will be waiting for destruction. Ren Quanquan said resentfully. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye's face immediately turned ugly. Although she had intended to ease the tension between Su Chen and the Ren family, Ren Xuanxuan's words made it clear that she was not to be trifled with. Miss Run, I have witnessed the whole situation. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. Your aggressive behavior may not necessarily give you the upper hand, even if it escalates to the capital, right? Jiang Xiaoye said calmly. Ha, are you provoking the strength of my Ren family? Let me tell you, your father's position as provincial governor is nothing in the eyes of my Ren family. As long as we want, even a dog can be elevated to that position. And that uncultured orphan, you think you can compete with us? Ran Xuan's face twisted in defiance as she spoke recklessly. Su Chen, who had been listening, couldn't take it anymore. The moment she finished speaking, he walked over and slapped Ren Quan, sending her flying several meters, with a tooth knocked out and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Ah! Ren Quan got up from the ground, trembling with anger. You beast! How dare you hit me? I will tear you apart. With that, Ren Quan looked towards the nearby sleeping cage, a hint of extreme madness flashing in her eyes. You all go to hell. As she spoke, Ren Quan actually opened the sleeping cage. Originally, the barbarian king bear in the cage was sleeping, and no one had noticed. But now, with the cage open, the giant bear inside stood up, its massive body towering like a mountain, its eyes emitting a fierce light. Roar! A low growl made everyone present's faces change drastically. Legendary potential monster, barbarian king bear. How could a legendary potential monster appear here? Run! Chaos ensued all around, even the staff at the teleportation center were scared and fled. Seeing this scene, Ren Quan revealed a ruthless look, her beautiful face now filled with hatred. How powerful can you be? Can you even deal with a legendary potential monster? Su Chen looked at the barbarian king bear that had walked out of the cage, his brow furrowed. He had just checked the attributes of the barbarian king bear and knew it was not something he could handle on his own. But he had Little White. Do you really think a legendary potential beast is a rare species? Little White, come out and show her. Su Chen said calmly, and a contract formation appeared behind him. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Ren Quan was slightly stunned. What did this mean? Could it be that this beast tamer had already successfully tamed a beast? In the contract formation, a cute little white tiger walked out. Seeing Little White, Ren Xuan's apprehension turned into mockery. What did you think it was? Is this your tamed beast? It's just a... Before Ren Quan could finish her sentence, Little White quickly grew in size, transforming into a majestic snow-white giant tiger, its fur shimmering with a radiant light, making it look as if bathed in divine light. This is... Seeing the sudden appearance of the white tiger, Ren Quan covered her mouth in shock. The moment the white tiger appeared, the young barbarian king bear on the other side couldn't help but tremble, eventually prostrating itself on the ground, bowing to the white tiger. Why was this happening? At this moment, Ren Quan could only think of one possibility. The potential of the white tiger was higher than that of the young barbarian king bear. Could it be a divine beast? You actually tamed a divine beast? Ren Quan stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. How was this possible? Wasn't it said that no beast tamer had ever been able to tame high-level ferocious beasts? Why can he? Miss still has some insight to recognize this as a divine beast. Hearing Ren Xian's words, Su Chen smiled calmly. Upon hearing this, Ren Xian suddenly felt a wave of shame. She came to find Su Chen to have him control the young barbarian bear king cub, and she even boasted that there was no one else in the world who could possess such an advanced fierce beast. However, Su Chen ended up controlling a divine beast-level pet. This made her previous actions seem like a clown's antics. No wonder Su Chen ignored the temptation of the barbarian bear king. It turned out to be like this. Ren Xian stared at Su Chen with a face full of hatred. As the young lady of the Ren family, she had never been played and humiliated like this before. But now, the barbarian bear king, upon seeing Su Chen's white tiger, didn't even have the courage to lift its head, so how could it avenge the 2 slaps on her behalf? Was she going to endure this humiliation quietly today? No, absolutely not. She was the young lady of the Ren family. If today's events were to be spread, how could she face anyone? Even if she had to do everything today, she had to make sure Su Chen didn't leave the teleportation hall, only then could she salvage her dignity. Thinking of this, Ren Xian gritted her teeth and suddenly operated a remote control. This was originally used to paralyze the barbarian bear king, but now she was going to use it to enrage the barbarian bear king. Ren Xian pressed the switch, and the next moment she saw the barbarian bear king let out a low growl. When it raised its head again, its eyes were already bloodshot. Not good, the barbarian bear king is going berserk. Jiang Xiaoye beside her turned pale. How could someone from the Ren family dare to do this? After going berserk, the barbarian bear king's attributes increased 5-fold, with all 4 attributes exceeding 2,000. This was just a low-level teleportation center hall. Even if all the guards united, they wouldn't be a match for the barbarian bear king. If it were a golden potential fierce beast, there might still be a chance, but this was a legendary potential one, with its base attributes already ridiculously strong. Going berserk would only make it more terrifying. Jiang Xiaoye looked worriedly at Su Chen, but saw him calmly looking at the berserk barbarian bear king, without a hint of fear. Jiang Xiaoye was stunned. Su Chen, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? It's just a legendary potential fierce beast, Su Chen said with a faint smile. With that, he softly said to Xiaobai, go. As Su Chen's words fell, a layer of blood-colored light appeared on Xiaobai. The domain of the god of slaughter. Strength attribute increased by 50%, speed attribute increased by 100%. After leveling up these past few days, Xiaobai's level had already reached 12, and its average attributes had reached a terrifying over 1000, with the strength attribute soaring to 1327. After transformation, its attributes were boosted by 100%, plus the god of slaughter domain's 50%, totaling over 3000. At the same level of 12, solely relying on skill buffs, Xiaobai's attributes overwhelmed the berserk barbarian bear king. This showed how vast the gap was between divine beasts and other potential fierce beasts. Roar! In the next moment, Xiaobai had already taken action. After a tiger roar, the barbarian bear king lowered its defense by 20%, followed by a direct white tiger roar wave. Roar! The barbarian bear king was hit by the light wave and was thrown several meters away, its ferocious appearance disappearing in an instant, with continuous cries of pain rolling on the ground. Surprisingly, there was a hint of grievance in those cries. Su Chen and Jiang Xiaoye looked at each other. With this move, Xiaobai had directly knocked the barbarian bear king out of its berserk state. Roar! Xiaobai looked at the whimpering barbarian bear king and let out a low growl. Then, the barbarian bear king, enduring the pain, ran to Su Chen and curled up, looking like a bullied creature. Roar! Roar! At this moment, Xiaobai also ran to Su Chen, rubbing against him with its head and then pointing at the barbarian bear king with its paw. Su Chen immediately understood its intention. Xiaobai wanted him to also tame this barbarian bear king as a pet. Upon seeing this, Su Chen began to ponder slightly. According to common sense, an ordinary beast tamer can only tame one pet in their lifetime, but he was different. His profession had been systematically improved to become a god-level beast tamer, capable of taming more pets. Moreover, the defense of this barbarian king bear seemed very strong. Just now, Little White's attack power had a basic strength attribute of 3000, yet it only let out 2 roars, showing its formidable defense. Furthermore, its potential was not low, at the legendary level. In the future, it would not lag behind too much. If Little White was tired from grinding monsters, letting it work would be a good idea. With these thoughts in mind, Su Chen directly cast a contract formation. The barbarian king bear did not dare to resist and signed the contract directly. Ren Quanquan, Jiang Xiaoye, and others were stunned. How could this be? Wasn't it said that beast tamers couldn't form contracts with high-level fierce beasts? Wasn't it said that it was difficult to contract fierce beasts? When a high-level fierce beast was contracted, shouldn't it go berserk? Why did he complete it so easily? You! Ren Xuanxuan's eyes widened. At this moment she was on the verge of madness. She had wanted the berserk barbarian king bear to kill him, but in the end, she ended up losing the game. This barbarian king bear was actually contracted by Su Chen. Bastard, how dare you contract the barbarian king bear of Myron family? Do you know how much effort it took for Myron family to obtain it? Today, if you don't hand it over, you will never walk out of here. Ren Quanquan shouted in anger. Hearing this, Su Chen sneered. He slowly walked up to Ren Quanquan and calmly said, "Prevent me from leaving here? You dare to say such words now? What are you relying on?" After speaking, Su Chen turned around to leave. He didn't want to be entangled with this self-righteous woman anymore. Su Chen's words made Ren Quanquan suddenly sober. She realized that she was no match for Su Chen at all, and the last resort, the barbarian king bear, had also been contracted by Su Chen. Was she destined to not avenge today's humiliation? No! She was the young lady of the Ren family in the Magic City. As long as she left here, she could send countless people to kill Su Chen. Thinking of this, Ren Quanquan couldn't help but laugh madly as she watched Su Chen's back. Don't forget my identity. As long as I leave here, I will have 1,000 ways to make you kneel at my feet. I will issue a bounty, let everyone chase you to the ends of the earth, including your family and friends, not one will be spared, they will pay a painful price for your actions today. At these words, Su Chen, who had originally planned to ignore Ren Quanquan, paused. He slowly turned around, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He could ignore his own safety, he could ignore Ren Xuanxuan's threats to him, but he could not tolerate Ren Xuanxuan's last words. His family. Su Yun, the only relative he had left after his parents died, raised him painstakingly. If he were to die at the hands of the Rin family because of himself, he would never forgive himself. Clenching his fist slowly, Su Chen walked towards Rin Quan, the killing intent gradually blooming in his steps, until it seemed tangible when he reached Rin Quan. Rin Quan was just a pampered rich girl. Where had she ever seen such a scene? The fierce and vicious aura overwhelmed her, making it hard for her to breathe. Even her lower body was weakening and uncontrollable. Wait! Just as Su Chen was about to make a move, a hurried voice suddenly sounded, followed by a chaotic sound of footsteps. Miss, are you okay? What happened? Several well-dressed people ran to Rin Quan in panic, supporting her. One of them felt something wet under his feet, and when he looked down, his pupils shrank. It was actually a puddle of pale yellow liquid the miss had wet herself. Many people around also saw this scene and took pictures, and the leader of the Rin family group was furious. Who did this? Who did it? He turned around and looked at Su Chen, his eyes full of anger. It's you. Su Chen stared at him, but did not speak. His heart was extremely heavy. This person is very strong. The steward of the Ren family looked at Su Chen and thought to himself, isn't the young lady supposed to meet a beast tamer? How could he be beaten like this? However, when he saw the white tiger behind Su Chen, the powerful pressure made his mind tremble. Divine beast. This person actually tamed a divine beast. His future potential is probably limitless. He also understood his own young lady's temperament. She must have thought that Su Chen was just a commoner, so she acted arrogantly, which led to the conflict. His eyes flickered as he observed the attitude of the young man just now. He actually harbored murderous intent towards his young lady. This conflict was probably not an ordinary one. The other party must have already regarded the Rin family as a mortal enemy. In that case, he decided to take action decisively and get rid of this young man to prevent him from causing trouble for the Rin family in the future. With a firm decision in his heart, the steward of the Rin family looked at Su Chen with a dangerous gaze. Kid, come with us. With that, the steward of the Rin family reached out to grab Su Chen's shoulder. Roar! Little Bai on the side, eager to protect his master, was about to rush forward but was enveloped by a beam of light. At least a level 60 spatial control mage. With just one glance, Su Chen could tell the man's strength, and his heart sank. Although Little Bai was strong, he was still in his infancy and was no match for this man. Su Chen already knew what the outcome would be if he was taken back by him. Was he going to end up here? Please wait. Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Another group of people approached. Among them was a figure familiar to Su Chen, Zhang Xiaoying. In front of her was a middle-aged man with a scholarly air and a dignified demeanor. Zhang Shengshuo, what do you mean by this? The steward of the Ren family, upon seeing the newcomer, immediately snorted in displeasure. This person was none other than the provincial head of the southern province, Jiang Tianwen, the father of the Jiang sisters. Dad! Jiang Xiaoye saw Jiang Tianwen and immediately threw herself at him in distress. Xiaoye, who hit your face? Jiang Xiaoying, who was behind her, noticed the palm print on her face and exclaimed in shock. Jiang Xiaoye, knowing the influence of the Ren family, did not want her father to be implicated, so she kept her head down and remained silent. However, Jiang Tianwen had already guessed the truth of the matter and immediately turned to the other side, saying, Manager Liu, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Upon hearing this, Manager Liu sneered. How interesting, Jiang Shengshuo. Our young lady was beaten like this by that kid, and I haven't said a word, yet you're asking for an explanation from us first? What? Jiang Tianwen looked at Rin Quan, who was being supported by someone. At this point, the young lady had already fainted, but her swollen cheeks and the water stains on the ground were still visible. The only person present who seemed unfazed was Su Chen, which made Jiang Tianwen look at him with a complex expression and a headache. This kid, causing him such a big trouble at their first meeting. However, for some reason, he also had a feeling that Su Chen had done something clever. Zhang Shengshuo, you should be aware of the influence of our Ren family in Huaxia. We can overlook your daughter's responsibility in this matter, but we must take this beast tamer named Su Chen with us today. At this point, Manager Liu spoke again. Jiang Tianwen remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. What if I don't let you take him? Zhang Shengshuo, what do you mean by that? I advise you not to make a mistake. Manager Liu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Manager Liu, my meaning is clear. This incident occurred in my jurisdiction of the southern province. As the provincial head of the southern province, I naturally have to investigate the matter thoroughly. Until the truth of this matter is revealed, everyone involved must stay in the southern province. Of course, your family's young lady is seriously injured. You can take her back for treatment. Jiang Tianwen said. Jiang Tianwen. As soon as he finished speaking, the angry voice of Liu, the steward opposite, rang out. Do you know what you are doing? This matter concerns the honor and face of my Rin family, and it is no longer something that a small provincial chief like you can control. I advise you to hand over this person, otherwise you are ruining your future." Hearing this, Jiang Tianwen remained unchanged. "Steward Liu, as a high-ranking official of the country, I must uphold justice, and what I just said follows the legal process of Huaxia. Even if blame comes from above, I am still justified. But rest assured, Steward Liu, I will definitely investigate this matter rigorously. If it is true that Su Chen committed the crime first, I will give you an explanation." After hearing this, Steward Liu laughed in anger. "You, Jiang Tianwen, are determined to protect this kid today, aren't you? Wait and see, my Rin family will not let this go." With that, Steward Liu wasted no more time and left with Rin Shanshan. When the people of the Rin family left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Tianwen walked slowly to Su Chen and sighed. "This matter has a significant impact. The Rin family is not only the founding family of the Hunters Guild, but also one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. You've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. Dad, please find a way to help Su Chen," Jiang Xiaoye pleaded. Jiang Tianwen smiled bitterly. "It's not that Dad doesn't want to help, but this matter has already exceeded Dad's capabilities. I'm afraid the Rin family will send someone down soon. Xiaoye, don't worry. I caused this matter, and I will bear the consequences myself. Jiang Shengshuo just managed to protect me once, and I am already very grateful." Su Chen spoke up. Indeed, if Jiang Tianwen hadn't intervened in time, he would have been taken away by the Rin family. After all, as a level 67 spatial control mage, he was no match for them. "Su Chen, this is not your responsibility, and you are a friend of Xiaoye and Xiaoying. I will do my best to protect you," Jiang Tianwen said solemnly. Su Chen was stunned to have offended one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, the Rin family. Although he didn't know why Jiang Tianwen was doing this, it was clear that he owed him a favor. "Let me contact my teacher to see if he can help. If he agrees to intervene, then this matter will be resolved," Jiang Tianwen suggested. "However, my teacher has a peculiar temper and has been out of touch with the world for many years, so he may not agree. For added security, Su Chen, I suggest you find someone else," Jiang Tianwen added. "Who?" Su Chen asked in surprise. "Your future mentor, Xu Wan," Jiang Tianwen said softly. "Xu Wan?" Su Chen was taken aback, recalling the serene and ethereal woman in his mind. Yes, her identity is not simple, and her background is even more formidable than the Rin family. If she can fully support you, then there will be no worries about this matter, Jiang Tianwen said. "Well, I'll give it a try." Su Chen sighed. He and Xu Wan were not acquainted, at most they had an upcoming master-disciple relationship. Maybe after hearing about the trouble he caused, she would not even want to see him. In that case, let's split up and take action. I will do my best to buy you time and opportunities. I hope you can turn the tide this time. Hee, why don't you all go with Su Chen? Xiaoying, you are also a student of Qing University, so hopefully you can be of some help, Jiang Tianwen said to his 2 daughters. Okay. The Jiang sisters nodded in unison, then watched Jiang Tianwen leave the teleportation center, leaving some people behind to clean up the mess. We shouldn't delay, let's go visit Teacher Chu. Su Chen scratched his head. Actually, he himself is not in a hurry. The same method still applies as long as he hides in the instance. This Rin family cannot do anything to him. But the key is that he still has his sister, Su Yun. If those bastards use his sister to threaten him, he will inevitably be put in a passive position. Fortunately, Xuan left the address last time, and not long after, the 3 of them found this high-end hotel. After informing the front desk staff, the 3 of them arrived at the floor where Xuan lived. After ringing the doorbell, the door was opened shortly after. Xuan, with a plain face, was wearing a cartoon pajama and still had the posture of brushing her teeth. She froze instantly upon seeing the 3 of them. The next second, this cold and elegant female teacher fled back into the room like a bird, only to come out a few minutes later. This time she changed into a casual home outfit that perfectly accentuated her well-proportioned figure, but there was still a touch of crystal red on her earlobes. How? Is it you guys? I thought it was the room service coming to change the supplies. Xuan let the 3 of them in and said with her back to them. Su Chen could hear a slight tremor in her voice, indicating that she was still emotionally affected by the recent events. Even Su Chen did not expect that the first time he met the cold and elegant beauty teacher, she would have such a side, wearing cartoon pajamas and enjoying sleeping in, because it was almost noon now. Teacher, we actually came today to ask for your help. After a moment of silence, Su Chen spoke up. What's the matter? Xuan looked curiously at Su Chen. The national top scholar actually needed her help? It's a long story, but in short, I hit the young lady of the Rin family. Su Chen quickly explained. The Jiang sisters were also surprised by Su Chen's directness, and Chu Wan was momentarily taken aback. You hit the young lady of the Ren family? Which Ren family? It's the Ren family in the Magic City. Su Chen added. The Ren family in the Magic City? Chu Wan raised her eyebrows slightly. Upon hearing this name, she did not show too much panic or shock. What happened? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Wan asked. It's like this. Su Chen thought for a moment and explained the whole story to Chu Wan. After listening, Chu Wan pondered for a while before saying softly, this can be easily resolved. Easily resolved? The Jiang sisters showed joy upon hearing this. Su Chen, on the other hand, remained silent for a moment before asking, what do you need me to do? Indeed, you are the national top scholar, very clever. Chu Wan smiled slightly, showing appreciation in her eyes. Although you have already obtained the title of national top scholar during the college entrance examination, you should also be aware that at that time, everyone's professions had just awakened, and the results obtained, although somewhat representative, do not fully reflect the student's potential. The top officials of all academies, including the people behind me, are actually waiting for the start of school test a month later. This year's start of school test is jointly conducted by top academies from multiple provinces and cities, and the cream of the crop will be the true pride of the nation. As long as you can get first place in the start of school test, the people behind me can ensure your safety, Chu Wan said confidently. And, what about before that? Su Chen hesitated and asked. Before that, I will ensure your safety, Chu Wan said calmly. This statement immediately drew exclamations from the Jiang sisters, and even Su Chen was stunned by Chu Wan's words. What a domineering mentor! Su Chen felt that choosing Qing University was indeed the right decision. However, teacher, I just want to ask you to help me protect my sister, because I plan to train and improve my level and strength in the instance for a month. But I'm worried that the Ren family will target my sister during this time. Su Chen said. I see. Chu Wan nodded. Then why not let your sister stay with me? I have bought this hotel, and the Ren family would never dare to harm your sister here. Su Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he remembered correctly, this beautiful female mentor should only be temporarily staying in the southern province, yet she directly bought a hotel. Such financial power, definitely a rich woman. For a moment, Su Chen couldn't help but be curious about the influence behind Chu Wan. In the end, he didn't ask. After all, this was Chu Wan's secret, and asking abruptly might not be polite. Later, Su Chen planned to go home and tell his sister about this matter. Chu Wan was worried that Su Chen might not explain clearly, so she decided to go back with him. Upon arriving home, after Su Chen explained everything, Su Yun immediately shed worried tears. That's the eldest daughter of the Ren family in the Magic City. Xiao Tian, how could you provoke someone like her? Could something happen? Su Yun's actions warmed Su Chen's heart, and he lightly laughed. Sis, don't worry. With my powerful pets, Xiao Bai and Xiao Man, even a level 30 dungeon is a walk in the park. And in lower level dungeons, there's suppression. As long as we stay inside, those from the Ren family can't touch me. Hearing this, Su Yun felt somewhat relieved. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, Xiao Tian, don't worry. During the month you're in the dungeon, I will definitely stay with your teacher. Chu Wan knew Su Chen's family situation and understood the deep bond between the siblings. She smiled and said, Su Chen, go with peace of mind. Your sister and I will take care of each other. Thank you, teacher, Su Chen expressed his gratitude. Su Chen, I can't accompany you to the dungeon. My dad said this is a rare opportunity for you to train. If I follow you, I'll just be a burden. In front of the teleportation hall, Zhang Xiaoya's face was full of shame. Su Chen chuckled, how could that be? If your angel profession grows, you will definitely be strong. But this time, let's listen to your father. I might encounter a lot of trouble in the dungeon. He knew very well that the Ren family would definitely not let him pass this month smoothly. They would definitely try all means, even issuing a bounty to hunt him down. In such a situation, it would be full of dangers. If it were just Su Chen alone, it would be fine with Xiao Bai and Xiao Man to protect him. But if Zhang Xiaoya joined, the outcome would be uncertain. Zhang Xiaoya also believed that Su Chen could handle the danger, so she clenched her fists and said proudly, but you can't shake me off. Because my father has prepared a special upgrade plan for me. The new student test will definitely surprise you. Oh, then I'm looking forward to it, Su Chen chuckled. Su Chen, we're leaving. Come back alive, I'm still waiting for you to enter Qing University and become my junior. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoying, who had been following behind, stepped forward. Who wants to be your junior? If anything, I'll be your senior. Su Chen yawned. He didn't have a bad impression of Zhang Xiaoying. Although this woman seemed a bit arrogant when they first met, it was all for Zhang Xiaoya's sake. After watching the Jiang sisters get into the car and leave, the guards from the Jiang family around them also left one after another. Su Chen knew it was time to enter the dungeon. This, level 37 dungeon, Beast Mountain. Su Chen walked to the front desk and decisively named a dungeon. Although this dungeon's level was high, it was the largest map among level 30 dungeons, making it the most suitable for dealing with pursuers. When the white light flashed, Su Chen turned to look behind him, where many eyes were already eager. As Su Chen's figure completely disappeared in the white light, the last Jiang family car also left the teleportation hall. Then countless people emerged from the shadows, all heading towards Beast Mountain. Xiaobai, Xiaoman, don't slack off. The more monsters we kill, the more experience we gain. Over there. Oh right, this one too, all solved. In the Beast Mountain range, a handsome young man was commanding two massive creatures. One of them was a divine beast, the white tiger, with snow-white fur and extraordinary spirit, while the other was the burly barbarian bear resembling a mountain tower. After entering the Beast Mountain range for an hour, Su Chen almost figured out the pattern of monster spawns here. He chose to walk through areas with dense monsters, continuously summoning the skill of the divine tree to increase his experience gain speed. Although most of these small monsters were over level 30, their potential was only comparable to bronze rank. They couldn't last more than 3 seconds under the command of Little White and Little Barbarian. Of course, if Su Chen were to take action himself, it would be a different story. Ding! Congratulations on killing the monster and gaining a resource exploration opportunity. Drip! Resource exploration successful, discovered a red top-grade resource, do you want to proceed? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. A red top-grade resource. Su Chen was overjoyed. Since the activation of this super exploration system, he would explore resources once a day. However, the chance of encountering a red resource was very small. He had only encountered it once when he first met Little White's egg. Usually, he relied on rare purple resources to get by, and although the rewards were decent, they were nothing compared to the super resource like the red top-grade one. After checking the location of the resource on the universal map, Su Chen immediately mounted Little White, showing an excited expression, red top-grade resource. Here I come. Before reaching the vicinity of the top-grade resource, Su Chen felt some hidden auras around him. His four-dimensional attributes were already comparable to a level 30 powerhouse, making him very sensitive to his surroundings. Obviously, these people were assassins arranged by the Ren family to take his life. Su Chen didn't want his mood to be ruined when he found the resource later, so he immediately stood still and said coldly, "Everyone, come out." Seems to have some strength. Heh, good to have strength, otherwise it would be too boring. I really admire you, kid. Clearly not even level 20 yet, daring to enter this level 37 instance, it's like seeking death. I warn you, this person is mine, none of you should think about snatching him. Let the Hunters Guild handle this kind of activity, not us from the Sanluo Hall. From all directions, more than 10 people emerged, all staring at Su Chen as if he were prey. These people were divided into 3 groups, seemingly coming in groups to kill him. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. It seems my life is quite valuable, huh? Kid, you're about to die and still acting tough. I advise you to surrender, to avoid suffering. A big man with a wolf's tooth club stepped forward, his rough voice resounding. Ayo! Little White suddenly roared and advanced, its tiger eyes staring at the man, exuding a fierce aura. The assassins were all startled by it. I heard this kid has a divine beast level pet. It seems to be true. Nonsense, how could someone have a divine beast? This kid must be bluffing. Kill him, and you can get 1,000,000 gold coins. Several assassins rushed forward, but before they reached Little White's side, they were killed by a gust of windblade. This scene immediately frightened the remaining assassins. This is too strong. The assassins looked at each other, instantly losing their arrogance. Damn, didn't you say it's impossible for it to be a divine beast? How can it be so strong? It's strong, but it doesn't mean it's a divine beast. One group of assassins started arguing among themselves. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. What kind of assassins were these? They lacked professionalism. How about this? I won't let Little White take action. I'll fight you one-on-one, how about that? Su Chen said calmly. Fight us one-on-one? The assassins were stunned, then looked at Su Chen as if he were a fool. Choosing to fight them one-on-one without using a divine beast pet, was this person crazy? However, they will not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Killing Su Chen will earn them 1,000,000 gold coins, which is a huge sum. At least enough to buy 3 pieces of golden equipment. If you don't walk the path to heaven, you will barge into hell. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being impolite. One of the assassins smirked sinisterly and charged towards Su Chen. Seeing the assassin, Su Chen's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. These assassins were only around level 30, with an average of just reaching 300 in their 4 main attributes, not even comparable to the water spirit mage Lu Xiao, who was suppressed at level 25 before. And what about Su Chen now? Although he was only at level 19 with basic 4 main attributes of around 150, he had the attribute link from Little White. With Little White's current attributes, even a 10% link was enough to make him comparable to the 4 main attributes of a level 30 character. Moreover, in the Fire Tomb Ghost Cave before, he had relied on Little White's attribute link and golden equipment to forcefully raise his 4 main attributes to an average of 400. Facing these assassins with just over 300 in their 4 main attributes was a piece of cake for him. However, this time, he did not wear his golden equipment because he wanted to test his combat abilities. God of Slaughter Domain. Seeing the assassin charging towards him, Su Chen directly activated the ability he gained from Little White. In an instant, his attributes changed again, with his strength breaking through 400 points, even without holding a weapon. The assassin on the opposite side naturally noticed Su Chen's attribute change and was greatly shocked. What's going on with this kid? His attributes were just over 150 a moment ago, and now they have jumped to 400. With such terrifying attributes, is he really a beast tamer? But the arrow was already on the string, and he had to release it. He took out a silver curved blade. Ordinary silver weapons only had a small increase in attributes, ranging from 10 to 30 points. Seeing the opponent draw his weapon, Su Chen just shook his head, not caring. Barbarian King's Iron Body. With a low shout, Su Chen's body underwent a transformation. Clang! The silver curved blade fell on Su Chen, making a crisp sound, and then it broke into 2 pieces. The assassin looked at Su Chen as if he had seen a ghost. How could this be? That was a silver weapon. Even cutting a level 30 monster wouldn't break it. How could this happen? Su Chen smiled faintly. As expected, the assassin couldn't break through his defense even with a weapon. The skill he had just used was obtained from the Barbarian King Bear not long ago, a passive defense skill called Barbarian King's Iron Body. When attacked by the enemy, it could strengthen his defense, reducing damage by 30%. If the opponent couldn't break through his defense, the damage reduction would increase by 100%, while also reflecting damage equal to his defense. It could be said that this was a divine skill. The Barbarian King Bear truly lived up to its legendary status, carrying such extraordinary skills. With the Barbarian King's Iron Body and the God of Slaughter Domain skill that enhanced all attributes, Su Chen had transformed from a powerless beast tamer into a pentagon warrior. This way, Su Chen didn't have to worry about dragging Little White and the others down in future battles. At the same time, the assassin on the opposite side, unwilling to give up, pulled out a bronze weapon and fiercely stabbed at Su Chen's chest. Once again, there was a crisp sound as the weapon broke into 2 halves. Su Chen smiled and said to the opponent, "You should be grateful you didn't attack me barehanded, otherwise you would have broken bones by now." Before the assassin could understand the meaning, Su Chen kicked him in the chest, the powerful force causing him to roll on the ground several times until he hit a tree trunk and stopped. The group of assassins swallowed their saliva, seemingly finally understanding why Su Chen dared to enter this level 37 dungeon at level 19. Because this kid was simply a freak. Not only was his contracted pet a freak, but he himself was also a freak. Looking at the assassin who was knocked unconscious by his own kick, Su Chen was somewhat unsatisfied. He didn't expect this guy to be so weak. Immediately, he looked towards the remaining people. Who's next? As Su Chen's voice fell, not a single assassin dared to step forward. Their strength was on par with the previous assassin, and their equipment was not much different. The fact that the guy was just killed by Su Chen in an instant made them think twice about going against him. A bunch of useless trash. At that moment, a mocking laughter came from the group of assassins, followed by a masked figure stepping forward. Seeing this person, the remaining assassins' pupils shrank. It's Heifeng. He's here too. Looking at the approaching assassin, Su Chen was slightly puzzled. Heifeng. Does Hei actually mean black as a surname? You fool, that's my nickname, you know? Because I kill like the wind, fast and without a trace, that's why I'm called Heifeng. The assassin with the black mask sneered. Oh, I see, it's a nickname. Su Chen showed a knowing expression. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Heifeng shook his head and taunted, even at death's door, you're still clueless. But it's not in vain to die by my hands. With that, Heifeng revealed his stats, with all 4 attributes averaging above 400, even approaching 500. Seeing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. A master. These assassins, although numerous, were nothing but a pile of garbage, some of them not even reaching level 35. But this Heifeng was level 37. Su Chen felt that he himself should be even higher than this level, meaning that Heifeng was coming to kill him under a level suppression situation. And he had undergone a class change. Typically, class changes occur after level 20, with one every 10 levels, but it requires vast resources and time to complete. It's very difficult for ordinary people to undergo a class change immediately after level 20, unless they come from a very wealthy background and can afford the cost of the change, like Zhang Xiaoying, a level 59 powerhouse. Those who undergo a class change every 10 levels without fail are called full-level class changers, while those who have not completed a full class change are called incomplete class changers or non-class changers. For example, these ordinary assassins, all at level 30, had not completed a class change, which is why Su Chen was able to easily crush them just now. But He Feng was different. After a class change, each transformation brings about a drastic change in class, attributes, and even skills. It's a comprehensive enhancement, making it difficult for incomplete class changers to have any hope of winning against full-level class changers. He Feng's current stats were almost on par with Zhang Xiaoying, who was suppressed at level 25, but Zhang Xiaoying was at level 25 at that time. Despite being suppressed at level 25, she could still be compared to He Feng, who was fully armed and at level 37. This shows how powerful the benefits of a class change can be. However, Su Chen could also infer that He Feng had not undergone many class changes, probably only 2. Even so, it was still a tricky situation. As Su Chen pondered these thoughts, He Feng pulled out a dagger. His eyes, through the mask, stared at Su Chen like a snake. "Kid, ready to die?" Seeing the dagger in his hand, Su Chen also understood his opponent's class. "So you're an assassin. Come on, let me see your strength." Su Chen's attitude irritated He Feng. Just a level 19, yet so arrogant. As he spoke, He Feng's shadow suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Su Chen was surprised. This guy had actually transformed into a shadow assassin. These assassins usually come with stealth skills, allowing them to silently approach and kill their enemies, making them perfect for the assassin profession. Clang! Just then, a spark came from behind Su Chen. It was He Feng launching an attack, but this time he seemed not to have used his skill and did not break through Su Chen's defense. Damn, it's that skill again. The cursing sound of the black wind came from behind, but when Su Chen turned around, the black wind disappeared once again. The rebound didn't shatter the dagger. It seems to be a golden dagger, Su Chen pondered slightly. Generally, the attributes of weapons enhanced with gold are around 70 to 120 points. For example, his soul hunting sword belongs to the top tier of golden weapons, with a physical attack attribute of 127 points. Just don't know how much attack the Black Wind's weapon adds. If the grade is high, the next strike might break his defense. Su Chen didn't plan to get hurt because of this guy. After all, he was solo this time without a priest, so if he got injured, he could only heal with blood bottles. He had tried those blood bottles before, very bitter, not tasty. Immediately, Su Chen put on his golden silk armor. Clang! Just as the Black Wind struck Su Chen again, this time he used a skill, and it was a silver skill, Snake Strike. How come, still didn't break through the defense? Black Wind was puzzled. Wasn't this guy's defense attribute just 400 a moment ago? How did it suddenly become 480 in the blink of an eye? No, you're wearing golden equipment. You're only level 19, why can you wear golden equipment? Suddenly, Black Wind exclaimed in shock. The surrounding killers also went blank upon hearing this. This kid is wearing golden equipment? What kind of background does he have to dare to cheat like this? Haven't you heard of equipment that doesn't restrict level requirements? Seeing their surprised expressions, Su Chen sighed. Are there any normal killers here at all? Equipment without level restrictions? Black Wind's expression froze. It's no wonder he was so panicked, he simply didn't think of such a thing. Because this kind of equipment is too rare. Worth several million, and who would buy such equipment seriously? However, this kid in front of him seemed not very serious, not to mention being able to take on a level 30 powerhouse at level 19, just his abnormal attributes alone were terrifying. No, it must be settled quickly. Suddenly, Black Wind felt a sense of unease in his heart. This target named Su Chen was too mysterious. Immediately, Black Wind disappeared into the darkness again, then suddenly thrust out a strike. Clang! A crisp sound, he completely broke through the defense. Why? Why still no damage? Looking at the wrist guard that Su Chen had put on at some point, Black Wind's eyes were blazing. You have golden equipment, why didn't you use it when dealing with those killers earlier? Hey, you don't think I need to wear golden equipment to deal with them, do you? Su Chen looked at him, calmly yawning. Black Wind felt dizzy, and when he looked up again, his gaze was fiercely directed at the group of killers. The killers shrugged silently, blaming us for being weak? Do you have anything else you haven't brought out? Black Wind took a deep breath and looked at Su Chen. If not, then this time he was prepared to use his ultimate move. He didn't want to see Su Chen's ugly face anymore. Well, I still have a sword. With that, Su Chen took out the top-tier golden equipment, the soul-hunting sword. Almost instantly, Black Wind saw Su Chen's strength attribute jump from 400 to 520, leaving him completely stunned. Wait! Before he could finish his sentence, the flaming slash that came down turned into nothing, leaving only a pile of sparkling golden drops. This meant the character died. Black Wind is dead. The group of killers looked at each other, all showing fear in their eyes. This Black Wind was a level 43 second-tier powerhouse outside, but unexpectedly died in a level 30 dungeon. Until now, they realized that Su Chen was a tough opponent. When they saw the bounty poster, level 19, Beast Tamer, they thought he was an easy target, but now it was clear they were very wrong. We seem to have come to the wrong place, the group of killers said weakly, then prepared to run away. Su Chen didn't even look at them, directly summoning the contract formation, and the huge body of the barbarian King Xiong appeared. Go, you and Xiaobai, take care of them all, Su Chen said lightly. Ayo! Roar! Two thunderous roars sounded, and then two fierce beasts charged towards the group of fleeing assassins. Seeing their massive bodies, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. These two guys are still in their youth, but their size is already comparable to adult beasts in the outside world. If they grow up, they might become giants. Xiaobai is fine, after all, it has a transformation ability to shrink and enlarge, but it's a bit difficult to handle Xiaoman. In the future, it might have to reduce its appearances when not in combat. 5 minutes later, Su Chen collected the scattered golden light and stored it in his storage space. He had to admit, these assassins had some savings, especially that Black Wind, who had over 3 million gold coins just in gold. As for his golden dagger, it was just a basic piece of golden equipment with an attack attribute of only 77, but it could still sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. The remaining assassins were a bit lacking, but with the materials and items they had stored, they were conservatively valued at 6 million gold coins. Su Chen himself only had a savings of 2 million gold coins. TSK, it seems like making money this way is quite fast, Su Chen blinked, a somewhat immature idea sprouting in his mind. But he quickly extinguished it. What a joke! Was he that kind of person? Besides, the auction will start in a few days, and he didn't know how much gold coins he could sell his mysterious profession Reincarnation scroll for. He could buy whatever skills he wanted then, just thinking about it made him feel great. As for these assassins, killing them was necessary, after all, they were trying to take his life. Finding my treasure is still more important, Su Chen remembered the important matter here. You see, the first time he found the red resource, he found the divine beast egg of the white tiger. He didn't know what treasure he would find this time. Full of anticipation, Su Chen found the red resource and slowly opened it. Swish! The golden light shone, dazzling Su Chen's eyes. Golden legend. As the golden light gradually appeared, Su Chen finally saw the appearance of the other party, a platinum scroll. Platinum? Could it be a skill scroll? Su Chen frowned. Although skill scrolls were effective, their value was far less than equipment, and not even as good as the job change scroll he found in the legendary resource last time. It shouldn't appear in the red resource. With a nervous heart, Su Chen opened the scroll and was instantly excited when he saw its contents. It's actually a specialized skill book for beast masters. Yes, this scroll was a platinum skill for a beast master, and it was a very powerful skill. Beast God's Descent. Temporarily possess all attributes and skills of a pet, and receive the blessing of the Beast God's power, increasing damage to bosses by 200%, lasting for 30 seconds, and becoming weak for an hour after use. This was a skill for fighting bosses, allowing him to temporarily possess the attributes and skills of a pet. Of course, it could also be used in regular battles, but it didn't have the buff of the Beast God's power. Even so, this skill was very powerful, allowing him to temporarily possess the attributes of a divine beast. It was truly a powerful skill produced by a red resource, awesome. Additionally, Su Chen also noticed one thing, that everything in the red resource seemed to be aimed at enhancing his strength. Whereas other resources randomly refreshed various things, sometimes even unrelated to Su Chen, like the mysterious scroll of the fire controller he found last time. It might be a priceless treasure to others, but it was useless to Su Chen. He couldn't even give it to someone else, he could only sell it for money. But the red resource was different, everything he obtained from it greatly enhanced his strength. Ayo! Xiaobai beside him also called out, then turned into a small white cat and jumped into his arms. The neighbor's little barbarian showed a look of envy, then followed over, but was promptly stopped by Su Chen. Stop! You better go back to the contract space. Roar! The little barbarian let out a somewhat dejected growl, but obediently entered the contract space. Seeing the fleeting contract space, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. The Ren family in the Magic City is really too polite. Not only did you give me the little barbarian, but you also had so many people send me money. It seems that I have to thank you all properly when I go out. 10 days later. Map of the Beast Mountain Range. Quick! I found the kid's trail. He's injured. He can't have gone far. A bloodied assassin appeared in front of a group of people who had just accepted a bounty to kill Su Chen. Seeing these people, he excitedly shouted, but there was a fleeting shadow in his eyes. What? The kid is injured? Great! This is a golden opportunity. It looks like that 1 million gold coin bounty will be mine. An assassin exclaimed excitedly and ran madly in the direction indicated. The other assassins realized and followed suit. The assassin who delivered the message saw this scene, a cold smile curling his lips. In the depths of the mountain forest, Su Chen was leisurely lying on Xiaobai. It had to be said that this little guy's body was incredibly soft after growing up, even his snow-white fur exuded a refreshing fragrance, making people feel inexplicably comfortable. During these days in the Beast Mountain Range, he rarely let Xiaobai return to his small form. Ha ha, Su Chen, come out and meet your doom. Today disaster will befall you. A voice full of arrogance rang out, and then an assassin wielding a large knife jumped out from the woods. Oh, coming to give me money? How much did you bring? Su Chen lazily got up and looked at the assassin. The assassin was stunned by Su Chen's appearance. Wasn't he supposed to be seriously injured? He doesn't look like it. Hee, that guy lied to you and you believed it. Su Chen sneered. The assassin was taken aback, but then sneered, even if he lied to me, so what? Today, I will definitely take your life. Hearing this, Su Chen sighed. He had heard this kind of dialogue at least 5 times in the 10 days in the Beast Mountain Range. It was really boring. Is there no fresh vocabulary? Little barbarian. Su Chen lightly waved his hand, and a magic array appeared in front of him, from which emerged a fierce and monstrous bear. The little barbarian had grown another circle in size compared to 10 days ago, standing at an astonishing height of over 4 meters, like a small mountain. Its level had also increased from the initial 12th level to the 19th level, taking the final step towards the adult stage at level 20. Once it reached adulthood, the little barbarian would undergo a tremendous transformation. Similarly, Xiaobai under Su Chen had also grown significantly, but its level had only increased to 17, because its divine beast potential required too much experience. It was 50% more than the legendary potential of the little barbarian. Of course, Su Chen had slowly accepted this fact, interpreting it as, powerful people eat a little more? Anyway, leveling up and fighting monsters were their own business, just let them fight a few more small monsters. What? You're asking what Su Chen is doing? As the owner of the pets, the world's strongest beast tamer, of course, he had to lie down. Otherwise, why would his profession be called a beast tamer? A few minutes later, the little barbarian came back burping, now averaging nearly 4 digits in all 4 attributes, easily dealing with the group of assassins. Hey, you didn't eat those people, did you? Seeing the little barbarian's appearance, Su Chen immediately showed a disgusted expression. Roar! The little barbarian quickly stood up and waved its paws, then drew a pig's head on the ground. Su Chen was furious, about to scold the bear, but then understood its meaning. It turned out that it was saying that after dealing with those people, it was a bit hungry, so it caught a pig that had been peeking at it in the woods. However, Su Chen always felt that there was a bit of exaggeration in that statement. What about the treasure left by those assassins after they died? Su Chen asked again. Roar! Xiaoman waved his paw, quickly ran into the woods, and returned shortly after carrying a pile of things. Su Chen happily stored them in his storage space, and at that moment, he heard a notification sound. Has the boss respawned? The notification sound was from the Universal Maps reminder function, indicating that the boss in the instance he was currently in had respawned. Su Chen had been fighting bosses these days, but unfortunately, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range was an open instance with no player limit, and many people were camping the boss. Every time he arrived, those bosses had already been defeated, and he didn't feel like studying their respawn times. However, this boss seemed different this time, as the resources around it were displayed in purple. It should be noted that the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range was only a level 37 instance, and the potential of the corresponding boss should be golden. The resources produced by a golden boss were usually blue, sometimes yellow, but never purple, because purple resources could only be dropped by a diamond-level boss, and of course, he dug up purple resources every day as part of his exploration system's welfare. He wasn't particularly interested in these purple resources, but he was very interested in this boss itself. He remembered that the merchant who sold him materials had told him a piece of insider information, saying that there seemed to be a problem with the boss respawns in the end of days world. He had encountered this situation before but had not confirmed it completely. Now, the boss in the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range was a good opportunity for confirmation, so Su Chen immediately had Xiaoman enter the contract space, preparing to rush to the boss respawn point. Just then, a figure covered in blood appeared, his health bar already depleted from the beating Su Chen had given him earlier. "Huh, you're not dead yet?" Seeing this guy, Su Chen showed a surprised expression. This guy had ambushed him before, but Su Chen had retaliated with a brutal blow, leaving him severely injured and begging for mercy. Later, Su Chen came up with a clever solution, letting him call the assassins who wanted to kill him and then sparing him. That's why the scene had unfolded earlier. However, Su Chen hadn't expected this guy to still be alive. It seemed like he needed to come up with a poisonous skill in the future to prevent injured enemies from escaping. But why had this guy come back? "Big brother, I did everything you asked, can you spare my life now?" The assassin swallowed nervously and said. Just now in the woods, he had witnessed the brutality of the Bear King, who could kill an assassin with just one slap. He no longer harbored any intention to harm Su Chen, fearing that he might be slapped to death by Su Chen's pet. Wait. Hearing his words, Su Chen hesitated slightly. "Didn't I already spare you? Spare me?" The assassin was stunned. "When did that happen?" "When you called the assassins, you could have just left without coming back here. I didn't poison you, but why did you come back then?" Su Chen looked at him with a puzzled expression. The assassin stood still, seeming to realize that Su Chen was right. "So why did he come back?" "Big brother, let me explain, I came back because..." The assassin hurriedly tried to explain, but before he could finish, a flash of swordlight and a burst of flames instantly burned his whole body. "I didn't expect your desire to kill me to persist. Then I'll have to send you on your way." Su Chen retracted his soul hunter blade, sighing softly. Click! Just then, Su Chen suddenly felt something flash over his head, and he immediately shouted, "Who's there?" The echo lingered, but there was no movement in the woods, causing Su Chen to furrow his brow slightly. Was there no one? Boss respawn point. Sister Gentle, have you found any strong opponents? A small team was on the outskirts of the boss, and one of the girls holding a staff asked anxiously. The person she was asking about was a woman in a pure white long dress, with a pure and beautiful appearance, and a gentle and charming temperament. "No, but I found someone interesting." The woman named Wenru lightly shook her head, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of brilliance. "Interesting person?" Guyao was stunned at the words, and then the anxious look on her face became even more intense. This boss could drop rare purple resources, and if possible, even diamond-level equipment. But they had just entered once, and hadn't even seen the boss yet. Now more and more people were gathering around. In case a powerful team got there first, they would be at a loss. "Wenru, shall we try again? Maybe my coordination was off just now, I believe we can succeed this time," a boy in armor said. Behind him, he carried a sword and a shield, obviously a warrior. Wenru shook her head at the sound. "No need, even if we see the boss this time, we may not be its match. If the boss uses its ultimate move, we might be trapped inside. You guys don't want to die at the hands of the boss, right?" Hearing this, the boy who had suggested trying again turned pale and fell silent. "So are we going to give up on this boss? It drops purple rewards," Guyao said somewhat unwillingly. "Not necessarily, if he is willing to team up with us." Wenru's slender beautiful eyes showed a pensive look. "Him? Who is he?" Guyao looked at Wenru in confusion. There seemed to be fewer people around this boss. Not far away, Su Chen had ridden white here. Strangely, there were few teams outside the boss's respawn point. Could it be that the respawn point of this boss was random, and others hadn't arrived yet? There was a possibility. Su Chen thought deeply, ready to go in with white, but was stopped by a figure. "Wait!" A boy in armor walked up to white and spoke. But when he saw white under Su Chen, he felt a little timid. "Sister Wenru, did you see that? If Lin Fei hadn't called him just now, this guy would have gone in alone. Is he really that brave?" Guyao blinked in surprise from behind. If it were a team, she might not have reacted so strongly, but this guy was alone. Wenru smiled at this and walked up to Su Chen, saying, "Hello, I'm Wenru, the captain of this team. Would you be interested in joining us to raid this boss together?" Su Chen looked down at Wenru, the name seemed familiar, like he had heard it somewhere. "But, why should I team up with you guys?" Su Chen yawned and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Fei next to Wenru frowned. "Hey, do you know what level this boss is? Even the monsters that respawn nearby are all elite monsters, so this boss's level might be even more terrifying. Its diamond potential is unpredictable." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Su Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "This is a level 37 dungeon, and it might spawn a boss with diamond potential?" Su Chen's words immediately drew a sneer from Lin Fei. "Are you not keeping up with the news? Recently, all dungeon bosses have had a certain fluctuation in their spawns. A level 37 dungeon spawning a boss with diamond potential, what's so surprising about that?" "I see." Su Chen looked enlightened. He had been leveling up these days, and his phone had run out of battery, so he really didn't know about this. It turned out that the official announcement had been made, which meant that what the material merchant said was true. The news was confirmed, but Su-chen had no intention of leaving. Since he was already here, it wouldn't be right to not kill this boss. Ahem, thanks for the reminder, but can you step aside now? Su-chen smiled. Hearing this, Lin Fei was a bit annoyed. Hey, have you even listened to what I said? I said that's a boss with diamond potential. If you don't want to die, team up with us and go in. Sorry, I don't really need to. Su-chen's expression turned cold, intending to ride Little White in, suddenly feeling a familiar sensation, squinting his eyes. Who's there? Come out. As the words fell, there was no movement around the bushes, so Su-chen was about to have Little White shoot a light wave towards a certain place in the forest. Wait! A girl named Wenro suddenly spoke up and closed her eyes the next moment. In the darkness, a graceful figure emerged. This woman was exactly the same as Wenru, except she was wearing a black dress. Standing together with Wenru in a white dress, they looked like twin sisters, exuding a strange feeling. Hello! Black-dressed Wenru revealed a charming smile. Compared to the pure and holy aura of white-dressed Wenru, this black-dressed Wenru seemed to have a natural charm. I remember now, you're Wenru, the second ranked in the National College entrance exam. Looking at the bizarre scene in front of him, Su-chen finally remembered where he had seen the name Wenru before. The college entrance exam ranking list. This Wenru, who scored over 2,000 points at the time, ranked second. Your profession. Is it a twin soul teacher in the mysterious profession? You're right, my profession is indeed a twin soul teacher. At this moment, Wenru in the white dress also opened her eyes. Two identical Wenrus faced Su-chen, giving him a sense of a horror movie. I heard that after a twin soul teacher awakens, another personality will be born within them. Can you tell me which one is your original personality? At this moment, Su-chen suddenly lost interest in fighting the boss and became interested in Wenru's profession. Of course, it's me. If the second body is not controlled by the main personality, the second personality will take over, and now she is taking over. White-dressed Wenru said helplessly. The second personality sounds interesting, but why didn't you let her talk to me directly just now? Su-chen blinked. If he remembered correctly, the black-dressed Wenru appeared only after the white-dressed Wenru closed her eyes. During this time, it should have been the main personality controlling the body of the black-dressed Wenru. Blushing, white-dressed Wenru said, "You can ask her yourself." Seeing white-dressed Wenru's reaction, Su-chen felt even more puzzled and immediately looked at black-dressed Wenru. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Su-chen, the national top scorer. Black-dressed Wenru smiled slightly, then instantly moved to Little White and appeared in front of Su-chen. A scent like musk rushed into Su-chen's nose, and he saw black-dressed Wenru's seductive eyes staring at him. I'd like to see how you, the top scorer, handle us sisters. Before she finished speaking, a cold light flashed in black-dressed Wenru's eyes, and then a dagger appeared in her jade hand, stabbing fiercely towards Su-chen's lower body. Oh my, so ruthless. Su-chen was shocked and immediately used a skill to defend himself. Clang! The crisp sound made black-dressed Wenru stunned, and white-dressed Wenru below was also stunned. So tough. Black-dressed Wenru murmured in a daze, making white-dressed Wenru, who had just regained consciousness, blush instantly like an apple. This guy, what a bold move. Twin soul contract. The original Wenru quickly summoned a formation, and the next moment, black-dressed Wenru entered the formation and disappeared. Su-chen also came back to his senses, feeling speechless about what had just happened. Oh my god. So the personality of that black-dressed Wenru is like this. No wonder the real Wenru is so resistant to letting her take control of the body. At this moment, Su-chen couldn't help but look at the gentle person again. Her appearance and temperament were extremely pure, like the kind of aloof goddess on campus. However, for some reason, when he saw this face, he couldn't help but think of the gentle lady in the black dress. Clearly the same face, but the gentle lady in the black dress exuded charm and allure, a stark contrast that Su-chen found hard to accept for a moment. He couldn't help but blurt out an immature request, can she come out again? The gentle and reserved face could no longer contain it, and she immediately turned cold, saying, get lost. Ahem, I'm not joking. I need to go fight the boss, but I really don't need a team unless there's a priest among you. Su-chen sighed and, before parting, gave a strange look to the gentle lady behind him. Wait a moment. Suddenly, the gentle lady behind spoke up, seeming hesitant as she pursed her lips. After a moment, she whispered, in this form, I am a priest. So you, in the white dress, are a priest. What about the one in the black dress? Su-chen asked the gentle lady behind him as he released a small barbarian to clear the nearby monsters around the boss. The gentle lady was also sitting on the back of the white tiger at this moment, feeling awkward being on a tiger with a boy for the first time. The one in the black dress is a mage, the gentle lady replied, giving Su-chen a white look, then remembered something and subconsciously glanced at a certain place on Su Chen's body. "You're not thinking of attacking me too, are you?" Sensing her gaze, Su Chen instinctively moved to protect his brother. The gentle lady's delicate face blushed. "What are you thinking? Seriously, you even wanted her to come out. I'm starting to suspect you have some special fetish." Su Chen smiled awkwardly. How could he have a special fetish? However, the fact that the gentle lady, as a twin master, possessed both mage and priest professions, equating to having both damage output and healing abilities, was somewhat abnormal. No wonder she scored over 2,000 points in the college entrance examination. "By the way, do you have a suspicion of mistreating pets like this?" After a while, the gentle lady suddenly said, "What?" Su Chen looked at her blankly. "I mean, do we really not need to help it?" The gentle lady pointed to the little barbarian fighting monsters not far away. While she and Su Chen were comfortably sitting on the back of the white tiger, was it too cruel? "I'm a beast tamer. Should I let the pet fight or should I take the damage myself?" Su Chen innocently shrugged, then added, "If you want to help, you can call her out to deal damage." Hearing this, the gentle lady's face changed. "I won't let her out, or else she'll take advantage of me." "How could I take advantage of you? Clearly, she's the one taking the initiative." Su Chen immediately protested. "You!" The gentle lady widened her beautiful eyes. This guy was really taking advantage of the situation. But what could she do? Her other personality was so open. "Wait, it seems we've reached the boss." Just then, Su Chen put away his playful attitude and stared seriously at a certain place in the forest. "I don't see it." The gentle lady looked around in confusion, not noticing anything. But the little barbarian in front of them was on high alert, staring at a row of trees ahead and growling lowly. The white tiger beneath them also slightly arched its body, entering a battle stance. Strangely, Su Chen didn't see any monsters there. After furrowing his brows slightly, Su Chen used a skill, Insightful Eye, to scan the surroundings for information. When his gaze fell on a giant tree, a clear set of information appeared in his mind. Target, Ancient Vine Tree Monster. Potential, Diamond. Level, 39. Health, 38,671. Strength, 3,782. Defense, 4,236. Speed, 3,899. Energy, 4,657. Skills, Camouflage, Nightmare Entanglement, Sleepwood Powder, Wood Spirit, Captive Domain. Upon receiving this information, Su Chen's expression froze on the spot, and the next moment, the ancient vine tree monster seemed to sense the threat and countless vines rapidly shot out. Su Chen came to his senses and quickly said, "This is a plant-type diamond boss, get out of the way." Roar! Xiaobai agilely dodged the vine attacks, while also roaring back defiantly. As a divine beast, how could it be provoked by such low-level trash? Roar! On the other side, Xiaoman chose to confront the vines head-on, with the Bear King's iron bones to withstand much of the damage, but its level was still somewhat low. After being hit by the vines, a few blood marks appeared on its body surface, and its health bar above its head dropped. Seeing this, Su Chen leaped down from Xiaobai and said to it, "Go help Xiaoman." Roar! Xiaobai received the command and quickly rushed to the front line. "Wenru, please heal Xiaoman's wounds." After saying this, Su Chen took out the soul-hunting sword and headed straight for the ancient vine tree monster. "Are you crazy?" Seeing Su Chen's actions, Wenru quickly stopped him. "That's a diamond potential boss. You're a beast tamer, why are you getting involved?" Even his legendary potential Bear King suffered losses against the ancient vine tree monster, and Su Chen dared to charge in. Does this guy have a problem with his brain? Although Xiaobai's attributes are similar to the ancient vine tree monster after transformation, its health bar is too thick, with over 30,000 health, almost 3 times that of Xiaobai. "Only together can we quickly defeat it," Su Chen said calmly. Wenru was stunned, with only one thought in her mind at that moment. "Are you okay?" She also had a skill to view target attributes, and based on her observation, Su Chen's average 4 attributes were only over 700. Although this panel was already abnormal for a level 27 person, it was completely inadequate against the ancient vine tree monster. Even though this boss was only level 40, it was still a diamond potential. Even if Su Chen went all out, he couldn't break through its defense. And what did he say? He wanted to defeat the boss with Xiaobai? Wasn't he the one who would be defeated instead? "Stop joking, let me summon her to help Xiaobai, maybe it will be of some help." With that, the dual contract formation appeared in front of her. A gentle figure in a black dress emerged, with seductive red lips and captivating eyes. Black dress Wenru first looked around in confusion, then her gaze fell on Xiaoman. "Oh, this big guy is injured?" "Yes, this is Su Chen's pet." White dress Wenru nodded. "If it's injured, you should take care of it, why call me?" Black dress Wenru crossed her arms, revealing a seductive figure. Seeing her gesture, white dress Wenru's smooth forehead showed 3 black lines. If it weren't for the appearance of this personality, she might never have realized her potential. Hey, is that Su Chen? What is he doing? The 2 women bickered and only then noticed that Su Chen had already entered the boss's attack range. Oh no, it's all your fault, I forgot about the main task. Hurry and bring Su Chen back, his strength relies entirely on his pets, he probably can't even withstand a single blow from that ancient vine tree monster. White dress Wenru said anxiously. Are you sure? Black dress Wenru's red lips were slightly open, her delicate face filled with surprise. White dress Wenru realized something was wrong and turned to look in the direction of the boss, her beautiful eyes shrinking. She saw Su Chen and the divine beast Xiaobai had already rushed to the face of the ancient vine tree monster. The former held a golden sword, flames bursting from the blade, continuously hacking at the ancient vine tree. Xiaobai, on the other hand, was equally fierce, shooting white light waves from its mouth while swinging its powerful claws, causing wind and fire damage to rise like smoke on the ancient vine tree monster. The screen was filled with damage only. Wow, they're so aggressive. Black dress Wenru watched the main pets outputting crazily, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The white skirt beside her also swallowed her saliva gently. She finally understood why Su Chen could single-handedly challenge the bosses of 3 novice dungeons. So strong. Who said beast tamer is the weakest profession? One last strike, flame slash. With Su Chen's shout, the ancient vine tree monster fell to the ground, and the life of this boss also came to an end. That's a wrap. Looking at the purple light scattered on the ground, Su Chen yawned. So amazing, is this the national champion? It's really terrifying. The black skirt, gentle as a shadow, appeared next to Su Chen, looking at the corpse of the ancient vine tree monster, and exclaimed in amazement. Oh, you're out? Su Chen saw the black skirt, and his eyes lit up, but he suddenly felt weak and fell forward. Hey, what's wrong with you? The black skirt, gentle, hurriedly hugged Su Chen, who was unconscious, feeling like he had fallen into a cotton homeland, completely relaxed. At the same time, the white skirt, gentle, also walked over, seeing the actions of the two, her eyes lit up with anger. Hey, don't let him take advantage of me. The black skirt, gentle, looked at Su Chen's chest and pouted unhappily. What do you mean, take advantage of me? This is clearly my body. But we look exactly the same. The white skirt, gentle, was about to go crazy. Not necessarily, maybe just the face is the same. The black skirt, gentle, blinked. The white skirt, gentle, was stunned, then her mood exploded. You! Alright, aren't you a priest? Hurry up and heal him. The black skirt, gentle, seeing that the white skirt was annoyed, quickly said seriously. Humph. The white skirt, gentle, snorted lightly, then took out her staff to cast a healing spell. After a while, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, he's not injured, just weakened by the skill's debuff. Skill? The black skirt, gentle, blinked. Could it be that he was able to face the ancient vine tree monster head-on just now because he used a skill? The white skirt, gentle, recalled, and suddenly gasped in shock. Isn't Beast Tamer supposed to be weak? How can there be such a terrifying skill? You know, the 4-dimensional attributes of that ancient vine tree monster average over 3,000, while Su Chen's real 4-dimensional attributes are only around 700. It can be said that this skill directly boosted Su Chen's attributes by over 2,000, this skill. It's simply insane. For a moment, both gentle girls were somewhat envious of Su Chen's profession, looking at each other with disdain. Just then, the white skirt, gentle, suddenly felt someone pulling her, and when she turned around, it was actually Xiaobai. Although he was fierce in battling the boss just now, at this moment, he looked inexplicably cute, melting the gentle girl's girlish heart. Is there something you need? Meow. Xiaobai meowed, then pointed to the side where Xiaoman was lying. Oh, I forgot about him, I'm sorry. The gentle girl saw the wounds on Xiaoman and blushed. She had forgotten to heal Xiaoman. An hour later, Su Chen's weakness finally disappeared, and he gradually regained consciousness. Damn, this weakness debuff completely immobilized me. Looks like I'll have to use the Beast God skill less in the future. Su Chen looked around, murmuring with lingering fear. Yes, the reason he was able to withstand the boss's attacks just now was because he used the Beast God skill he had just acquired, gaining Xiaobai's attributes within 30 seconds. Although he only gained basic attributes, it was enough to deal with the ancient vine tree monster together with Xiaobai, who had the buff of transformation, and they both activated the domain of the god of slaughter. Although he didn't look closely just now, Xiaobai's average 4-dimensional attributes were probably already over 4,000. It's truly insane. Su Chen looked at the two gentle girls beside him. At this moment, Xiaobai had turned back into a little cat, and the two were playing with the cat. You're finally awake. The white skirt, gentle, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Su Chen approaching. I thought you guys might take the dropped treasures and run away. Su Chen chuckled. Hey, do you see me that way in your heart? Hearing this, Bai Kun's gentle expression immediately turned displeased as she furrowed her brows. You might not, but she might. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at He Kun gently. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had stabbed him with a black knife the first time they met, and even aimed for his vital points. Hey, wasn't I just saying hi to you? He Kun gently revealed a charming smile. Just saying hi. Bai Kun's gentle face stiffened. Can you come up with a more ridiculous excuse? Forget it. Do you guys need any of these things? If not, I'm going out. Su Chen yawned. We didn't contribute to this boss, so. Bai Kun's gentle words were cut off by Su Chen. Never mind, Xiaobai, Xiaoman, let's go. Watching Su Chen walk away, the two gentle ones were stunned for a moment, and after a while, He Kun gently chuckled, with a hint of mischief in her tone. Such an interesting person. If I'm not mistaken, that little bear cub of his should be the one recently captured by the Rin family in the Magic City, right? He Kun gently said lightly. Bai Kun's gentle expression slightly furrowed her brows. She had also seen that little bear king, but hadn't confirmed it, but now it seemed. It seems I guessed right. Those assassins entering this instance are all after him, daring to snatch things from the Rin family, quite bold, just the type I like. He Kun gently chuckled. Hearing this, Bai Kun's gentle expression changed. Hey, what are you talking about? I don't like him. You look just like me, so if I like him, doesn't that mean you like him too? He Kun gently imitated Su Chen's manner and yawned, then took the initiative to summon the contract formation and walked in. Seeing the formation disappear, Bai Kun stomped her foot in anger, but then fell into contemplation. The twin master profession had awakened in many people in China as well. She had inquired and it seemed different from her situation, because other twin masters obeyed their masters, but hers. The Run family in the Magic City. Dad, that Su Chen, just a beast tamer, with no background, dared to bully me like that, causing me to be in this state. You must help me seek justice. And that provincial leader from the southern province, it's been so many days, and he still hasn't caught that Su Chen. I think he's trying to cover up for him. In the boudoir, Ren Chanxian cried with a pitiful look. In front of her, a stern-faced middle-aged man looked at his pampered daughter with helplessness in his heart. Daughter, it's not that I don't help you seek revenge, but they said that Su Chen entered the instance. However, I've already sent people to the teleportation center, so as soon as he comes out, we can catch him. But, is it true that he was the one who started it first? According to my investigation, this kid is a national top scorer, although it's not a big deal. But if he did something, it might have some impact. After speaking, Ren Yunshan looked at his daughter with a piercing gaze. Ren Shanshan felt guilty under his gaze, her eyes avoiding his for a moment, but finally gritted her teeth and said, yes. It's that uncouth guy, he attacked me first. He even snatched the contract of the little bear king cub. What? He also took the little bear king's cub? Ren Yunshan's face changed dramatically, his eyes turning cold. I see, you rest well. Outside the door, it was Lu, the steward from that day, who saw Ren Yunshan and quickly greeted him. Master, that beast tamer named Su Chen, did he also contract the little bear king's cub? Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter earlier? I always thought the little bear king's cub was still with the young lady. Ren Yunshan said calmly. Master, Lu, the steward, was frightened and immediately knelt down in fear. Alright, that kid is just a newly awakened college student with a profession. Go to the southern province again and make sure to bring that kid here. Ren Yunshan said calmly. Yes, master. Lu master finally breathed a sigh of relief. Remember, don't make mistakes. Ren Yunshan said expressionlessly. Master, rest assured, although I am not as strong as those top experts in the family, I am at least a 5 transformation. I will not make mistakes when dealing with a newly awakened kid, Lu Steward smiled. Well, you may go now, Ren Yunshan waved his hand. Teleportation center. As soon as Su Chen appeared, countless people surrounded him. These were the assassins who had been waiting for him. Although they couldn't kill in the human world, capturing Su Chen and taking him back could still earn them a bounty. Su Chen ignored these assassins, as he was prepared. Make way. Tianyun Auction House is here to pick up a distinguished guest, those not involved step aside. At this moment, a loud voice rang out, coming towards them. The group of assassins were all stunned. Tianyun Auction House people? Although Tianyun Auction House was a business, its influence was huge, not something they, who relied on bounties for rewards, could afford to offend. So these assassins all stepped back, making way. Only Su Chen remained in place. Ding! Several Mercedes stopped in front of Su Chen, and a woman in a cheongsam stepped out of one of the cars. She exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Her beauty was unparalleled. It's Xiaoya, the manager of Tianyun Auction House. This kid is doomed, how dare he block their way. Humph, thinking of capturing him for the bounty. Just offended the Ren family in the Magic City, now he's offending Tianyun auction house. This kid is really asking for trouble. The nearby assassins sneered inwardly. Xiaoya walked straight towards Su Chen, her black high heels making a crisp sound as they hit the ground, her beautiful legs moving gracefully. Everyone couldn't help but stare. This kind of beauty, who wouldn't want to marry her? Just as everyone thought Xiaoya would slap Su Chen, she instead respectfully bowed to him, showing a smile. Mr. Su, nice to see you again. I didn't expect that, knowing I offended the Rin family, you would still come to pick me up. Su Chen looked at Xiaoya's exquisite face and chuckled. Xiaoya's red lips lifted slightly. Mr. Su brought a mysterious occupational advancement scroll to our Tianyun auction house, something the Rin family doesn't have. We know who holds more weight. With that, Xiaoya looked around, her narrow beautiful eyes showing a hint of authority, and said lightly, Mr. Su is my guest. I hope when you think of making a move against him in the future, you will consider whether you can handle the retaliation from my Tianyun auction house. This statement shocked everyone. How is this possible? Wasn't there a bounty from the Rin family on Su Chen with no background? How could he have a relationship with Tianyun auction house and become a guest of the manager Xiaoya? For a moment, many assassins' faces changed. They took the bounty for money, but didn't want to offend Tianyun auction house because of it. In just a few minutes, dozens of people quietly gave up the bounty and left. Xiaoya's actions also surprised Su Chen. She didn't expect Xiaoya to be so decisive, which meant she was now standing against the Rin family in the Magic City. That was one of the 4 major families in the Magic City. Could Tianyun auction house really not fear them? Mr. Su, let's go. Seeing the assassins retreat, Xiaoya smiled satisfactorily and looked at Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen nodded and followed her into the car. I told you, Su Chen can easily deal with those assassins. Not far away, the Jiang sisters sat in a Maserati, watching the convoy of Tianyun auction house leave. Jiang Xiaoye said proudly. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoying frowned and said coldly, Didn't you see that woman just now? She is the manager of Tianyun auction house. Have you ever thought about why Su Chen knows her? Su Chen is so powerful, isn't it normal for him to know some powerful people? Jiang Xiaoye said as if it were obvious. Jiang Xiaoying was a bit speechless. Why did her sister seem a bit clueless? Are you not afraid that she will steal your Su Chen? Jiang Xiaoying asked coldly. Jiang Xiaoye chuckled at the words. How is that possible? Sister, your imagination is too rich, isn't it? Su Chen has just turned 18, and that sister looks at least 24, right? Although she is very beautiful and sexy, but, as she spoke, Jiang Xiaoye suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked at her sister anxiously and said weakly, It shouldn't, right? Jiang Xiaoying. In the Mercedes-Benz, Su Chen sniffed the faint fragrance in the air. It seemed to be Xiaoya's private car, decorated with a girlish theme, and the scent should be some kind of perfume, very pleasant. Xiaoya was driving herself, and Su Chen was sitting in the passenger seat. From his angle, he could easily see the fair and beautiful legs under her cheongsam. Ahem. After clearing his throat twice, Su Chen withdrew his gaze and looked out the window. The reason he chose to leave the instance at this time was because he received a message from Xiaoya that the transmogrification scroll for the fire controller was going to be auctioned. Of course, he had other things to do, like reincarnation. He was already level 27 and could undergo a professional reincarnation, but he didn't have enough materials. Reincarnation can be done anywhere, but it requires necessary materials, with the most important being the transmogrification crystal. These cannot be obtained directly and need to be crafted by using dropped materials, usually only sold in the human world, so he had to make a trip out. By the way, Manager Xiao, do you know about the chaotic boss respawn phenomenon in the instances? Su Chen suddenly asked. Chaotic boss respawn? Of course, I know. Although I haven't been to many instances, the information channels of Tianyun auction house are still very strong. It is said that many instances have had problems with boss respawns, the death rate of adventurers has skyrocketed, and some even spawn monsters that exceed the level of the instance. Have you encountered it too, Mr. Su? Xiaoya turned slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at him as she asked. Yes, I have indeed encountered it. Su Chen nodded, and he had encountered this phenomenon more than once. It is said that the country is already compiling data on the respawn of instance bosses to update the level range for entering instances. Xiaoya added. Oh. Su Chen nodded. The country had intervened, and it seemed that the impact this time was quite serious. When he arrived at Tianyun auction house, Su Chen did not go to the scene immediately but handed Xiaoya a list. Seeing the items on it, Xiaoya showed a hint of surprise. Mr. Su, are you going to reincarnate? Seeing Xiaoya's expression, Suchen was slightly stunned, then reacted. His personal information was not hidden, and Tianyun auction house probably checked it, so they knew his identity. A newly awakened newcomer who had grown to the point of reincarnation in just half a month was indeed somewhat surprising. No wonder she had that expression. Since you already know my identity, then don't call me Mr. anymore, it sounds awkward. Su Chen didn't mind that the other party had checked on him. After all, Tianyun auction house was in business, and these were basic operations. Okay, then I'll call you Su Chen, and you don't have to call me Manager Xiao, just call me Sister Xiaoya. Xiaoya said. Sister Xiaoya? Hearing this address, Su Chen blinked, looking a bit strange. But you have to be careful of the Rin family. Although I mentioned that in the teleportation hall, seeking wealth and danger, there will still be people watching you closely. Did you make a contract with the Bear King Cub? Xiaoya asked. Su Chen was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. Sister Xiaoya, you really have investigated me thoroughly. Hearing this, Xiaoya quickly waved her hand, her pretty face blushing slightly. Su Chen, please don't misunderstand. I only know about your professional association. I am not aware of your dealings with the Ren family's daughter. And, the Ren family has already banned this news. I see. Su Chen smiled and then said calmly, it's true that I made a contract with the barbarian King Bear Cub, but that day it was Miss Ren who started the trouble first. I see. Xiaoya looked at Su Chen with a complex expression. Although she had guessed it before, hearing Su Chen admit it still shocked her. She was almost certain that Su Chen would have a remarkable future, daring to snatch the Ren family's pet during the early stages of awakening his profession. This kind of courage was beyond what most people could compare to. Do you know why the Ren family wanted to capture this barbarian King Bear Cub? Xiaoya asked softly. Why? Su Chen looked at her curiously. To be honest, he had always felt that there was a reason behind it. Otherwise, why would the Ren family go to such lengths to capture a barbarian King Bear Cub? They even used the precious item, the sleep cage, for this purpose. Because the Ren family discovered a restricted secret realm, which is a top-quality secret realm where artifacts or top-quality skill books may drop. Xiaoya explained. What? A secret realm where artifacts can drop? Su Chen was shocked. He didn't expect the Ren family to have discovered such a secret realm. But why did they want to capture the barbarian King Bear Cub for it? Could it be? Su Chen suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes. That's right, the restriction for the secret realm is the profession of beast tamer. Xiaoya nodded. And this secret realm was discovered in a level 60 instance, so at least a beast tamer above level 60 is needed to enter. In addition, the potential of the beast tamer must be high to have a chance of passing through the secret realm. So the Ren family went to great lengths to capture the barbarian King Bear Cub and used the sleep cage item to help the beast tamer successfully contract it. Xiaoya said. But wait, doesn't the Ren family know that advanced beast tamers will backlash against their owners? Even if a beast tamer contracts the barbarian King Bear Cub, it's impossible for it to grow to level 60. Su Chen frowned. Don't worry about that, because the Ren family has conducted tests, and those pets that backlash against their owners usually do so at level 59, which is when the beast tamer enters their prime. As long as the barbarian King Bear Cub doesn't exceed level 59, and the beast tamer's own level reaches 60, then entering the secret realm is completely feasible. Xiaoya explained. Level 59? Prime? Su Chen was surprised to hear this. It was the first time he had learned that the backlash for beast tamers occurred at level 59. At this moment, Xiaoya also realized that Su Chen was a beast tamer, which meant that when his pet reached level 59, it would also backlash against him. By then, Su Chen would have to choose to release the contract or be backlashed by the pet. Su Chen, don't be sad. If there's no other way at that time, just release the contract. It's better than being backlashed. Xiaoya advised. Ha? Su Chen came back to his senses and couldn't help but smile when he heard Xiaoya's words. Should he tell Xiaoya that he couldn't be backlashed? Or should he just let it go? After all, every beast tamer was backlashed, and it had become common knowledge. Otherwise, why would people say that beast tamers were the most useless profession? He was afraid that if he told Xiaoya, she might not believe him. Xiaoya, let's talk about the auction after it's over. I hope you can help me find some buyers with beast tamer skills, preferably those that enhance pets, with experience bonuses being the best. Su Chen said. These two cubs were leveling up too slowly, and he couldn't afford to be careless, especially with the little barbarian. Its potential was legendary, and if its level rose, its impact would be significant. At least, it wouldn't end up in such a sorry state like today against the ancient vine tree monster. As for the little white, it didn't matter if it leveled up slowly, as its skills were abnormal. Even if it leveled up slowly, it could still kill enemies above its level. Alright, I'll have someone check the warehouse for you. If we don't have it, I can put out a purchase request. Xiaoya nodded seriously. By the way, Xiaoya, there was something I asked you to help with last time. Su Chen added. He was referring to asking Xiaoya to help find a life class transfer scroll. I couldn't find the job change scroll for life professions, but I found something else that I believe you will be more interested in, Xiaoya said as she handed a scroll to Su Chen. Su Chen opened it and was pleasantly surprised. It's an unlimited prop job change scroll. That's great. With this scroll, my sister won't have to risk going to dungeons to gather resources anymore. Xiaoya was relieved to hear this, realizing that Su Chen was looking for it for his sister. It's a pity that the unlimited combat job change scroll is so hard to find, otherwise I would have gotten that for you, Xiaoya said, somewhat disappointed. She was speaking the truth because she was also a prop job, and she had been waiting for years for an unlimited combat job change scroll. Unfortunately, it was truly priceless. Although unlimited and restricted differed by just one word, the drop rates were vastly different, making it almost impossible to obtain. It's okay, this unlimited prop job change scroll is already very good, and it probably costs several million gold coins, right? Su Chen looked at Xiaoya. You probably don't know how attractive your fire controller job change scroll is. This time, not only the 4 major families in the Magic City are interested, but many people from the northern capital have also come, Xiaoya explained. There are also some other prestigious families. Although they don't have the financial resources to buy the fire controller job change scroll, they have come to watch the excitement. Our Tianyun auction house has become a hot topic nationwide, and as you should know, popularity equals profit. So, although this scroll is expensive, compared to the profits brought by your fire controller scroll, it's insignificant. I'll make the decision for the auction house, and I'll give this scroll to you as a gift. Xiaoya smiled. Hearing this, Su Chen blinked. So, does that mean I get a share of the profits from this auction? Xiaoya was taken aback for a moment, then gave Su Chen a look. Dream on. Su Chen smiled at her response, understanding the amount of effort Tianyun Auction House had put into promoting the event. Well, it's almost time, let's go to the auction house. This time, the auction will be personally hosted by me, Xiaoya said, getting up with her perfect figure that was stunning. Okay, Su Chen nodded. Tianyun Auction House, one of the largest auction houses in the southern province, but from now on, it seemed like they would be the undisputed top one. Xiaoya personally escorted Su Chen to the number 1 VIP box and then went backstage to prepare. 2 beautiful service staff stood respectfully at the door, and Su Chen ordered a cup of tea while observing the auction house through the holographic projection in the room. His VIP box was actually a room on the 2nd floor, equipped with holographic projection that made it feel like he was in the center of the auction house, close to the stage. Surrounding the 1st floor were countless ordinary guest seats. Some bidders had already arrived, but Su Chen was in no hurry, leisurely sipping his tea and occasionally glancing at the 2 service staff, appreciating their quality and appearance. Dear guests, welcome to this auction. My name is Xiaoya, and I will be hosting this auction. Xiaoya's soft voice sounded like music, instantly igniting the entire auction house. Oh my! It's Goddess Xiaoya, and she's personally hosting this auction. Of course, I came here just for her hosting. She's my dream girl. Goddess, I love you. The continuous cheers made Su Chen in the number 1 box pause, his expression turning strange. How did this not feel like an auction but more like a concert? But it made sense, with Xiaoya's figure, appearance, and voice, she could easily rival some of the top celebrities, if not surpass them. This woman seems to have no shortcomings. Coco, it seems that everyone's call is very high, so I will introduce the first item. This item comes from the Deep-Sea Fish Valley. I believe everyone will be interested because it is an epic equipment blueprint without level restrictions, named Deep Blue Kiss. This is a healing-type staff weapon blueprint with very generous healing properties, and also comes with a weapon-specific skill, Deep Blue Song. It can slowly restore health to teammates within 20 seconds, while stacking a barely buff. Priests, elves, shamans, and other professions can equip it. Now announcing the starting bid, 1 million gold coins. Each bid must be increased by no less than 10,000 gold coins. You can start bidding now. As Xiaoya's voice fell, someone immediately raised the bid. 2 million gold coins. 3 million gold coins. Listening to the continuous increase in bids, Su Chen was also very shocked. It was indeed Tianyun Auction House, and the first item was so valuable. This is an epic unrestricted equipment. Although it is just a blueprint, it becomes very powerful once crafted. And this kind of equipment is usually not bought by people of the same level, only those big families and forces will buy it, and their only purpose is to train their offspring. Think about it, if a level 30 priest holds an epic weapon that can only be equipped at level 60 in battle against a group of level 30 teammates, what kind of healing power will it have? It can fill them up in one go. From now on, there is no need to worry about running dungeons, just bring 3 violent DPS and you're good to go. This is something only the wealthy can afford to play with. Su Chen sighed. Fortunately, he was not a support profession, otherwise, he would have been tempted to join the battle. While he was pondering these thoughts, the Deep Blue Kiss blueprint had already been bid up to 10 million gold coins, and was finally taken by the person in the adjacent VIP box for 13.2 million gold coins. At the same time, in the second VIP box, Dad, weren't you going to bid on the fire controller's job change scroll later? Why waste money here? Zhang Xiaoye looked at Zhang Tianwen anxiously. Ha, this Deep Blue Kiss is very useful for your archangel profession. It's an epic unrestricted equipment after all. Moreover, it only cost a little over 10 million gold coins in total, which is just a drop in the bucket for the fire controller's scroll. It won't have much impact. Zhang Tianwen shook his head and laughed. Zhang Xiaoye pouted, but, alright, we're about to move on to the next item. Let's not talk about this anymore. Zhang Tianwen waved his hand and said lightly, Xiaoye, your dad is right. Bidding for the fire controller's scroll will cost at least hundreds of millions of gold coins. This little over 10 million is really just a drop in the bucket for it. Zhang Xiaoying also spoke up to persuade. Okay then. Zhang Xiaoying pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. Although the next item up for auction was also good, it didn't attract them much, so Zhang Xiaoying cast her gaze towards the first VIP box not far away and whispered, in previous auctions, they always invited you to the first VIP box, why has it changed this time? Zhang Xiaoye also blinked curiously and asked, yeah, could it be that the people inside are even higher in rank than Dad? Hearing this, Zhang Tianwen chuckled, you're wrong. It shouldn't be officials inside. Who do you think it might be? Could it be the strong person who auctioned off the fire controller's job change scroll? Zhang Xiaoying instantly had an idea. That's right, there shouldn't be anyone else besides him. Zhang Tianwen nodded. The two sisters looked at each other. The person next door turned out to be the one who auctioned off the fire controller's scroll, and the person who had the courage to bring out such an item must have extremely strong strength, and might even be a figure on the rankings. Strange, that woman clearly took Su Chen. Why didn't we see him? Zhang Xiaoye was not interested in the auction, but kept looking through the holographic projection at the audience seats, but did not see Su Chen's shadow. Zhang Tianwen asked, he is still wanted by the Ren family now, he may not show up in this kind of occasion, but you said before that he was taken away by someone from Tianyun auction house? Yes, it was the host on stage, Xiaoye, we saw her personally taking Su Chen away. Zhang Xiaoye nodded, even casting a somewhat hostile glance at Xiaoye. Because at this moment, Xiaoye was too dazzling, her figure perfectly highlighted by the exquisite formal dress, her fair skin shining like jade under the lights, even a girl like her couldn't help but envy her. Really? But how does Su Chen know people from Tianyun auction house? Zhang Tianwen looked at Xiaoye, pondering. In private room number 1, Su Chen looked at several items in a row without feeling interested, feeling a bit bored for a moment, but at this time, a dispute broke out in the crowd. Sir, I am the steward of the Ren family in Modu. We are interested in this item. How about you sell it to us at a lower price, so we can meet again in the future? The speaker was in private room number 4, and the one in conflict was in private room number 17. The people in private room number 17 should be a local family in the southern province. They and the Ren family had their eyes on the same item now, and they had been bidding against each other for a few minutes. At this moment, the Ren family stopped raising the bid, directly using their power to suppress the people in private room number 17, preventing them from bidding. How shameless. Su Chen frowned slightly, not expecting the people from the Ren family to be so shameless, using such methods to oppress others and reduce their own expenses. Guest in private room number 4, the auction house prohibits using coercion or other means to prevent others from bidding. If you violate the rules again, we will take enforcement measures. Xiaoye on stage also furrowed her brows slightly, then issued a warning. Unexpectedly, the steward of the Ren family shamelessly smiled and said, Manager Xiao, I am not pressuring private room number 17, but just happened to know them and exchanged greetings. Isn't that right, friends from private room number 17? After speaking, the person from the Ren family also asked the people in private room number 17. That's right, I have known the steward for a while, I just didn't know it was the steward, otherwise why would I compete with him? The people in private room number 17 were also opportunistic. As soon as they heard it was the Ren family in Modu, they immediately put on a smiling face, with a hint of flattery in their tone. Ha, after the auction is over, I will definitely come to your place for a visit. The person from the Ren family laughed heartily, feeling very pleased. Seeing this, Xiaoye could only continue introducing the items, and this time, the Ren family raised the bid again. However, due to the exposure of the Ren family's identity, few people competed with them, resulting in the item being taken by the Ren family after just a few bids. Several times in a row, the Ren family made a move, with the same result each time. Strangely, during this period, a few people bid against the Rin family, just adding 100,000 gold coins as a gesture, and then deliberately letting the Rin family win. Their purpose was just to make the Rin family remember them. The prices at which the items were auctioned off later were much lower than Xiaoya's expectations, which made Xiaoya anxious. But the Rin family didn't do much afterwards, so she couldn't act out, and could only helplessly continue introducing the items. The four major families in Moto had power that encompassed the entire country, far beyond the reach of these small families in the southern province. The actions of the Rin family made the representatives sent by the other three major families in Moto restless. In private room number 7. Miss, this is too cheap for the Rin family, should we? Forget it, what's the difference between doing this and being petty? It's just that Tianyun auction house is probably going to bleed this time. Shuwan shook her head, her beautiful eyes looking towards Xiaoya on stage. The Rin family clearly had no intention of stopping, their behavior becoming more and more brazen, bidding on almost every item. The ordinary guests below do not have the strength to compete with them, and no one in the high-end VIP box dares to bid against them. For a moment, the Rin family seemed to have the momentum to take all the auction items into their pockets. Box number 9. Interesting, is the Rin family bullying Tianyun auction house because they are honest people? The woman in the black dress lazily stretched, her enticing curves clearly visible in front of the woman in the white dress. The woman in the white dress blushed slightly, thinking that the other woman's movements were a bit too much. What are you looking at? Are you jealous that mine are bigger than yours? Sensing the gaze of the woman in the white dress, the woman in the black dress playfully glanced at her, revealing her charm. The woman in the white dress looked down and realized that the sizes were indeed different. She immediately became angry and pounced, saying, "You annoying woman. Hey, don't grab randomly." 2 million. The auction was still ongoing, this time for a rare material used to craft legendary equipment, which usually sells for at least 5 million on the black market. However, at this moment, the Rin family had already bid up to 2 million with no one else bidding. If they were to win the bid, Tianyun auction house would definitely suffer a loss. Xiaoya on the stage looked very pale. She never expected the auction to turn out like this, but she was helpless. The smaller families were afraid of the Rin family, and the larger families that had the power to compete with them were actually here for the Fire Control Master job change scrolls, not interested in bidding on such items. Xiaoya felt bitter in her heart, already resigned to the loss. Just then, a lazy voice suddenly rang out, 5 million, directly raising the price to 5 million. At the sound of the voice, everyone was stunned. Who was bidding so aggressively? Unfortunately, the other party deliberately changed their voice, so no one could even tell the age of the bidder, only knowing that the voice came from box number 1. Someone from box number 1 has made a move. I always thought there was no one in box number 1, turns out there is. That must be a big shot. Why did they suddenly raise the price? Do they need this material? There was a commotion among the ordinary guests. The Rin family was also silenced by this sudden increase in price, and after a moment, they did not bid again, but instead a hearty laughter was heard. Since you are interested in this material, my Rin family is willing to give you face, the person from the Rin family said. In fact, people of their level could basically guess the identity of the owner of box number 1. Anyone who could offer a Fire Control Master job change scroll for sale must have a significant status and extraordinary strength. At least, they had not encountered a job change scroll for a mysterious profession in the dungeons. After the Rin family's words fell, the whole room fell silent, as they were all waiting for the response from the person in box number 1. After all, the Rin family was one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, and no matter how powerful the strong person in box number 1 was, they still had to acknowledge them. But they waited in vain. For a full 5 minutes, there was no response from box number 1. This made the faces of the ordinary guests below look unusually strange, as it seemed that the big shot in box number 1 had a bit of an attitude, not even giving face to the Rin family. The people from the Rin family also felt embarrassed, and the next 2 auction items did not receive any bids. On the stage, Xiaoya looked gratefully at box number 1, knowing very well who was inside, but she never expected that Su Chen would actually help her, because, if he won the bid publicly, Su Chen would have to pay for the material himself. Inside box number 1, Su Chen remained expressionless. In fact, he had long recognized the person from the Rin family in box number 4 as the steward who had threatened him that day. Su Chen had a deep impression of this guy, and he suspected that the bounties that followed were also orchestrated by him. And now, he was publicly causing a scene at the auction, which was truly shameless. For Su Chen, the money was no longer important, he just wanted to deal with this guy. The next item up for auction is a partial map dropped in the level 76 mysterious Snake Cave instance. It is said that collecting all the maps can lead to a treasure. Similar partial maps have been obtained and completed by others before, and the ultimate reward is an artifact. Starting bid is 3 million gold coins, with each bid increment of no less than 100,000 gold coins. Let the bidding begin. With Xiaoya's voice falling, the crowd immediately stirred up a commotion. What? This is actually a treasure map for an artifact? Wow, it's only 3 million gold coins. So cheap. I bid 5 million. Are you crazy? It's said that only the person who completes the collection gets the artifact. What if it's not the case this time? And this is just a partial map. Are you really going to spend 3 million gold coins on a partial map? Some people were dissuaded by these words, but many still continued to bid and compete, until a voice came from box number 4. 5 million gold coins. The calm voice of Lu, the steward, made those who were still considering bidding pause. The Lu family had made a move again, and there was a sense of determination in the voice. Those who had thoughts about the partial map hesitated for a moment and then chose to withdraw. Inside box number 4, Lu breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, the master instructed me to bring back this partial map, and now I only spent 5 million to get it, which is not bad. 7 million. Just then, a voice came from box number 1. Lu's expression froze in place. Box number 1 bid 7 million. Any other guests wish to continue bidding? Xiaoya's gentle voice also sounded. Lu stared at box number 1 for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said, 8 million. 9 million, immediately followed by Su Chun. Lu was furious at the words. That despicable box number 1. Going too far. Any other VIP bids? If not, 9 million going once. Xiaoya's voice rang out on the stage. Lu, time is running out. A nearby attendant quickly reminded. 2 million. Lu was interrupted by the attendant before he could finish speaking. Lu, the master instructed that the remaining funds should be saved to purchase the Fire Control Master Job Change Scroll. You only have a budget of 30 million, and you have already spent 20 million. Now you only have 10 million left. Upon hearing the attendant's words, Lu was suddenly stunned. What? Only 10 million left? Yes, the attendant said bitterly. Quick, call the master. I need more funds. We must obtain this partial map. Lu panicked. By this time, Xiaoya's voice had reached 9 million for the second time, and it was about to go for the third time. Lu quickly shouted, 10 million. After shouting, his heart became uneasy, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He just hoped that the person in box number 1 would not bid again, but unfortunately. 11 million, Su Chen's lazy voice rang out again. Lu's hands trembled at the sound, and after a long time, he forced a bitter smile and shouted loudly, to the esteemed guest in box number 1, may I ask which renowned expert you are? I am the steward of the Ren family in the Magic City, and this item is essential to our master. Could you please show some mercy? I know a few people on the rankings list, but let's not overdo it. Lu chuckled. This remark made the guests in the room look strange, as the Ren family was resorting to old tricks. How would the big shot in box number 1 respond? What an idiot. The voice from box number 1 caused laughter throughout the room. Even Xiaoya on the stage couldn't help but chuckle, like a lotus flower. Wow, the big shot in box number 1 is really domineering. I've never liked this steward from the Ren family. Inside box number 2, Jiang Xiaoya laughed. Jiang Xiaoying beside her also had a strange expression. Why did this temper feel so familiar to her? In box number 9, Wenru, guess who's in box number 1? The woman in the black dress said gently and mysteriously, can your skills quickly tell me who it is? The woman in the white dress asked curiously, it's Su Chen, said the woman in the black dress gently. What? Su Chen? Him? The woman in the white dress looked incredulous. Shouldn't the person in private room number 1 be the big shot auctioning off the Fire Control Master Job Change Scroll? Could it be? He's the one selling it. That's impossible. The job change scroll for the mysterious profession hasn't even dropped in the level 90 dungeon. Where did he get it from? The woman in the white dress murmured in confusion. Silly. Don't you think about it? He even has divine beasts. What's a Fire Control Master's mysterious scroll to him? The woman in the black dress chuckled. The woman in the white dress was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses. It seems you're right. VIP in private room number 4, due to multiple violations of the auction house rules, please leave the auction house now. Inside private room number 4, the enforcer of the Tianyun auction house said lightly. Manager Lu clenched his fist. I am the manager of the Ren family in the Magic City. You, sir, please cooperate, or we will have to take enforcement measures. The enforcer's eyes turned cold, revealing his level on his head. Level 70. Seeing this, Manager Lu's mouth twitched, and he could only say threateningly, the Ren family will not let this go. At the same time, Xiaoya in the hall also received the news and picked up the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, just received the news that the guest in private room number 4 has left the auction house for not following the auction house rules. The auction will continue. And this item is the long-awaited mysterious profession, the Fire Control Master Job Change Scroll. I believe you all should be familiar with this item. After use, any combat profession can change to become one of the mysterious professions, the Fire Control Master, which has extremely high output capabilities, making it a team-wiping engine. Xiaoya won't waste time talking. Starting bid is 150 million gold coins, with increments of no less than 1 million. Bidding starts now. 180 million, 200 million, 3 billion. Just as the bidding started, the price skyrocketed to 3 billion, catching Su Chen in private room number 1 off guard. I'm going to be rich. Su Chen's breathing started to quicken. He never thought he would have so much money one day. He thought this scroll could sell for a maximum of 2 billion, but now he realized he had underestimated the allure of the Fire Control Master Job Change Scroll. In the end, the scroll was sold for 730 million to the bidder in private room number 5. With that, the auction was coming to a close. Damn private room number 1, causing me to miss the chance to bid on the Fire Control Master Job Change Scroll. Outside the auction house, Manager Lu was itching with anger. Manager Lu, should we check the people in private room number 1? A follower asked. After thinking for a while, Manager Lu shook his head. Forget it. Maybe it's a master we've offended from the Rin family. Let's not investigate and inform the head of the family. Yes. The follower nodded. Su Chen, this is your earnings from this auction. A total of 730 million gold coins. This is a gold card. With it, you can enjoy a 25% discount at the Tianyun auction house and the Chamber of Commerce in the future. Sitting on the sofa opposite Su Chen, Xiaoya pushed a purple gold card towards him, with the symbol of the Tianyun auction house on it. 730 million? No commission? Su Chen asked in confusion. Generally, auction houses take a certain commission when selling on behalf of the owner, ranging from 10% to 30%. Why isn't the Tianyun auction house taking a commission? It's our president. He said you helped restore order at the auction, otherwise we would have suffered even more losses. Also, the items you bought from the Ren family, we give them to you for free. Xiaoya smiled charmingly, touching the heart. All right. Su Chen nodded, taking the purple gold card, then pushed it back. What's wrong? Xiaoya looked at him in confusion. Help me buy the materials needed for the 7th transformation in the future, and also some beast tamer skill books. The higher the level, the better. Su Chen smiled. As for money, isn't it meant to be spent once earned? All right. Xiaoya understood Su Chen's meaning, took the fun card and walked away gracefully, her figure swaying like a blooming peony. Su Chen went home to rest for a night, handed the reincarnation scroll of the prop profession to his sister, and left behind a savings card for her to use after cultivating her profession. Before parting, Su Yan felt both gratified and heartbroken. Su Chen had just awakened to his profession, yet he was working so hard for the family. However, when she checked the balance on the card, she was stunned. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. Did he rob a bank? Sister, I'll leave you here. But once you enter the instance, you must be careful. The Rin family won't let you off easily. Knowing about the conflict between Su Chen and the Rin family, Xiaoya looked at Su Chen with concern. Outside, she could protect Su Chen with the influence of the Tianyun auction house, but once they entered the Tianqi world, she would lose that ability. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Su Chen smiled, waved goodbye to Xiaoya, and left. Xiaoya didn't leave immediately but watched Su Chen walk to the front desk of the teleportation center. Su Chen's information appeared on the receptionist's computer screen. Level 27, Beast Tamer. Which instance do you want to go to? The receptionist asked. Level 40, Blue Moon Gorge, Su Chen replied calmly. All right. The receptionist habitually responded, then hesitated. Are you sure it's level 40 and not level 20? I'm sure, it's level 40, Su Chen reiterated. Are you really sure? Instances after level 40 won't have level suppression, and any strong individual can enter. The receptionist asked again. I'm sure. Su Chen sighed helplessly. Okay then. Although puzzled, the receptionist opened the teleportation channel. Su Chen walked in, and a golden light flashed. Supervisor Xiao, did he just enter a level 40 instance? An assistant following Xiaoya asked uncertainly. Xiaoya also saw it and was puzzled. Wasn't Su Chen a recent college graduate? If she remembered correctly, the highest level among this year's college graduates wouldn't be just over level 20, right? He's really something. Xiaoya muttered. Congratulations on entering the instance for the first time today. You are rewarded with a super exploration opportunity to discover a legendary treasure. The system's voice rang out, making Su Chen's eyes light up as he embarked on his daily monster hunting and treasure-seeking journey. Su Chen also discovered a special pattern: killing elite monsters or bosses increased the chances of finding random exploration treasures. So, this time, he actively targeted elite monsters and bosses. 3 days later, have you found out which instance he entered? In the real world, Manager Lu asked his subordinate casually. His main task this time was to capture Su Chen, and the auction was just a coincidence. He had already informed the family head. The family head didn't blame him, only instructed him to capture Su Chen and return quickly once found. However, they hadn't seen which instance Su Chen entered. They had searched all the level 30 instances in recent days but found no trace of Su Chen. Could it be that he didn't enter a level 30 instance? Manager Lu frowned. Expand the search range. Yes. Half a day later, an excited follower approached. Manager Lu, we found out. Someone said they saw him in the level 40 instance, Blue Moon Gorge. What? Blue Moon Gorge? He actually chose a level 40 instance. That's great. I was worried that entering a low-level instance would suppress his strength, which would be disadvantageous to us. But now it seems that Su Chen is digging his own grave. Tell those people not to follow, I can handle it alone. Manager Lu sneered. The follower hesitated for a moment. Manager Lu, should we bring more people with us? More people? Am I, a 5th level expert, not as good as those assassins? Manager Lu sneered. That makes sense, the follower no longer argued. Meanwhile, in the Blue Moon Canyon, the only difference between the level 40 open map and the low-level open map is that its map area is larger. Su Chen has been killing monsters for 3 days, but he has not even explored 1/10 of this map. This shows how vast this map is. In addition, although the map is said to have no level restrictions, Su Chen has not seen any high-level experts. The reason is simple: because the level of the map corresponds to the quality of resources. Higher-level maps naturally have richer resources than lower-level maps, so there are few high-level characters exploring maps below their own level. At the same time, Su Chen had just killed a boss, and a system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the boss and obtaining a random exploration resource opportunity. Discovering a red top-grade resource, please use the universal map to check the location immediately. Another red resource? Su Chen, lying on Little White, became excited and called Little Barbarian back. Glancing at the time, this time Little Barbarian killed a level 42 Lone Wind Wolf, taking 3 minutes. This made Su Chen very pleased. Although Little White could have defeated this boss instantly, Little Barbarian was only a legendary potential pet, leaning towards defense. Being able to solo and kill a level 42 boss was already very good. A large part of the damage was caused by a skill Little Barbarian acquired when it broke through level 20, the counter armor skill. This skill reflects damage back as a percentage when the enemy damages itself, and it does not conflict with Barbarian's Iron Bone skill. Even if the opponent cannot break through its defense to cause damage, it can still reflect the corresponding damage. This skill not only enhances Little Barbarian's defense but also adds stable output capabilities. In addition, the experience gain efficiency in the level 40 instance is very high. In 3 days, Little Barbarian had reached level 23, and Little White had reached the bottleneck of level 19, about to break through to level 20. After level 20 is the pet's youth stage, which will bring about a significant change. For example, Little Barbarian now stands in the jungle as tall as a tree, causing tremors with every step. Even its body has undergone some changes, with some strange scales growing on its chest and arms, greatly enhancing its defense. Su Chen had also reached level 30 and could undergo the second transformation. However, he had not even completed the first transformation because he had been leveling up in the instance. It's time. After finding this red resource, I will undergo the first transformation. After making the decision, Su Chen urged Little White to head towards the location of the red resource on the map. Boom! Little Barbarian followed behind, and the adventurers along the way saw this huge creature and quickly retreated to avoid it. We're here! In a secluded valley, Su Chen had Little White stop, and he leaped down. Many adventurers around were stunned to see Su Chen, especially with the 2 huge creatures beside him, leaving them speechless. What profession is this? A summoner? Why is everyone gathered here? Su Chen blinked and inquired, learning that there was a cave ahead, a randomly refreshed secret area in the instance. However, 3 waves of people had entered and not come out, indicating that they had died inside. Is that so? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, becoming interested in this secret area, where his red treasure was also located. So, Su Chen, with Little White and Little Barbarian, entered the cave directly, and a mysterious voice sounded in his mind the next moment. Adventurer, welcome to the level 47 Nightmare difficulty secret area, the Spider's Nest. Wish you a pleasant journey. Upon hearing this sound, Su Chen's smile slightly froze. It turned out to be a nightmare difficulty level 47 secret realm. No wonder 3 teams perished here. In terms of strength, the average 4-dimensional attribute of a normal level 40 monster is around 1500. The average 4-dimensional attribute of the monsters in this secret realm should be higher than that of ordinary monsters, probably over 2000. However, there is no need to worry too much. The average 4-dimensional attribute of Little Barbarian in its youth has already exceeded 2000, and even Little White, who has not reached youth, also has over 2000 4-dimensional attributes. Plus, after Little White transforms, it has a 100% attribute bonus, so passing through this secret realm should not be difficult. With this in mind, Su Chen continued to move forward. At the same time, people outside were dumbfounded. That guy went in alone? Doesn't he know that 3 teams have died in this secret realm? Maybe he's some big shot, who knows? Feels like another suicide mission. The crowd discussed, and one person furrowed his brow as if thinking about something, then suddenly his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly left. Bang! A poisonous spider turned into a puddle of venom under Little White's wind blade, lying limp on the ground, becoming part of the experience bar. Roar! In the narrow cave, Little Barbarian's huge body could barely fit, its head almost touching the surrounding walls, making movement extremely inconvenient. It seemed like it didn't even need to move, as a bunch of spiders would come to attack it when it stood there, only to be killed by the counterattack. Splatter! A puddle of venom splashed onto Little Barbarian from a distance, emitting a piercing sizzling sound, which made Su Chen slightly worried. Although Little Barbarian had amazing defense, it was not immune to toxins. He did not bring a priest-type profession, so if the toxic elements accumulated too much, Little Barbarian might be poisoned to death. Roar! At this moment, Little Barbarian let out a roar, swinging its arms to block in front of it. The venom that touched the armor had no effect and dripped to the ground. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was slightly surprised, so the armor evolved by Little Barbarian can also resist poison attacks. Impressive. With the assistance of Little Barbarian's armor, the attacks of these venomous spiders were almost ineffective. It shielded in front, while Little White followed behind to output damage, sweeping through all the way. Soon, they reached the second checkpoint of the secret realm, surrounded by a fiery magma, with giant red and black spiders perched on the surrounding rock walls, looking eerie and terrifying. Fire-devouring spider, adept at spewing magma liquid fire attacks. Su Chen squinted, unsure if Little Barbarian's armor could still resist it. Squeak! Sensing Su Chen and the 2 beasts' arrival, the fire-devouring spiders began to stir, crawling towards them with their 8 bamboo-like legs. Squeak! One of the slightly larger fire-devouring spiders should be an elite. It raised its head and let out a long howl, then sprayed a puddle of high-temperature liquid. Little Barbarian raised its arms, and the high-temperature liquid collided with the liquid on its arms, but was bounced off in the next second, splashing on the ground. Bang! Little White swiped a wind blade, directly shredding the elite fire-devouring spider into pieces. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled slightly. It seemed that Little Barbarian's armor was even stronger than he had expected. If he estimated correctly, it should be able to resist all liquid form attacks. After understanding the use of Little Barbarian's armor, Su Chen no longer hesitated and ordered Little White and Little Barbarian to attack with all their might. Not long after, under the unstoppable attacks of the 2 beasts, they saw the boss. A giant spider dwelling in a pool of water. Ding! Target identified. Species, Poisonous Pool Spider Queen. Potential, Platinum level, 47 life, 27231 strength, 3921 speed, 4201 defense, 3728 energy, 3899 description. Born in the poisonous pool, this powerful spider mother possesses 2 elemental abilities of water and poison. The silk washed by venom is extremely sticky. Be careful not to be dragged into the poisonous pool by it. When the information entered his mind, Su Chen was slightly stunned. The system unexpectedly added a description function, and he realized that the ground under the spider mother was not a water pool, but a poisonous pool. Be careful, don't get entangled by its silk. Su Chen quickly exclaimed. Although this spider mother only had platinum potential, it had a level of 47, even higher in attributes than the ancient vine monster he encountered that day. Fighting in an environment suitable for it, it would be difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, Su Chen's call was too late. In the instant his voice fell, a bundle of silk had already wrapped around Xiuman's arms, the strong pulling force causing Xiuman's large body to stagger. Xiao Bai. Seeing this, Su Chen urgently shouted. Roar! Xiao Bai understood and immediately used a claw wind blade to strike at the bundle of silk, but only cut half of it, leaving some silk hanging on Xiuman's arms. Roar! Xiaoman roared in anger, pulling with force to completely break the remaining silk. Su Chen was slightly shocked. It was the first time he saw Xiao Bai's wind blade fail, indicating how difficult this spider mother was. He hesitated whether to use the beast god's descent, but seeing the poisonous water in the pool, he gave up. If he fell into the poisonous pool, Xiao Bai might not be able to save him. Roar! At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly let out a long howl, and his snow-white fur began to glow with a blood-red halo. At the same time, his attack, speed, and defense attributes rapidly increased. This was his skill, the domain of the god of slaughter. Moreover, this was a skill that affected a range, benefiting all allied units. Even Xiaoman's attributes received a boost. Right, I seem to have this skill too. Su Chen suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. The domain of the god of slaughter increased strength by 50%, speed by 100%, and defense by 30%. Perhaps one domain of the god of slaughter was not enough to overpower this poisonous pool spider mother with Xiao Bai and Xiaoman, but what if there were two? Domain of the god of slaughter. With Su Chen's low drink, another red magic array rose under their feet, providing a 100% increase in strength attributes. Xiao Bai's attributes directly surpassed 5,000, and Xiaoman also rose to nearly 4,000. This level of strength attributes could already rival a level 50 warrior. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "Take it down." Roar! Feeling the inexhaustible power on his body, Xiao Bai excitedly let out a roar, then a white light condensed in his mouth. White tiger roar light wave. Xiaoman had no long-range attacks, so he simply dug out a huge rock from the nearby rock wall and smashed it towards the spider mother without any fancy moves. Squeak! At the moment the white light hit, the poisonous pool spider mother let out a scream, then spewed out countless venom. Xiaoman timely blocked in front of Su Chen and Xiao Bai, his armor scales acting as a shield, blocking all the venom. The poisonous pool spider mother, extremely angry, let out a sharp scream, then spit out a strand of silk, wrapping around Xiaoman's arms. However, this time, it wasn't pulling Xiaoman, as Xiaoman's eyes flashed with disdain, then he used his arms to pull the poisonous pool spider mother towards him step by step along the silk. The poisonous pool spider mother realized something was wrong and tried to retreat, but it was futile, as its strength was now lower than Xiaoman's. In no time, the poisonous pool spider mother was pulled in front of Xiaoman, and Xiaoman raised his two claws into fists, standing up straight and striking at the head of the poisonous pool spider mother. Squeak! The poisonous pool spider mother was hit on the head, dizzy, and its 8 spider legs went limp. Seeing this, Xiao Bai also went up and followed up with a claw wind blade. The two beasts then launched an extremely brutal attack on the poison pool spider mother. Once away from the poison pool, the spider mother was just an ordinary spider that could spit silk, with a limited amount of health. A few minutes later, the two resolved the battle, and next to the spider mother's body, there was a pile of shiny drops. Su Chen was not interested in these drops because he was here to find the red resource, which happened to be located in this secret realm. Su Chen took out the map again, carefully examined it, and upon discovering the location of the red resource, he was slightly surprised. The resource was actually inside the poison pool. Su Chen turned his gaze to the two beasts who had just finished the battle and were waiting for praise, showing a friendly smile. "Which of you would be willing to take the risk for me?" Ayo! Little White was already prepared, with a backward jump, leaving Little Barbarian standing dumbfounded in place. "Alright, then it's you." Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Little Barbarian was still confused, but walked to the edge of the poison pool, looking at the bubbling liquid, completely puzzled. Could it put its paws in there? Suddenly, it looked at the spider mother's body, its eyes lighting up, and eagerly ran over. "What is it doing?" Su Chen was puzzled. Crack! In response to him was a crisp sound, as Little Barbarian immediately broke one of the spider mother's legs, then stirred it in the poison pool. In no time, it pulled out a round object and ran excitedly to Su Chen. Little Barbarian held an unidentified object in one paw and a spider leg in the other, a scene that was extremely eye-catching. Su Chen suddenly felt nauseous for some reason. "Ugh! You little rascal! When you go out, don't say you're mine! Ugh! Beast!" After vomiting, Su Chen felt much better and then examined the unidentified object that had been pulled out. Suddenly, he stared at the mysterious round object, his eyes lighting up. A divine beast egg. Yes, it was a divine beast egg. Following Little White's divine beast egg, another divine beast egg appeared from the red resource, which made Su Chen extremely excited. He wondered what kind of divine beast it would be this time. Looking at the green divine beast egg on the ground, Su Chen was full of anticipation. Based on his previous experience, this thing didn't need to be hatched, it would come out on its own. After a moment, the egg indeed shook, and then a crack appeared. Crack! Immediately after, the divine beast egg cracked visibly, splitting into two halves. A deep green head emerged from the shell, followed by a heavy turtle shell, a short tail with a snake head at the end, hissing with a crimson snake tongue. Seeing this little creature, Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized, could this be the divine beast Xuanwu? Roar! The young beast below saw Su Chen, let out a low growl, and then crawled towards Su Chen, albeit at a somewhat unimpressive speed. At the same time, information about this young beast appeared in Su Chen's mind. Target, Xuanwu potential, divine beast status, juvenile level, 1 life, 843 strength, 128 defense, 307 speed, 52 energy, 278 skills, Xian gravity field, Xuanwu water shield, water healing, heavy water confinement, transformation. Xian gravity field generates a gravity barrier within 100 meters, significantly reducing the speed of enemy targets outside, gradually decreasing from the inside out. Xuanwu water shield attaches a water shield protection to the designated target, with the shield value being 70% of the target's life. During the effectiveness of the water shield, the target's defense is increased by 50%. Water healing instantly heals 40% of the target's health, and provides the target with a 20% damage reduction effect for a short period of time. Heavy water confinement generates a water element cage, imprisoning the target for 10 seconds. During this period, the target cannot use skills, damage taken increases by 10%, and after the confinement ends, there is a continued slowdown for 10 seconds. Transformation enters combat form, increasing attributes by 100%. It really is Xuanwu. Su Chen was overjoyed to see this panel, and the Xuanwu's panel was quite insane. It seems to be an auxiliary pet with healing and control abilities, as well as powerful defensive capabilities. However, it has not yet grown up and is difficult to handle the current major tasks, but its auxiliary and control skills can adapt to the current stage. Because its healing attribute is based on a percentage increase of the target's health, and the control skill lasts for 10 seconds. From now on, you will be Xiaowu. Su Chen patted the head of Xuanwu, smiling lightly. On! Xiaowu affectionately rubbed Su Chen's palm and climbed onto Su Chen's right shoulder, turning into a motionless turtle shell. Alright, everything is settled. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, looked around, and found that the secret realm had not disappeared. He decided to directly undergo reincarnation here. After all, the monsters here had all been killed, and with Bai and the others guarding nearby, there was no need to worry. Su Chen took out the materials for reincarnation, the most important of which was the first order reincarnation stone used for the first reincarnation of a profession. Su Chen placed his hand on its surface, instantly enveloping his whole body in a mysterious rune, and the shimmering golden light reflected throughout the cave, giving it a radiant appearance. At the same time, outside this secret realm, Manager Lu, it's here. I saw a person with 2 pets entering. One of them is a snowy white tiger, and the other is a bear the size of a small mountain. It looks familiar to me. I think it should be the person you are looking for. Take a look. 3 people were not far from the secret realm, with one of the adventurers showing a flattering attitude. And the person he was trying to please turned out to be Manager Lu from the Ren family in the southern province. Don't worry, you will get what you deserve. Go with my follower to get the money. Manager Lu said indifferently. Manager, if I go out, then you. The follower, upon hearing this, immediately expressed concern. What? Look at the highest level outside the secret realm. It's only level 45, while I am a level 67 5th turn space mage. Are you afraid that I can't deal with Su Chen and his 2 beasts? When you go out, also tell the master that I will be able to return in a few days. Manager Lu said calmly. Yes. The follower had no choice but to leave with the adventurer. After the 2 left, Manager Lu arrogantly walked towards the secret realm, and the onlookers of adventurers all made way for him. Wow, the big shot is here. Level 67. I wonder who invited him. TSK, having connections is really good. Is the big shot planning to enter the secret realm directly? Impressive. Hearing the admiring whispers around him, Manager Lu raised his head even higher. He planned to enter the secret realm directly to kill Su Chen, but was stopped at the entrance. Ha! Is there an entry restriction? It doesn't matter, I'll wait for him outside, he will come out anyway. A nobody without background, dares to take our Ren family's pets, doesn't know his place. After a sneer, Manager Lu sat down on the side and waited quietly. 1 day later. Congratulations, host, on your first successful reincarnation, and you have the opportunity to choose the career branch direction. 1. Divine level Ice Elemental Beast Master, enhance the abilities of Ice Elemental pets and gain exclusive skills. 2. Divine level Fire Elemental Beast Master, enhance the abilities of Fire Elemental pets and gain exclusive skills. 3. Divine level Wind Elemental Beast Master, enhance the abilities of Wind Elemental pets and gain exclusive skills. Ding, special reminder, as a distinguished divine level beast master, all abilities of the reincarnated professions can be stacked. Suchen opened his eyes, surprised that his career branch choice had become a direct option in the system. Is this considered cheating? Especially the ability to stack the career abilities after reincarnation, isn't that too abnormal? Normally, after a second career change, the abilities gained from the previous career change must be abandoned, but he can actually stack them. Doesn't this mean he can have 9 different professions? Awesome! I choose God-level Wind Element Beast Tamer. Without much hesitation, Suchen directly chose the third one. Because he doesn't have fire and ice elemental beasts yet, and Xiaobai happens to be a wind attribute, so it's the best choice. However, after this reincarnation, he did not leave because he still needs to undergo another transformation, the second one. Before that, his level had already increased to 30, and with the monster experience bonus in this secret realm, he was already level 31. It just happened that he could take this opportunity to undergo the second transformation, so his strength would be enhanced. And he had already bought all the materials needed for 7 reincarnations before entering the dungeon. After replenishing some food and water, Suchen started his second reincarnation. 2 days later, outside the secret realm, Manager Lu had been waiting for a full 3 days. 3 days, do you know how he spent those 3 days? What kind of secret realm is it that made Suchen, that little bastard, fight for 3 days? And during this time, he had tried to enter but was bounced back every time, proving that Suchen was still inside and not dead. He was almost going crazy. Could it be that Suchen knew he was waiting outside and deliberately didn't come out? That's impossible. Suchen had clearly entered. How could he know that he was waiting outside? Just as Manager Lu was tearing his hair out, Suchen had already completed his second reincarnation inside the secret realm. 2 days have passed? It seems that the time required for each reincarnation will also increase accordingly. Suchen glanced at the time and murmured softly. At that moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the second career reincarnation and gaining the opportunity to choose a career branch. 1. God-level Gold Element Beast Tamer. Choosing this will enhance gold attribute pets and gain exclusive skills. 2. God-level Dark Element Beast Tamer. Choosing this will enhance dark element pets and gain exclusive skills. 3. God-level Earth Element Beast Tamer. Choosing this will enhance Earth Element pets and gain exclusive skills. Another easy choice, Suchen directly chose the last one. The Earth Element, Shaman happened to be an Earth Element, and Suchen didn't have beasts of the other 2 attributes. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a God-level Wind Element Beast Tamer. Gain exclusive skill, Son of the Wind. Congratulations on becoming a God-level Earth Element Beast Tamer. Gain exclusive skill, Rock Barrier. Son of the Wind, ability to control wind attributes within 60s, all attacks carry 20% wind element damage based on own attack power, also receive Wind God's Blessing, allowing 3 instant teleportation opportunities during the effective period. Cooldown 1h. Rock Barrier, raise a rock barrier within a certain range, the barrier has absolute defensibility, accelerates healing speed by 50%, and clears all negative effects on friendly units within the range, the barrier lasts for 20s. Cooldown 1h. 2 exclusive skills, incredibly powerful, these skill effects are like divine skills. With these 2 skills, Suchen even had the confidence to challenge real diamond bosses above level 50, not like the fake 39th level ancient vine monster last time. Excited, Suchen then observed his own panel. The average 4-dimensional attributes of a level 30 adventurer are usually around 700, which should reach 1000 after the second transformation, but Suchen had already reached this level before reincarnation. Moreover, he now has 3 beast tamers, and the system's attribute linking function can be applied to all beasts. This means he can gain a 10% attribute link on each pet. Currently, Xiaobai and Xiaoman have an average of over 2000 in all 4 dimensions, so Suchen has a total of 400 attribute bonuses, and his god-level beast tamer profession attributes seem to be higher than those of ordinary players, so his average 4-dimensional attributes are now over 1600. Thinking of this, he gave a bitter smile. He was at level 31, while Xiaobai was only at level 19. There was a 12-level difference between them, yet his attributes were not higher than Xiaobai's. Who was the real master here? Of course, these attributes did not include Xiaowu's. If Xiaowu reached the same level as Xiaobai, his attributes could be further improved. Suchen also considered whether to contract more beast companions to utilize the ability of attribute linkage to enhance his own strength, but he eventually gave up the idea. The Divine Beast Tamer only added 2 pet slots for him. He could only contract 5 pets after reaching level 10 without gaining an additional slot. Currently, he had contracted 3 pets, leaving 2 slots. He was unable to contract high-potential pets in advanced dungeons now. It was more suitable to wait for the system's Divine Beast Egg. Moreover, he did not feel an urgent need to improve his strength, as Xiaobai and Xiaoman were rarely in need of his intervention. Thinking of this, Su Chen waved to Xiaobai and Xiaoman who were standing guard nearby. The two of them ran over excitedly. Xiaobai shrank in size to that of a cat, but Xiaoman was more reckless, almost knocking Su Chen over with its big head. Xiaowu, who had just been acquired, remained hidden in its turtle shell on Su Chen's shoulder. "Let's go out." Su Chen chuckled lightly as he carried Xiaobai and led them out of the secret realm. In the moment they stepped out of the secret realm, the cave behind them disappeared entirely, and the outside scenery entered Su Chen's view, providing a refreshing contrast to the oppressive atmosphere inside the cave. "Hee hee, you finally came out. I thought you died in there." At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Su Chen turned to see, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Lu, the steward. How did he follow them here? The onlookers who were unaware of the situation were shocked. So this great god didn't come to explore the secret realm, but to find this person. It seems like there's some grudge between them. This young man single-handedly conquered the secret realm. He must be quite strong. This is going to be interesting. I remember now, isn't this the young man who was recently rewarded by the Ren family? And the person opposite him is. Everyone looked at Lu, the steward, with a hint of fear in their eyes, as they had guessed his identity, a member of the Ren family in the capital. No one expected that Su Chen, who was being hunted by the Ren family, would dare to enter a level 40 dungeon. There were no level restrictions here, and Su Chen was about to face the Ren family's retaliation. Unfortunately, he seems to be a genius too. It is said that he once killed a level 43 powerhouse who was suppressing his level, but this time he might not escape. He awakened his profession just a month ago. If he is not killed by the Ren family, he will definitely become a pride of the nation in the future. What a pity! The surrounding people sighed and lamented, believing that Su Chen would not escape this disaster. At the same time, Lu, the steward, revealed a smug smile and said to Su Chen, "Did you hear that? If you surrender now, and are willing to come back with me to the Ren family, apologize to the young lady, and become a servant of our family, I can still spare your life." Upon hearing this, Su Chen sneered, "I suggest you worry about yourself, steward. If your family head finds out that you perished here, I wonder what he would think." Hearing this, Lu, the steward, gradually wiped the smile off his face and his eyes turned cold. "Sharp-tongued, I see you are looking for death." With those words, a silver staff appeared in Lu's hand, and a beam of light shot towards Su Chen. Roar! The battle was about to begin, and Xiaoman rushed forward to shield Su Chen, taking the hit on its armored scales with a resounding crash. The halo dispersed, and Xiaoman's chest was stained with blood, and the scale armor also suffered some damage. This made Su Chen's heart sink. Just a casual blow could injure Xiaobai. This steward Lu is probably extremely terrifying. Insightful eye. However, after truly checking the opponent's attribute panel, Su Chen's heart grew cold. Target, Lu Yonghan level, 67 occupation, spatial control mage reincarnation times, 5 life, 23748 strength, 7782 defense, 8063 speed, 9792 energy, 13642. With energy as high as 13642, Su Chen felt like he was in a deep valley. Undoubtedly, this is the most formidable opponent he has ever encountered in his life. Too high. Even with various buffs stacked, Xiaobai's attributes could not possibly catch up to him. Is this the strength of a 5th reincarnation expert? How is it? Feeling desperate, kid? It's not too late to regret now. Using spatial magic to float in the air, Steward Lu saw Su Chen's expression and smirked mockingly. His entire outfit was epic equipment, and he had also completed 5 occupational transformations. Just a single void staff alone added over 1,000 energy to him. With this overwhelming strength, what could Su Chen use to fight against him? "Steward, do you really think you have me figured out?" Su Chen took a deep breath and looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai understood and immediately roared, a red light emanating from his body. Su Chen did the same, and 2 red halos appeared around them. The dual-kill god domain. Almost visibly, Xiaobai and Xiaoman's attributes soared. In addition, they were surrounded by a fantastical light that enhanced their skills to a certain extent. Especially Xiaobai, his kill god domain had a greater boost to himself, increasing his strength by a whopping 70%. Combined with his own 50% increase, this amounted to a total increase of 130%. Unfortunately, this bonus was based on Xiaobai's basic attributes and did not stack with the transformation's boost. Su Chen checked Xiaobai's panel and saw that his strength attribute had reached 6784, but it was difficult to break through that guy's defense. Steward Lu on the opposite side furrowed his brows slightly because he noticed a significant increase in that pet's attributes, with its strength reaching over 6,000. Is this a divine beast? Truly powerful. It could actually boost its attributes by so much? Divine Beast, from now on, you will belong to our Rin family. Steward Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of greed as he looked at Xiao Bai. At that moment, a green creature suddenly appeared next to Su Chen, its round tortoiseshell extremely eye-catching. Turtle? Steward Lu was taken aback. How could there be another beast tamer? He had not heard that Su Chen had such other beast tamers before. Could it be a new contract? It should be. Thinking of this, Steward Lu couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that this kid was planning to fight to the death, even bringing out newly contracted pets to face him. Steward Lu sneered, preparing to move, but his expression suddenly changed because he found that his speed had decreased. At that moment, he felt as if he were stuck in quicksand, his movements extremely slow, even in the air. Control-type pet? Steward Lu looked at the divine beast Xuanwu, a hint of shock in his eyes. This little guy hadn't fully grown yet, but it already had the ability to affect his speed. It seemed to be no ordinary potential and was likely another divine beast. What a terrifying kid. Contracting 2 divine beasts, if you were to grow up, wouldn't the Rin family be destroyed by you? Steward Lu's eyes were fierce. Originally, Ren Yunshan had instructed him to bring Su Chen back, but now he had changed his mind. He wanted to kill Su Chen. No matter how strong you are still only in your 20s. I will show you the gap in strength. Steward Lu's eyes were indifferent as he waved his staff, sending a spatial magic sphere straight towards Xiao Bai. Seeing this, Xiaoman let out a low growl and ran in front of Xiao Bai, chest puffed out, blocking the spell. But how can a level 67 mage withstand such damage so easily? Just a normal magic ball, and Xiaoman's health dropped by half. Su Chen was shocked and quickly shouted, Xiaowu. Roar! Xiaowu let out a low growl and immediately released water healing and shield spells on Xiaoman. With a 40% health recovery, Xiaoman's health bar immediately returned to a healthy state, along with a huge damage resistance shield. Can it still heal? What a powerful support pet! Lu, the steward, looked at Xuanwu with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. At this moment, he could almost conclude that this turtle was definitely a divine beast, otherwise how could it have such powerful abilities? Unfortunately, you haven't grown up yet. A full healing is only equivalent to one of my normal attacks, Lu said indifferently, then released another spatial magic ball. Xiaoman rushed forward, once again blocking heavily in front, a high amount of magical damage instantly breaking the shield Xiaowu had placed on him, and reducing his health to a sliver. With 14,000 energy, the horror was overwhelming. Su Chen's mind trembled, this couldn't go on, Lu's damage was too high. Xiao Bai, disrupt. Xiaowu, imprison. Su Chen commanded. Roar! Xiao Bai heard the command, and a series of claw winds formed into several wind blades, striking towards Lu. At the same time, Xiaowu released a water imprisonment skill. Oh, do you think you can control me like this? Lu sneered, then swung his staff, causing the surrounding space to tremble rapidly. With a bang, the imprisonment was directly shattered, and Xiao Bai's wind blades were blocked by an elemental spatial shield. Too weak, Lu shook his head lightly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Is this the so-called genius who ranked first in the exam? Just this? The pleasure of tormenting geniuses is so comfortable. Alright, I've had enough fun, you can die now. Lu looked at Su Chen, his eyes slightly flickering. Su Chen felt a sense of crisis. Lu's spatial elemental energy surged out, forming a spatial tornado. Son of the wind! Su Chen immediately shouted, floating under his feet, his figure flashing dozens of meters away, dodging the attack. Spatial transfer? Lu was stunned, looking at Su Chen in amazement. He actually had the ability of spatial transfer. This was an advanced skill of spatial mages, even he didn't have the qualifications to learn it. How could Su Chen have it? You really surprise me, but I don't believe you can keep using this ability. Lu's eyes were sharp, and he launched another attack. Su Chen took a deep breath and once again used the Son of the Wind's teleportation ability to dodge the attack. Lu's mouth twitched, his eyes starting to go crazy. If you have the ability, dodge it again. The spatial attribute flashed, and Su Chen teleported once again. At this point, all the teleportation opportunities of the Son of the Wind were used up, and Lu was already on the verge of rage. Very well. You forced me to this. Space, lockdown. Lu shouted, and immediately the surrounding space changed, as if locked by a mysterious energy. Su Chen frowned. What ability was this? Swish. The next moment, a cage-shaped elemental energy suddenly fell on Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Su Chen was shocked, but before he could finish speaking, another cage enveloped Xiaoman. Swish! Immediately after, Xiaowu was also covered. At the same time, Lu's mad laughter rang out. Su Chen, no matter what means you have, within this domain of spatial lockdown, I can control your beast at will. The reason you've been able to fight me for so long is simply because of these 3 beasts. Without them, what else do you have? Lu's words made Su Chen's heart turn cold. A spatial control mage truly deserved to be one of the strongest among all elemental mages, with such insane abilities. He was right. The only reason he could last this long was because of Little White and the others. Without his pets, he would just be an ordinary combat professional. Is he really going to die here today? No, absolutely not. He still has one last hope, the Beast God skill. After using it, he can temporarily possess Little White's attributes. This is his last chance. Su Chen gritted his teeth and looked at Manager Lu, his eyes gradually becoming determined. Then he chanted a spell. Whoosh! Su Chen's attributes visibly skyrocketed at an incredible speed, quickly acquiring the same stats as Little White. Manager Lu also noticed this scene and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It seems I have underestimated you, but even if you have the same attributes as your pet, you cannot defeat me because the gap between us is really huge. Su Chen was nervous. He knew Manager Lu was right. Even with Little White's attributes, they were still very different, but this was his last chance. Roar! Just then, a roar suddenly sounded from Su Chen's body. The next moment, a huge phantom appeared behind Su Chen. A white tiger phantom, similar in appearance to Little White but more mature, appeared, with surging wind attribute energy swirling around. Target, Beast God White Tiger's phantom potential? Level? Life? Strength? Defense? Speed? Energy? Seeing this introduction, Su Chen took a deep breath and remembered. Beast God's Descent. This was a hidden attribute in the Beast God's Descent skill, which could trigger the descent of the Beast God once. Unexpectedly, it appeared so coincidentally. What is this? Manager Lu saw the Beast God White Tiger's phantom and also felt a sense of unease. He was about to say something when he saw the phantom's claw coming down. No! Manager Lu widened his eyes, wanting to escape, but found himself firmly locked in by invisible wind elements. Su Chen only saw Manager Lu turning into a golden light falling, and the next moment, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. When Su Chen woke up, Little White was sleeping on top of him, and not far away, Little Man was standing guard like a mountain, giving him a sense of security. To his annoyance, Little Wu was actually lying on his head. Ayo! Little White was the first to notice Su Chen waking up, letting out an excited cry, and the other two beasts also looked over, showing affection. Su Chen patted their heads separately, then stood up and looked towards Manager Lu's body still there, along with a pile of golden lights representing dropped items. This reminded him of everything before he passed out. If he hadn't triggered the descent of the Beast God White Tiger's phantom, he might have really met his end today. It seems that in the future, he should prepare more escape methods, otherwise, if he encounters a situation like today again, he may not be so lucky. After feeling grateful, Su Chen looked at the dropped items left by Manager Lu. After checking them, Su Chen's face showed amazement. It was indeed the steward of the Rin family, so wealthy. Countless equipment materials, scrolls, rare potions, skill books for various professions, and more. As for equipment, his set of epic level equipment was already the highest level, but unfortunately, they were level restricted, so Su Chen couldn't equip them. However, he found something else inside, a fragment. Su Chen picked up the fragment and took a look. Why did it feel so similar to the one he bought at the Tianyun auction house before? Immediately, Su Chen took out his own fragment and compared it, and it did fit, but it was missing two other parts. No wonder he wanted to buy that fragment at the auction that day. It turns out he already had one. Su Chen smiled. But this time, he had made a bargain for himself. With two fragments, he only needed to collect two more, and he would have the opportunity to search for the legendary treasure, rumored to have a chance to obtain a divine artifact. A divine artifact is the most top-tier existence among all equipment, surpassing even legendary equipment. Huh, what's this? Purple gold card? Su Chen took out another card, similar to the one Xiaoya gave him, the only difference being the absence of the Tianyun auction house logo. He wondered how much balance was left on this card. After packing up these things, Su Chen left with Xiaobai, planning to change a copy. Because news of him killing Manager Lu would soon spread, the Rin family would definitely not let him off, and might even send stronger people to kill him. If it weren't for Manager Lu's carelessness, he wouldn't have achieved victory so quickly. Even so, Su Chen had played all his cards, and he wasn't confident in facing another opponent. The best course of action now was to hide his whereabouts, smoothly pass the remaining 10 days, and once the new student test arrived, Teacher Chuan would step in to protect him. In short, he couldn't stay in this level 40 instance any longer. 2 days later, Ren family in the Magic City. What did you say? Manager Lu is dead? Ren Yunshan stared at the servant, his voice cold. Yes. Manager Lu was supposed to monitor Su Chen. He asked me to return to the outside world first, but unexpectedly, news of Manager Lu's death suddenly spread yesterday. It is said He was killed by Su Chen. This servant was the one who followed Manager Lu that day, and now he was full of fear, sweat pouring down his forehead. Idiot! Ren Yunshan couldn't contain his anger, slamming his hand on the desk, shattering it. Didn't I ask you to follow him? Don't you know he is the only spatial control mage in our family? If he reaches level 90, he will have a place in the mage ranking. And he actually died at the hands of that newly awakened professional Su Chen? Hearing Ren Yunshan's words, the servant trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, saying, Master, it's not that I didn't follow Manager Lu. It's just that he didn't let me follow him. He said he could deal with Su Chen, so I. Ren Yunshan closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. He naturally understood Manager Lu's character, proud and arrogant. Forget it. He shook his head and asked, Is his body retrieved? Did you get anything from him? The servant hesitated, then said, Master, by the time I arrived, Su Chen had already left, and Manager Lu's belongings had been looted. I really don't know where Su Chen went, so I came back. Before he could finish speaking, Ren Yunshan slapped him out, his face full of rage. Idiot! Who told you to come back? Do you know what was on Manager Lu's body? Besides the fragment, I hadn't recovered the 10 billion funds I transferred to him. If Su Chen gets hold of it, do you know the consequences? At this moment, Ren Yunshan was completely enraged. 10 billion gold coins might not be much for the Ren family, but it was enough to turn Su Chen into a more formidable opponent. Su Chen was able to kill Manager Lu at this time, proving his unimaginable potential. Once such a strong individual grew, the Ren family would face heavy retaliation. The servant swallowed hard and quickly said, I understand, Master. I will go to the southern province to capture Su Chen. Wait. Ren Yunshan waved his hand. Forget it. Your strength is not as good as Manager Lu's. It seems that the time for the new student test is approaching. I will go personally this time. Hearing this, the servant nodded respectfully, yes. A dozen days later. Level 39 instance. Two girls with identical appearances were dealing with a newly spawned boss, but the boss's strength seemed to exceed their expectations, causing the girl in the black dress to be injured, a trace of blood at the corner of her lips. Quick, let's get out of here. This is a platinum potential boss. The girl in the black dress said urgently and gently. The girl in the white dress shrank her beautiful eyes, preparing to leave, but was blocked by a black light. The black light slowly expanded, forming a scene similar to a barrier. Seeing this scene, the black and white delicate face instantly turned pale. Boss's ultimate move. Let's fight it. I don't believe that a monster can take our lives. The black-skirted gentle face flashed a hint of killing intent. The white-skirted gentle face looked bitter. If it were a team of fully equipped warriors and assassins, there might still be a chance to kill this platinum boss, but now it's just the two of them. It's impossible. Originally, they just wanted to test it out, but they didn't expect this boss to use its ultimate move directly. At this moment, the black-skirted gentle face cast a few spells at the boss again, seemingly completely provoking the platinum boss on the other side, only to see the lion-shaped monster pounce towards her. Be careful! The white-skirted gentle face exclaimed in horror, but it was too late. The black-skirted gentle face stood dumbfounded in place, feeling despair in her heart. In the blink of an eye, she suddenly felt a dark shadow pass by, and then she fell into the arms of a man, the male scent coming towards her making the black-skirted gentle face stunned. Hey, beautiful, need help? Su Chen's brilliant smile appeared before her eyes. You, Su Chen? After the black-skirted gentle face recovered from her daze, her delicate face suddenly lit up with joy. But soon, her face blushed, and after a twist, she suddenly realized that Su Chen's big hand was placed on a certain private part of hers. Ahem, you wait here, I'll take care of this boss first. Su Chen cleared his throat, somewhat reluctantly letting go of the gentle woman. Then he saw the platinum boss. Another boss that spawned out of level range? Su Chen walked towards the boss, squinting his eyes. Yes, during this period, he had been wandering in dungeons above level 30, although the experience bonus was slightly less, the advantage was in being cautious. Because in the level 30 dungeons, he was invincible. He even let Xiao Bai take Xiao Wu out to level up, leaving only Xiao Man by his side, in order to improve his own combat abilities. After the battle with Manager Lu, he understood a truth, that Xiao Bai and the others could not protect him at all times, such as being subjected to Manager Lu's type of restraining magic. Therefore, it was necessary for him to enhance his combat abilities, so during this period, he actively sought out bosses to fight, and this time he unexpectedly ran into Wenro. Although she was a mysterious dual-class teacher, she seemed to be only level 35, even if the two of them joined forces, they were not opponents of a level 39 platinum boss. But for Su Chen, it was not that difficult. Su Chen's hand appeared with a black long sword, with ancient patterns on it, like a sword pulled out of hell, black prison. This was a diamond weapon he obtained during a treasure exploration, and it did not restrict the wearing level, with an attack attribute increase of over 700. Flames of the Black Prison. Su Chen murmured, then his speed skyrocketed, rushing to the platinum boss, and struck down heavily with his sword. Ah! The platinum boss let out a mournful cry, repeatedly retreating, looking at Su Chen in fear. The attack power is still lacking a bit. Seeing the platinum boss not dead from one strike, Su Chen sighed, then applied a water-based restraint on the boss, and went up to slash the boss several times before it fell to the ground. The whole process was straightforward and brutal. Is that it? The white-skirted gentle face still hadn't come to her senses. In less than a minute, Su Chen had killed the boss? Remembering that they had been driven to a dead end by this boss just now, the white-skirted gentle face felt her face burning hot. What else? Su Chen walked over, calmly yawning. Last time, he was able to kill a diamond boss in 30 seconds, so what's this platinum boss? The black-skirted gentle face reminded from the side. But, he didn't even use his beast control this time. The white-skirted gentle face said softly. Hearing this, the expression on the black-skirted gentle face also stiffened. Yes, last time this guy relied on beast control to kill that diamond boss, and now he can actually solo it? Although it's only at the platinum level, it's enough to prove the rapid growth of Su Chen. It's simply abnormal. Hey, you're not always this fast at everything, right? Black Skirt teased gently. Su Chen was taken aback, then understood what she meant, and immediately retorted without courtesy, you can come and try it. Black Skirt's gentle and charming eyes were like silk. Sure, should the two of us go together? Ahem. Su Chen couldn't resist Black Skirt's gentle attack. This woman seemed a bit fierce. The gentle white skirt beside her also blushed slightly. Why does this guy always say such things to her face? It's so embarrassing. By the way, aren't you both mysterious professions? At level 35, you can't even handle a level 39 platinum boss? Su Chen quickly changed the subject. That's because we haven't undergone a professional rebirth yet. If we do, that boss definitely won't be our match. The gentle white skirt was afraid that the black skirt would say something aggressive again, so she hurriedly answered. Oh, if your twin soul profession undergoes a rebirth, wouldn't it be equivalent to rebirthing twice? Su Chen asked curiously. Yes, after the rebirth, our attributes can stack on each other. How about that? Pretty powerful, right? The gentle white skirt smiled, finally able to hold her head up a bit in front of Su Chen. Not bad. Su Chen nodded. The twin soul profession was indeed one of the strongest mysterious professions, with significant advantages. Oh, come on. Seeing Su Chen's perfunctory response, the gentle white skirt suddenly felt a bit disheartened. Hey, since you're so powerful, why not level up with us? At this moment, the black skirt suddenly leaned over, hugged Su Chen's right arm with both hands, and exhaled a fragrant breath. The soft touch at the elbow made Su Chen's mind sway, then he bit his tongue. This woman seemed like a fairy. He quickly pulled his arm away, saying, I'm still being chased by the Ren family now. Being with me might put you in danger. Tisk, we're not afraid of the Ren family. The black skirt pouted. Su Chen was taken aback. It seems that the gentle background is not simple either, but he was used to being alone. With two girls, especially with the black skirt, he couldn't handle it, even though both were exceptional beauties. Forget it, I was just scaring you. I know you're not interested in taking us with you. Besides, it's almost time for the new student test. We need to go out for professional rebirth and prepare for the test. Seeing Su Chen struggling, the black skirt said in a sweet voice. Su Chen scratched his head awkwardly, then remembered something and asked, by the way, which academy did you choose? Your neighbor, Beidao Academy. Of course, if we knew you chose Qingda Academy, we would definitely go there to compete with you. After all, you snatched our top spot. The black skirt said. Is that so? The new student test also provides an opportunity to compete. Su Chen chuckled. Who wants to compete with you? Pervert. The black skirt gave him a charming look, and as she turned around, she glanced at his lower body, making Su Chen's back feel cold. Let's go, don't listen to that guy's nonsense. The gentle white skirt waved goodbye, her face blushing slightly. After the two girls left, Su Chen looked down at the time. There were only 3 days left until the new student test. He had already reached level 37, wondering if he could break through to level 40 in this final time. 3 days later, new student test. The map for this new student test was a secret place called the 9 Layers of Demon Cavern. It was said to be a unique place in China, only open once a year. It was rumored that after defeating the 9 layers of challenges, there was a chance to obtain a divine artifact, but no one knew if this was true because no one had passed the 9 layers of challenges yet. Countless people almost bankrupted themselves to buy the opportunity to start, but they didn't expect that this year the opportunity was actually taken by all the academies together and used as a map for the freshman test. It seems that this time the major academies put a lot of thought into the freshman test. At this moment, at the special teleportation center in the southern province, the Zhang sisters had already arrived early. Zhang Xiaoye had changed into a snow-white, pure priest robe, looking a bit less childish and a bit more pure. With the help of her sister Zhang Xiaoying, her level had skyrocketed in the past month, reaching level 39, just one step away from level 40. She was also holding a sky blue staff in her hand, the epic weapon she had obtained not long ago, the deep blue kiss. By her side, Zhang Xiaoying, tall and slender, was wearing a tight t-shirt that accentuated her ample chest, with shorts on her lower body, her fair and long legs looking dazzling. The two sisters standing there attracted countless onlookers. Why hasn't Su Chen arrived yet? Zhang Xiaoye looked around eagerly, hoping to find his figure in the crowd, but she didn't see him. Xiaoya, Xiaoying. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. Teacher Chu. Zhang Xiaoye turned around, pleasantly surprised. Su Chen hasn't arrived yet? Xu Wan, dressed in a white shirt and a black skirt, with high nose bridge and frameless glasses, exuded a special charm amidst her cold demeanor. Not yet, Zhang Xiaoye shook her head. Xu Wan scanned the surroundings, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, showing a hint of worry. Teacher Chu, is something wrong? Zhang Xiaoying asked. I received news that Ren Yunshan, the head of the Ren family, is likely to come in person. Xu Wan nodded. What? Zhang Xiaoye exclaimed, Ren Yunshan actually came in person? Then Su Chen. Teacher Chu. At this moment, the father of the Zhang sisters also walked over. Provincial Chief Zhang. Xu Wan nodded in greeting. Ren Yunshan. Zhang Tianwen was about to say something but was interrupted by a voice. Provincial Chief Jiang, long time no see. I remember the last time we met was at the conference in the capital, right? A hearty laughter rang out, and everyone looked up. They saw a middle-aged man in a suit, followed by countless black-clad security guards, each with a level above 70, exuding a strong aura. Standing beside him was a young woman in a black dress, Ren Shanshan. When her gaze fell on Zhang Xiaoye, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. The head of the Ren family is still as impressive as ever. Zhang Tianwen responded, his expression unchanged. This should be Teacher Chu from Chung Academy, right? The #1 mage on the ranking list. I've heard a lot about you. Ren Yunshan looked at Xu Wan, showing respect. Hello, head of the Ren family. Xu Wan responded indifferently. Ren Yunshan didn't mind Xu Wan's attitude and turned to Zhang Tianwen with a smile. Provincial Chief Jiang, you are well aware of the strength of my Ren family. I came from the Magic City for one thing, one person. Su Chen, the beast tamer awakened in your southern province, hand him over to me. Hearing this, Zhang Tianwen shook his head. Head of the Ren family, you know the ins and outs of the matter, not to mention Su Chen is from our southern province. If I hand him over to you, wouldn't it tarnish my reputation? So, you are determined to protect him? Ren Yunshan's eyes turned cold. Yes, Zhang Tianwen said calmly. Beside him, Xu Wan looked at him in surprise. The Ren family was one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, and they could influence the position of a provincial chief. Zhang Tianwen's actions undoubtedly put him on the opposite side of Ren Yunshan. Was he sacrificing his future to protect Su Chen? Very well. Upon hearing this response, Ren Yunshan revealed a cruel smile. In that case, you can wait to be buried with him. Oh, everyone is here? Suddenly, a frivolous voice rang out. Everyone looked towards a nearby place and saw Su Chen, holding the sleepy little white in his arms. Su Chen. Seeing him, Zhang Xiaoye immediately showed a happy smile, but then thought of something and quickly covered her mouth. Su Chen, I didn't expect you to actually dare to show up. Ren Yunshan also looked at him, his eyes cold. As soon as Ren Yunshan's words fell, the security guards in black behind him all moved towards Su Chen. Sensing the movement around him, Su Chen looked at the person who had just spoken, and when he saw Ren Quan, he immediately understood the person's identity. The head of the Ren family had actually come in person. Looking at the black-clad security guards, Su Chen realized that all of them were above level 70. Zhang Tianwen's face darkened at the sight, and soon many people came out behind him to confront them. Zhang Tianwen, do you know the consequences of doing this? Ren Yunshan laughed angrily at the sight. He was angry that Zhang Tianwen was so unwise, opposing him time and time again, and also laughed at Zhang Tianwen for overestimating himself, daring to antagonize the Ren family. Before doing all this, I naturally thought about the consequences, but Ren family head, do you dare to prove in front of everyone that Su Chen was at fault first? Zhang Tianwen said calmly. Hearing this, Ren Xuanxuan's face showed a hint of guilt, but Ren Yunshan just sneered. I don't care who was at fault first. Su Chen dared to hit my daughter and even took our barbarian King Bear Cub. Even if he dies, it's not a pity. Ren Yunshan's words made Zhang Xiaoye angry. This Ren Yunshan was so domineering, but the fact was that his daughter was the one who struck first. Ren family head, since you are in the wrong in this matter, let's forgive and forget. I can have Su Chen return the barbarian king bear cub to you, and from now on, you can live in peace. How about that? Chu Wan spoke up at this moment. Her lively voice was like a lark, but it did not dispel the tense atmosphere. Ran Yunshan narrowed his eyes. Chu Wan, are you also going to protect Su Chen? You better think carefully, is it worth it to stand up for Su Chen? Chu Wan responded calmly, Ren family head, Su Chen is the national top scorer in this year's college entrance examination and the most outstanding student I have ever taught. Do you think it's worth it? Chu Wan's words hit Ren Yunshan's face, and the head of the Ren family in the Magic City gradually showed a fierce expression. Good. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Ren Yunshan said 3 good in a row, then a strangely dressed woman walked out of the crowd, her bare skin covered with countless snake tattoos, looking like the real thing. Mysterious profession Snake Spirit Master, you are Dai Yasi, Chu Wan spoke after a moment of silence. With these words, everyone in the audience looked warily at the snake-patterned woman. The Snake Spirit Master was a mysterious profession with area of effect damage, and its biggest feature was that it didn't distinguish between friend and foe, making it impossible to control its attack targets. Therefore, few people were willing to team up with a Snake Spirit Master, and Dai Yasi was a true top-ranked powerhouse, so everyone present was afraid. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. It was no wonder that one of the 4 major families in the Magic City had a top-ranked powerhouse by their side. At this moment, he was ready to summon Little White and the others at any time. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ren Yunshan smiled satisfactorily, then waved his hand, and an 86th level shield warrior appeared in front of him. Yasi, bring that boy to me, Ren Yunshan said calmly. Yes. Dai Yasi nodded expressionlessly, but the snake patterns on her body came to life, spitting out snake venom. Even the usually calm Chu Wan was nervous, as she was only level 86, while Dai Yasi was a true level 90 powerhouse. Even though she was the top ranked in the region, she might not be a match for Dai Yasi. As for Jiang Tianwen, he was just a provincial leader, with a level of only 80, and was even less likely to be a match for Dai Yasi. Why fight to the death? Just then, an old voice rang out. An elderly man in tang suit walked out slowly from a special passage, smiling. The moment the old man appeared, the tense atmosphere eased by half, and even the snake patterns around Dai Yasi fell back into slumber. Mind Master. Jiang Xiaoying couldn't help but speak out when she saw the old man's ability. Su Chen was slightly surprised to learn that the old man was a mind master, a mysterious profession known for amplifying teammates and removing negative effects, a very powerful support profession. Principal Tang, I didn't expect you to personally intervene. Seeing the old man, Ren Yunshan also showed a hint of fear. Of course, he was not afraid of just a principal, but of the power behind him, the Tang family in the capital. Grandpa Tang. Chu Wan walked up to Tang De respectfully. Girl, your grandpa asked me to take good care of you, and now I have finally fulfilled my promise, right? Ha ha ha. Tang De laughed. Of course. A rare smile appeared on Chu Wan's cold and beautiful face. Their conversation made Ren Yunshan somewhat angry. Are you two representing the Tang family and Chu family in a war against me? As far as I know, you shouldn't have that qualification yet. Master Ren, we naturally do not have that qualification, but it may not be the case after Su Chen participates in the freshman test. Chu Wan said lightly. Ran Yunshan's face immediately turned ugly. Su Chen's talent and strength were so strong that he could kill his steward. And this kind of terrifying talent, once it shines in the freshman test, will definitely attract the attention of those old guys. By then, Su Chen will naturally be protected by them, and his own actions will be in vain. That's why he traveled all the way from the Magic City to here, just to be able to take Su Chen away before entering the special passage. But he didn't expect Chu Wan and Tang De to also step into this muddy water. So, you must protect him today? Ren Yunshan asked in a low voice. At the very least, after the freshman test, right? Tang De said softly. Good. Ren Yunshan angrily flicked his sleeve. He knew that with these two people here, he wouldn't be able to touch Su Chen now. Fortunately, he had made double preparations. I want to see what you can do to protect him if Su Chen is the first to be eliminated in the freshman test, Ren Yunshan said, leading his men into the special passage. Seeing this, Tang De walked up to Su Chen and said, You must be Su Chen, right? I am Tang De, the principal of Qing University, and I have heard about your situation. Hello, Principal Tang. Su Chen greeted respectfully. Your situation is troublesome, but also simple. In the end, it's just that you offended the daughter of the Ren family and caused trouble with the barbarian King Xiong. The former is not a big deal, but the latter is very important to the Ren family. As for why, I'll tell you when you can win in the freshman test. The rest is up to you. Remember, if you want to stand out among the freshmen and have those old guys protect you, you must come in first. Only by being first can you be remembered by others, understand? Tang De said slowly. Understood. Su Chen nodded, then glanced gratefully at Chuan. He knew that he was not yet worthy of the principal's attention, and all of this should be orchestrated by Chuan behind the scenes. She gave him an opportunity, so he must seize it. Alright, let's go in together. Tang De pointed to the special passage. Su Chen was somewhat puzzled about what was behind the special passage, but still followed everyone inside. After a teleportation, Su Chen felt his vision widen, with a 9-tiered tower standing hundreds of meters away, and below was a huge playground crowded with people. Among these people were examinees, examiners, and officials from various provinces and cities. Xiao Ying and I will go over there first, you follow Teacher Chu. After saying this, Jiang Tianwen led Jiang Xiaoying towards several familiar officials. Su Chen and Jiang Xiaoye followed Chu Wan all the way to the place where the test was waiting. Teacher Chu, what kind of test is this? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Originally, he thought that this new student test was similar to the previous college entrance examination, where they would take the test in an open instance, but now it seemed to be something different. Jiang Xiaoye was also curious, looking at Chu Wan. Chu Wan pursed her lips, organized her thoughts, and said, the place for your new student test this time is called the 9 Layers Demon Tower, which is the tall tower behind us. In each round of the test, each college will send a team into the tower. They need to defeat a certain number of monsters and climb the height of the tower. Only by defeating a certain number of monsters on each level can you get the chance to enter the next level, otherwise you will be eliminated. Hearing Chu Wan's explanation, Su Chen and Jiang Xiaoye suddenly understood a lot. I see. Su Chen nodded, looking enlightened. By the way, a team consists of 4 people. Have you found the other 2 teammates? Chu Wan asked at this time. Do pets count? Su Chen hesitated and asked. Chu Wan blinked her beautiful eyes, raised her red lips, and said, what do you think? Hey, where are you? After a moment, Su Chen made a phone call. I'm at the waiting point, what's up? A pleasant female voice came from the phone. Have you formed a team? Su Chen asked again. Not yet, the girl responded. We have 2 spots available, are you interested? Su Chen asked. Wait for us. The girl hung up after speaking. Jiang Xiaoye looked at Su Chen with confusion. Su Chen chuckled, she's a friend I met in the instance, and she's also a mysterious profession with decent strength. Oh, Jiang Xiaoye nodded obediently, following behind Su Chen. Soon, a gentle woman in a white dress appeared in front of everyone. When she saw Su Chen, she greeted him. This is my mentor at Qing University, Teacher Chu. This is my friend, Jiang Xiaoye. She's called Wenru. Su Chen introduced them to each other. Hello. Jiang Xiaoye and Wenru both spoke at the same time, then they looked at each other, and in a way, their temperament was quite similar, both belonging to the quiet type. However, Jiang Xiaoye's quietness leaned more towards being obedient, giving off a feeling of a girl next door, while Wenru, true to her name, sometimes blushed, like a shy older sister. It seems like there are only 3 of you? Chu Wan asked after a moment of silence. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled and looked at Wenru. Wenru understood and immediately summoned a contract formation, from which emerged a figure in a black dress. It was identical to Wenru, and as soon as she came out, she chased after the white-dressed Wenru, saying, Damn woman, you locked me up in the formation again. Seeing these 2 almost identical girls, Jiang Xiaoye and Chu Wan were stunned, the latter squinting her eyes and murmuring, Twin masters? That's right, twin masters, Su Chen laughed. Chu Wan nodded, but there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes when she looked at the 2 Wenrus. Next, they exchanged their respective professions and levels. All 3 of them had already completed their second advancement, but a conflict arose. Jiang Xiaoye looked at the white-dressed Wenru and hesitantly asked, Both of us are healers, will it affect the team's balance? The white-dressed Wenru was taken aback, then smiled, with this freak around, is there even a problem with professional balance? Su Chen patted the small white creature in his arms and also smiled, I am a team by myself, let's go. Looking at Su Chen's back, the black-dressed Wenru showed an infatuated expression, he's becoming more and more domineering. But it seems like you have a rival now. The white-dressed Wenru pointed to Jiang Xiaoye next to Su Chen, that's the original partner. The black dress looked gentle, with slightly pursed red lips, she is indeed an outstanding girl, but, are we going to give up so easily? Of course not, we must snatch Su Chen over. Hearing this, the white dress's gentle smile twitched, hey, you snatch yours, can you not involve me? We are sisters, aren't we? Are you going to let me fight alone? From my sharp eyes, that Jiang family's sister also has an interest in Su Chen, said the gentle black dress. Really? The gentle white dress hesitated, But the Jiang family's sister looked so cold, how could she be interested in Su Chen? Then let's make a bet. If you lose, you have to help me snatch Su Chen from the two sisters, confidently said the gentle black dress. Fine. Who's afraid of you? The gentle white dress clearly didn't believe the gentle black dress's words. The group arrived under the 9 layers demon tower. At this moment, many students had gathered around, along with some high-ranking leaders and principals, all paying close attention to this test. The rule to enter the 9 layers demon tower is that each major academy sends a team to enter, and the one who reaches the top wins. Each level has certain requirements for the participants' attributes, so in a way, the higher the level, the more advantageous. 2 gentle figures walked up to Su Chen, and one of them said, "So, does that mean I, at level 39, am the strongest in the field?" Su Chen laughed. The gentle black dress cast a flirtatious glance at him. "With your attributes, even without level 39, you are still abnormal. It seems like you are the rightful champion this time." "Just the champion?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow, then looked at the 2 gentle figures strangely. "But speaking of which, is it really okay for you two from Peking University to team up with us? The final results are based on individual scores, so there aren't many restrictions on teaming up this time. Many prodigies are also forming cross-school teams for better results," explained the gentle white dress. "I see." Su Chen nodded. "Look over there." Suddenly, the gentle white dress pointed to a group of 4. Su Chen looked over and his eyes narrowed. Among the 4-person team, there was someone he knew, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them an enemy, Ren Shanshan. If we encounter them, we should be careful. Ren Shanshan's profession is not weak. She is a mysterious profession called a curse master, and she is accompanied by 2 mysterious profession awakeners. The boy in black on the right is a mysterious profession puppet master, and the girl on the left is a snake spirit master. Snake spirit master? Zhang Xiaoye next to them asked in surprise. What's the relationship between Dai Yasi and her? Dai Yasi is her sister. Do you know them? The gentle white dress looked at Zhang Xiaoye in confusion. Yes, we just met outside the special passage. She is a thug from the Ren family and wanted to take Su Chen away. Zhang Xiaoye nodded. It seems that Ren Shanshan's team was specially formed by the Ren family, probably targeting Su Chen. The gentle black dress pondered. Even so, they can't guarantee being in the same round as us, right? Su Chen frowned. The gentle white dress shook her head. No, the one responsible for arranging the order of the candidates is the Magic City Academy, and behind the Magic City Academy's shareholders, the Ren family is the largest. So, are they going to manipulate the exam? Su Chen squinted. No wonder Ren Yunshan left with a threat that he would be the first to be eliminated. It seems likely. The gentle black dress yawned. Oh, in that case, do you still plan to continue teaming up with us? Su Chen asked with a smile. Of course, with just these few small fries, I'm afraid they are not even enough for a slap from Little White. The gentle black dress pouted her tender red lips. Zhang Xiaoye also looked relaxed. So this is the strange part. Ren Yunshan should be very clear about Su Chen's strength. He couldn't have arranged just this team to deal with us. Anyway, let's be careful when we go in later, Bai Kun said softly. Su Chen nodded. He had never taken it lightly from start to finish. Soon, a summons came from the center of the square, and Su Chen and the others entered the ninefold demon tower. While waiting for the teleportation, Su Chen noticed that the 2 gentle faces looked much heavier, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with you guys?" "Many geniuses." Bai Kun's gentle brows furrowed, a look of unease in her eyes. "Over there, it's the team from Tianfu University, with 2 mysterious professions, one of them being the famous close combat output expert, King Kong Fist. And over there, there's He Lushan from Ningfu University, hailed as the strongest summoner among the new students in China, because he learned a skill that can summon epic monsters. And there's Wu Linlin over there, a mysterious profession Moonlight Elf. Mysterious professions like Soul Igniter, Wood Spirit Master." One mysterious profession after another was spoken by Bai Kun, causing Zhang Xiaoye's pretty face to turn slightly pale. "Why? So many mysterious professions?" Zhang Xiaoye asked tremblingly. Su Chen also furrowed his brows. Mysterious professions were generally very rare. It was not easy for a high school to produce one, yet this round almost all of them were mysterious professions, like cabbages in the market. This made Su Chen and the others have a thought in their minds, and Bai Kun looked back at Su Chen. The answer was about to come out. It's the Ren family. They must have promised heavy rewards to manipulate the participants secretly, to come and hunt Su Chen. Bai Kun said softly. "Doesn't that mean we'll be enemies with all the geniuses from every university?" Black Kun said with a frown. "I'm afraid. Yes." In the center of the stage, the heads of the various universities also noticed this situation and began to discuss. "What's going on?" Why are there so many mysterious professions in this round? These seem to be the geniuses of all major universities, all in the top 500 of the college entrance examination. Principal of Modu, I hope you can explain. Tang De saw Su Chen in the crowd and immediately guessed the clue, asking in a deep voice. The other principals also looked at the principal of Modu University, hoping to get a reasonable explanation. Colleagues, don't you think this way is more challenging? If these geniuses were scattered in each round, then the champion of each round would be a foregone conclusion. On the contrary, by putting these geniuses in the same round, we can better identify who the real geniuses are, right? With this statement, all the university presidents showed a hint of curiosity in their eyes and looked at Tang De. Everyone knew that the college entrance examination champion was a beast tamer and was recruited by Qing University. And for all this, they felt somewhat unbalanced. Although they had also sent people to recruit Su Chen, in the end Su Chen was still forcefully recruited by Qing University. In fact, if they had all competed wholeheartedly, Su Chen might not necessarily have chosen Qing University in the end, and the reason they did not give their all was because they had a question in their hearts: how could a beast tamer possibly become the champion? Perhaps that Su Chen had used some means? If they could take advantage of this opportunity to make Su Chen fall from the pedestal of the champion, then Qing University would become the laughingstock of the entire China. And if the geniuses recruited by their universities could become the champions of this round, the status of their universities would also be greatly elevated in China. For a moment, all the principals stopped questioning. I agree, perhaps this allocation is the most reasonable. I agree too. Yunbei University seconds the motion. The heads of the major universities raised their hands one after another to vote, and finally all eyes turned to Tang De. After a moment of silence, Tang De suddenly chuckled. I hope you won't regret your decision. The principal of the Magic City Academy glanced at Tang De deeply, and finally said lightly, in that case, let's arrange for the examinees to enter the teleportation. Su Chen, you need to be careful. The principal of the Magic City Academy has tampered with the test. The people you encounter in this round may all be opponents. At this moment, a message was received on the phone from teacher Chuan. Su Chen looked back and saw Chuan standing not far away, looking calmly at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, then turned and entered the teleportation channel. Chuan was right about one thing: to be careful, but the person who needs to be careful is not him. The first level of the ninefold demon tower. A halo of light floated by, and the surrounding view gradually became clear. Strange stone steels stood everywhere, the air was damp, and a gloomy atmosphere pervaded. Not far away, 4 figures emerged from the shimmering golden light. These were all participating teams. The participants looked around in confusion, and when they didn't see any danger, they began to observe the nearby teams. Many unfriendly glances fell on Su Chen and the others, and 2 teams nodded at each other and walked towards Su Chen's group. I didn't expect to run into our high school entrance exam champion so quickly. One of the boys carrying a black sickle said with a smile. He, can a beast tamer also be a champion? Perhaps it's just a reputation? Asked another team. Is it just a reputation? Try and find out. The boy carrying the black sickle's eyes flickered for a moment, and he sneered. You must be Qin Shan, right? The Reaper among the mysterious professions, ranked 439th in the college entrance examination, admitted to the South China Academy? At this moment, a girl in a white dress walked up gently and said coldly, Oh, you actually know me? Chen Shan was slightly stunned, looking at the girl in the white dress, but when he saw another figure behind her, his pupils suddenly contracted. Twin teacher? You are the second-ranked gentle? Chen Shan's exclamation drew a sense of awe from the teams nearby. It turned out to be the gentle second-ranked in the college entrance examination. Although they questioned Su Chen's performance as a beast tamer, it did not mean they doubted the gentle second-ranked. Because the title of the twin teacher is well known, even among all the mysterious professions, its strength is enough to rank in the top 3. Having 2 professions at the same time, and the 2 roles being in sync, complementing each other, in battle they are almost invincible. Whether in solo combat or in a team, the twin teacher has an indescribable advantage. It is said that there was once a twin teacher who, at only level 60, killed a level 70 legendary boss with another personality. The video of that battle has been included in the textbooks of major academies. The seamless cooperation between the 2 personalities is simply textbook level. If it were any other mysterious profession, they might have died at the hands of that boss long ago. At this moment, outside. In order to better monitor the results of this new student test, the Magic City Academy specially invited a mirror master from the mysterious professions to connect to the situation inside the tower. And this scene inside the tower happened to be seen by the principals of the major academies, especially the principal of the South China Academy, who originally thought Chen Shan had a chance to defeat Su Chen. but did not expect the second-ranked gentle from the college entrance examination to be in Su Chen's team. He immediately turned to look at the principal of the North University, Shin Xingrong. "What are you looking at me for? You all know the identity of that girl, can we control her?" Feeling the gazes around him, Shin Xingrong helplessly spread his hands. The mouths of the principals of the academies twitched for a moment, then they remembered the terrifying background of the gentle, and said no more. On the other side, the principal of the Magic City Academy, Tan Ing, also frowned. He hadn't expected the gentle and Su Chen to team up, but this was not a big problem. After all, he had prepared a big gift for Su Chen, and just one gentle couldn't stop those people. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Tan Ying's mouth, daring to touch the daughter of the Rin family? Su Chen is just waiting to die. Be gentle, let me handle this, these people are here for me. On the first floor of the tower, Su Chen walked out from the group, calmly speaking. The girl in the white dress hesitated for a moment, then stepped back behind Su Chen. "I didn't expect you to be quite a gentleman, but since that's the case, you're in for some bad luck." Seeing this, Chen Shan's eyes flashed with excitement. Originally, he was worried that the girl would intervene in this matter, but he didn't expect Su Chen to be so foolish, abandoning the opportunity. Seeing Chen Shan's excitement, Su Chen shook his head. This guy did well on the college entrance exam, but his intelligence still needed improvement. Didn't he realize that the girl was the second in the college entrance exam? If he really had a problem with his results, how could the girl possibly team up with him? Shadow Reaper slash. At that moment, Chen Shan on the opposite side let out a strange cry, then swung his scythe towards Su Chen. Su Chen stood calmly in place, not even attempting to dodge, waiting for the scythe to strike him. Clang! With a crisp sound, Chen Shan's scythe broke in half and turned into scrap metal on the ground. "My golden weapon!" Seeing this, Chen Shan immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Why? This was his golden weapon. How could it break just by hitting Su Chen? There must be something wrong. What item did you use to destroy my weapon? Chen Shan glared at Su Chen with resentment, roaring in anger. In his eyes, Su Chen was just a beast tamer. Even if he was strong, he was just a tamer. So the weapon must have been damaged by an item he used. Hearing this, Su Chen was speechless. He waved his hand and said, "Come here, I'll tell you if you come." Chen Shan looked suspiciously at Su Chen, but eventually approached, only to be kicked out by Su Chen in the next moment. "Shan Gu!" The three remaining members of his team exclaimed in shock, quickly getting up to help him. Chen Shan got up from the ground, pointing angrily at Su Chen. "How dare you sneak attack me? What are you waiting for? Kill him!" The remaining three looked at Su Chen hesitantly, realizing from the recent events that Su Chen was not the waste they thought he was. Chen Shan also finally realized something was wrong, his expression changing, then looking towards another team beside him. "Let's team up. As long as we defeat Su Chen, we can get the reward from the Rin family. It's an epic skill book," Chen Shan said in a low voice. Hearing this, the other team hesitated for a few seconds, then all stepped forward towards Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Not leaving yet? Then none of you will leave today." As he spoke, a long sword with black flames swirling around it appeared in his hand. When the sword appeared, the temperature around seemed to rise. Slash! With a low drink from Su Chen, a black flame cut through the void and landed on the 8 people. The burning black flames made the 8 people scream in agony, accompanied by a rapid decrease in their health bars, almost emptying in the blink of an eye. Once the health bar was empty, it meant death. Su Chen showed no intention of stopping, standing quietly on the side, watching as the 8 people finally couldn't hold on any longer and broke the life-saving bracelets on their wrists. This test was only to assess the strength of the new students, so special life-saving bracelets were also distributed, as these were all carefully selected students from various prestigious academies. Even the death of one was a huge loss. Buzz. A beam of light flashed, and the 8 students returned to the outside world. At this moment, their faces were as black as coal, and their emotions were indescribable. They were eliminated on the first floor without even encountering any minor monsters, indicating that their test results were 0, even worse than some ordinary students. And there was also a mirror master on-site broadcasting the entire scene, with every move of theirs being seen by students and teachers from various schools. It was simply too embarrassing. The president of the Southern Academy looked gloomy. Chen Shan could be said to be the most talented student they recruited, but his results were 0. How could he accept this? The rewards for this new student test were contributed by all the academies, and rewards were given according to performance. Originally, he hoped that Chen Shan would make a breakthrough in this test and elevate the status of the Southern Academy, but the result was 0. They couldn't even retrieve the resources they contributed to the Southern Academy. "President Tang, should you give us an explanation?" He joined another academy's president, looking at Tang De with a dark expression. Oh, explain what? Is there a rule in this test that students cannot eliminate each other? If I remember correctly, it seems that Chen Shan provoked first, right? Tang De said calmly. You. The president of the Southern Academy's face turned pale. He wanted to argue, but he had nothing to say. After all, everyone saw that it was indeed Chen Shan and his group who started the trouble, and embarrassingly, they were all eliminated by Xu Chen alone. For a moment, all the academy presidents' gazes towards Xu Chen changed. It seems that this top scorer in the college entrance examination is not all talk. But is this kid really a beast tamer? Why is he holding a sword? The president of the Magic City Academy also stared at Xu Chen in the picture, with a hint of malice in his eyes. This kid's talent is too strong. If he grows up, he will definitely be a threat to the Ren family, and their academy is closely related to the Ren family. Since they targeted him this time, they will inevitably be resented by this kid in the future. So this time, this kid must die in the 9 layers demon tower. Inside the tower. When Xu Chen easily dealt with those 8 people, the onlookers around suddenly gave up the idea of getting involved and turned to challenge the tower instead. It seems they won't come after you for now. Gentle walked up and smiled. These teams don't have strong players, but as they progress through the levels, there may be stronger opponents. Zhang Xiaoye whispered. Yes, we still need to be careful. Xu Chen nodded, not being complacent because of this small victory. After all, there are still many geniuses in this round, such as the summoner who can summon epic monsters mentioned by Gentle. After a brief rest, everyone began their ascent of the tower. Due to the entanglement of Chen Shan's 2 teams, their progress was much slower than the other teams. After advancing a distance, some small monsters began to appear around them. These monsters look like demon spirits, some in the shape of sword spirits. Is this the origin of the 9 layers demon tower? Xu Chen smiled lightly at the sight and summoned Little Barbarian directly. Roar! A majestic roar echoed, spreading far and wide, causing the participating teams to change color, especially those teams near Xu Chen and the others. When they saw this huge creature appear, they all retreated. Outside the tower, Ren Yunshan saw the barbarian bear, his eyes narrowed dangerously, with no change in expression on his face, but there was already a murderous aura around him. Clear the field. Xu Chen gestured for Little Barbarian to clear the way. The attribute requirements of this first level were not a problem for their team, but they needed to hunt enough small monsters to trigger the appearance of the boss and advance to the second level. The small monsters' attributes were not high, averaging only around level 30, and they were all bronze monsters, easily dealt with by Little Barbarian. Before long, the team entered the second level. The teleportation location was random, and the teams around them also changed, but Xu Chen and his team still did not encounter any strong opponents. Some teams that were itching to make a move temporarily withdrew their intentions after seeing Gentle, so Xu Chen and his team directly started the mode of hunting small monsters. This time, Xu Chen also summoned Little White, not to kill monsters, but to lie down comfortably. Midway through, he even summoned the other 3 girls to join him, and even with 4 people sitting on Little White, it didn't seem crowded. Roar! At this moment, suddenly a low roar was heard by everyone, followed by the entire tower shaking violently. In the distance, the gray dust rolled like smoke, as if something was breaking through the ground. What is it? Xu Chen focused slightly, looking towards the distance. The 3 women were equally puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, Xu Chen ordered Xiaoman and Xiaobai to rush over there. The area inside the tower was not small, and it was difficult to see the end at a glance. By the time Xu Chen and the others arrived in that area, it was already 10 minutes later. There were also many teams gathered around, including some top scorers in the college entrance examination, all staring at the area where the dust was swirling. These teams also noticed Xu Chen, but they did not have any intention of attacking Xu Chen. Instead, they all stared at the dusty area, because this could be the hidden treasure of the Ninefold Demon Tower, or a mysterious place. The Ninefold Demon Tower is a dungeon that countless people flock to. It is itself an extremely rare mystery. Climbing to the 9th level of the tower even has the chance to obtain artifacts, showing what kind of opportunities and treasures are hidden in this demon tower. In such a dungeon, how could the refreshed mystery be ordinary? Therefore, almost all the teams gathered here were waiting to see the true face of this dust. Gradually, the gray smoke dissipated. Everyone stared intently at that place, even Xu Chen and the others. But when the view became clear, Xu Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. How could this be? Countless eerie white bones were crawling out of the ground in that place, some human-shaped, some beast-shaped, but all of them had red eyes, like an undead army coming back to life. Behind these skeletons, there were 4 pale-faced young men, chanting incantations. With their spells, dry bones continued to crawl out of the ground, the crackling sound making people's faces change color. The mysterious place that everyone was anticipating turned out to be created by these 4 people. What is their identity? And why did they cause this commotion? The undead 4 princes of the Hunter Guild. How did they end up here? Gentle looked at the 4 people below, furrowing her brows. The Hunter Guild? Su-chen was taken aback, then said, "Isn't that one of the forces of the Rin family?" "Yes, but strictly speaking, the Rin family can only be considered a shareholder," Gentle said. "So, are they also one of the means the Rin family prepared to deal with me?" Su-chen yawned and asked. Gentle glanced at him and nodded faintly. "It should be. The undead 4 princes have not performed well in the college entrance examination, all ranking around 500. But that's because of their profession. They are all necromancers, and they can play a role in this place 10 times stronger than in a normal dungeon. It can be said that they are like fish in water in this ninefold demon tower. Perhaps that's why the Hunter Guild sent them over. You need to be careful this time." Although Gentle's voice was calm, the concern in her tone was evident. "What's there to fear? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." The undead 4 princes? That title does sound intimidating. Su-chen laughed carelessly. Gentle gave him a charming look and said, "You don't think the Hunter Guild is easy to deal with? Those 4 are known to be ruthless." Hearing this, Su-chen's expression finally became more serious. He had some understanding of the Hunter Guild, whose ruthless methods were indeed detestable. And below, the ground was already densely covered with skeletons and white bones, all buried in this ninefold demon tower. As Gentle said, this place was indeed a paradise for necromancers. I seem to be able to counter them." At that moment, a weak voice suddenly came from beside them. Everyone turned to look, only to see Jiang Xiaoya blinking her innocent eyes. "Counter them?" Gentle in the black dress pointed to the group of undead, curious. "Yes, I feel that my skills and attacks can greatly counter these undead creatures." Jiang Xiaoya nodded. Xiaoyu's profession is a holy angel, which seems to have a restraining effect on these filthy monsters. Su-chen also remembered at this time, with bright eyes. Holy angel? The two looked at each other gently, both relieved. After all, the other party had 4 necromancers. If all the undead monsters on the 2nd floor were summoned, it would definitely be a big trouble. By the way, aren't you also a priest profession? If I remember correctly, priests also have a certain suppressive effect on these monsters, right? Su-chen suddenly looked at Baikun gently and asked softly. There was a little problem with my priest profession advancement, Baikun said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh? Su-chen was surprised, curious. What did you advance into? God. Shield priest, Baikun said softly. Hearing this, Su-chen's mouth twitched. The shield priest that legend says has no output ability and relies entirely on shields for defense? That's right, Baikun said with a smile. In fact, shield priests are very strong. Among all the priest advancements, they can rank in the top 3. Because they have no output ability, the protective ability of the shield priest in the team's main position far exceeds that of ordinary priests. In battle, not only can it put a high health shield on the output position, but it also has the ability to continuously heal. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyu spoke up. Is that so? Su-chen raised an eyebrow. If the shield priest skills were really like that, being able to heal while applying a shield, it could definitely be considered a top-tier support. That's right, after advancing, we tested it together. With one shield skill, she can heal nearly 20% of her health, Baikun said softly. 20%? Su-chen widened his eyes. Although Baikun was just a mage, she currently had over 7,000 health. One skill could heal nearly 2,000 health? And on top of that, she could apply a shield to the target. Wouldn't that be equivalent to giving the target an extra half-life? Shouldn't it be said that this healing amount is somewhat outrageous? What about you, Xiaoyu? Hearing this, Su-chen couldn't help but look at the girl beside him. She was a pure mysterious profession holy angel. How terrifying would her healing ability be? And if Su-chen remembered correctly, she also had an epic staff in her hand. I advanced as a light angel, which can apply an aura to the target when restoring their health. The aura can provide the target with beneficial buffs, such as damage reduction, defense increase, crowd control immunity, and so on. At the same time, targets within the aura have a chance to receive Angel's blessing. As for the effect, it's still unclear. In terms of healing amount, if I use Deep Blue Kiss, I should be able to restore 3,000 health in one go, Jiang Xiaoyu said slowly. Hearing this number, Su-chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. 3,000. This kind of healing amount is almost only achievable by a level 50 priest, and Xiaoyu already has it at level 39. Is this the terrifying aspect of the holy angel profession? On the other hand, Baikun was also somewhat surprised to hear this number, as the shield priest was already considered the ceiling in the healing profession, yet the holy angel surpassed it by so much at the same level. Of course, she wasn't too envious. After all, she wasn't just a simple priest, but also had another persona. With the two of them working together, combining both output and healing, their effectiveness in actual combat might be even greater than Jiang Xiaoyu's. TSK, with the two of you healing, I feel much more at ease, Su Chen sighed. The assistance abilities of these two are very strong, more than enough to heal the injuries suffered by Xiao Bai and Xiao Man inside the tower. Of course, compared to Xiao Wu, there is still some gap. After all, Xiao Wu's skills are based on percentage healing, not a fixed value. However, Xiao Wu was obtained later in the dungeon, and currently, only Ren's steward Lu knows of its existence, but Lu has already passed away. Therefore, Su Chen did not intend to expose Xiao Wu's existence, but rather treated him as a hidden card, which might play an unexpected role. Boom! At this moment, another loud noise suddenly came from below, causing the ground beneath Su Chen and the others to tremble, with visible stones jumping on the ground. And suddenly, an area in front of the four undead princes began to collapse, with the undead skeletons standing above falling down one by one, followed by a descending staircase appearing, leading directly to the dark depths underground. What is this? Hey, what are you guys up to? Seeing this, many teams around couldn't help but loudly ask the four individuals. Seeing this, the four undead princes finally stopped chanting spells and instead looked at the surrounding teams of participants, a strange smile appearing on their pale faces. Congratulations on discovering the hidden realm, the tomb of the undead. A hidden realm. There really is a hidden realm here. Upon hearing this, all the teams of participants around became excited, eagerly looking at the stairs leading into the darkness. Seeing this, the undead princes smirked, and immediately chanted a spell to signal the skeletons to disperse. As a result, the passage leading to the hidden realm appeared in front of everyone without any obstacles. However, not a single team entered. Hey, you four discovered this hidden realm. Why are you sharing it with us? Could it be a trick? One participant asked loudly. This realm is an open realm. Even if we don't share it with you, would you obediently stay outside? The undead princes chuckled. Upon hearing this, all the teams of participants were stunned, realizing that it made sense. Since this was an open realm, even after the undead princes entered, they could still enter, so what was the point of blocking them? Everyone, the precious items in the open realm are limited, first come, first served. At this moment, the undead princes said another sentence before walking into the staircase. Seeing this scene, the eager participants immediately cast aside their concerns, afraid of missing out, and quickly rushed towards the entrance to the realm. Let's go too, or there might be nothing left later. Seeing this, He Kun Wenru turned to the others, urging them. No, Su Chen shook his head. These four have a problem. What problem? He Kun Wenru asked in confusion. Look, they didn't enter the realm, but used a kind of elemental magic to hide within the undead skeletons. Su Chen pointed to a spot in the bones. Because they were sitting on Xiao Bai, they had a clear view from above. Looking over, they indeed saw four individuals in black robes hidden among the white bones. Who else could they be if not the four undead princes? What are they doing? He Kun Wenru was full of surprise because they had just seen these four individuals walking up the stairs. They must have some kind of item that allows them to teleport. Walking in just now was an illusion, and their real purpose is to deceive the other participants into entering, Su Chen said calmly. What is their purpose in doing this? Zhang Xiaoye asked with some confusion. I guess it's a common trick of the Hunters Guild, finding scapegoats. Su Chen squinted his eyes and slowly spoke. Scapegoats? The three women looked at Su Chen, a hint of puzzlement on their delicate faces. I've encountered people from the Hunters Guild before. When they encounter unknown risks in a realm, they would coerce and lure unsuspecting individuals to explore the dangerous level of the realm, Su Chen explained. What? That's so shameless. Isn't this playing with people's lives? What if there's real danger? Wouldn't the people who go in? The three women's faces showed a hint of hatred and concern. Exactly, this behavior is despicable. But I suspect that these four individuals have more than just that in mind. Have you noticed that this secret realm appeared entirely because these four guys controlled the surrounding undead skeletons? Su Chen said. It seems so. Could it be that these skeletons? Zhang Xiaoye furrowed her brows, already having some guesses in her mind, her pretty face gradually becoming serious. If I'm not mistaken, these skeletons should be the key to opening the secret realm. As long as we kill them, the passage to the secret realm should appear. And if the undead four lords control them, they should also be considered dead, so the passage to the secret realm will appear. However, the necromancers have the ability to communicate with the skeletons, which means they probably already know what is in this secret realm, something they cannot control or deal with, so they lure those people in first. Otherwise, with the number of skeletons outside, they could easily intercept those participants. Su Chen said casually. And as his words fell, the expressions of the three women also changed slightly, especially when they saw the densely packed skeletons. They felt that Su Chen's guess was correct. There were at least hundreds of skeletons, more than enough to stop the other teams from entering the secret realm, but the undead four lords had them open the way. Doesn't this mean that the terror of the things in that secret realm surpasses even the army of skeletons outside? The fate of those participating teams. Thinking of this, the expressions of the three women turned pale. The undead four lords were too terrifying, so ruthless. Without the teleportation bracelet, wouldn't this directly lead to the deaths of dozens of people? Amazing! Truly deserving of the top scholar. Just then, a sharp applause suddenly rang out, and the four necromancers had already arrived not far from them at some point. Accompanying them was a vast army of skeletons. It seems that you are indeed sent by the Ren family, Su Chen said calmly upon seeing them. You have taken something you shouldn't have, so naturally you have to spit it out. One of the necromancers spoke hoarsely. Do you have the ability to do that? Su Chen sneered. Hee hee, why not try and find out? The undead four lords laughed strangely in unison, and the next moment they began chanting. Clatter clatter. Skeletons kept emerging from the ground under Xiao Bai, grabbing his limbs. Seeing this, Xiao Bai was about to explode, but then he heard a light voice. Holy light shines. A burst of holy light suddenly emanated from Jiang Xiaoye, a golden glow instantly illuminating the area. The skeletons that had just emerged let out a piercing scream under the light, their bones emitting bursts of black smoke, and finally losing all ability to move. Holy angel? There is actually a holy angel profession in your team. The undead four lords exclaimed in disbelief, while their army of skeletons continued to lose their mobility. And the culprit of all this was Jiang Xiaoye. Seeing this scene, the faces of the undead four lords hidden under their cloaks suddenly turned fierce, and the next moment one of them chanted a dark magic spell and shot it towards Jiang Xiaoye. Divine shield. The woman in the white dress waved her gentle hand, and a layer of holy light shield enveloped Jiang Xiaoye, blocking the dark magic. You have the guts to touch my people. Su Chen looked at the person who made the move, his eyes suddenly cold. Not good. The undead four lords muttered. Before they could retreat, Su Chen had already appeared in front of them, a long sword surrounded by black flames, and the next moment it directly slashed towards one person's head. No! The person looked up, his pupils shrinking. He knew he couldn't resist the skill of this sword. He had a premonition that he might die when this sword came down. Without hesitation, he directly tore off the teleportation halo, a flash of light passed, and the man disappeared on the spot. The other three necromancers were shocked to the core. They had heard that Su Chen was also very strong in close combat, but they never expected him to be so fierce, eliminating their companion with just one sword. Is this still a beast tamer? Even the berserker doesn't have such strong attack power. Quick retreat! The remaining three undead princes hurriedly shouted, while madly retreating under the cover of the skeletons. In the blink of an eye, the three men were dozens of meters away from Su Chen and the others. At this moment, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Su Chen with resentment in their eyes. This kid is indeed powerful. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the geographical advantage here to deal with him, but they didn't expect that before their skeleton army attacked, it was restrained by the opponent's archangel. What they didn't expect was that one of their companions was directly hit by Su Chen and teleported out with a broken hand. His strength is actually terrifying to this extent? But isn't he a beast tamer? Shouldn't a beast tamer rely on the strength of his pets? If he is already this strong, how powerful would his divine beast pet be? For a moment, the three of them actually regretted agreeing to deal with Su Chen. Let's not fight with him for now. Let's wait until we meet up with Yao Sen and the others. The priority now is to take what's in the secret realm. The three looked at each other and whispered. On the other side, Su Chen saw them retreat into the skeleton army and hesitated for a moment, deciding not to take the risk. To deal with this group of skeleton army, it mainly relied on the suppression characteristics of the Archangel Xiaoyu. If Xiaoyu entered the skeleton group, she might be in danger. As for the remaining three guys, there would be opportunities to teach them a lesson. Swish! Just then, a silver light flashed, and two disheveled figures appeared at the entrance of the secret realm passage. One of them was a girl holding a silver wand, with a particularly pale face. Beside her was a knight equipped with a sword and shield, but the knight's equipment was already tattered, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. It's Bai Yuner. Bai Kun gently looked at the girl and exclaimed. Bai Yuner? Su Chen looked at her, raising an eyebrow. The daughter of the Bai family in the Magic City, and also the only awakened spatial attribute mage of this generation. To protect her, the Bai family even hired a knight with a similar level of holy light seal. Bai Kun explained gently. Is this spatial attribute mage very rare? Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but be puzzled. Of course, spatial attribute mages not only have high output, but also possess spatial transfer abilities. High-level spatial mages can even bring teammates out of a boss's fatal move, making them a life-saving artifact. Bai Kun said. So powerful? Su Chen was slightly surprised, which reminded him of the steward Lu he killed. Wasn't he a spatial mage? Unfortunately, he seemed not to have learned that skill yet, so he died at his hands. Only this Miss Bai and that knight came out. So the rest have been eliminated? Su Chen blinked. It should be. Bai Kun nodded slightly. Xin Xia, how dare your undead four princes plot against us? Bai Yuner now looked disheveled, but her exquisite beauty could still be seen. However, at this moment, she was glaring angrily at the remaining three undead princes. Miss Bai, what are you talking about? You entered the secret realm on your own. I didn't force you to go in. How can you blame us now that something has happened? You. Hearing these shameless words, Bai Yuner gritted her teeth, her chest heaving. Oh, by the way, you should have encountered the boss below, right? It's a pity you couldn't kill it. It looks like we'll have to take care of it ourselves. The three undead princes walked into the secret realm passage with a smile. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuner was even more furious. How could she not know what these three guys were up to? They must be going to kill the boss that had been weakened by all of them. Utterly shameless. Bai Yuner cursed, but she was helpless. She and her teammates had exhausted all their strength to escape, with their health and mana bars almost depleted, and they had no chance to compete with those three for the boss. At this moment, another group of people passed by in front of them, 1 man and 3 women, especially the man had a strange style of drawing, and he was even holding a cat in his arms. Bringing pets into this instance? Suddenly, Bai Yuner seemed to remember something, her beautiful eyes trembled, and she blurted out excitedly, "It's him." "Miss, what's wrong?" The knight beside her asked in confusion. "It's Su Chen, the top scorer in the college entrance examination." The 4 lords of the undead have a close relationship with the Ren family, and Su Chen dares to follow them. "This will be interesting. Let's follow them quickly," Bai Yuner exclaimed with excitement. "Miss, but our current condition." The knight hesitated. "Don't worry, we'll just watch from afar. Even if we can only see those guys suffer, I'll be satisfied," Bai Yuner said in a low voice. "All right then." Seeing this, the knight could only nod in agreement. In the secret realm, after passing through the stairs, the group arrived at a dark underground cave. It resembled a large underground prison, with rusty iron cages everywhere and some bloodstains on the ground. These should have been left behind by the previous exploration teams who encountered some monsters here, but those monsters had already been cleared out. Ahead, the 3 lords of the undead led a large army of skeletons, heading towards a specific direction. "It seems my guess was correct. These guys know what kind of boss is underground." Su Chen and the others quietly followed behind. "Hey, why are we going in?" Black Skirt asked gently, looking puzzled. "Of course, we're here to steal the boss. Don't you want to see these 3 guys kill the boss and get the rewards of the secret realm?" Su Chen said. "Of course not. But, with their skeleton army surrounding us from all sides, can we really steal it from them?" Black Skirt asked softly. "Of course, do you doubt my strength?" Su Chen smirked. "I believe in you, we can do it." Jiang Xiaoye spoke up, showing her complete trust in Su Chen, although her voice trembled slightly. Su Chen turned around and saw a hint of fear in her eyes, which reminded him of Jiang Xiaoye's fear of the dark. He immediately reached out and held her hand. Seeing this, Black Skirt's face changed instantly, and she hurried to Su Chen's side, saying, "Su Chen, I'm also afraid of the dark." Su Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, "Go away, go find your sisters." Hearing this, Black Skirt's face fell, and White Skirt stepped forward, seeing her defeated look, couldn't help but tease, "What's wrong? Now you know who the main wife is, right?" Black Skirt glared at her and said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Even if I can't steal Su Chen, you'll be the one losing face in the end." White Skirt's face stiffened, realizing that it might be true. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Su Chen whisper, "Stop, it seems we've reached the boss's location." Everyone quickly stopped and hid quietly. At this moment, they were concealed in darkness, like ghosts. This was a skill of Black Skirt, allowing her to disguise herself as a shadow and perform spellcasting without attracting attention, a useful survival skill for a dark mage. At the same time, the 3 lords of the undead looked around and sneered when they found nothing unusual. "Hee hee, it seems Su Chen doesn't dare to come down. Of course, this is our territory, there are more undead skeletons underground than above. If he dares to come, he won't make it back. Alright, let's kill this boss first and see what treasures it has." The 3 of them looked towards the boss, which was a large black snake with shimmering dark scales and blood-red eyes. This was a living boss that the 3 lords of the undead couldn't control, so they let the other participants wear it down. At this moment, the boss's health was already below half. The undead three princes saw the situation and smiled smugly. It seems that the treasure of this secret realm belongs to us. With that, a group of skeleton undead swarmed forward, followed by the sound of a great snake hissing in the underground cave. After fighting for nearly 20 minutes, the health of this great snake finally reached its limit. The undead three princes eagerly swallowed their saliva. The potential of this boss is probably higher than a diamond. I wonder what kind of items it will drop. Bang! Finally, with a loud noise, the boss fell to the ground, with just a trace of health left. A purple light burst forth from the snake's body, but in that instant, a figure carrying a black long sword appeared in its place. The undead three princes looked at this familiar figure, their faces stiffening, then roared, "Su Chen, how dare you? What do I have to fear?" Su Chen replied with a faint smile, then struck with his sword. As a swirling black flame passed through, the health of the great snake was completely depleted, bursting into endless golden light. Golden! The undead three princes were stunned, murmuring, "It's actually a golden reward." Swish! However, before they could see clearly what the reward was, Su Chen waved his hand and collected the pile of treasures into his storage space. Damn it! The undead three princes were furious. Everything they had painstakingly planned was meant to obtain the final reward of this secret realm, but unexpectedly, it was taken by Su Chen. How did he even appear here? Su Chen, hand over the items, or you won't leave here alive today. He's alone now, without that holy angel profession by his side. Kill him, and the treasure will still be ours. At this moment, the undead three princes were clearly filled with murderous intent. Su Chen remained calm, knowing he could leave at any time because he had used the exclusive skill of the Wind Beastmaster class he had previously transferred to, the Son of the Wind. This skill granted him 3 chances of instant teleportation during its activation, allowing him to unpredictably appear and snatch the boss's reward. But now, he had no intention of leaving. Kill me? Do you really have the strength for that? Su Chen spoke lightly, and a contract magic circle appeared around his body. A huge figure emerged from it, instantly crushing a group of undead skeletons underfoot. Xiao Bai. Su Chen called softly again, and a loud tiger roar came from afar. The snow-white figure then ran to Su Chen's side, crushing more skeletons on the way. The undead three princes' faces changed drastically. Was this Su Chen's pet? Its attributes were terrifying, as those skeletons under its feet had no resistance, like stepping stones. Fortunately, these were all undead skeletons. The three princes began chanting a spell, and the flattened skeletons slowly gathered and rose up again. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. These undead skeletons could actually be resurrected. However, that was all they could do. Their attributes were insignificant to Xiao Bai and Xiao Chen. Once the undead three princes were dealt with, these undead skeletons would naturally lose control. Immediately, Su Chen turned his gaze to the three princes hiding among the skeletons. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, the three princes' faces turned pale, hastily gathering the skeletons around them for protection. Poof! Su Chen shook his head, letting Xiao Bai and Xiao Chen clear the way. The group of undead skeletons under Xiao Bai and Xiao Chen's claws crumbled like mud upon contact. Not far away, Bai Yuner, who had followed secretly, was stunned to see this scene. What is this? A fierce beast battling an undead legion? Those two fierce beasts are so powerful. Could it be the guy's beast taming? Bai Yuner looked at Su Chen standing behind Xiao Bai and Xiao Chen, her face full of astonishment. It seems so, the knight beside her said, swallowing hard. With such a large undead army, he would have been devoured by the skeletons long ago, but for those two tamed beasts, they were like mud figures, unable to harm them at all. His profession is the Divine Seal Holy Light Knight, which is also a mysterious profession. He achieved a national ranking of 97 in the college entrance examination. Originally, he thought everyone was in the top 100, so even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be too huge. But today, when he saw it for himself, his worldview was completely overturned. It's outrageous. Su Chen is simply a freak. Just the personal combat power he displayed is already not inferior to his own as a Divine Seal Holy Light Knight, and his two beast mounts are even more monstrous, actually treating the skeleton army as if they were ants, trampling them without hesitation. Wasn't it said that beast tamers are the most useless profession? Wasn't it said that there was something suspicious about Su Chen being ranked first? Those who say such things should open their eyes and see, if this can also be called useless, then aren't they even more useless? But, why are there only 3 of the undead 4 heavenly sons left? Bai Yuner asked in confusion. Maybe the other one has already been taken out by Su Chen? The knight turned his head and met her gaze. On the other side, the 3 gentle women were equally shocked. The gentle woman in the black dress who had planned to help quietly put down her wand. Is this guy really so abnormal? The future pillar of China, there must be a place for him, the beast tamer reaching the top. Just thinking about it feels like a dream. the gentle woman in the white dress sighed. I knew it, Su Chen must be the most powerful. Jiang Xiaoye smiled and squinted her beautiful eyes. At the same time, with the protection of Xiao Bai and Xiao Man, Su Chen had already approached the three undead masters. The skeleton army surrounding them had been smashed into pieces by Xiao Bai and Xiao Man. Even though skeletons continued to emerge from all sides, they were instantly dispersed by a swipe from Xiao Bai. Seeing this scene, the three undead heavenly sons turned pale. They finally realized how terrifying Su Chen was. No wonder the Ren family had put a hefty bounty on his head. Su Chen slowly walked out from behind Xiao Bai and Xiao Man, looking at the three in front of him and said calmly, "Are you going out on your own, or do you want me to help you?" The three sons looked at each other, then at Su Chen, with a dark look in their eyes. Su Chen, don't push your luck too far. If you provoke us, you won't have a good end either. Oh, hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Alright, if you have any means, go ahead and use them. I also think that eliminating you like this is not very challenging. The three sons felt insulted by his words and immediately began chanting a spell. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly felt a disturbance behind him. He turned slowly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He saw that the giant snake boss that had just been killed had come back to life. However, the flesh of the giant snake had been burned clean by Su Chen's black purgatory flames, leaving only a skeleton that emitted a faint light, with crimson eyes. This boss must have diamond potential at the very least. How could they control it? Su Chen frowned and looked at the three sons. Ha ha, Su Chen, didn't expect this, right? This boss has diamond potential, you are no match for it. Still want to kill us? Su Chen, today is the day you die. The three sons laughed wildly. What? They actually controlled that boss? Bai Yuner and the knight hiding in the back were surprised to hear this. They were very clear about the strength of this boss. It almost wiped out all of them. If it weren't for their ability to teleport, they would have been eliminated as well. Unexpectedly, this boss turned out to have diamond potential. If it were a team of all third-tier players, there might still be hope of victory. But how could that be possible? All the participants present had just awakened their professions a month ago. Even if they leveled up quickly, they couldn't possibly exceed level 40, let alone complete the third-tier transformation. Could it be that even Su Chen is not their match? Diamond Boss. In the shadows, Jiang Xiaoye saw the resurrected giant snake and a hint of worry appeared on her delicate face. At this moment, the two gentle girls beside suddenly giggled. Xiaoyu, don't worry, this guy could kill a diamond boss at level 27, the girl in white gently smiled. Ha! Jiang Xiaoye was stunned. Although she believed in Su Chen's strength, she didn't expect him to be so fierce. Killing a level 50 diamond boss at level 27, is this for real? Yes, this guy's level of madness far exceeds imagination, no need to worry for him. The girl in black gently smiled, feeling secretly pleased. It turns out this girl doesn't know Su Chen that well. Looks like she still has a chance. Is this the only level? Looking at the skeletal giant snake, Su Chen shook his head. This giant snake is a true level 50 diamond boss, much stronger than the level 39 withered vine monster encountered before, with all four attributes reaching an average of 5,000. However, he is no longer the level 27 newbie from back then, and Xiao Bai and the others are no longer in their infancy. Xiao Bai. Su Chen beckoned, not even letting Xiao Man assist on the side. Roar! Xiao Bai looked at the giant snake, emitting a low growl, then the fur on its body emitted a faint red light, its majestic head held high, like a mythical beast bathed in holy light. In the next moment, it spewed white light from its mouth, gathering captivating wind attribute energy, forming a nearly explosive light ball. Seeing this scene, the undead third prince sneered, Su Chen, you don't think your pet can fight against a diamond potential boss, do you? And it's level 50, even if your pet has the potential of a divine beast, it can't possibly be its match. So you. Boom! Before the undead third prince could finish speaking, the light ball in Xiao Bai's mouth turned into a beam of light that pierced through the body of the skeletal giant snake. White tiger roar light wave. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, the intense white light continuously devouring the body of the skeletal giant snake, and finally, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the skeletal giant snake shattered with a bang. Even the bones were cut into pieces by the surging wind attribute power. How is this possible? The expression of the undead third prince froze in place, his mouth unable to move, his eyes filled with astonishment. That white tiger actually directly killed the skeletal giant snake. That's a level 50 diamond boss, how could it be killed instantly? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The horrified expression of the undead third prince fell into Su Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but shake his head lightly, saying, you know nothing about the power of divine beasts. With that, he waved his hand, and Xiao Man charged towards the three of them. Without the protection of the undead skeleton, they were even worse than ordinary mages, easily defeated. Seeing Xiao Man's claw coming down, the three quickly activated their teleportation bracelets and fled the scene. Before leaving, the undead third prince gritted his teeth. Su-chen, we will not let you off. Hearing this, Su-chen raised an eyebrow and suddenly unleashed a flame of black purgatory. The flames burned their black robes, and the three of them screamed and fled the scene. Outside the tower. Quick! Put out the fire! The undead third prince was covered in black flames, screaming as soon as he appeared. Immediately, a water attribute mage approached, but a water spell did not extinguish the flames on them. Get out of the way! The principal of the Magic Capital Academy appeared, his eyes flashing with a cold light, and then three bone-chilling streams of ice water poured over them, extinguishing the black flames. Principal! Seeing Jia Xianhua, the undead third prince immediately cried out in despair, Principal, that Su-chen is not human at all. The divine beast in his hands is not something a human can contend with. Shut up, useless things. Get out of here. Jia Xianhua's face darkened as he growled, his expression changing constantly. This undead fourth prince is a student recruited by the Magic Capital Academy. Originally, he wanted to use the special features of the ninefold demon tower to eliminate Su-chen, but he didn't expect them to be so embarrassing. Moreover, this is all happening in front of everyone, and the reputation of his prestigious magical academy has been completely ruined by these four individuals. At this moment, the four lords of the undead also felt the strange gazes, immediately lowered their heads, and retreated without saying a word. Jia Xianhua pretended to be nonchalant as he returned to the discussion table, but he could feel the eyes of others on him. Principal Jia, the actions of your prestigious academy are truly eye-opening. You talk about fairness, yet engage in these underhanded tactics. Indeed, as one of the top 5 academies in China, targeting a single student seems rather uncouth, don't you think? Tisk tsk, it's like shooting oneself in the foot. Not only was the secret realm reward stolen, but even the person was eliminated. The four lords of the undead, even in defeat, are quite orderly. Tang Dis sat in his chair, speaking leisurely. The words were not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Even Jia Xianhua, with a thick skin, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. You are mistaken, their conflicts are personal grudges. What does it have to do with our magical academy? Jia Xianhua smiled awkwardly at the crowd. Is that so? Su-chen seems to have quite a few enemies, even offending the four lords of the undead from the Hunters Guild. Tang Dis sneered lightly. Jia Xianhua's face stiffened, but he didn't say anything, his gaze turning colder as he looked at Su-chen in the mirror, his killing intent growing stronger. Inside the tower, after the third lord of the undead was eliminated, the undead skeletons in the arena lost control and turned into piles of bones. The three gentle maidens approached, their eyes showing a hint of admiration towards Su-chen. Hey, aren't you neglecting teamwork a bit too much? You managed to handle everything here alone. The black-dressed gentle maiden teased. Hee, with just these few guys, there's no need for you beauties to take action. Su-chen chuckled. If you can talk, then say more. The black-dressed gentle maiden's smile deepened. Jiang Xiaoya's eyes were full of admiration, but she remained silent, just gazing at Su-chen with affection. Alright, the air here isn't great, let's tidy up and leave. The white-dressed gentle maiden said. Although they said to tidy up, there was no need, as Su-chen had already taken all the treasures dropped by the boss snake, leaving only the bones on the ground. As everyone prepared to leave the secret realm, the black-dressed gentle maiden suddenly looked in a certain direction, her voice cold. Who's there? Come out. If you don't come out now, don't blame us for being impolite. With that, the black-dressed gentle maiden made a slight gesture, summoning a dark magic. Wait, we can come out, right? A sweet voice came from behind a rock. By Yuner? And the holy light knight with the divine seal. Seeing the two people emerge from behind the rock, the white-dressed gentle maiden looked slightly surprised. Sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop, but those four guys were really despicable, so we followed them. When we saw you eliminate them, it was truly inspiring. Bai Yuner looked at Su-chen, her face full of excitement. The girl's reaction surprised Su-chen. She took such a risk just to see how miserable the four lords of the undead were? Well, she's quite ruthless. You've seen their fate, you can leave now, right? Su-chen said calmly. Bai Yuner is also from the magical city, so it's best to be cautious as she might have some connection with the Ren family. However, at the moment, this possibility seems unlikely, as this Bai Yuner seems to have a strong aversion to the four lords of the undead. Of course, your pet is so powerful, we wouldn't dare provoke it. Bai Yuner said, her curious gaze falling on the little white cat in Su-chen's arms. She hadn't forgotten the awe-inspiring display of power by the little white cat, instantly killing the diamond boss. Now it had turned into such a cute and obedient kitty, it was truly miraculous. After taking a few glances, she clearly felt that Su-chen's eyes were somewhat unkind, so she turned and left. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Bai. TSK, it seems that Miss Bai is very interested in Xiao Bai. Why don't you let this little guy use some charm to lure her over? A spatial mage will play a very important role in the future for the team, the woman in the black dress said gently. Su Chen gave her a look. If you want to use charm, why don't you go? With your charm, even girls can be won over, right? Can I understand this as you saying I'm very charming? The woman in the black dress gently stretched her body, her well-proportioned figure extremely pleasing to the eye. Even Jiang Xiaoye and the woman in white couldn't help but glance over, especially the latter, who muttered something about a fairy. Clearly the same appearance, but different personalities. Why are there differences in some aspects? We've wasted a lot of time, let's hurry up and climb the tower, Su Chen said, looking at the time. Okay. An hour later, Su Chen and the other two appeared at the end of the third level, with a boss they had just defeated lying at their feet. It had the potential of a golden boss, but was only level 39. Many ordinary teams had already been eliminated by this boss, but for Su Chen and his team, it was not a problem. What really made them stay was that this boss unexpectedly dropped a reward. Although it's just a golden weapon, it's not bad, Su Chen said lightly. At his current level of 39, he was still in the stage of using golden equipment, but he had already surpassed that. During a month of training, he had looted dozens of treasures, including some diamonds, epics, and even legendary equipment. However, those items had level restrictions that Su Chen couldn't equip yet. At the same time, he had also obtained some equipment without level restrictions, which could complete a full set of wearable platinum armor, as well as a diamond sword, black prison, without level restrictions. So the golden equipment. Indeed, the reward is quite ordinary, the two gentle women said calmly when they saw the golden equipment on the ground. Their family backgrounds were also extraordinary, and although they rarely took action when with Su Chen, he could feel that their equipment should be top-notch. As for Jiang Xiaoye, she had an epic staff in her hand and wouldn't care about this golden equipment. So, this equipment was directly given to Su Chen, who had helped kill the boss. Little did they know, this golden weapon was worth at least tens of thousands, if not millions, in the outside world, but they seemed to disdain it. This left onlookers speechless. This was a golden equipment, a golden equipment. Are all newbies so wealthy now? Back in their day, they couldn't even gather a full set of golden equipment at this stage. Fourth level. After killing the boss, more items dropped, this time 2 pieces of golden equipment and some scroll items. It seems that items will drop from the third level onwards, and the higher the level, the better the drops, Su Chen pondered. The 3 women nodded in agreement with Su Chen's observation. There seemed to be fewer teams around, probably due to the tower's attributes suppressing them from advancing, and some were eliminated by the boss. Have you felt any discomfort? Su Chen asked again. The 3 women shook their heads. The gentlewoman was a twin soul teacher, and after a job change, her attributes would combine with another person's, so to some extent, she might even surpass Su Chen in pure attributes. As for Jiang Xiaoye, she had the bonus of an epic staff, and her other equipment was not ordinary either, so the 4th level shouldn't pose a challenge for her. Seeing that the 3 women were fine, Su Chen nodded and took a deep breath. In that case, let's continue forward. End of the 5th level. Killing the boss, 3 pieces of golden equipment dropped, along with 2 platinum scroll items. After distribution, the 4 continued to advance. However, at the end of the 6th level, a situation arose. There were many more teams around than on the 5th level, but many of them were injured and were resting nearby to recover. Obviously, the boss on this level was tricky, and many competing teams were hindered in their progress on this level. The moment Su Chen's team appeared, it attracted the attention of some people, some of whom looked at Su Chen with unfriendly eyes. They all knew about the Ren family's bounty, and since they couldn't defeat the boss on this level, they came up with a reckless idea. Eliminate Su Chen. The Ren family's bounty stated that anyone who eliminated Su Chen would receive a diamond skill book, and if they killed Su Chen, they would get an epic skill book. This kind of reward was considered crazy, and it was hard for anyone to resist taking on this bounty. You should know that even the most ordinary shield warrior class in the combat profession could sell an epic skill book for over tens of millions, and some mysterious classes' epic skill books were worth nearly $1 billion. At that moment, several teams started to approach Su Chen and his team. Among them, a team emerged, and one person in that team was extremely familiar to Su Chen, and at that moment, she was staring at Su Chen with a mocking expression. Su Chen, you finally showed up. Run Shanxian looked at Su Chen, a hint of hatred appearing on her delicate face. Miss Ren, long time no see, Su Chen said with a faint yawn upon seeing the girl. Hee, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? I still vividly remember what you did to me that day, and today you will pay the price. Everyone, this person is Su Chen. Whoever can eliminate him will receive a reward of a diamond skill book. And if you kill him, you will get an epic skill book. What are you waiting for? Even if Reincarnation didn't say it, many people had already recognized Shuchen. After careful consideration, they chose to eliminate Shuchen. Because the success rate of defeating the boss on the 6th level was slim, and even if they succeeded, the reward could not compare to a diamond skill book. On the contrary, with so many people going after Shuchen, they were sure to eliminate him. Whoever eliminated or killed him would gain both fame and fortune. Not only could they surpass the current top student in terms of reputation, but they could also receive extraordinary rewards. Seeing the teams closing in from all sides, Jiang Xiaoye and her 2 companions became nervous and looked around vigilantly. Shuchen, that's Zhao Han, ranked 78th in the college entrance exam, a mysterious class stone giant. That's Huang Chang, ranked 92nd in the college entrance exam, a mysterious class rune master. That's. As the gentle voice in the white dress spoke, Shuchen's eyes grew colder. So many people, all wanting to eliminate me? He said indifferently. Of course, before the start of the freshman test, the Rin family placed a bounty on you among all participants. Anyone who eliminates you can get a diamond skill book, regardless of their profession. And the person who kills you will be directly rewarded with an epic level skill book. The gentle voice continued softly. Is that so? The Rin family has really gone to great lengths for me. Shuchen's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of killing intent in his expression. He was truly angry. The Rin family had been aggressive several times, with bounties placed on him not less than 3 times. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long been left with no place to bury themselves. Rin family. Shuchen muttered softly, but his words seemed to carry a chill. Shuchen, there are many of them. Should we temporarily avoid their edge? The gentle voice in the black dress glanced around, and at least 7 teams were closing in. Among them, Reincarnation's team was the most powerful, all-mysterious class, and all above level 35. Jiang Xiaoye's face also became somewhat serious, but she didn't say anything, just kept her beautiful eyes on Shuchen, as if waiting for his decision. No retreat. Shuchen shook his head and looked at the teams around him with a sneer. They think they can eliminate me with just them? That's just wishful thinking. Arrogant? In my eyes, they are not even as good as a small monster, Shuchen said indifferently. Hearing this, those teams were provoked by Shuchen's words. Arrogant. Shuchen, even if you have extraordinary abilities, you cannot survive among so many elites like us. It would be wise to voluntarily break the bracelet and spare yourself the pain. Someone shouted loudly. Is that so? Then come and try, Shuchen said calmly to the person. The person hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but seeing so many people around, a hint of eagerness appeared in his eyes. This was the top scorer of the college entrance examination, and also the most useless beast tamer profession in legend. Once he eliminated him, he would definitely become a legendary figure. The person stepped forward, wielding a broad-bladed heavy sword, a warrior profession. In the next moment, he raised the heavy sword, let out a low roar, and charged straight at Shuchen. Prepare to die. His eyes were both excited and ruthless. After all, eliminating only yielded a diamond skill book, but killing would grant an epic skill book. Facing the warrior's heavy sword, Shuchen just looked expressionless, showing no intention of dodging. Behind him, Wenru and Jiang Xiaoye couldn't help but get anxious, calling out, Shuchen, be careful. What's going on? Is Shuchen scared silly? Or has he given up resistance? Anya Chanxian on the opposite side was equally puzzled. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The heavy sword had already landed on Shuchen, aiming straight at his neck. However, the expected scene of head and body separation did not occur. Instead, the heavy sword broke in place. The warrior who struck was dumbfounded, looking at Shuchen's neck, wondering if he was hallucinating. Why did Shuchen remain unharmed under his sword? You want to kill me? A faint voice sounded at that moment. The warrior immediately felt a sense of danger, subconsciously trying to activate the bracelet, only to be horrified to find that he had lost control of his body. How could this be? The warrior's pupils shrank, already having a bad premonition. Meanwhile, Shuchen, looking at the warrior trapped by water, had a cold look in his eyes. The black prison had appeared in his hand at some point, and in the next moment, it had struck the warrior. With immense power and black flames attached, the warrior's body was instantly engulfed in flames. The warrior looked in horror at his companions for help, but he couldn't make a sound. The black flames on his body burned hotter and hotter, and the people around seemed to smell the scent of burning flesh. The warrior's face was twisted to the extreme at this moment. Shuchen, who had the ability to kill the person directly, did not do so, but watched as the black flames consumed the warrior's body, seeing his health points decrease bit by bit. Finally, as the 10-second imprisonment ended, the warrior's health was almost depleted, just a step away from death. Su Chen smiled slightly and helped him break the bracelet to send him out. But his smiling appearance sent a chill through the other participants around him. This person was simply a devil. The warrior had been burned to such a state just now, his body probably had no intact parts left. Even if he was sent out, he would probably be a cripple, no longer able to be admitted to the original academy. Such cruel methods were simply inhumane. Compared to the shock of the others, Su Chen was relatively calm. He turned his head slowly to the other participants and said calmly, "Now, does anyone else want to eliminate me?" Outside the tower, in front of the council platform, the major academies were also shocked by Su Chen's actions. "Outrageous! How could he do such a thing?" exclaimed the principal of the academy that had admitted the warrior, filled with anger and shock. "This child's methods are so cruel, it's something that a person from our Huaxia cannot do." The black fire engulfed his whole body. "I'm afraid that student's life will be ruined. Yes, this behavior is despicable. I suggest revoking his testing qualification." The heads of various academic institutions protested against Su's actions. On the other side, the head of the Magic City Academy, Jia Xianyue, was delighted. He didn't expect Su Chen to act so impulsively, giving him a great opportunity. Originally, he only needed to follow Ren Yunshan's instructions to find a way to eliminate Su Chen. But now, Su Chen had done such a thing and faced protests from the heads of various academic institutions. Once Su Chen's testing qualification was revoked, he would never be able to enter Tsinghua Academy again. Relying solely on a provincial governor from the southern province, he would not be able to protect Su Chen. "Kid, let's see how you escape this time." Jia Xianyue sneered, seeing that the atmosphere created by the heads of various academic institutions was almost ready. He spoke lightly. "Everyone, as one of the responsible persons for this year's new student test, I am extremely angry at Su Chen's behavior. In full view of the public, he actually resorted to such extreme measures. Therefore, in response to the calls of the majority of the heads, I have decided." "Hold on." At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Miss Chu?" Seeing the figure appearing in front of the conference table, Jia Xianyue furrowed his brows slightly. "You are just a mentor at Qing Academy, shouldn't you be unable to come here?" After speaking, Jia Xianyue looked at the head of Qing Academy, Tang De. Since Su Chen's actions, the head of Qing Academy had not said a word. "Grandpa Tang." Chuan walked to Tang De's side and gently shook his shoulder. Tang De suddenly woke up, looking around in confusion. The heads of various academic institutions twitched at the sight. They were discussing his student here, and he fell asleep directly. "Grandpa Tang, they are talking about Su Chen," Chu Wan whispered. "Oh." Tang De suddenly realized, and said lightly, "Well, from now on, Chu Wan will represent our Qing Academy. I'll go back and take a nap." With that, Tang De got up, yawned, and slowly walked out of the conference table. Seeing this scene, the heads of various academic institutions were dumbfounded. What's going on here? The head of such a big academy was replaced just like that? Even Jia Xianyue's expression stiffened. Did Tang De make a mistake? Replacing the person in charge with Chu Wan? Chu Wan's identity was different from Tang De's. She was the most promising talent of the Chu family in the capital city, while Tang De was just an elderly man from the Tang family in the capital city. The former could almost represent the Chu family, while the latter, although the head of Qing Academy, might not necessarily represent the Tang family. And now Tang De voluntarily stepped down. Could it be that the Chu family behind Chu Wan was paying attention to this matter? "Miss Chu, you." Jia Xianyue was about to probe, but was interrupted by Chu Wan. "Everyone, I believe you should have seen that so many people attacked Su Chen at the same time. Isn't this a premeditated and incited act? In this situation, if Su Chen does not take some measures, how many people will he face in an attack? Moreover, the position where the warrior's sword hit was Su Chen's vital point. If Su Chen's defense is not as good as the opponent's attack, there will be a risk of death. Tell me, compared to this, is Su Chen's behavior lighter or heavier?" Chu Wan's cold voice rang out, causing the heads of various academic institutions to freeze. Some of them were wary of Chu Wan's background, while others thought that what Chu Wan said made some sense. In any case, the protest voices were noticeably weaker than before. "Miss Chu, what you said is not right, right?" Su Chen directly caused that student to lose his ability to fight professionally, while Su Chen himself was unharmed. Shouldn't he be held responsible for this? Jia Xianyue frowned. "Take responsibility?" Chu Wan's red lips curled up slightly. "Principal Jia, didn't I just say that the warrior's actions were incited by someone? So shouldn't the person responsible for the outcome of him being defeated by Su Chen also be held accountable by this instigator?" Chu Jing's sharp words made Jia Xianyue's momentum falter. He gritted his teeth, about to say something, when another voice interrupted. "Principal Jia, as the person in charge, you have turned this test into the current situation. Is this still the fairness you promised before the test? The speaker was the principal of Beta University. With these words, all the university principals were in an uproar. Yes, it seems like this is indeed targeted at Su Chen. So many people want to eliminate him. I heard it was the Ren family who secretly initiated the bounty. So all the participants in this round have been tampered with by Jia Xianyue? Hee, I heard it was because of the unreasonable behavior of Miss Run from the Ren family. The continuous voices made Jia Xianyue's face look ugly. Enough. This matter ends here. Whatever actions the participants take in the test are within the normal range, Jia Xianyue said coldly. Hearing this, the university principals frowned but did not say anything more. After all, the situation inside the tower was already tense, and their students admitted to the university were also watching Su Chen closely. It was not suitable to favor either side at the moment. It seemed best to let things develop naturally. After all, those students had not truly become students of the university yet. The discussion gradually calmed down, and Chu Jing also breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Su Chen in the mirror image and murmured softly, Su Chen, I have kept my promise to you. Now it's up to you. Inside the tower, the teams surrounding them still showed no signs of retreating. Although the tragic fate of the soldier just now shocked them, it was not enough for them to give up the reward offered by the Ren family. It was a diamond skill book. Among these teams, except for the side of Ren Shanshan, most were students from ordinary families. Obtaining a diamond skill book was like reaching for the stars. Su Chen, we acknowledge your strength, but trying to take on so many of us alone is just wishful thinking. Huang Chang, who ranked 92nd in the college entrance examination, stepped forward. With his lead, the remaining participants gradually gained courage. Seeing this scene, Su Chen smiled faintly. Huang Chang? A formation master by profession? Come on, let me see how strong you are. Hearing this, Huang Chang showed a slightly smug smile. You want to eliminate me, but it's much more difficult than the soldier just now, because, before Huang Chang could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a figure in front of him. Su Chen's indifferent expression was reflected in his pupils, and a sharp pain shot through his lower abdomen. Because of what? Su Chen asked softly. In his hand, black prison was already burning with raging flames, hitting Zhao Han's abdomen. Huang Chang looked down at his body, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. This can't be. Get out, Su Chen said indifferently, then pulled out black prison. Huang Chang was engulfed in flames, his health continuously depleting. Huang Gu! His teammates shouted in alarm. Avenge me! Huang Chang gritted his teeth and shouted, then decisively broke the teleportation bracelet. A light flashed, and Huang Chang disappeared. This scene shocked the surrounding participants. Another one eliminated. Su Chen hadn't even summoned a pet yet, but he had eliminated 2 people based on his own strength alone. One of them was a prodigy with a mysterious profession who ranked in the top 100 in the college entrance examination. This was simply terrifying. If his own strength was already this strong, how formidable would he be with his pet? At this moment, everyone felt that trying to deal with Su Chen seemed like a wrong decision. However, the arrow was already on the string and had to be shot. Huang Chang's teammates were the first to react. They shouted, he just took advantage of Huang Ji's carelessness to launch a sneak attack. Let's go, as long as we eliminate him, we can get the diamond skill book. Let's go! With their shouts, the people around who were shocked by Su Chen's actions also began to stir, and then rushed up together. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, seeking death. Xiao Bai. With Su Chen's low drink, a contract magic array appeared in the air, and the next second a huge white tiger appeared in the field, emitting a long tiger roar. Roar! The moment Xiao Bai appeared, all the participants were shocked, and the excitement that had just risen instantly extinguished, looking around in awe. It's that divine beast. Seeing Xiao Bai, Ren Shanshan not far away also showed a hint of hatred. It was because of it that the barbarian King Xion was defeated miserably, causing her own humiliation. In her eyes, Xiao Bai was as annoying as Su Chen. Dai-yin, kill this pet for me. She looked at the girl beside her and said coldly. Yes. The girl named Dai-yin nodded, looked expressionless at Xiao Bai, and then chanted some spells. The snake patterns on her skin began to transform, turning into a real snake spirit. Su Chen was also somewhat curious about this snake spirit master, so he quietly watched this woman named Dai-yin, wanting to see what skill she had. At this moment, the snake spirits had already left Dai-yin's body, forming a strange formation on the ground, seemingly a prelude to some kind of skill. Hiss! The next moment, a giant snake in the form of energy emerged from the formation, with a large bloody mouth and exposed sinister fangs, extremely terrifying. So it's a spell attack. Seeing this scene, Su Chen chuckled lightly, then called out to Xiao Bai. Roar! Seeing the fierce giant snake in front of it, Xiaobai let out a loud roar, then gathered white light in its mouth. White tiger roar light wave. Boom! A surging energy shot out from Xiaobai's mouth, piercing through the energy snake directly, and at the moment of impact, the energy snake dispersed like smoke. How is this possible? Diane widened her eyes, full of disbelief. Her attack had extremely high damage, enough to one-shot even a golden boss, but it was broken by a single strike from the white tiger? Ren Shanxian also saw this scene, her delicate face gradually contorting. Damn, has this guy's pet become stronger again? Even Diane couldn't touch it at all. Snake Spirit Master? Is that all? Seeing this scene, Suchen shook his head lightly. The legendary Snake Spirit Master with unmatched attacks and explosive output is just like this. What's the difference from an ordinary little mage? Buzz. Just then, a water attribute cage suddenly appeared, enveloping Xiaobai. Imprisonment skill. Roar. Xiaobai let out a roar, seemingly angry at being trapped in the cage. Ha ha, Su Chen, didn't expect this. I have imprisoned your divine beast, let's see what you can rely on to fight us now. Without your divine beast, can you still be a match for all of us? A harsh voice rang out, and the speaker walked out from Ren Shanxian's team, a boy with an ordinary appearance. After mocking himself, the boy looked at Ren Shanxian with a flattering expression. Miss Ren, how did I do? Not bad. Ren Shanxian looked satisfied, her exquisite face showing a smug smile. Su Chen, you didn't expect this. I had a plan to deal with your divine beast long ago. Now that you've lost your divine beast, what do you have to fight me with? Everyone, pay attention, Su Chen's divine beast has been controlled, now is the best opportunity to kill him. With that, Ren Shanxian took out her staff first and chanted a spell. At the same time, Zhao Han, ranked 72nd in the college entrance examination. His profession is a stone giant, a very rare profession with strange abilities. He can transform himself into a stone giant, with powerful offensive and defensive capabilities, making him a very strong physical output profession. He has a great advantage in the early stages. So, the moment Xiaobai was imprisoned, he was ready to take action. Su Chen's strength is indeed not weak, but he is ultimately just a beast tamer. Perhaps he can instantly kill a fragile mage like Huang Chang, but he will never be able to kill himself. Moreover, he has strong output capabilities. As long as he kills Su Chen before everyone else, the reward from the Ren family will be his. Just the thought of this made Zhao Han excited. Seeing the contestants coming from all directions, a hint of mockery flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Do you think you can kill me just because you've trapped Little White? Do you really think I only have one pet? As his voice fell, a contract magic array appeared in front of Su Chen, and a huge creature covered in armor emerged from it. Roar! Little barbarian stomped on the ground, creating a large pit. Zhao Han, who was about to rush towards Su Chen, saw a barbarian bear appear in front of him, and his excited mood turned cold. Compared to the barbarian bear's size, his stone giant, which had not fully grown, seemed like a child. Little barbarian lowered his head, looked at Zhao Han who had turned into a stone giant, and slapped him directly. So you want to kill my master, huh? This slap sent Zhao Han flying 10 meters away, forcing him out of the stone giant state and causing him to cough up blood on the ground. This power almost sent him to the afterlife. What's going on? Miss Ren, didn't your Ren family say he only has one divine beast pet? This barbarian bear. Zhao Han looked pale, his voice filled with anger. He was so close, just one step away from success. Miss Ren's face turned pale. Yes, the Ren family had concealed the fact that Su Chen also had a barbarian bear, so many contestants were unaware that Su Chen had two beast tamers. The reason for this was that many prominent families knew that the Ren family had captured a barbarian bear. If people found out that this barbarian bear was with Su Chen, it would be known that she had not only been humiliated by Su Chen but also had her barbarian bear taken away. As the daughter of the Ren family, how could she tolerate others gossiping about such a disgrace? And she thought Zhao Han could handle the barbarian bear, but she didn't expect him to be so powerless. TSK, it seems that not only divine beasts, but you also know nothing about the strength of legendary potential. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head, looking calm. Su Chen's demeanor ignited a fire in Miss Ren's heart, her pretty face contorted. Don't listen to his nonsense. The fierce beasts with legendary potential cannot compare to divine beasts. With so many of us, we can definitely deal with it. Miss Ren shouted. Although she said so, the others remained trembling and dared not move. Are you kidding me? That's a barbarian bear with legendary potential, and they were only around level 30. Seeing this, Miss Ren gritted her teeth. As long as we can kill Su Chen, I will personally reward him with a set of platinum equipment. A set of platinum equipment is worth millions. Upon hearing this, many contestants' eyes lit up with greed, and they rushed towards Su Chen once again. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Are you looking for death? Then don't blame me. Little White. As he spoke, Little White, who had been trapped, suddenly roared and then smashed the cage with a claw, revealing his handsome figure. How is this possible? The sudden turn of events completely panicked Miss Run. She turned to the boy who controlled the cage, sharp, and exclaimed, "Didn't you say your cage could contain it for 3 minutes? How could this happen?" "It's impossible. My cage can indeed contain it for 3 minutes," the boy said with an unpleasant expression. "Ridiculous, even a level 67 spatial mage can only contain Little White for 10 seconds. Do you really think you can contain it for 3 minutes? Isn't that too far-fetched?" Su Chen's faint sarcasm made the boy and Miss Rin feel like they were in an ice cave. Watching Little White slowly approaching, they had a bad feeling. It's over. Swish, swish. One after another, contestants were eliminated almost every second, and it was extremely tragic. Su Chen, don't think you've won. As long as you're not first, when you go out, the Rin family can still kill you, Ren Shanxian said sharply as Su Chen approached. He. Su Chen remained expressionless as he swung his sword down. Black flames rose, and Ren Shanxian didn't hesitate, instantly releasing her bracelet. Even so, when she appeared outside the tower, her clothes were still burning, and she screamed in pain. "Ah! Put out the fire quickly." Jia Xianyue appeared in time and extinguished the flames with an ice spell. However, even though the fire was out, Ren Shanxian's dress was almost completely burned, exposing large areas of skin along with her attractive figure, attracting countless greedy gazes. Jia Xianyue's mouth twitched, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This damn Su Chen, where did he get such a weapon? Even ordinary water mages couldn't extinguish his flames. And with so many people surrounding him, they couldn't eliminate him. How terrifying is his strength? If he really gets first place, it will definitely attract the attention of some big shots, and then the Rin family won't be able to do anything to him. If he is allowed to grow, he will become a major threat to them. I hope they can stop this kid. Inside the tower, the scene of Su Chen crazily eliminating contestants left those who hadn't dared to touch him stunned. One person eliminated all those teams. Among them, there were even many talented geniuses with excellent exam scores. No wonder the Rin family had offered a hefty reward. It turns out Su Chen was already this powerful. Fortunately, they hadn't joined forces against Su Chen just now, otherwise they would have been eliminated by now, and in a miserable way. Such a genius will definitely make it onto the national rankings in the future, and he is not someone they can deal with. This kind of character must not be offended. After all the contestants were eliminated, Su Chen put away Xiao Man and Xiao Bai. At the same time, the gentle group also approached. Jiang Xiaoye scanned Su Chen up and down with her beautiful eyes, and when she saw that he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. TSK Tisk, single-handedly eliminating so many outstanding talents, perhaps only you, Su Chen, can do it in history, the gentle woman in black dress said playfully. In fact, she was a bit worried just now. After all, those were the most outstanding students of this generation in China, with many mysterious professions, not just the monotonous creatures like dungeon bosses. But the final result proved that they had been overly concerned. Under Su Chen's overwhelming strength, there was no room for any fancy tricks. Those contestants were simply no match for Xiao Man and Xiao Bai. Su Chen chuckled, even the boss of the 6th floor can't be defeated, and they are not even in the top tier of this generation, so why would it be difficult to eliminate them? Top tier? The gentle woman blinked. The so-called top tier refers to a team formed by the strongest students of each generation, usually consisting of 4 individuals with powerful professions who complement each other and can achieve a level of fighting above their own. Such teams are usually under national attention, and are even selected and formed by high-level officials. In this generation of students, 2 such teams were formed. By the way, with your second place in the college entrance examination, didn't you receive an invitation to join the top-tier team? Su Chen seemed to remember something and asked. The 2 gentle women smiled at each other and said, "Of course we did. The twin teacher alone is equivalent to 2 people, and many teams are eager to have him. However, they invited me just when you called." "Oh, just because of my call, you gave up joining the top-tier team?" Su Chen didn't believe it. "Oh, you don't believe it?" The gentle woman in black dress chuckled, then leaned in close to Su Chen's ear and said, "We know the level of those top-tier teams. Even if the 4 of them combined, they might not be as strong as Xiao Bai alone. With you as our big support, why would we be foolish enough to go to them?" Hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly. "Congratulations, you made the right choice." 2 gentle glances met after hearing, both seeing a hint of smile in each other's eyes. In fact, when the first team invited them, they recommended Su Chen. However, those people did not recognize Su Chen's top score in the college entrance examination, and rejected the request on the grounds that a beast tamer was not suitable for the first team. This was the real reason they refused the first team. Ask yourself, if even a powerful genius like Su Chen cannot enter the first team, then what is the point of the first team? Let's go to the 7th floor, Su Chen said, then walked towards the boss on the 6th floor. Xiao Bai, he called softly, and Xiao Bai emerged from the contract magic array. With a roar, white light condensed in its mouth and hit the boss with a bang. The white light shimmered, the boss let out a whimper, then disappeared and dropped an equipment. Platinum equipment? The reward has been upgraded. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, picked up the equipment, and then entered the teleportation channel to the 7th floor. I mean, did he just defeat it in seconds? The team still stuck on the 6th floor were stunned. They had exerted all their efforts, and not even one team could defeat that boss. But what about Su Chen's team? They didn't even make a move, just relying on a pet to defeat the boss in seconds. The difference was too obvious. Is this what it means to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination? It's truly terrifying. I mean, who dares to say that a beast tamer is the most useless profession? This guy is simply a god of war. 7th floor space. As soon as he entered this floor, Su Chen felt that the attribute suppression around him had significantly increased. Are you affected? Su Chen turned to the 3 women. The 2 gentle ones were still fine, seemingly relaxed, but Xiaoye's expression turned slightly pale. Xiaoye, how are you? Su Chen asked quickly. I'm fine, I can hold on. Zhang Xiaoye shook her head. She didn't expect the attribute suppression on the 7th floor to suddenly become so strong. The attribute suppression in this tower seems to be based on the average level of the team. It's all your fault, your attributes are too high, otherwise Xiaoye wouldn't be suffering like this, the gentle woman in black scolded Su Chen. How is it my fault again? Su Chen was a bit speechless, but he also noticed that this was indeed the rule. Although the attribute suppression increased on each floor, he and the gentle woman did not feel much, but Xiaoye, the pressure suddenly increased. This was enough to prove that their high attributes enhanced the effect of attribute suppression. Why don't you stay here, Xiaoye, and we'll continue forward? Su Chen thought for a moment. He still couldn't bear to let Xiaoye continue. I'm not that weak. If I feel uncomfortable, I will break the bracelet and teleport out immediately. Zhang Xiaoye shook her head, her beautiful eyes firm, indicating that she wanted to continue with Su Chen's team. She knew she was lagging behind, but she didn't want to quit now because she wanted to see Su Chen reach the top and become the first. Alright, let's go. Su Chen nodded, and the group headed towards the end of the 7th floor. The monsters on this floor, almost each one was equivalent to a boss on the 6th floor, level 40, with golden potential. Unless it was a very strong team or the first team, it was difficult to deal with them. Even Xiaoman found it somewhat challenging to deal with them, so Su Chen let Xiaobai help clear the monsters, while he and the 3 gentle women walked. Outside the tower, the mirror showed that there were only 5 teams on this floor. Truly worthy of being the first team selected by the country, even on the 7th floor they can lead by a wide margin. The heads of various academies sighed when they saw the 2 leading teams. The demon of the first team is led by Helium Mountain. He is the strongest summoner of this generation, able to summon epic potential monsters. In addition, his team includes the excellent support Moonlight Elf Woolenlin, the long-range output mysterious profession Thunder God's Eye, and the front-row profession Coffin of the Death God. The first team called Long Sleep is also very good, with the captain being a mysterious profession of the Miaojiang Insect Master, possessing both offensive and restorative abilities. There is also a control-type Undead Necromancer and an Ice Spirit Elemental Mage, finally paired with a support-type Mind Healer. Tisk TSK, are they going for a control strategy, relying on Captain and Lon for damage? Hey, besides the first team, those 2 teams on the 7th floor are also good. Their potential should not be underestimated. Yes, being able to reach the 7th floor is already strong. The twin brothers in that team should be the mysterious profession of the Diamond Fist user, right? No wonder they can bring 2 ordinary combat professions to the 7th floor. Tisk TSK, this team is also composed entirely of mysterious professions, but they were able to get here all thanks to that knight carrying them. Isn't Su Chen's team the strongest? Just him alone eliminated so many participating teams, and even defeated the boss on the 6th floor. The former principals in the mirror were discussing eagerly, with a few principals looking pleased because their recruited students were in the team that made it to the 7th floor. Chuan looked at Su Chen in the mirror, a smile appearing on her pretty face. Compared to those teams, Su Chen will face more setbacks, having to deal with other participants while climbing the tower, but fortunately, he succeeded, and with overwhelming strength. Just 1 step away, win against the remaining 4 teams, and you will be the first. No one will be able to stop you then, Chuan whispered in her heart. At the same time, Ren Yunshan also saw the scene in the mirror, with Ren Shanshan, who had changed into a new outfit, by his side. She stared at Su Chen in the mirror with a look of intense resentment. Why hasn't he been eliminated yet? Father, if he becomes the first, do we still have a chance? Ren Shanshan looked at Ren Yunshan, her face full of hope. Ren Yunshan's expression was equally grim. He did not expect the situation to develop like this. At this point, Su Chen's potential and strength had been fully revealed. As a beast tamer with a divine beast, he would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. Even if Su Chen is not the first, they cannot let the Ren family be exploited by them. The only way to end all this is to kill him. Ren Yunshan's eyes were fierce as he stared at a team in the mirror, murmuring silently, "I hope you don't disappoint me." 7th floor. As they progressed, a hazy mist gradually enveloped them, the surroundings darkening, and the distant scenery becoming blurry. Su Chen, there's a team over there. At this moment, Wenru suddenly pointed to a spot in the gray mist, sounding pleasantly surprised. Su Chen mounted Little White and looked towards the faint light in that direction, which seemed to be the special effect of a professional releasing a skill. After waiting for a moment and seeing no movement from that team, Su Chen pondered, let's go take a look. The reason for this decision was that the 7th floor was too quiet. They had walked for a long time without seeing the end or encountering another team, which was eerie. As for whether this team had accepted the Ren family's bounty, he was not afraid at all. Someone's coming. Will there be another team coming to the 7th floor? Su Chen and his group did not hide their intentions, and as they approached, that team instantly noticed them. Su Chen and his group finally saw clearly that the faint light was actually emitted by a knight's shield, seemingly used by this team to illuminate the surroundings, while Su Chen and his group were led by Baichu and Wenru. Hey, what are you guys up to? The team asked nervously, their words making the atmosphere tense. Don't fight. They are my friends. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. A person in a mage robe pulled down the hood, revealing a pretty face. You are. Bai. Su Chen looked at the girl, struggling for a while but couldn't say the name. Bai Yuner, the daughter of the Bai family, said shyly. Su Chen ignored her embarrassment and asked curiously, wasn't your team disbanded on the 2nd floor? What happened? We reorganized. Just like us, their teammates were eliminated while fighting the boss, so we formed a new team. Bai Yuner smiled. After speaking, she pointed behind Su Chen and said with admiration, is this Xiao Bai? So handsome. Can I touch him? Go ahead. Su Chen was speechless, surprised by her fondness for Xiao Bai. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuner joyfully hugged Xiao Bai and rubbed against him. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Is this how you touch someone? By the way, why did you stop here? Su Chen asked the knight. Oh, the finish line is ahead. We didn't defeat the boss, so we decided to come back and earn more points by killing small monsters, the knight replied. You didn't defeat the boss? Su Chen was astonished. Their team was a mysterious lineup of high-level professions after reorganizing, with an average level above 38, yet they couldn't defeat the boss on the 7th floor? Yes, that boss is diamond ranked and level 49, almost impossible to beat, the knight complained. Level 49? Su Chen and the other women exchanged glances, realizing that the difficulty of the 7th floor was beyond the previous 6 floors. Do you know if any other teams have reached the 7th floor? Su Chen asked again. Before you, 3 other teams made it, the first team with Tianma and Changmian, and the Luo brothers. They both successfully transformed into Arhat Vajra, the Golden Fist Masters. They might have a chance against the 7th floor boss, the knight said enviously. Arhat Vajra, the Golden Fist Master profession? Su Chen blinked, realizing that the Luo brothers' transformation was not a typical reincarnation but a skill similar to his beast god's advent. Once activated, their attributes would multiply, and they would only receive 1% of actual damage, accumulating the rest to be calculated after the state ended. It was a powerful ability with significant side effects, easily spiraling out of control if not careful, but also incredibly strong, earning them the title of Invincible Vajra. The Golden Fist Master profession is already rare, and the chance of becoming Arhat Vajra through reincarnation is even slimmer. It's surprising that the Luo brothers both succeeded, indicating the presence of true geniuses in this generation, Su Chen marveled. Compared to the Arhat Vajra, the previous encounters like the Formation Master seemed weak in comparison. You should go, we won't make it to the 8th floor. I've heard about your situation, as long as you rank first, the Ren family won't dare to touch you, Bai Yuner said, turning back. Okay, Su Chen nodded, then looked at the gentle trio. Zhang Xiaoye seemed hesitant, glancing at Bai Yuner's team and then at Su Chen before finally saying, Su Chen, I'll stay here with them. Su Chen was surprised, understanding that Xiaoye might not withstand the pressure from the upcoming challenges. He approached her, gently touched her head, and whispered, don't worry, I will definitely take the first place. Jiang Xiaoya's eyes were filled with trust. I believe in you. Oh, are you going to join us? Bai Yun'er, seeing this, enthusiastically grabbed Jiang Xiaoya's hand, then hesitated. Well, but if I go with you, your team will be short of one person. You, go with them to the 8th floor. Bai Yun'er pointed at the Holy Light Knight with the divine seal. What? Me go with them? The knight's mouth twitched. What's wrong? Bai Yun'er stood with her hands on her hips, looking disappointed. Do you know who they are? One is the first in the college entrance examination, and the other is the second. With two great experts leading you, you'll definitely make it to the 8th floor. Don't you know how to cherish such an opportunity? The knight, upon hearing this, suddenly woke up and looked somewhat embarrassedly at Su Chen. Great God! He hadn't forgotten Su Chen's display of power in the second-level secret realm, where he effortlessly defeated the diamond boss as if playing a game. Dealing with the boss on the 7th level would be no problem. This sudden change in attitude caught him off guard. Seeing his expression, Su Chen couldn't refuse and coughed twice, saying, Are you sure you can handle the attribute suppression on the 8th level? Great God, rest assured, my divine seal Holy Light Knight profession may not have other advantages, but my attributes are high, and I can also share them with teammates, the knight quickly assured. Oh? Su Chen smiled at his words and then used the inside eye, discovering that this guy's attributes were indeed higher than an average person's. Normally, a second-level knight in their 30s would have an average of about 1,000 in the 4 main attributes, but this guy had over 1,500, almost catching up to Su Chen. As the only mysterious profession among knights, the divine seal Holy Light Knight is indeed unique. Firstly, his reincarnation will turn into a seal, with each level increasing the seal, explained gently on the side. Is that so? Su Chen was quite surprised. Then come with us and let me see how many attributes you can share. Yes, great God. The knight quickly agreed. In the next moment, the team relationship changed, and the knight joined Su Chen's team. Su Chen's attributes also underwent a slight change, with his pure strength increasing from 1682 to 1763, an increase of over 80 points. This increase is not bad. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The main position of a knight profession is to be in the front line to bear damage, and the divine seal Holy Light Knight can enhance certain attributes for the whole team while taking damage, making it a pretty good front-line profession. Well done. What's your name? Su Chen asked with a smile. Great God, my name is Wei Hang. The divine seal Holy Light Knight gained Su Chen's approval and immediately showed a bright smile. No time to waste, let's go. Su Chen waved his hand and led the reorganized team forward. At the end of the 7th level, there was no trace of any team, only a battlefield ruin left after the battle. It seems that those 3 teams really entered the 8th level. Su Chen squinted his eyes. This means that all 3 teams have the strength to challenge the diamond boss, gently added. With 2 great gods like you, you can definitely defeat the boss, Wei Hang said with a smile. At the same time, he felt a hint of excitement in his heart. Was he about to enter the 8th level? The 8th level is only accessible to the first-tier teams. If he could follow the 2 great gods in, wouldn't that mean he also had the strength of a first-tier team? Yes, that's right, they are the first-tier team. The group soon encountered the refreshed boss, indeed a diamond boss, and a plant-type willow tree. Great gods! I'll take the damage. Wei Hang took the lead, pulling out his knight shield to block in front. No need for that trouble. Su Chen patted his shoulder and calmly shouted, Xiaobai, Xiaoman. The contract formation appeared, and the next moment, 2 beast-taming creatures appeared. Xiaobai locked eyes with the willow tree boss, let out a roar, and a red light appeared around its body. Domain of the God of Slaughter. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, chanting a spell, and red light emerged around him. Domain of the God of Slaughter stacked. Strength increased by 100%. Defense increased by 60%. I'm powerful. Wei Hang saw his strength suddenly increase from 1,500 to 3,000 and let out a strange cry. What's going on? Is this a bug? He turned to Su Chen and gently, only to find that their attributes had also skyrocketed, and the white tiger's attributes were indescribably high. Wei Hang swallowed hard, realizing that this was the true power of the great gods. Originally, he didn't even use his full strength to deal with the boss in the 2nd level of the secret realm. Roar! Just then, Xiaobai moved, roaring as it left its original spot, like a rushing phantom, abruptly appearing in front of the willow tree boss. This willow tree boss had high attributes, a level 49 diamond potential boss with an average attribute exceeding 4,000, but to Xiaobai, it was a piece of cake. The only thing worth mentioning was its thick health, reaching 40,000. But with one swipe of Xiaobai's paw, a third of its health was gone. Damn! Awesome! Wei Hang exclaimed in shock, too powerful. Just now, their team couldn't even chip away at the boss's health for 10 minutes, but the pet of the expert player swiped off a third in one go. What kind of godly damage was this? What kind of explosive output was this? The willow tree boss, enraged, swung its branches at Xiao Bai, who had already prepared and instantly moved behind Xiao Man. Roar! Xiao Man puffed up his chest, and the armor around his fur materialized, blocking all the branches. The willow tree boss's counterattack not only did no damage but was also met with a high amount of damage reflected by Xiao Man's iron bone skill. The health bar, originally 2/3 full, dropped again, leaving only half. This Xiao Man doesn't lose health? Wei Hang, as a knight who often took hits in the front line, felt like he was watching a sci-fi movie. Not only did Xiao Man not lose health, but he also counterattacked? In the midst of Wei Hang's shock, Xiao Bai let out a beam of light, hitting the willow tree trunk with a bang. Swish! Health depleted, loot appeared, and at the same time, Wei Hang heard Su Chen's faint voice, "Job done. Job job job. Job done?" Wei Hang stood dumbfounded in place. The boss was killed in the blink of an eye? He hadn't even made a move yet. He hadn't even utilized his advantage of taking hits. Expert. Are we going to the 8th level now? Wei Hang asked excitedly. Yes, or do you want to stay here for dinner? Hey Kun teased gently. Wei Hang's reaction was a bit exaggerated. Let's go, Su Chen said with a smile. Buzz. A halo of light flashed, and everyone entered the 8th level. Compared to the 7th level, the suppression in the 8th level was even stronger, still shrouded in a gray mist. According to Su Chen's estimation, the strength should have reached an average of 1300. However, when Rou and Wei Hang were both high attribute professions, with an average of around 1500 in all 4 attributes, so they could still hold on. So, the group started to advance in the 8th level, with Wei Hang taking on the task of lighting the way. This kid cooperated so well, acting like a dutiful guard in the front. Xiao Bai and Xiao Man led the way, while Su Chen and the 2 women, Wenrou and Wei Hang, enjoyed themselves, with Wenrou teasing Su Chen from time to time. Experts, there are people over there, Wei Hang suddenly exclaimed. Su Chen looked over and indeed saw a light in the mist. Let's go check it out. Su Chen didn't hesitate. With Xiao Bai and Xiao Man's protection, the group quickly reached the source of light, where they could vaguely see 2 people. As they got closer, Wenrou exclaimed in surprise, the Luo brothers? These 2 were emitting a golden light all over, like lighthouses in the mist, currently madly clearing the small monsters around them. The most surprising thing was their pupils, which were also golden. Are they in the Arhat Golden Vajra state? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Yes, they haven't exited the Arhat Golden Vajra state yet. It seems they are relying on potions to clear monsters. Once they exit this state, the damage they received before will be tallied. So they need a lot of healing potions, otherwise, once they leave this state, they may die due to running out of health. Wenrou whispered softly. TSK, so fierce, 1 punch for each small monster, their attack power must have reached 2500 by now. Su Chen sighed. Even more fierce. Can you be fiercer than this pervert? The woman in the black dress said gently and charmingly. Hearing this, Wei Hang in front couldn't help but turn around and look at the 2 gentle women who looked alike but had completely different personalities and temperaments. He then looked at Su Chen and said, Master, I envy you. Su Chen's mouth twitched at the words, what are you envious of? The woman in the white dress blushed even more, you misunderstood. Wei Hang grinned and said, I understand. It's my misunderstanding, how can such things be said casually? Su Chen was speechless. Suddenly, a fierce punch wind struck, and Xiao Man appeared in time to block it, followed by a muffled sound. Who are you? A deep voice rang out, and the Luo brothers stood in front of everyone, looking somewhat wary at Xiao Man. This bear can actually block their punches, so strong. I'm gentle, they are my teammates, Su Chen and Wei Hang, the woman in the white dress said softly. Su Chen? The beast tamer Su Chen who ranked first in the college entrance examination? The Luo brothers were surprised, their expressions immediately becoming cautious and wary. Why? Is he very formidable? Seeing this, Gentle curiously asked. Of course, taming a divine beast as a beast tamer, and eliminating so many participants on the 6th level, anyone would be in awe, the Luo brothers said with a bitter smile. So it seems you haven't taken on the Ren family's bounty? Wise choice. Gentle nodded. Although the rewards offered by the Ren family are good, they haven't attracted us brothers to the point of risking our lives for it. The Luo brothers shook their heads. Are you here to see the boss on the 8th level? Su Chen asked. No, the Luo brothers responded, our Arhat Vajra state is about to end, and after it ends, we will enter a period of weakness. Our teammates have already been eliminated while dealing with the boss on the 7th level. We are here because we wanted to kill more small monsters to secure the 3rd position, but now that you are here, we probably won't be able to hold on to that 3rd position. That's right, we are planning to teleport out now. Hearing this, Gentle scratched her head, Sorry for making you lose the third position. How about you wait here, and we find a team to help them get out? Su Chen suggested. The Luo brothers were taken aback for a moment, then smiled. So you're not as violent as everyone says. I hope we have the opportunity to spar or cooperate in dungeons in the future. Su Chen nodded, and the next moment, the Luo brothers broke the hand circle and teleported out. The Luo brothers are straightforward and decent, with good personalities. Su Chen smiled. You really dare to say that? You even want to eliminate a team? The remaining two are in the first tier, not like the small fries you dealt with before, the woman in the black dress said, giving him a look. Just the first tier, are you, the second in the college entrance examination, afraid? Su Chen said lightly. With you, of course not, the woman in the black dress said with a smile. Wei Hang, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but show a look of envy again. In the depths of the 8th level, another team is coming up. In a 4-person team, a young man in luxurious clothing spoke lightly, squinting his eyes slightly. His eyes were a dark blue, as if thunder was raging within them. What was even more eerie was that this young man had a third eye above his forehead, tightly closed like a scar. Is that so? Fang Yun, can you sense the opponent's strength? A handsome and elegant young man in front asked in a gentle tone. Fang Yun closed his eyes and shook his head after a moment. I can't sense it, but one of them has very high attributes, even comparable to you, Captain. Is that so? Then it must be him. The young man's gaze was indifferent. Lu Shan, are you talking about Su Chen? Have they reached the 8th level? A beautiful girl in light gauze asked beside him. The girl's light gauze was very thin, silver in color, almost transparent, revealing her fair skin through the clothes, with only a few mysterious parts covered, sparking endless imagination. The girl's face was also extremely beautiful, with delicate makeup, like a true elf. Of course it's them, the team that ranks first and second in the college entrance examination. If they can't even reach the 8th level, wouldn't that be a waste? A hoarse voice sounded. Beside the three people, there was another person shrouded in a black robe, with a strange voice that couldn't be distinguished as male or female. Only the black and red coffin behind them sent chills down people's spines. This is the demon of the first team, including the 9th-ranked coffin of the Death God, the 8th-ranked moonlight elf Wulanlan, the 5th-ranked thunder god Zai Fangyun, and the 3rd-ranked demon summoner Helium Shan. At the same time, in another part of the 8th level, a small insect like a firefly was slowly flying in the black mist, finally landing in a pair of delicate and flawless jade hands. The jade hands extended upwards, revealing a pair of equally fair and smooth arms like lotus roots, with the owner having eyebrows like distant mountains, vermilion lips, and white teeth, wearing an ancient Miaojian long skirt, and her beautiful eyes gazing at the insect as if with autumn water. Upon closer inspection, one could see the woman's red lips moving gently, as if conversing with the insect. After a moment, the corners of her lips suddenly lifted, revealing 2 exquisite dimples, smiling charmingly. Indeed, they have arrived. The woman's soft voice fell into the ears of her teammates, causing everyone to stop and look at her. Captain, what has arrived? Spoke a petite girl holding an ice blue staff, with big, adorable eyes. It's Shuchen, along with Wenru, and it seems there's also a knight. Anlin whispered softly, her voice like a spring in the mountains, clear and ethereal. Wow, they actually made it to the 8th level. The petite girl exclaimed with her big watery eyes wide open. Even you, who ranked 12th in the college entrance examination, made it to the 8th level. How come they couldn't get in? Don't forget, these two are the 2nd and 3rd place in the exam. A male student in mage robes mocked. Damn it! Lin Xiao, dare you say that again? The petite girl stomped her feet, ice flowers already appearing on her staff. Lin Xiao, if you say that about Xiao Xian, there will be a problem. Although she only ranked 12th in the exam, her ice elemental mage profession is the same as sister Chujing's. Chujing is only at a few levels now, but she's already the first on the Huaxia Earth ranking. So Xiaoshuan's future is limitless, and our team might have to rely on her in the future. A tall, long-haired girl in the group chuckled. Tang Jiejie is still the best. Upon hearing this, Lucian immediately hugged the tall girl joyfully like an octopus. Unfortunately, her height only reached Tang Shui's chest, so she could only rub against it a few times. Although it was just a simple gesture, Lin Xiao couldn't help but envy and admire it. Lucian got off Tang Shui, and upon seeing Lin Xiao's gaze, she became even more proud, lifting her chin provocatively. Lin Xiao. Alright, everyone stop fooling around. Let's hurry up and find the endpoint of the 8th level. If I'm not mistaken, the boss on this level is likely to be of epic level. Anlin spoke up, and as soon as she finished speaking, the three stopped playing around. Obviously, Anlin held a high position in the team. Epic level? Lin Xiao frowned, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. That level of boss was not something they could handle. With sister in here, we can definitely defeat the boss. It was Lu Xian who shouted excitedly. An hour later, at the endpoint of the 8th level, Team Shuchen appeared, but after searching for a week, they did not find the boss, which left them puzzled. What's going on? Did someone kill the boss? Wei Hang was puzzled. No way. The white skirt gently shook her head. Even if the boss is killed, it will immediately refresh to deal with the next challenging team. It won't disappear without a trace like this. Then where did the boss go? Suchen looked ahead calmly. Suddenly he thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly. We should have already seen the boss. What? Where is the boss? Wei Hang looked around in panic. Illusion. Suchen said lightly. Illusion? Are you saying we walked into the illusion set up by the boss? The black skirt looked at him gently. Yes. Suchen nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The boss on this level is the illusion flower of epic potential. Xiao Bai. As the words fell, Xiao Bai jumped out from Su Chen's chest, then transformed and entered an illusion state. Su Chen's eyes flashed slightly. The reason he discovered the anomaly so quickly was entirely due to the talent skill rewarded by the system, the insightful eye. No need for fancy operations, just look around. Wherever information jumps out, he would know where the true form of the illusion flower is. And at this moment, the illusion flower was not far away. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, signaling Xiao Bai not to attack it. Xiao Bai nodded in understanding, then exhaled a strong wind attribute. The strong wind energy instantly blew away the surrounding illusion, revealing the original appearance of this place. A strange purple flower was blooming on a piece of bluestone, emitting bright pollen from its mouth continuously, surrounded by a desolate wilderness background resembling a graveyard. The scattered bones made Wei Hang and the others shocked, and they immediately took a defensive stance. At the same time, the white skirt gently threw out an identification symbol, revealing the attributes of this illusion flower to everyone. Target, illusion flower potential, epic level, 51 life, 89741 strength, 8234 defense, 12043 speed, 7242 energy, 14789 skills, bewildering pollen, continuously releases pollen in the surroundings. Once inhaled by the enemy, they will be trapped in an illusion. During the period of confusion, the illusion flower can continuously absorb the enemy's attributes to nurture itself. Daylight flower, the illusion flower blooms, causing 150% magical damage to surrounding enemies, while affixing the daylight mark to the target. Night fire, the illusion flower spits out the night fire, burning the target's soul, causing the enemy to enter a state of sleep. During sleep, they will receive 50% magical damage per second. After waking up from sleep, the target will be marked with the night mark. Detonation, the illusion flower detonates all marks, causing 300% magical damage to enemies within range, while controlling a target to become a puppet. Entanglement, the branches and leaves of the illusion flower have powerful control abilities. Those entangled will be paralyzed, losing their ability to move. Seeing the attributes of this illusion flower, even Su Chen couldn't help but change his expression. What a terrifying panel. Even the former level 67 Lu Steward didn't have such a twisted attribute panel. He looked at the scattered bones around him, his eyes flickering. These should all be the small monsters on the 8th level. The illusion flower didn't even need to use other skills, just one bewildering pollen would kill them all. In the process, the illusion flower absorbed who knows how many nutrients to grow into such a terrifying attribute. Su Chen, there's another team over there. The white skirt suddenly pointed to a distance. Su Chen looked over and indeed saw a team of 4 people. These guys seem to be lost in the illusion, all standing still in place. It seems like Lan's team hasn't been awakened by the illusion flower. Let's go take a look. Su Chen waved his hand. The 4 of them cautiously approached the team. Xiao Bai turned into a small cat and jumped into Su Chen's arms, looking like a little thief. Oh, it seems to be Lan's team. Getting closer, the gentle voice exclaimed. Lan? The 4th in the college entrance examination, Lan? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the woman in Miao ethnic clothing. She had a pretty good figure. The flower in this illusion should be a boss-level enemy, and with our current strength, we may not be able to defeat it alone. How about waking them up to help us together? Baichu and Wenru thought for a moment. No problem, Su Chen nodded. This illusionary flower was indeed tricky, especially with its troublesome control abilities, and their team did not have any crowd control professions. The plump girl in Lan's team seemed to be a psychic, possessing some crowd control abilities. So, how should we wake them up? How about having Xiao Bai use wind attribute energy to dispel it again? Wenru suggested. No, they are not our teammates. If Xiao Bai uses wind attribute energy, it might hurt them. Besides, they have been in the illusion for too long, and their health bars are almost depleted by the flower. If Xiao Bai attacks, they might die, Su Chen said. Then what should we do? Wenru frowned. Just then, Xiaobai suddenly jumped onto Tang Xue's shoulder and licked her face vigorously. Tang Xue, who had been motionless, blinked her eyelashes slightly. It works. We can physically wake them up. Wei Hang pointed at Tang Xue. Alright, let's each wake them up, Baichu and Wenru said, then walked towards the petite girl. Black-skirted Wenru stared at Tang Xue's chest with a wicked smile on her face. Wei Hang approached Lin Xiao, leaving only the Miaojiang girl and Lan. Su Chen walked up and hesitated as he looked at Lan's delicate face, wondering how to wake her up. Should he use his mouth like Xiaobai did? That didn't seem appropriate. After some thought, Su Chen reached out his hand towards Lan's fair face, and the moment he touched it, his eyes lit up. Yes, it was soft and smooth, with a good texture. Su Chen couldn't help but immerse himself in the perfect sensation until Lan's face turned red from his pinching, causing her long eyelashes to flutter. Su Chen didn't notice this detail until Lan opened her eyes, revealing a cold and fierce gaze, causing Su Chen's carefree smile to freeze. I was trying to wake you up, do you believe me? Su Chen forced a smile, but his hands uncontrollably pinched again. Lan's beautiful eyes gradually filled with a cold chill, and her gaze towards Su Chen became more murderous. Ouch, my head hurts. A voice of grievance sounded. Xiao Luxian held his head, looking unhappy as he stared at Baichu and Wenru, tears welling up in his eyes. Baichu and Wenru awkwardly shifted her gaze, but when she looked to the other side, her eyes whitened in surprise. There was someone even more outrageous. Tang Xue woke up from the illusion and felt her clothes were a bit disheveled, with two blurry handprints on her chest. It was him. Black-skirted Wenru held Xiaobai in front of her, looking serious. Tang Xue glanced at Xiaobai's paws, then at the marks left by the demonic hands on her chest, and a few black lines appeared on her forehead. Compared to these three, Wei Hang's method seemed much more normal. He woke up Lin Xiao with a shield, leaving him with a bump on his head. Hey, who are you people? How dare you attack us? Captain, these guys are too much. They actually used a shield to hit me on the head. Lin Xiao complained to Lan, holding his head, on the verge of tears. But soon he froze, hesitating as he looked at Lan. Captain, why is your face swollen? Lan's gaze towards him suddenly turned colder, making Lin Xiao feel as if ice daggers were piercing him. He quickly lowered his head and dared not speak. Hello, I'm Wenru, he is our Captain Su Chen, and there's also a Knight Wei Hang. Our team is here specifically to rescue you, Baichu and Wenru said, her face turning red. Tang Xue's mouth twitched upon hearing this and couldn't help but look at the black-skirted Wenru, who looked exactly like her. Is this how salvation works? At the same time, Su Chen also received the gentle yet cold gaze from the girl in the white dress. He cleared his throat and said, "We really are here to help you. If you don't believe us, look over there." Su Chen pointed towards the illusion flower not far away. As soon as the members of Team Lan saw the purple exotic flower, their expressions changed instantly. It's the epic boss illusion flower. How could it be here? Weren't we just fighting monsters? Could it be? It's an illusion. The illusion flower has the ability to create illusions. Lan's beautiful eyes turned serious. They had unexpectedly fallen into the illusion flower's trap. Without Su Chen and the others, they might have been sucked dry by the illusion flower in the illusion. They wouldn't even have had the chance to use the teleportation bracelet and would have perished on this 8th level. The thought of such a terrifying outcome brought fear to the faces of Team Lan. They looked at Su Chen and the others with gratitude, realizing that what had just happened was nothing compared to death. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. Thank you for saving me. The petite girl ran to the gentle girl in the white dress and bowed sincerely, expressing her gratitude. Tang Xue wanted to thank the gentle girl in the black dress as well, but she found it hard to do so after her behavior towards her earlier. On the other hand, Lin Xiao not only apologized but also wanted to become sworn brothers with Wei Hang. Thank you for dealing with the illusion flower, but we'll have to settle the matter of you pinching my face separately, Lan said coldly as she walked up to Su Chen. Su Chen blinked, knowing that staying silent at this moment might be the right choice. Let's go, the test is over, Lan said softly, turning to the team members. Are you leaving already? The gentle girl in the white dress looked surprised. Yes, the illusion flower's attributes are too high. We have no chance of defeating it, Lan said calmly. But it's an open boss, we can cooperate, Su Chen spoke up. Lan was about to break the teleportation bracelet, but she paused and looked at Su Chen with cold eyes. Do you want to kill it? Of course, do you expect us to dance with it? Su Chen yawned. Even if we team up, we may not be able to kill it. The difference in attributes is too great, Lan shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to take the risk. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed. It seemed that unless he gave some benefits to this aloof girl, she wouldn't risk cooperating. We agree to the cooperation invitation, Su Chen said. Team and Lan was taken aback but ultimately agreed to the cooperative invitation from their friends. In the next moment, Su Chen looked at the small white creature in the arms of the gentle girl in the black dress. The small white creature understood and jumped out, transforming into its battle form in an instant. Roar! A roar echoed as the god of slaughter domain was activated, greatly increasing its attributes. Su Chen also chanted a spell, stacking the god of slaughter domain. Team and Lan immediately felt the change in their own attributes, with their strength doubling. How is this possible? Tang Shui was the first to exclaim. As a support class mind shaman, she was considered one of the best in providing crowd control and buffs to her teammates. But even her buffs didn't have such an extreme effect. Doubling strength and doubling speed was just too insane. And Lan also noticed this, but she remained silent because even with their attributes doubled, they were still no match for the illusion flower. Su Chen seemed to understand her thoughts and directly displayed the attributes of the small white creature. Life, 27539 strength, 10272 defense, 8961 speed, 19782 energy, 7642. These godlike attributes left Team and Lan in shock. Su Chen's faint laughter followed. Now, do we have a chance to kill it? And Lan bit her lip and whispered, now, we have a chance. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Su Chen said, cracking his neck and looking at the exotic illusion flower, waving his hand lightly. Roar! The small white tiger leaped out and a beam of white tiger light hit the flower. The flower in the illusion realm was attacked, its huge body swaying violently, petals blooming and bursting open, spraying out rich flower juice and pollen. The refreshing fragrance filled the air, but Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Be careful, this is its illusion ability, don't get trapped in it. Mind spirit assistance. Got it. Tang Shui from Team and Lan looked solemn, a white bell appeared in her hand, and with a slight shake, everyone felt a refreshing sensation, and the negative effects of the pollen disappeared. We unknowingly fell into the trap of this illusion flower before. Without Sister Tang, how could we have been lost in the illusion? Lu Xianer said with her hands on her hips. Holy shield! White Skirt sang softly and gently, countless holy lights surrounded them, giving everyone a health shield of nearly 5,000 points. So strong! And Lan looked at Gentle in amazement. The second in the college entrance examination was indeed extraordinary. Listen to the curse of the god Prana. Wither! Lin Xiao, dressed in a black mage robe, sang softly, casting a debuff that reduced the illusion flower's resistance. Ice Seal, Snowflake. It looks like we have to take the lead in dealing damage. Wei Hang spoke up, raising the holy shield in his hand. God, you guys go ahead, I will definitely bear the damage for you, he promised, patting his chest. Su Chen nodded, looking at Gentle in the black skirt. Most of Team and Lan's professions were support and control, suitable for staying in the back row. The ones who could truly deal damage were himself, Gentle in the black skirt, and Lan and Wei Hang. Wei Hang's main responsibility was to tank damage in the front row. You and Xiaoman team up, we will attack from the side, Su Chen commanded clearly, and then they went all out. Squeak! The first to hit the illusion flower was the dark magic damage from Gentle in the black skirt. Among mages, dark magic and fire magic were known for their high damage output, while spatial magic and ice magic were known for their strong control abilities. The strength of dark magic mages lay in the erosion effect that accompanied each strike, continuously lowering the opponent's magic defense with strong penetration. However, Gentle in the black skirt's attributes were still too low, and with one spell, the illusion flower's health bar only decreased slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen directly activated the ability of the Son of Wind, instantly moving in front of the illusion flower. The magic prison in his hand appeared, and he slashed at the flower stem. Whoosh! A blazing fire erupted in an instant, a series of burning damage numbers appeared before everyone's eyes. 472-378-376. Interesting, Su Chen murmured, gaining a new understanding of the illusion flower's defense. At this moment, the illusion flower also sensed the approaching people, and the surrounding green stems and leaves rolled out, binding towards Su Chen. It was that entangling skill. Once caught, one would lose the ability to move. I got this. With a loud roar, Wei Hang appeared with his knight, hovering in front of Su Chen, blocking the approaching stems and tendrils. Roar! Xiaoman's huge figure appeared, violently grabbing and tearing at the stems and tendrils, cutting them into pieces that fell to the ground, with juice flowing out. Squeak! A sharp cry came from inside the illusion flower. It seemed to be angry, its body trembling uncontrollably, opening endless petals, seemingly trying to envelop Xiaoman. Xiaoman roared in defiance, and then its body fur was covered with a hard armor, before delivering a powerful punch into the center of the flower petals. Watching this scene, Gentle in the white skirt and others couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Lin Xiao was even more stunned. This guy is so strong. With a pull, the illusion flower sucked on Xiaoman's arm, then erupted with a strong suction force, and everyone saw Xiaoman's body being devoured by the illusion flower. Pull it out. Su Chen's face changed. Why didn't the introduction mention that the illusion flower had this kind of skill? Roar! Little White roared and rushed behind Xiaoman, grabbing its waist with both claws and pulling with all its might. With a PU sound, Xiaoman was pulled out, but its arm that was swallowed by the illusion flower was now covered with sticky juice, corroding most of Xiaoman's fur. Xu Chen's pupils slightly contracted. Fortunately, Xiaoman had tough skin, but if it were a person, they would probably have been corroded down to just bones by now. Don't let it bite you, Xu Chen warned, then his figure instantly moved behind the illusion flower, unleashing a black prison fire slash. Aoo! Xiao Bai swung its claws, launching several wind attribute attacks that all landed on the illusion flower. At that moment, Luxuaner's ice attribute also took effect, greatly reducing the illusion flower's movements. Now is the time, full force output. And Lan lightly commanded, a long flute appearing in her hand, emitting a pleasant sound from her red lips. Swarms of various flying insects came from nowhere like a gust of wind, crashing onto the illusion flower like moths to a flame. 999-375-268 Various dazzling damages rose on the illusion flower. The whole team unleashed a frenzy of attacks, and the illusion flower's massive 80,000 HP visibly decreased at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, outside the illusion flower's territory, Fang Yun, luckily you have the Thunder God's Eye, discovering the pollen of the illusion flower in advance, otherwise we might have been lost in the illusion long ago. Helium Mountain Squad was inside a moonlight shield, quietly watching the battlefield in the distance. Hee, it's nothing, we still have to rely on Sister Lin Lin later. Fang Yun smiled faintly, his single eye on his forehead seemed to twitch. That's right, let Xu Chen and Enlan wear down this boss, and strike when they are both weakened. Not only will the boss rewards be ours, but we will also be the first in this test. Wu Lin Lin chuckled. Helium Mountain glanced at her, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Their strongest output is just that white tiger. I will use a summon creature to intercept it later. Tian Shou, can you handle that barbaric king bear? Hearing this, the black-robed man carrying a coffin remained silent for a moment, then hoarsely replied, no problem. Good, without these two beast controllers, these 8 people are no match for us. Let's sit back and reap the benefits. Helium Mountain's eyes coldly stared at the battlefield, saying no more. At the same time, the illusion flower had lost more than half of its HP, leaving only about 1/3. Luxuaner in the back was excited. Wow, we're about to kill it. Xiaoxian, don't be careless, keep control. Tang Shui reminded. Baichuan's gentle face also showed joy. They didn't expect to actually kill the boss of the 8th floor, although most of the output was from Xu Chen's pets. They would still gain points after killing the boss. The output continued, and the illusion flower's HP finally dropped below 10%, but at that moment, its flower body suddenly swelled up, with its petals and roots flashing an abnormal red light. This is... Xu Chen's pupils contracted, and Enlan's shout rang out. Run! This illusion flower has entered a berserk state. With a splatter, as her words fell, the roots of the illusion flower violently trembled, then sprayed out a dense juice that splashed into the air, raining down on everyone like a storm. Get out of the way! Xu Chen shouted lowly, his brows furrowed. This illusion flower had gone berserk. In general, the chance of a boss going berserk was very low. Since Xu Chen awakened his profession, he had at least defeated hundreds of bosses, but had never encountered one going berserk. Of course, it could also be because those bosses were all killed instantly, never having the chance to go berserk. But no matter what, it was enough to prove the current level of difficulty. The illusion flower going berserk not only caused its own attributes to skyrocket, but also enhanced its skills. It would be very difficult for them to defeat it in this situation. But at this moment, the blood volume of this illusionary flower is less than 10%. How could they give up now and be content? Su Chen looked around. They had no priests and only relied on Tang Shui's weak healing to hold on until now. Everyone's condition was very unhealthy. They all looked unwilling and disheartened. It was hard enough to get to this point, and now they encountered a berserk boss. How could this happen? Finally at low health. We've been waiting for this moment. Su Chen, hand over this boss to us. He. Just as Su Chen hesitated about whether to summon Xiao Wu, several mocking voices suddenly came from nearby. Everyone looked up and saw a 4-person team walking towards them under a shield. The woman in a white dress in the back shrank her beautiful eyes at the sight, her pretty face suddenly looking ugly. It's another first-tier team, Tianma. How did they get here? This is an open boss. Before it's killed, no one can reach the 9th floor. It's not surprising that they appear here. Lin Zhao's heart sank as well. A berserk boss, plus the sudden appearance of the Tianma team. The situation of their captain and the others was worrying. Ha, Su Chen, Wenru, and Enlon didn't expect this, right? You worked so hard to bring the boss to low health, but now you've become our wedding gift. Wu Linlin stood among the four, her cool attire very eye-catching, but her smug tone was not very likable. Upon hearing her words, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Did they come to steal the boss? Want the boss? Fine, it's yours. Brothers, retreat. Su Chen waved his hand. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately retreated behind Su Chen. Hearing this, the Tianma team was stunned, especially their captain, Helium Shan, was even more astonished. Su Chen actually gave up the boss? Impossible. If their team kills this boss, their points will surpass Su Chen's, becoming the first in the new student test. Then, Su Chen's title of being first in the entrance exam will become a joke, and they will enjoy supreme glory. How could he just hand over the boss like that? But the fact was that Su Chen and his team were indeed retreating, decisively joining forces with the back row. Captain? Fang Yun and the others frowned and looked at Helium Shan. Helium Shan looked at the backs of Su Chen and his team, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Kill. The boss is at low health right in front of us. How can we give up?" Good. The Tianma team nodded, all entering combat mode with Helium Shan. Bang! A summoning array appeared above Helium Shan's head, and a large purple giant ape jumped out of it, pounding its chest and roaring angrily. It's the purple-marked demon ape. Great! The captain actually summoned it. Wu Linlin exclaimed in delight. Summoners' summons are not stable. Although Helium Shan learned the skill of summoning epic monsters, he could not control the type of target summoned. If the summon is an epic support monster, it will be far less helpful in battle than a combat monster. The purple-marked demon ape is a very powerful combat boss among epic monsters, which is why the Tianma team was so excited. Helium Shan also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the purple-marked demon ape. Although the level of the summoned creature was the same as his, at least it had epic potential, and the illusionary flower was already at low health, so he believed it would be quickly defeated under the attack of the purple-marked demon ape. Purple-marked demon ape, go! Helium Shan said lightly. Roar! The purple-marked demon ape roared and charged towards the illusionary flower in the next moment. But the next second, the illusionary flower opened its petals, and countless flower juice energy sprayed onto the face of the purple-marked demon ape. Ah! The next moment, the purple-marked demon ape let out a scream and fell to the ground, convulsing madly. Helium Shan was surprised. What was going on? Both were epic potential creatures, even with some level difference. The purple-marked demon ape shouldn't be so vulnerable to a single blow, right? Could it be that he summoned a fake one? Impossible. Tian Cho, quickly save the purple-marked demon ape. Helio Mountain commanded. Good. Hua Tian Cho responded, then quickly rushed to the front of the purple-marked demon ape, unloaded the coffin on his back and smashed it on the ground. A scarred face was revealed under the black robe, and he looked at the illusion flower rushing towards him with a mocking look in his eyes. This coffin was an epic weapon, with such strong defense that even a true epic boss would find it hard to break through. Just based on this illusion flower that was suppressed in level. Hua Tianchao's thoughts were not over yet when his eyes suddenly filled with fear, because the damn illusion flower actually opened its petals, intending to swallow him. No! Hua Tianchao wanted to run, but it was already too late. With a scream, Hua Tianchao entered the illusion flower. The heavenly demon team. Wu Linlin witnessed this scene with her own eyes, her face turning pale with fear. He should have activated the teleportation bracelet, right? Fang Yun swallowed and stuttered. Should he? Puff! The wall of the illusion flower shook, then spat out a pile of things, which turned out to be loot. The faces of the heavenly demon team turned pale. Hua Tianchao was dead. Bastard! This is no ordinary illusion flower, it has gone berserk. At this moment, Helio Mountain even realized that something was wrong, no matter how foolish he was. He roared in anger, his resentment towards Su Chen reaching its peak. This bastard actually deceived them into dealing with the berserk illusion flower. Not only was the purple-marked demon ape he summoned killed, but even their team member Hua Tianchao died a tragic death. Dare to deceive me! I will make you pay with your lives. Helio Mountain looked at Su Chen and the others with anger, then tore open a scroll, increased his speed dramatically, and charged towards them. Oh no! The great god, Helio Mountain has gone mad, he's using his speed scroll to chase us. Wei Hang turned around just in time to see this scene and shouted in panic. Is the illusion flower also chasing us? Su Chen asked. It's coming. Wei Hang nodded. Hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. They had already left the territory of the illusion flower, but it was still chasing them, indicating that the hatred of the illusion flower could not be extinguished. In that case, come out. Xiao Wu. As Su Chen's voice fell, a contract formation suddenly appeared, and a huge beast with a turtle shell on its back emerged from it. The ancient turtle shell had two strange heads on either side, one resembling a turtle and the other with a crimson snake head. Gravity! Su Chen looked indifferently at the heavenly demon team fleeing in the distance and the illusion flower, calmly snapping his fingers. Swish! Almost instantly, everyone felt the ground around them change, and the remaining 3 members of the heavenly demon team's speed plummeted. Helio Mountain and his 2 companions were shocked. What was happening? At the same time, the illusion flower behind them extended endless vines and tendrils to grab them. No! Lushan, save me! Wu Linlin was the first to be caught, her voice filled with panic. Before Helio Mountain could speak, he too was bound by the vines and dragged backwards. He saw the Xuanwu beside Su Chen and instantly understood that all of this was Su Chen's doing, his anger rising. Bastard! Su Chen, you wait, I won't let you off the hook. Teleport out! With his words, 3 streams of light flashed, and all 3 of them were teleported out. Outside the tower, Helio Mountain and his 2 companions appeared, Wu Linlin still somewhat shaken, while Helio Mountain rushed to the mirror and stared fiercely at Su Chen and the others. Even if you eliminate us, you still can't kill that boss. When you come out, I will definitely kill you all. Helio Mountain completely lost his gentle and refined demeanor. He, Helio Mountain, from the Helio family in the capital, had been pampered since childhood, awakened as a mysterious summoner, and was highly regarded by many. His family even found him a rare summoning book. He had always stood at the top of the pyramid, but today, he was played by Su Chen like this. Even his teammates died under his command's mistake, a great humiliation. Compared to his anger, the atmosphere in the council chamber was even more tense. The boss on the 8th floor turned out to be the illusionary flower. If this boss were placed in an external dungeon, it wouldn't even rank in the top 20 among all epic potential bosses. But in this 9-fold demon tower, it was of a crazy level of difficulty. Because this 9-fold demon tower only opens once every half year or even a year, and this illusionary flower has absorbed countless small monsters as its nourishment, its attributes have far exceeded the strength it should have at this level. Moreover, it has gone berserk now. The Helium Mountain team dared to kill it in this situation. It could be said that they were seeking death, and even a total annihilation was not impossible. Fortunately, only one member, Huatian Chou, died in the end. What the high-level members were truly worried about were those who were still on the 8th floor. One of them was a member of another first-tier team, and there were also the top 2 in the college entrance examination, Su Chen and Wenru. If they insisted on killing the illusionary flower, they might all be killed, and they might not even have a chance to break the hand ring. They almost represented the strongest group of geniuses in this generation. If they died, how great a loss would it be for China? Come out quickly. Chuan was also watching the scene in the mirror, tightly clenching her jade hands. The 8th floor of the 9-fold demon tower. Su Chen, shall we go out too? Wenru looked at the illusionary flower slowly approaching under the influence of gravity, her face filled with worry. Even the epic monster summoned by Helium Mountain was killed instantly by the illusionary flower, which proved how terrifying the illusionary flower had become. No. Su Chen shook his head. The illusionary flower was already so weak, it would be a pity to give up now. Besides, it was not his style to do so. Under the influence of gravity, the illusionary flower's speed was very slow, coupled with Xiaoman's restraining ability. As long as they didn't give the opponent a chance to attack them, they still had hope of success. And the illusionary flower's long-range attack seemed to be only vines. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes lit up, revealing a sinister smile. Rock barrier. Su Chen murmured softly. In the next moment, countless rocks emerged from the soil, but this defensive skill was not used by Su Chen for its intended purpose. Instead, it firmly trapped the illusionary flower within. At the same time, Su Chen had the energy to control the earth attribute for a short period of time, and one after another rocks rose from the soil, tightly wrapping around the roots of the illusionary flower. For a moment, the illusionary flower was completely immobilized. Brothers, attack! Su Chen shouted loudly at the sight. Xiaobai was the first to jump out excitedly, gathering the white tiger roar light wave in his mouth and launching a long-range attack. Black Skirt Wenru also quickly reacted and followed suit by casting spells from a distance. The illusionary flower struggled madly within the rocks, but to no avail. It was being countered by its attributes. Earth attributes counter wood attributes. After going berserk, the illusionary flower was almost immune to normal control, such as Liu Xuaner's ice attribute and Xiaoman's water attribute control. It was difficult to have any effect. Only by countering its earth attribute could they be effective. The rock barrier lasted for 60 seconds, and the skills of the group were also unleashed without hesitation. During this time, Black Skirt Wenru's mana bar emptied, and she directly drank a bottle of mana potion to continue her frenzied output. And finally, the illusionary flower's health was completely depleted in the last second of the skill's duration. Boom! Endless light flickered, loot scattered, and the illusionary flower fell to the ground, its petals withering. Success! Everyone stared blankly at the scene. They had finally killed the illusionary flower. They had succeeded. Outside the tower, the scene of the illusionary flower's death also fell into the eyes of countless people. Killing the illusionary flower, a task that was almost impossible, was actually completed by Su Chen and his team. It was simply unbelievable. Sis, I told you, Su Chen can definitely do it. Jiang family, Jiang Xiaoye looked at the scene in the mirror and chuckled lightly. Jiang Xiaoying's eyes were complicated. Before this, she never believed that Su Chen could kill the illusion flower, at least she couldn't do it herself. But Su Chen did it. No! How could this happen? In front of the mirror, He Lushan looked at the scene in disbelief, almost collapsing. Why were they able to kill this boss? The illusion flower is so fierce. The principals of major academies also sighed and looked at Su Chen with a complex expression. How could they not see that Su Chen was the one who killed this boss? This generation of China seems to have produced an extraordinary genius. Inside the tower, the passage to the 9th floor has been opened. Just by touching the teleportation array, the Enlan team gave up. The attribute suppression is too strong, we can't go in. We are already satisfied with killing this boss, Enlan looked at Su Chen sincerely. Okay, Su Chen nodded. After the Enlan team left, Wei Hang also hesitated. You should go too, Su Chen smiled. Although Wei Hang's attributes were higher than the average profession, he might not be able to withstand the 9th floor. I'll accompany you. Bai Kun gently summoned the contract formation, and He Kun walked in. The twin teachers merged into one, increasing their attributes once again. Su Chen nodded and entered the 9th floor with her, then directly gave up on killing small monsters for points, and rode on Little White to the finish line of the 9th floor. When they saw the boss, inside and outside the tower were all shocked. A legendary potential boss. Su Chen stood in front of the boss, a bitter smile on his face. It was actually a legendary boss, surpassing even the legendary level. This was something he couldn't handle, even at level 50. But he had one chance. A very slim chance. Su Chen looked at the boss, took a deep breath, and then looked at the Gentle beside him. Wanna bet with me? Bet once? Gentle looked at Su Chen. Although she didn't know what Su Chen wanted to bet on, she still chose to trust him. Okay. As Gentle nodded, Su Chen looked back at the legendary boss. The chance he mentioned was the skill of the Beast God's descent, with a very slim chance of summoning the illusion of the Beast God White Tiger. If successful, they might have a chance to defeat this legendary boss. Otherwise, they had no chance of winning. Let's give it a try, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Outside the tower, everyone saw Su Chen and Gentle going straight to the boss, somewhat puzzled. What is he doing? Does he want to challenge the boss of the 9th floor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The boss on the 8th floor was already very difficult for their 8-person team to deal with, and now they only have 2 people. How could they succeed? He seems a bit too confident. Not far away, Jia Xianyue saw this scene, with a hint of joy in her eyes. Originally, his last resort was the Tianma team, hoping they could kill Su Chen in the tower. But he didn't expect these guys to be so foolish. They were tricked by Su Chen into fighting the fierce illusion flower, and in the end, they were eliminated, even sacrificing a team member. In this way, Su Chen got the first place in the new generation, and neither the Ren family nor he could do anything to Su Chen. But unexpectedly, Su Chen actually expanded to challenge the boss of the 9th floor. The strength of the 9th floor boss and the 8th floor boss was like night and day, not to mention that there were only 2 of you now. He hoped that the legendary boss would directly kill Su Chen, so that he wouldn't even have a chance to teleport out. Chuan was also nervous, even standing up from her chair, her beautiful eyes fixed on the mirror image. Su Chen, what are you doing? You've done enough. As long as you come out, I can protect you. Why risk challenging the boss of the 9th floor? Similarly, the Jiang sisters and Lan and others looked at the mirror image in confusion. Su Chen is already in first place, why would he still risk challenging the boss of the 9th floor? At this moment, the mirror image suddenly emitted dazzling colors, reflecting the entire mirror with a glaring light. Boom! The next moment, the huge 9-layer demon tower in the distance suddenly shook rapidly. People stopped from afar and seemed to see a huge monster shadow, as if it had swung a claw at the tower. Boom! Boom! The towering 9-layer demon tower collapsed in a shaking moment. Everyone was stunned to see the scene. What's going on? The 9-layer demon tower actually collapsed? Ha ha! Su Chen must have angered the boss, and the boss got angry and killed them all. He Lushan laughed wildly, pointing at the tower. Sister! Su Chen! Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoya's beautiful eyes suddenly became worried. Don't worry. Jiang Xiaoying comforted her, then said lightly, if the legendary boss got angry, how could it destroy the 9-layer tower? Jiang Xiaoying's words made He Liushan's expression stiffen, and the expressions of the others also changed slightly. Yeah, this legendary boss has always been locked inside the 9-layer demon tower. How could it possibly destroy the tower? Could it be? A speculation arose in everyone's mind, but they dared not believe it. He's just a newcomer. Swish! 2 teleportation rings suddenly appeared on the scene, and when the light dissipated, 2 young figures appeared. Su Chen and Wenru. Seeing them, everyone gasped, and the uncertain speculation in their minds was completely confirmed. At this moment, Su Chen fell into a coma, being supported by Wenru. The girl's face still showed a hint of shock, as if she had just seen something incredible. He's out. Jia Xianyue saw this scene and her face immediately turned ugly. He really came out. Doesn't that mean the 9th floor boss and the 9-layer demon tower were? Hee, the new student test is over. Why hasn't Principal Jia announced the results? At this time, a voice sounded, and a group of black-clothed strongmen escorted a dignified-looking man. Ren Yunshan. Seeing him, Jia Xianyue suddenly understood something. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. I announced that the first place in this new student test is Su Chen, Wenru. The second place in the test is Lan. As Jia Xianyue's voice rang out, Ren Yunshan smiled faintly, walked up to Wenru and said, the test is over. Wen's girl, hand Su Chen over to me. The Ren family has something to ask him to do. With these words, Wenru's eyes suddenly became alert. The matter between the Ren family and Su Chen had caused quite a stir. Almost everyone with some strength present knew about it. At this moment, the test had just ended, and Su Chen was still in a coma. The Ren family's open request for him meant that their intentions were somewhat impure. Master Ren, what do you mean by this? A cold voice sounded. Chuan walked up to Su Chen and Wenru, exuding a chilling aura. Chuan, although you are ranked first on the Earth list, you are still a bit lacking if you want to save Su Chen from my hands, Ren Yunshan said indifferently. After speaking, a woman walked out from behind him, Dai Yasi, a heavenly ranked snake spirit master. Chuan's eyes narrowed at the sight, and she nervously clenched her fists. Master Ren, are you trying to snatch him away? So what if I am? This Su Chen insulted my daughter, and even took away the barbarian king bear that our Ren family worked hard to obtain. Shouldn't I hold him accountable? Ren Yunshan sneered. As he spoke, Ren Yunshan's eyes flickered with a mysterious and sinister light. This Su Chen is too terrifying. He actually defeated the legendary boss of the 9th floor with only level 39 strength. This reminded him of Lu. With Su Chen's strength at the time, how could he possibly be a match for Lu? Perhaps this kid has some strange power that not only allows him to have the means to contract with divine beasts, but also has the power to defeat legendary bosses and even destroy the 9-layer demon tower. And, it is said that by passing through all 9 layers of the demon tower, there is a chance to obtain divine artifacts. At this moment, the secrets hidden on this kid are like a huge treasure to Ren Yunshan. The humiliation of the daughter, the legendary potential of the barbarian King Xiong, are all just excuses. Now, the secrets and artifacts on Su Chen are more tempting than anything else. What are you still standing there for? Take him. Thinking of this, Ren Yunshan couldn't wait and shouted. Yes. The Ren family's henchmen heard the order and all surrounded towards Chuan's direction. Chuan's expression was already very angry. She never expected the Ren family to dare to act openly in this situation. She had already informed her family, and they were rushing from the capital, but this was the southern province, thousands of kilometers away. By the time they arrived, Su Chen might have been taken away. What to do? Just as Chuan was feeling uneasy, a dark figure suddenly swooped behind her and went straight for Su Chen. Assassin! In any case, Chuan was the top talent of the Chu family in the capital, almost representing the future voice of the Chu family. No matter how powerful Ren Yunshan was, he couldn't really make a move against Chuan in this situation. The assassin's speed was fast, hidden in the dark, almost instantly reaching Su Chen. Just as his hand was about to touch Su Chen, a figure firmly blocked it. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and immediately a dagger appeared in his hand and stabbed towards the figure. Bang! The next moment, the assassin was heavily hit, flying more than 10 meters, falling to the ground and spitting blood, his health almost dropping to 0. Who gave you the courage to dare to harm our young lady? A cold snort sounded, and a black-robed old man appeared in front of the figure. Grandpa Nan. Seeing the old man, the figure showed a joyful smile. Level 86 Grand Wizard? From the Wen family? Seeing the old man, Ren Yunshan's mouth twitched, cursing the assassin who had just attacked. Stupid thing. Didn't he know that was the daughter of the Wen family? How dare he make a move? Useless. Simply useless. Master Ren, I don't know what you mean. Do you want to kill our young lady along with us? The old man in the black robe looked at Ren Yunshan, his voice indifferent, showing no respect for the head of the 4 major families in the Magic City, but rather a domineering aura. Ren Yunshan took a deep breath. Offending the Chu family in the capital had already put him under great pressure. If he offended the Wen family as well, it would be too much for the Ren family to bear. This friend, what just happened was a misunderstanding. It was my subordinate's fault. I will personally bring gifts to the Wen family to apologize afterwards. Ha, you don't have the guts. The old man in the black robe sneered, then turned to look at the figure. Miss, the new student test is over. The head of the family ordered you to go home and prepare for enrollment as soon as possible. Hearing this, the figure held Su Chen's hand tightly. She knew that the other party was reminding her not to get involved in this matter. But Su Chen. The figure turned to look at the still unconscious young man, her eyes suddenly firm. I will go with you, but only after he wakes up. The old man in the black robe chuckled. Just a weakness effect left by a skill? I'll dispel it. With that, the old man in the black robe produced a staff, drew a symbol in the air, and placed it on Su Chen. Before long, Su Chen opened his eyes, looking around in confusion, gradually recalling what had happened before. The 9th floor of the tower. He had used the beast god's descent, successfully summoning the white tiger phantom, but he didn't expect the white tiger phantom to target the wrong enemy, directly smashing the 9-fold demon tower. Then they received the final reward, took advantage of the 9-fold demon tower not completely collapsing, and activated the teleportation bracelet. After that, he fell into a weakened state from the beast god's descent. And now, Su Chen frowned as he looked around, and when he saw Ren Yunshan and his men, as well as Chu Wan and the figure standing in front of him, he instantly understood what had happened. It seemed that the Ren family wanted to make a move on him by force. Miss, he's awake now. Can we leave now? The old man in the witch robe smiled smugly at Wenru and said, Su Chen, I. Upon hearing this, Wenru wanted to say something to Su Chen, but was stopped by him. From the old man's words just now, it was clear that Wenru was responsible for helping him recover from his weakness ahead of time, and the old man clearly did not intend for Wenru to get involved in this matter. After all, the Ren family was one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, with significant influence throughout China, and even families of the same level did not want to offend them. I know, thank you for your help. You can go now, I'll be fine, Su Chen said softly. Wenru looked around and saw only Chu Wan alone, unable to stop the Ren family's people. But for some reason, when Su Chen said this, she chose to believe him. So she nodded and followed the old man in the witch robe away, and the confrontation in the field resumed. This time, there was really only Chu Wan in front of Su Chen. Hee, even if you wake up, so what? Su Chen, it's time to settle the score between you and our Ren family today, Ren Yunshan said indifferently. Is that so? I wonder what grudge I have with the Ren family. Su Chen said coldly upon hearing this. You should be well aware of what happened that day. It was your daughter who was disrespectful and rude first. I just taught her a lesson, and your Ren family put out a bounty to kill me. Even if I really hurt Miss Ren, you wouldn't have to put me to death, would you? Su Chen's words instantly caused some people around to murmur. Yes, I heard about this incident. It seems that Miss Ren from the Ren family was indeed arrogant and domineering, and even insulted Su Chen's family. Su Chen is an orphan, his parents died in an instance when he was young, all for Su Chen's growth. Who wouldn't be anxious about this matter? It does seem like it was Miss Ren's fault, and they even used a bounty to chase after him. If Su Chen didn't have some skills, he might have already died, right? Yeah, can big families just bully people like this? The dense discussions were all pointing in a negative direction, like a hornet's nest swarming towards the Ren family. Even Ren Yunshan's face couldn't help but show a few more unpleasant expressions. No matter what you say, you took our Ren family's barbarian King Xiong, which belongs to us. Isn't it fair for us to take it back? With that, Ren Yunshan was actually preparing to take action himself. Chu Wan was shocked and quickly used a skill to try to control him, but the ice flower only lasted half a second on Ren Yunshan before being shaken off. He can resist control so quickly. He's a dark berserker. Chu Wan's pretty face turned ugly, and she turned to Su Chen and said, You go first. Su Chen didn't leave, but stared at Ren Yunshan who was charging towards him, a hint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. If there was really no other way, he didn't mind using something from the 9th level ultimate reward to perish with this guy. Chu family girl, since you insist on protecting him, then it's not my fault. At this moment, Ren Yunshan had already appeared in front of Chu Wan, covered in armor with black energy surging around him. Ice crystals appeared around Chu Wan's body, but they all shattered the moment Ren Yunshan approached. She had no ability to resist at all. Chu Wan's face turned pale, and at this critical moment, a voice full of authority rang out. Ren Yunshan, stop. As the voice sounded, Ran Yunshan's face changed, and he mercilessly drew his heavy sword, ready to strike Xu Wan and Su Chen together. Since he couldn't take them away, he was determined to kill them. Phew! Su Chen and Xu Wan suddenly felt the temperature around their bodies rise sharply, and then they saw countless fiery flames surrounding them. Seeing these flames, Ran Yunshan abruptly stopped the heavy sword he was about to swing, a hint of fear and dread flashing in his eyes. Ran Yunshan, what are you doing? An old man in a red elemental robe walked out, his eyes coldly staring at the Ren family members, and with a wave of his hand, he dispelled the flames behind him. Su Chen and Xu Wan were able to see the outside world. When they saw the old man in the red elemental robe, a hint of surprise and respect flashed in her eyes. Director Chen, how come you are here? Ran Yunshan also looked at the old man, his face showing a touch of hostility and unwillingness. He was so close, just a little bit more and he could have killed Su Chen. Why? Ran Yunshan, Su Chen is the number 1 in the Chinese college entrance examination. In the joint test of all Chinese academies this time, he also ranked first. He is likely to be a pillar of China in the future. Do you know what it means to behave like this? Chen Guofeng stared at Ran Yunshan, coldly questioning. Ran Yunshan frowned, wanting to explain, but was directly interrupted by Chen Guofeng. Save it for the National Talent Department. Intentionally harming the country's pillars, you can get ready for the court, Chen Guofeng said indifferently. Hearing this, Ran Yunshan's face immediately turned ugly, as if he had eaten something disgusting. He, the head of the Ren family, one of the 4 major families in the Magic City, was actually being taken to court? Is this a joke? But seeing Chen Guofeng's expressionless and cold face, Ran Yunshan dared not say more. This guy is a high-ranking official in China, representing the country. Unless the Ren family doesn't want to stay in China, they wouldn't dare to question him. Chen Guofeng's appearance eased the tense atmosphere, and at this time, Jiang Tianwen also walked out and respectfully greeted Chen Guofeng. Director Chen. Xiaowen, it's been many years since we last met, Chen Guofeng said with a smile when he saw Jiang Tianwen. Upon hearing this, Ran Yunshan widened his eyes. Jiang Tianwen. He suddenly remembered that Jiang Tianwen's master was none other than Chen Guofeng. So Chen Guofeng must have been invited by Jiang Tianwen. Thinking of this, Ran Yunshan couldn't help but look at Jiang Tianwen with a cold gaze. He didn't expect a provincial leader to become a stumbling block for him at a critical moment. Ha, Xiaowen, if it weren't for your notification, I wouldn't have met such a genius from China who could defeat the boss on the 9th floor. Back in the day, I also entered the 9 layers demon tower, but stopped at the 7th floor. I didn't expect your generation to have so many talents breaking into the 8th floor and even defeating the super genius on the 9th floor. Truly a blessing for China, Chen Guofeng exclaimed, his beard trembling slightly with excitement. Young man, do you know about the National Security Bureau? If you are interested, I can recommend you after graduation. Chen Guofeng's eyes lit up. Hey, Chen, you're moving too fast, aren't you? Su Chen is a student recruited by our Wanner. Even if she joins after graduation, she should go to our Ministry of National Defense. A voice suddenly interjected. In the distance, an old man with white hair hurried over, followed by a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament, and 2 young men. Shu Ba Tian? Aren't you a bit late? In a while, this treasure will be taken away by the Ren family. You can't even see the dust, and you still want to compete with me for people? Chen Guofeng snorted coldly. Shu Ba Tian also had a bad temper and cursed directly, you know nothing. If I hadn't been delayed by Ren Hongxi, that bastard, could I have been so slow? Ren Hongxi? Chen Guofeng raised an eyebrow, turned to Ren Yunshan and said, Master Ren, impressive. To deal with a junior, you even invited the old man from the Ren family. Ren Yunshan's face turned ugly. He had asked the old man to intervene to stop the Chu family from coming, but he had overlooked Chen Guofeng. In any case, he was completely defeated today, and he had made at least 2 major enemies for the Ren family. What's the matter? The young master of the Ren family, out of respect for your old master, I won't beat you up today. Why don't you leave now? How about I treat you to a meal later? Chu Badian coldly snorted. Ren Yunshan's mouth twitched. In front of this group of old characters, his identity as the head of the Ren family was indeed not impressive enough. Just as he was about to leave, Su Chen suddenly spoke up. Wait, Master Ren, are you targeting me? Shouldn't you apologize to me? Su Chen's words made Ren Yunshan pause. He turned around and looked at Su Chen with a dark expression. Kid, don't push your luck. What? I've heard all about your deeds, the bounties, the assassinations. You've scared people to death, causing mental distress. I haven't even asked for compensation for that, and now you won't even apologize? Chu Badian immediately spoke up. He knew he was late and missed the crucial moment to help Su Chen, so he stood up for Su Chen now to try to get him into the Ministry of Defense. Ren Yunshan couldn't help but clench his fists but then slowly relax them. I'm sorry. Satisfied now? Ren Yunshan said angrily as he turned and left. Wait a minute, Su Chen spoke up again. What else do you want? Ren Yunshan's expression began to distort. As the head of one of the 4 major families, how could he lose his composure like this? What was his status, and what was Su Chen's position? He had already apologized so humbly, and yet Su Chen still wouldn't let it go. Did he think he could do whatever he wanted with Chen Guofeng and Chu Batian backing him up? Even Chen Guofeng and Chu Baishan's expressions flickered. The head of the Ren family had already apologized voluntarily. If Su Chen still didn't relent, it would be too much. Master Ren, I think you've misunderstood. I don't want you to apologize, I want the mastermind behind this to come forward and apologize, Su Chen said calmly. Ren Yunshan was taken aback, and his face twitched. Master Ren, Su Chen's request is not unreasonable. It's only fair to have your daughter come and apologize, right? Chu Batian was the first to support the request. This demand didn't seem like an unreasonable provocation. It was said that Ren Shanshan even cursed Su Chen's deceased parents. What's wrong with asking for an apology? Master Ren, this request is indeed not unreasonable, Chen Guofeng also spoke up. The two of them singing in harmony made Ren Yunshan feel extremely aggrieved. As the head of the Ren family in the demon capital, he had never suffered such humiliation. Just wait, one day we will make you pay back tenfold for all this. A touch of madness flashed in Ren Yunshan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath and said to his subordinates, Bring Shanshan here. Master. The Ren family subordinate hesitated. Su Chen had beaten her so badly on the 6th floor and then defeated the 9th floor boss to become the first. For Miss Ren, who was so proud, this was already a heavy blow. If she had to come and apologize to Su Chen again, her mentality might completely collapse. I said, bring her out. Ren Yunshan said indifferently. Seeing this, the subordinate dared not say more and quickly went to fetch her. Soon, Ren Shanshan came out. At this moment, she had changed into a new dress, but the humiliation she suffered when Su Chen beat her out of the tower was still vivid in her mind. In this situation, her father actually asked her to apologize to Su Chen? Father! She looked at Ren Yunshan with tearful eyes, but all she saw was his indifferent expression. Immediately, she understood everything. She looked resentfully at the figure in front of her, her heart filled with hatred. Su Chen, one day I will make you kneel before me, begging for mercy, unable to live or die. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The Ren family left in embarrassment. Young man, don't forget our agreement. Report to the National Security Bureau after graduation, Chen Guofeng said with a smile as he prepared to return to the capital. Seeing this, Zhang Tianwen followed to see off his former mentor. Chu Batian stroked his beard and looked at Su Chen with a smile, feeling that everything about him was to his liking. Su Chen, don't listen to that guy. The Ministry of National Defense is the most promising. When the time comes, you come, and I will give you the green light directly. By the way, Xiao Jun is your mentor at Qing University, right? If you have any questions, just ask her. She will take good care of you at school. Isn't that right, Xiao Jun? Chu Batian pulled Chu Wan over and winked at her. Chu Wan's pretty face was cold, and she was stunned for a second after hearing this, but still nodded gently. See, with Chu Wan around, you can relax and improve your strength at Qing University. She will help you with the rest. Well, it's getting late. I have to go back now. Chu Batian was clearly very satisfied with finding Su Chen today. Alright, Grandpa, I'll walk you out. Chu Wan said softly. The people around gradually left through a special passage, and Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief as the test was over. Let's go, Su Chen. After the new student test, there is a week of preparation time, and then the real school starts. We will go to the capital together then. Jiang Xiaoye said. Okay. Su Chen smiled. After chatting for a few more moments, Su Chen followed the Zheng family's car back home. Sister Su Yun had been anxiously waiting for Su Chen's test results. Sis, I'm back. Su Chen entered and greeted her. Su Yun immediately stood up, eagerly asking, Xiaotian, you're back. Is the test over? Yes, it's over, and I got first place. Su Chen smiled. That's great. I knew you were the best. Su Yun showed a relieved smile and said, Come, I made your favorite dishes today. Su Chen looked at the table, filled with delicious dishes, which made him feel the warmth of home. He looked at Su Yun and said, Sis, come with me to Qing University. 7 days later. On the way to the capital, Su Chen directly took a ride with the Zheng sisters' private car, as Chu Wan, as a mentor, had already returned to the capital a few days earlier. Xiaotian, can I really live with you in Qing University? On the road, Su Yun said somewhat nervously. Don't worry, sis, Teacher Chu has already arranged everything for us. We can live in Qing University under the guise of being prop merchants, Su Chen said with a smile. But making props requires buying a lot of materials, and I don't have money, Su Yun said awkwardly, lowering her head like a shy child. Su Chen was taken aback, realizing that Su Yun had invested all the money she had earned over the years in him. He smiled slightly and took out a bank card. Here, there should be some gold coins in it. Take it and use it, and if it's not enough, ask me. I have a lot of money. This was the bank card he obtained after killing Lu, the steward. He hadn't had time to check the balance on it, but Su Chen estimated that as a steward of the Ren family, there should be some savings on it, enough for his sister to start a prop business. Su Chen saw the card and instinctively wanted to refuse, but seeing Su Chen's stern gaze, she gave in. Xiaotian, you've really grown up. Su Yun touched Su Chen's head, showing a relieved look and whispered, if Mom and Dad saw this, they would be very happy. Su Yun's words made Su Chen's heart tremble slightly. Mom and Dad. Su Chen only knew that they had entered a hidden instance to raise money for his tuition, and 3 days later the police reported their deaths. But the fact was that the secret instance suddenly disappeared, and even their bodies and belongings were not found. In any case, even if Mom and Dad were really dead, he would investigate the truth when he had the ability. Jiang Xiaoye, who was sitting beside him, also felt a bit down after hearing this. Su Chen had been ostracized and bullied by his classmates because of this incident, and she had watched Su Chen grow up over the years. Su Chen was able to become the first in the college entrance examination, standing out among many talented individuals. She was truly happy for her. Jiang Xiaoying in the front row showed a slight change in expression. Su Chen lost her parents at a young age, and one can imagine how big of a blow it was for an ordinary family. She and her sister, Su Yun, have relied on each other until today. One can imagine the hardships they have experienced. Perhaps, she really shouldn't have said those words to him that day. Silent all the way, to the capital city, Qing University. As one of the most famous universities in the capital city, Qing University's campus gate is grand and majestic, spanning 100 meters, with students coming and going in endless streams. Today, there were more freshmen reporting. Countless luxury cars parked at the gate, and students dressed in formal Western-style dresses, like young lords and princesses, walked into the campus. Wow! Look, isn't that the young master of the Murong family? He's really handsome. That girl, is she Wang Zuxian? She's so beautiful. She must be the campus belle of this year. Oh my! Isn't that Lan? I heard she ranked second in the freshman test. So beautiful and cool. At the same time, the Jiang family's car also arrived at the gate of Qing University. The Jiang sisters were the first to get out of the car. Today, Jiang Xiaoye was wearing a pure white knee-length skirt, giving her a more pure and beautiful fresh feeling. Jiang Xiaoying was still dressed in shorts and short sleeves, showing off her slender and hot figure. The moment the two women appeared, they attracted the attention of countless people in the audience. Wow! Beauties! And two of them. They look a bit alike. Could they be sisters? Sisters? He. Sisters. He. At that moment, Su Chen also walked out, looking at the tourists around him, his eyebrows slightly raised. And Lan not far away also noticed them and nodded slightly at Su Chen before entering the campus. However, Su Chen and the others did not have it as easy because of the beauty of the Jiang sisters, attracting numerous senior students who came to help carry luggage. And Lan looks good too. Why aren't they so enthusiastic? Su Chen scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Junior sister, I'm a senior student in my 3rd year. Xiaorui, do you need help with your luggage? Junior sister, nice to meet you. I'm the president of the student union. The enthusiastic voices around made Jiang Xiaoye look at her older sister in a panic. Jiang Xiaoying's mouth twitched slightly, but she had no choice because she had also experienced this kind of enthusiastic reception when she entered school, and these guys seemed not to recognize her. Su Chen. She turned around, her beautiful eyes staring at someone who was watching the excitement, and said coldly. Su Chen was stunned. Don't you want to prove yourself? The opportunity is here now. Jiang Xiaoying raised her delicate chin. Before Su Chen could react to her words, he felt a hostile gaze from the crowd, which made him slightly speechless. He took a deep breath and then walked straight to Jiang Xiaoye, putting his arm around her slender waist. Alright. Sorry everyone, she's already taken. Su Chen. Jiang Xiaoye was suddenly hugged around the waist, and she exclaimed softly, but then felt the eyes of the people around her, and immediately quieted down. It was impossible to let Su Chen lose face in front of so many people, and if this person was Su Chen, it wasn't impossible either. Taken? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Although Su Chen was quite handsome, this guy was dressed quite ordinary. It seemed like he was just taking advantage of the luxury cars of these two beauties. Is he just a pure white face? Can such a person match with such a pure junior sister? Many eyes looked at Su Chen, some even with a hint of provocation. At this moment, a cat in Zhang Xiaoya's arms suddenly jumped onto Su Chen. Seeing this white cat, the eyes of the senior students were slightly surprised, and a rumor flashed through their minds. White cat! It is said that Su Chen, the top-ranked beast tamer in the freshman test, also carries a white cat, and that white cat is his divine beast pet. Could this person be Su Chen, the top freshman? A group of senior students looked at each other. Some had heard rumors about Su Chen and showed a hint of fear, while others looked disdainful. So what if he was a freshman? They had all been studying in the academy for over a year. In terms of knowledge and experience, who wasn't stronger than Su Chen? Moreover, shouldn't a beautiful student like Zhang Xiaoya be pursued by everyone? Hey, kid, do you know what it means to respect your seniors? Let go now, and I can spare you once. Otherwise, your days at Qing University won't be easy. A male student stepped forward, sneering. He's the vice president of the student council. I heard he's also a young master of the Huang family in the capital, with a mysterious profession, a well-known second-generation rich kid. There was a gasp from the surrounding crowd, but when Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Respect your seniors by giving up your girlfriend? Was he out of his mind? Get lost. Su Chen spat out a word clearly, causing the provocative expression on Huang Yu's face to freeze instantly. Kid, what did you just say? Dare to say it again? Huang Yu's expression gradually turned fierce. Are you deaf? I said, get lost. Su Chen repeated indifferently. One sentence instantly made the atmosphere tense. Wow, this freshman is fierce. He dares to confront Huang Yu. Doesn't he know that Huang Yu is the bully of Qing University? Yeah, Huang Yu is not only professionally skilled but also a young master of the Huang family. This freshman dares to provoke him. He probably doesn't want to stay at Qing University. The onlookers around exclaimed and then showed expressions of watching a show. Su Chen. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Zhang Xiaoya pulled Su Chen's sleeve with some concern. Su Chen lowered his head, patted her hand, then looked up at Huang Yu again. This scene, in Huang Yu's eyes, was seen as a provocation. Good. Very good, kid. You've only been at Qing University for one day, and you're so ignorant. It seems I need to show you what it means to respect your seniors. With that, a sharp spear appeared in Huang Yu's hand. What profession is this? Seeing Huang Yu's movement, Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and then used his insightful eye. Target, Huang Yu, profession, Spear Master, level, 46, health, 10,865, strength, 1,654, defense, 1,596, speed, 1,321, energy, 1,300. Description, equipping a spear greatly enhances attack and defense attributes, as well as providing some penetration ability. It is a combat profession with strong attack power. At the same time, the conflict between the two aroused excitement in the surrounding crowd. They're going to fight. They're going to fight. Su Chen, the freshman first place, actually fought with the former vice president of the student council. This is going to be interesting. It seems he also has a divine beast. I really want to see the majesty of the divine beast. I heard that Su Chen passed the 9th level of the Demon Tower, even defeating the legendary boss. I wonder if it's true. Hearing these words, Huang Yu couldn't help but sneer. Rumors, all rumors. How strong is the legendary boss? I'm afraid these gossipers don't even know themselves. How dare they say Su Chen defeated the legendary boss? Unless he's a reincarnated immortal. No, even if he were a reincarnated immortal, he wouldn't be able to do it. What freshman first place? It seems like it's just boasting from these ignorant folks. Immediately, he looked at Su Chen with a provoking look. Kid, I heard you have a divine beast? Why don't you bring out your divine beast and see if you can beat me? If you can, I'll give you the position of the student council vice president. Huang Yu taunted. Hee, I'm not interested in your lousy vice president position. Su Chen smirked, then showed a sly smile, but I can reluctantly fulfill your wish. With that, Su Chen patted the small white creature in his arms and said, go. Roar. The small white creature jumped out and let out a tender roar. Seeing this, many people burst into laughter. Is that it? A little cat-like creature, also dare to be called a divine beast? Then wouldn't my dog at home also be able to become a god? This is hilarious. A divine beast turns out to be such a tiny thing? Don't be ridiculous, relying on a cat to become the top newcomer? Could there be any shady dealings in this newcomer test? Countless skeptical voices came from all around. Seeing this, Huang Yu also laughed without restraint. Su Chen, I asked you to summon a divine beast, not a cute creature, have you really understood? However, I can give you another chance now. Leave Zhang Xiaoya's side, otherwise I can guarantee that there will be no place for you in Qingda. Huang Yu said. Is that so? Su Chen smirked, then snapped his fingers, and calmly said, so, who hasn't understood now? As Su Chen's voice fell, a diffuse white light suddenly enveloped Xiaobai's body, shining so brightly that no one could open their eyes, while a majestic roar sounded. Roar! The deafening roar made everyone's hearts tremble. This voice. At the same time, everyone's vision gradually became clear, and a huge beast with black stripes and white fur, a majestic tiger head, and limbs like pillars appeared at the school gate. Divine Beast. White Tiger. Many people shuddered as they uttered this name, their eyes filled with shock. It really is a divine beast, and it's one of the 4 divine beasts, the White Tiger. Until now, beast tamers have been unable to tame high-level ferocious beasts, so this profession is often abandoned by people. But they didn't expect that this time there would be a beast tamer who became the top newcomer. And, he can even tame a divine beast. As the most top-tier boss in the Tianqi world, a divine beast is almost synonymous with invincibility. From this, one can imagine what kind of future a beast tamer with a divine beast will have. It's really a divine beast. Looking at the suddenly appearing and majestic white tiger in the field, Huang Yu was almost scared to sit on the ground. This is the legendary divine beast. Someone actually can use such a high-level boss as a pet. Is this still the waste beast tamer profession? What? Vice Chairman Huang doesn't like to see divine beasts? Now that you've seen it, what do you think? Su Chen looked at Huang Yu's reaction and couldn't help but smile lightly. Hearing Su Chen's words, Huang Yu suddenly reacted. This kid, he's actually mocking me. Although he is the vice chairman of the student union bought by his family's money, how can he tolerate Su Chen's mockery? Moreover, he is a senior to him. What's so great about having a divine beast? Just a newcomer, can he be stronger than an old student like him? Huang Yu was angry, so he looked at Su Chen with a hostile gaze. Kid, you don't really think that having a divine beast makes you invincible, do you? We are all mysterious professions, and my level is higher than yours. Do you think you can beat me? Huang Yu sneered. Hee, why don't you try and find out? Su Chen chuckled. Huang Yu looked at Xiaobai, and when he saw Xiaobai's huge figure, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. But at this moment many old students around were cheering for him, hoping he would teach this disrespectful junior a lesson. The arrow is already on the string and must be shot. Alright, today I will teach you a lesson, so that you will avoid me in the future. Huang Yu made up his mind and immediately waved his spear towards Xiaobai. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Xiaobai slapped Huang Yu on the head, directly slapping him several meters away, lying on the ground motionless. Quick! Priest! Priest! The crowd became agitated. Because Huang Yu was directly slapped to near death by this slap. Damn, he was still trying to teach the junior a lesson, but he almost got killed by someone else's pet with a slap. The rest of the people also couldn't help but look in shock at Xiaobai. Is this the divine beast? It's actually so terrifying. With just one slap, it crippled the level 46 Huang Yu. This terror is still gathering strength, otherwise Huang Yu would have already returned to the west. Xiaobai at this time turned back into a cat shape and looked around. The boys who had thoughts about the Jiang sisters all lowered their heads and dared not think anymore. What a joke! This junior brother is too fierce, simply unreasonable and domineering. Just entering the school and already injuring the seniors of the previous year. Who dares to speak up now? Su Chen! At this moment, an anxious voice sounded. A beautiful woman in an OL suit walked towards them. It was Chu Wan. Seeing the scene around her and hearing the students' discussions, Chu Wan was speechless. I was wondering why you hadn't reported in yet. Turns out you were causing a scene here again. Come back with me. Chu Wan said coldly. Blame me? It was this guy who insisted on provoking me. Su Chen shrugged helplessly. Chu Wan fell silent for a moment. I almost believed you. Su Chen widened his eyes and explained, it's true. He insisted that I show him the mythical beast. How could I, respecting my teacher and principles, refuse his request? Is that so? You respect your teacher and principles? Chu Wan glanced at him askew and sneered. Su Chen coughed at her reaction and withdrew his gaze from Chu Wan. He had to admit, Chu Wan looked extremely attractive in the OL suit, especially with her figure almost perfectly highlighted by the outfit. How did he not notice how good this teacher's figure was before? Alright, come with me quickly to complete the enrollment procedures, as well as to receive your enrollment reward and some rewards for the new student test. Chu Wan said, then walked ahead. Seeing this, Su Chen waved to the Jiang sisters. I'll go with Teacher Chu first. Chu Wan was an honorary mentor at Qing University, equivalent to being a figurehead. Whether she accepted students depended entirely on her mood. Before Su Chen, she had never taken in any students because she felt it was a waste of her time. But Su Chen was different. He was more talented than herself and would definitely outshine her. So in Chuan's eyes, as long as the talents surpassed hers, there was qualification to be her student, at least for now. With Chuan's help, Suchen quickly completed the so-called enrollment procedures and then received the enrollment reward promised by Chuan. After that, it was the reward for the new student test. The first place in the new student test can choose 2 items from the prizes donated by many universities. The list of items is here, you can choose. Chuan handed him a scroll. Suchen looked at the contents of the scroll and immediately locked onto a skill book. It was the diamond-level Beast Tamer skill book that Chuan had told him about, which he needed so much because Beast Tamer skills were really rare. In dungeons, the drop rate of mysterious profession skill books was 10 times lower than that of normal profession skill books. This led to the scarcity of skill books for mysterious professions, and of course, for a useless profession like Beast Tamer, theoretically, not many people would want the skill book. However, in reality, some beast tamers from powerful families would still not easily give up on this profession. Although they wouldn't contract with high-level beasts in the world of Tianqi, they would still learn advanced beast tamer skills, because some advanced beast tamer skills had certain combat capabilities. Therefore, currently, beast tamer skill books were still in short supply in the market. This was why Su Chen was so eager for this diamond skill book. I want it. Chuan was not surprised that Su Chen chose the diamond-level Beast Tamer skill book, but nodded and asked, and then? Su Chen stared at the list and scanned it again, suddenly pointing out 2 items. And these? Materials? Seeing the last 2 items Su Chen chose, Chuan was slightly surprised. These 2 items were all materials for making equipment or props, and their quality was not low. What did Su Chen want these for? Was he planning to make equipment? Feeling Chuan's confusion, Su Chen just smiled and didn't explain. In fact, he did need to make equipment. And not just ordinary equipment, but artifacts. Yes, the ultimate reward he obtained in the 9th level Demon Tower not only included a large number of rare items, but also something that could drive people crazy. Yes, it was the blueprint for an artifact. As long as the corresponding materials were gathered, the legendary rare artifact could be crafted. According to the description on this blueprint, the artifact was called the Sky Swallowing Gourd. Just from the name, it sounded domineering, claiming to be able to swallow the sky. However, its abilities were also insane, as normal top-quality equipment only had 1 skill, but this one had 3. Demon Subduing. When the target enemy is identified as a monster, it can be reduced to low health, absorbed into the Sky Swallowing Gourd for digestion, which can absorb certain attributes and add them to the owner. Note, experience can be gained normally, and attribute stacking has no limit. An unconventional support skill, but it could be called a super divine skill. Absorbing the attributes of monsters and adding them to oneself, no matter how many a single monster could provide, as long as it could stack infinitely, it would amount to a considerable number in the later stages. Is this an artifact? One word, powerful. There were 2 more skills. Solidification. For each monster digested by the Sky Swallowing Gourd, it can accumulate corresponding energy to release super defense, while adding 300% defense attribute to the owner. Sky Tilt. For each monster digested by the Sky Swallowing Gourd, it can accumulate corresponding energy to release a deadly blow, while adding 300% attack attribute to the owner. Note, energy accumulation speed is determined by the monster's level. These 2 skills, one offensive and one defensive, were both cumulative skills. The effects depended on the number of monsters Su Chen had collected, and it was not necessary to release these skills normally, but in critical moments, they could definitely produce unexpected effects. Just the 300% attribute addition effect alone was not to be ignored. These 2 skills could change the course of battle, especially in life-threatening crises. Now, Su Chen had entered Qing University, which meant he had the opportunity to enter more advanced dungeons, facing even more dangers. Having an artifact that could save his life and assist in his growth was absolutely necessary. So, he had to craft the Sky Swallowing Gourd as soon as possible. However, many of the materials needed for the Sky Swallowing Gourd were extremely rare, some even super rare materials that were only found in level 70, or even level 80 dungeons. Although Su Chen felt strong, he had not become so arrogant as to seek death. However, he had found some of these materials in his storage space, most of which were obtained through the exploration system resources. Coupled with the ultimate reward from the 9th level Demon Tower and the materials from the first reward of the new student test, he had already gathered most of the materials needed. But he still had a long way to go before crafting the Sky Swallowing Gourd. It looks like I'll have to visit the auction house in the capital. Su Chen muttered to himself. Su Chen? Su Chen! At this moment, Chuan's voice brought him back from his thoughts. Chuan's cool and puzzled face appeared. I've called you many times, what are you doing? Nothing. Su Chen shook his head and asked, Teacher Chu, do you have any recommended auction houses in the capital? I want to acquire some things. Auction house? Shuwan's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, then she produced a card. This is a business card of an elder I know. He is in charge of the Shao family in the capital, which can be said to be the strongest business family in China at present. The auction house is one of their main businesses. If you need any materials, you can ask him to help you find them, mention my name and he will assist you. Really? Thank you so much, Teacher Chu. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. The Shao family in the capital city is said to be a renowned merchant in Huaxia, with numerous industries under its name. Among them, the Shao auction house is the most prominent, even enjoying international fame. And Chuan gave him the contact information of the person in charge of the Shao family in the capital city. It must be that he has hope of finding the few materials he is looking for. You are my student, this is nothing, Chuan said coldly, waving her hand. By the way, where is my dormitory, teacher? Su Chen suddenly remembered an important matter. Don't worry, I have already arranged it. You ranked first in the college entrance examination and first in the freshman test, so I specially requested the principal to let you stay in the Qingxin Villa, Chuan said lightly. Qingxin Villa? Su Chen widened his eyes. Isn't that only for honorary professors hired by the school? Yes, that's why I specially requested it from the principal. I have also applied for you to stay in the vacant No. 7 villa next to mine, is that okay? Chuan said softly. Next to you? You also live in Qingxin Villa? Honorary professor? Su Chen looked at Chuan in shock. Wasn't it said that only honorary tutors hired by the school could live there? Honorary professor sounds old, so I have always claimed to be a tutor to the public. How about it, do I not look like one? Chuan flicked her soft hair lightly and said, Su Chen looked carefully from head to toe again, and regardless of appearance and figure, she didn't seem like someone who could be a professor? He shook his head, not really. Chuan raised her eyebrows slightly, not minding, and said, all right, all the procedures are done. Pack your luggage, I'll take you to move in. Wait a minute. At this moment, Su Chen remembered another important thing. He looked at Chuan, who turned back with a puzzled expression, and asked somewhat embarrassedly, how many people can live in that villa? Qingxin Villa area. Villa No. 7 has 3 floors, plus the lawn garden, swimming pool downstairs, etc., covering a total area of 800 square meters. As for the number of residents, I think a dozen should be no problem. You are enough. After Chuan finished speaking, she looked at Suyin behind Su Chen and the Zhang sisters, her eyes showing a hint of strangeness. Is this kid really here to study? I have heard that the scenery in Qingxin Villa area is pleasant, and there is an exclusive teleportation channel that can directly reach any place on campus. Now that I see it, it is indeed well deserved of its reputation, Zhang Xiaoye said from behind. Although she is also a freshman, she has heard of the name Qingxin Villa. As one of the most prestigious universities in the capital, Qing University has all kinds of facilities, but because of these, the campus area is very large. Inside the campus, it is like a small society. The dormitories of ordinary students like them do not have teleportation channels. It takes at least 30 minutes to reach the teaching building and an hour to reach the campus teleportation center. The time wasted in this process is all valuable. As everyone knows, time equals experience. And now they have the opportunity to live in Qingxin Villa, which can be said to be a great honor for Su Chen. Zhang Xiaoye is fine, but Zhang Xining is different because she and Su Chen have never been on good terms, and she even threatened Su Chen before. Su Chen, we are not the first freshmen, is it okay for us to move in? Zhang Xiaoye asked beside her. It's okay, the right to use Villa No. 7 will belong to Su Chen from now on. As long as he agrees, there is no problem for you to move in, Chuan said softly. Xiaoye, since Teacher Chu has said so, you can rest assured to move in. There is a special teleportation channel here, much more convenient than the regular dormitory area. Su Chen smiled and noticed Jiang Xining beside him. He somewhat guessed her thoughts, so he spoke, if you feel embarrassed, I can hire you as a maid to take care of my and my sister's daily life. One sentence directly made Zhang Xiaoying explode. What? You actually want me to be your maid? I, the noble Miss Jiang, you actually. She gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire as she stared at Su Chen. If you don't want to, forget it, Su Chen shrugged. You! Zhang Xiaoying's chest heaved with anger, almost refusing to move in, but then she saw Xiaoye. If she wasn't there, what if this guy did something to Xiaoye? Although she wouldn't stop Su Chen and Xiaoye from being together, it didn't mean she could agree to the two of them. Doing that kind of thing? Absolutely not. Xiaoye is so innocent, if she's fooled by Su Chen. Fine. I'll be the maid. Zhang Xiaoying said angrily. Su Chen was stunned, he was just joking, but she had once stopped him and Xiaoye. However, he didn't expect Jiang Xiaoying to actually agree. Looking at Jiang Xiaoying's long and fair legs, as well as her fiery figure, if she wore a maid outfit. Ahem. Suchen quickly coughed twice, interrupting that evil thought. Let's go in and tidy up first. The next day. The new curriculum is nothing more than learning about the relationships of various attributes, plus some understanding of professions, in order to increase cooperation between teams. There are also various information about open instances and monster guides that have been compiled by the country. In short, it's quite boring. Suchen fell asleep on the table directly, and it wasn't until the afternoon theoretical practice, entering the instance trial, that Suchen regained his energy. You slept all morning today? The teacher called me countless times, saying you're a good seedling. Why would you willingly fall like this? At lunchtime, Shuan found Suchen looking speechless. For the first time, she saw this usually aloof teacher so troubled. Suchen blinked. Teacher Chu, I really don't need to learn these things, because Anyway, I really don't need to. Suchen sighed. The insightful eye skill is enough to let him know all the information about the enemy before the battle, so he really doesn't need to learn these things. Hearing Suchen's words, Shuan fell silent. Well, you don't have to attend the cultural classes in the morning from now on, you can manage your time freely, I'll take care of it with the principal. Really? Suchen was pleasantly surprised, and excitedly hugged Shuan, almost kissing her. How much experience do you need to gain in the morning? Let go. Just then, a cold voice sounded in his ear. Suchen noticed that the delicate body in his arms was trembling slightly, accompanied by a soft touch on his chest, as if something was being squeezed, which made Suchen realize something, and he quickly let go. At this moment, Shuan's exquisite face was as cold as black ice, and even the temperature around her dropped. Not sure if it was an illusion, Suchen seemed to see a fleeting blush on Shuan's crystal-clear earlobes, but it quickly disappeared. Teacher Chu, I didn't mean it, I was just too happy. Suchen quickly explained. Joking aside, Shuan is the top frost mage on the leaderboard, with a skill that can turn herself into an ice stick. Seeing Suchen apologizing, some of the anger in Shuan's heart suddenly dissipated. Maybe he really didn't mean it? Strictly speaking, he is still her student. If it's her student, then there shouldn't be a problem. Don't do this next time. Shuan reprimanded with a stern face. Hearing this, Suchen was stunned. Is that it? With Shuan's usual aloof personality, Suchen thought he had offended her and would at least receive a skill. Unexpectedly, it was just a gentle reprimand, which meant, before thinking about the next paid content, Suchen immediately slapped himself in his mind. What are you thinking? She's your teacher after all. Although Teacher Chu is very kind to herself, looks very beautiful, and has a good figure, a teacher is still a teacher. How could such dirty thoughts arise? This misunderstanding can only happen once, absolutely cannot happen again. Suchen firmly stopped these bad thoughts and immediately promised, there will definitely not be a next time. Have you eaten? If you're full, I'll take you to the copy transfer center at Qing University to get familiar with it. Shuan said softly. I'm full. Suchen immediately got up. The copy transfer center is not far from the cafeteria, so they chose to walk. Along the way, some students couldn't help but show amazed expressions when they saw Shuan. They couldn't believe that Qing University actually had such a beautiful female teacher. Some people recognized Shuan and looked at Suchen with jealousy. How lucky is this guy to be walking with the goddess teacher Chu? Suchen followed Shuan, smelling a faint fragrance, and couldn't help but ask, Teacher Chu, why are you with me every day? Don't you have other students? No, I don't. Shuan frowned and shook her head. This year is my first time being a mentor, and I'm usually busy leveling up, so I only apply to the principal to take one student, and you are the only one. What's wrong? Do you think I appear in front of you too often? Shuan's voice suddenly lowered. No. Suchen quickly waved his hand. How could that be? I wish you would appear more often. I said that because I'm afraid of delaying your own progress. You don't need to worry about me. I often take care of you because of my grandfather's request, and you are my first student, so of course, I have to care. It seemed that because of Suchen's answer, Shuan's mood improved, and a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Suchen couldn't help but stare. We're here. This is the copy transfer center. At this moment, Shuan suddenly spoke. A huge building appeared in front of them, more magnificent than the transfer center in the southern province, although slightly smaller in size. The equipment and services inside were more exquisite. Hello, Teacher Chu. Upon entering the transfer center, a group of students greeted Shuan, while also looking at Suchen with some surprise. There had never been a male by Teacher Chu's side, let alone a student. Yes, this is the transfer center at Qing University. Compared to the transfer center in your southern province, The maps here are more diverse and rich, and the permissions for levels 50 to 70 have been opened. Unlike the transfer center in the southern province, which can only access up to level 40 dungeons. Shuwan explained. Oh, I remember I seem to be the first freshman, can I enter these dungeons for free? Su Chen remembered something and winked at Shuwan. Yes, as the first freshman, you do have that privilege, while regular students need to pay gold coins to enter dungeons. Shuwan nodded. That's great. Su Chen smiled. Although with his current wealth, he didn't need to care about the entrance fee of a few thousand or tens of thousands of gold coins. Every little bit counts. Don't be too pleased. Although you don't need to pay gold coins to enter dungeons, there is still a credit limit. Without accumulating enough credits, you won't be able to enter advanced dungeons. Shuwan said lightly. What? Credits? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Could it be? That's right, just as you thought, you need to complete some courses or campus tasks to earn credits. The more credits you have, the higher the dungeon access privileges. Also, don't think about going to the intermediate transfer center outside, because they can also detect your student status and refuse you entry into the dungeons. Shuwan said. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. This is simply a disaster. Credits are truly the enemy of university life. I'd better hurry up and take on a few tasks to earn credits, otherwise I'll only be able to run low-level dungeons, and the experience will be too low. Su Chen sighed. Wait a minute. At this moment, Shuwan stopped him, pursed her lips, and asked, Can you tell me how many levels of dungeons you can challenge now? Su Chen thought for a moment and gave a conservative estimate. Below level 60, should be no pressure. Hearing this, Shuwan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Su Chen was only at level 39 now, but being able to freely kill below level 60 was enough to prove how terrifying his potential was. Perhaps before long, he would have a place on the leaderboard. Oh, it's Teacher Chu, what are you doing here? Just then, a surprised voice suddenly sounded from behind. A male teacher in professional attire walked towards them, followed by a seemingly arrogant male student. Li Xiong Tian? What are you doing here? Seeing this male teacher, Shuwan's eyebrows suddenly furrowed. Teacher Chu, this is the school's teleportation center, it's normal for me to appear here, right? Li Xiong Tian laughed, his eyes falling greedily on Shuwan. It's been a while, Teacher Chu seems to have become even more beautiful. Li Xiong Tian chuckled. Hearing this, a hint of disgust flashed in Shuwan's eyes, and she said impatiently, Do you have something to discuss? If not, I need to take my students elsewhere. Students? Li Xiong Tian finally looked at Su Chen, but when he saw the distance between Shuwan and Su Chen, a hint of malice appeared in his eyes. Teacher Chu, I didn't expect you to have taken on students. This should be the rumored top-ranked beast tamer of the new students, right? Perfect, I've also taken on a new student from this year. Why don't we let them have a friendly match? Li Xiong Tian hypocritically suggested. Not interested. Shuwan said flatly, ready to leave. Wait, Teacher Chu, if you find it uninteresting, do you think there's no reward? How about this, I just came back from a secret realm and obtained some materials, if your student wins, I'll give them all to you, how does that sound? With that, Li Xiong Tian took out some materials from his storage space. One of the materials Li Xiong Tian revealed made Su Chen's expression change. It was one of the materials needed to craft the sky-swallowing gourd. Su Chen's change in expression did not escape Shuwan's eyes. She knew what Su Chen needed to craft, so she asked softly, Is this what you need? Yes. Su Chen nodded without hesitation, but he didn't recognize the male student behind Li Xiong Tian. He had never seen him in the new student test, indicating that his level in the ninefold demon tower was not high. And Li Xiong Tian clearly knew he was the top in the new student test, yet dared to challenge him. There must be something fishy. He is the young master of the Li family in Beijing, like me. He is also an honorary tutor at Qing University. And the one behind him is a genius hidden by the Li family, only known to have a mysterious profession. I don't even know the details. Shuwan, slightly shorter than Su Chen, whispered in his ear by tiptoeing. Their intimate appearance, like a couple in love, made Li Xiong Tian even more displeased. Hidden? What does that mean? Su Chen, surprised, looked at Shuwan. Some genius professionals are gathered and hidden by some families when they awaken, deliberately lowering their rankings during the college entrance examination to avoid attention. They won't even participate in the new student test. Then they will secretly develop in the academy until later stages when they will shine. Usually this kind of hidden behavior is to seize a position on the Huaxia ranking list. So there are quite a few hidden geniuses in each batch. Shuwan explained. What? There's this kind of operation? Su Chen was astonished, but at the same time, he could understand. It is said that the Huaxia ranking list is divided into two lists, and any strong individual who can make it onto the list, regardless of status, their family's power can receive a large amount of resources from the country. It is said that this kind of resource is enough to make an ordinary family directly become a prestigious clan. So, the group of people I encountered before, led by He Lushan, may not necessarily be the strongest in this new generation from a certain perspective, but they have become the first team. Su Chen frowned. There's no way, the rewards on the ranking list are more tempting than being in the first team, so some prestigious families would rather give up the first team, Chuan said. What do you think, Teacher Chu, still considering? Your student was the first in the new student test, can't you agree to this? Li Xiangtian began to urge. Chuan looked at Su Chen, who in turn looked at the young man. He was looking at him provocatively, showing confidence in his own strength. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Alright, I'll compete with him. Upon hearing this, the young man stepped forward with a smile. Su Chen, right? I heard you got first place in the new student test and even passed the 9th level. To tell you the truth, if I had also participated in the new student test, you would never have had this opportunity, because you would have been eliminated before that. Seeing the confident look of the person in front of him, Su Chen even doubted if he had taken the wrong medicine. That's the ninefold demon tower. The boss of the 9th level is said to have great potential, not like a pushover. But since he said so, there was nothing Su Chen could do. After all, boasting is not a crime. Alright, how do you want to compete, one-on-one? Su Chen said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 contract magic arrays appeared behind him, and 3 fierce beasts emerged from them. Ayo! Roar! The 3 beasts landed on the ground, their huge bodies causing the ground to tremble. Seeing this scene, the young man opposite turned pale. Is this how one challenges in a one-on-one fight? We'll compete with this. He turned to a place in the teleportation hall and pointed. What's that? Su Chen looked over, slightly puzzled. There were many mirror images floating around, showing various battle scenes. This is Qing University's simulated boss battle system, which can simulate corresponding bosses for challengers based on their level, specifically designed to enhance students' combat experience. Of course, if you reach higher levels, you can also receive rewards from the school, Chuan explained. Is it that complicated? Su Chen frowned. I could just have Little White slap him to death. At the mention of Su Chen's words, Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly. Although she agreed with Su Chen's idea, unfortunately, this was Qing University, where students were prohibited from killing each other. She thought for a moment and said, if you reach the top, the school reward is a set of diamond equipment, and I can help you apply for a different high-level material that you need. At these words, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he signaled for Little White to retract its claws. Another high-level material would bring him closer to forging the sky-swallowing gourd. Alright, let's compete with this. You go first, Su Chen said casually. Hee. Are you sure you want me to go first? I'm afraid that once I make a move, you won't have a chance to. The young man sneered. Su Chen's mouth twitched suddenly. Why was this kid so arrogant? Soon, the young man entered the simulation. A screen appeared on the big screen, showing him, and Su Chen also learned his name, Li Feihong. Then, a boss was simulated to appear in front of him, just a golden boss at the same level as him. Li Feihong's hand flashed with a golden light, and then a long bow appeared. Watching the long bow, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy turned out to be an archer. However, archers are considered ordinary combat professions, so if this kid was just an ordinary archer, he wouldn't be so arrogant. It seemed that this archer had some extraordinary qualities. In the simulation, Li Feihong bent the bow and shot an arrow, and shot at the golden boss from a distance, piercing the target's skull with one hit. Buzz. The holographic boss disappeared in an instant, and Li Feihong revealed a triumphant expression. Su Chen, you dare to let me start first, then I will definitely clear the level before you. When you lose, let's see how you can still claim to be the first of the newcomers. Time passed by, Su Chen still showed no intention of entering the simulation, but a look of realization appeared on his face. He finally knew what profession this kid was. Hawkeye Archer. His true characteristic is the ability to easily see through the target's weaknesses and strike at the opponent's vulnerable spots. In battle, once a weak spot is hit, the attacker's damage will increase significantly. So Li Feihong basically defeated these bosses in seconds. Among peers, the Hawkeye Archer can be considered the highest single-target damage output profession, also a variant of the Archer, with a very low chance of awakening. Therefore, it is classified as a mysterious type of profession. No wonder he's so confident. It turns out it's because of the Hawkeye Archer profession. Su Chen smiled. The reason he didn't enter the simulation with Li Feihong was to see what profession this kid was. Now that he knew, there was no need to waste any more time. Su Chen entered the simulation portal and appeared in the simulation field the next second, facing a boss. Xiao Bai. 30 minutes later, Li Feihong finally, after a series of kiting, cleared the boss's health on the opposite side, and provocatively glanced at the mirror monitor. With his professional advantage, combined with a speed-type archer skill he learned, he could kite monsters of the same level endlessly. Even though the boss's potential had reached platinum, he could still defeat it, just needing some time. But he was certain that he was definitely the fastest challenger among his peers, because no one else could match his unparalleled single-target output. And that idiot Su Chen, he actually dared to let him start first. It seems he had no idea of his own strength. Thinking of this, Li Feihong happily dealt with the next boss. Meanwhile, Su Chen watched Li Feihong fiercely fighting the boss in the mirror, shaking his head slightly. Only on the 47th floor? I've already cleared it. Hearing this, Li Xiongtian beside him stiffened. He had just watched Su Chen's simulation mirror, and that speed was simply impossible for a human to clear. Even the other two pets didn't move, just relying on a white tiger to push through. At this moment, he realized that both he and Li Feihong had underestimated Su Chen's strength. If they had participated in the newcomer test earlier, there would probably not have been such a misinformation. Teacher Li, give us the stuff. Chu Wan stepped forward and said softly. From start to finish, she never believed that Su Chen would lose, even though Li Feihong was a hidden talent. Li Xiongtian looked at Li Feihong, who was still challenging the levels. At this moment he had just defeated a simulated boss and made a triumphant gesture towards the mirror, which made Li Xiongtian feel the urge to slap him. Alright, the stuff is yours. Li Xiongtian gritted his teeth. Some of these materials were very valuable, worth hundreds of millions of gold coins in the market, but now they were given to Chu Wan for nothing. Unexpectedly, after taking the items, Chu Wan directly handed them to Su Chen, which made Li Xiongtian even more frustrated. 2 hours later, Li Feihong finally passed all the levels. By now, the outside world was sparsely populated, with only Li Xiongtian waiting. Li Feihong had not noticed Li Xiongtian's unpleasant expression, and after looking around and not finding Su Chen, he laughed out loud. Ha! I was right, I am the first one to clear the level. Su Chen, I won, haha. Li Xiongtian couldn't hold back anymore and slapped him in the face. You win, my ass. After leaving the principal's office with Chu Wan, Su Chen was feeling extremely pleased. He had obtained 2 rare materials, getting closer to crafting the swallowing sky gourd. Now he was only lacking a few materials, mostly some super rare materials, along with some common and rare materials. How many materials are you still missing? Chu Wan suddenly asked. Well, Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then told Chu Wan what he was lacking. After hearing it, Chu Wan was slightly shocked. Some of these materials were super rare, and not even the dungeon she was currently running might drop them. What exactly did Su Chen want to craft? Chu Wan already had a guess in her mind. Alright, these things you need are very valuable. Tomorrow, I'll help you arrange a meeting with Han Uncle. We can discuss face to face. How does that sound? Chu Wan said softly. Okay. Su Chen nodded. A face-to-face transaction was definitely more reliable. Well, I'll call you tomorrow then. Chu Wan nodded, then went to attend to other matters. Su Chen returned to the teleportation center, his gaze lingering on the task list. His current level was only 40, which made Su Chen feel energetic but with nowhere to vent. In the end, he had to accept all the 40-level tasks available at the school. Is that all you want to take on? The student's sister in charge of recording looked at Su Chen in surprise. Are you serious, Junior? Are you really taking on over 20 40-level tasks? She was starting to doubt if this little junior was crazy. Yes, I am serious. By the way, if I take on this many tasks at once, can I get 2 extra credits? Su Chen asked. Each task had very few credits, all calculated in 2 digits. Yes, a task was worth 0. 2 credits, 0. 3 credits, it was really stingy. It was said that you needed to accumulate 100 credits to unlock the 50-level permissions. Su Chen's words made the recording sister's mouth twitch slightly. Did he think this was a market where you could get extra for free? No, that's the school's rule. The recording sister shook her head. Okay then. Su Chen sighed and then made a call to Jiang Xiaoye. Hey, Su Chen, what's up? I just finished showering. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Xiaoye seemed to be drying her hair. Oh, I accepted some credit tasks at the teleportation center and wanted to invite you to do them together. Su Chen said. Really? I'll come right away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoye responded sweetly. After that, she hung up the phone. Su Chen smiled at this. This girl was still the same, afraid that he wouldn't take her along, so she hurriedly hung up the phone. Soon, Jiang Xiaoye came wearing a white dress, with a touch of makeup on her pretty and innocent face, instantly attracting some wolf-like gazes. However, what surprised Su Chen was that behind Xiaoye, there was another tall and graceful figure. Jiang Ying Sakura, she had also come. Don't get me wrong, I have other tasks to enter the dungeon, not with you guys. Jiang Ying Sakura said lightly when she saw Su Chen's gaze. Oh. Su Chen blinked, looking like he believed her. Su Chen, I also accepted some credit tasks. Let's see if we have any in common. Let's start with these. Zhang Xiaoye said at this moment. Sure. Su Chen nodded and showed his task interface. Seeing the screen full of tasks that hadn't even been fully displayed, Zhang Xiaoye was stunned. Is this what you meant by a few tasks? Zhang Xiaoye's mouth was slightly agape, her face full of shock. Yes, the taskbar is full with just this many, otherwise I could take on more. Su Chen said. Zhang Xiaoye fell silent, lost in thought. Hey, these tasks all have time limits. If you can't complete them within the specified time, you'll lose credits. Jiang Ying Sakura couldn't help but speak up. How long is the specified time? Su Chen asked. 24 hours. Zhang Xiaoying blurted out. That's not enough. Su Chen shrugged. Seeing Su Chen's indifferent look, Zhang Xiaoying suddenly remembered what kind of freak Su Chen was. With over 20 tasks in 24 hours, he probably wouldn't be able to finish them all. Alright, let's go. Su Chen waved at her, then led Xiaoye into a level 40 instance. This was an open instance with the goal of hunting down 100 elite monsters. Along the way, they encountered a team from Qing University, and the seniors in the team were eager to help when they saw Xiaoye's beauty. But when they saw the little white beside Su Chen, they were taken aback. What class is this? Summoner? It's the freshman Su Chen, it seems to be him. So, the team members refrained from approaching. Su Chen, I didn't realize you were quite famous. Xiaoye giggled. Maybe. Su Chen shrugged, just then the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, host, for killing the monster and gaining exploration resource opportunity. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a red top-grade resource location, please go explore. The system's voice made Su Chen's heart skip a beat. Red top-grade resource, it had been a long time since he encountered one, so he quickly opened the universal map in excitement, but the map did not match the instance he was in. Not here? Su Chen was puzzled. If not in this instance, then where could it be? Anxious, Su Chen quickly finished off the 100 elite monsters with Xiaoye, then returned to the teleportation center. He browsed through all the level 40 instance maps, but none matched the pattern shown on the universal map, which left him even more puzzled. Could it be a level 50 instance? Or a secret realm? In any case, he feared he wouldn't be able to find this red resource location in a short time, which left Su Chen feeling disappointed. Red top-grade resources, each output was incredibly powerful. Not to mention the two divine beasts, just the platinum-level skill beast's arrival had saved him from danger multiple times. With his current strength advancing, the reward from this red resource would only be more precious. The feeling of knowing the resource existed but not being able to find it was somewhat frustrating for him. However, as long as he could determine the appearance of this map, he would be able to find it. It seemed he needed to inquire about this place. Su Chen, what's wrong with you? Xiaoye noticed Su Chen's state and couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Su Chen shook his head, temporarily putting aside the matter of the red resource and focusing on completing the tasks. As a result, the receptionist in the hall watched Su Chen coming and going, completely stunned. Was he really completing tasks? Wasn't he a bit too fast? Could freshmen complete tasks this quickly? In the afternoon, Su Chen successfully completed over 20 tasks and leveled up to 40, earning a total of 7 credits. It seemed he needed to work a few more days to reach 100 points. After reaching level 40, Su Chen could undergo the third advancement, but considering he had to meet the person in charge of the Xiao family with Chuan tomorrow, he chose not to advance tonight. The second advancement had taken him 2 days last time, and he was afraid the third advancement would take even longer. Missing the meeting with the person in charge of the Xiao family wouldn't be good. The next day, Chuan called Su Chen in the morning and picked him up, as Su Chen didn't have classes. When Su Chen arrived at the school gate, Chuan's car was already waiting, a sleek white sports car that many students recognized as Chuan's. Seeing Su Chen getting in the car, they all looked at him with envy. Luxury car and beautiful woman, this guy suddenly had it all. Their dream goddess, Teacher Chu. Why couldn't it be them sitting in the car? By the way, Uncle Xiao said he would bring his daughter over, you shouldn't mind, right? Chuan suddenly asked as they were driving. Daughter? Su Chen was taken aback, then shook his head. I don't mind. That's good. I already gave Uncle Xiao a list of the things you mentioned yesterday, so there should be progress today, Chuan added. That's great, Su Chen smiled, impressed by Chuan's efficiency. Soon, they arrived at a cafe where the other party was already waiting in a private room. It was a middle-aged man with some gray hair at the temples, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly yet dignified aura. Uncle Xiao, Shuan politely greeted upon seeing him, then glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. If you call him uncle, what should I call him? Ha, you must be Su Chen, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I've heard about you. Xiao Jingyu spoke first, smiling. Let me introduce you, this is my daughter, Xiaoya. I had sent her for grassroots training before, and she just returned to the capital recently. Little one, I bet you and Xiaoya haven't seen each other in a long time, right? Xiao Jingyu stepped aside. Behind him stood a tall and slender woman with her hair elegantly styled, delicate eyebrows, bright eyes, and a naturally mature demeanor that caught everyone's attention. Sister Xiaoya. Shuan couldn't help but greet the woman with a smile. Then she turned to Xiao Jingyu. Uncle Xiao, you got it wrong. I saw Xiaoya just a few days ago in the southern province. Su Chen, upon seeing Xiaoya, was stunned. Xiaoya? How could it be her? Little brother Su Chen, long time no see. It was Xiaoya who greeted Su Chen with a friendly wave. Xiaoya's words left Xiao Jingyu and Shu Wan dumbfounded. They actually knew each other? Dad, little Wan, I didn't tell you before, but Su Chen is a major client of mine from the southern province. Remember that fire control master job transfer scroll? It was entrusted to us for auction by Su Chen, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to achieve the goal you gave me so quickly and return to the capital, Xiaoya said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Jingyu couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder this girl insisted on coming along. Then he turned to Su Chen, his gaze now more serious than before. The Fire Control Master Job Transfer Scroll. To be able to bring out such an item for auction, one must not underestimate the person. It seemed he had underestimated this young man earlier. Su Chen, hello, I am currently in charge of the Xiao family in the capital. Since you are Little Wan's student and also a friend of Xiaoya, you can call me uncle as well. Little Wan has told me about the things you need. We have most of these items in our inventory, but these few super rare materials are probably worth more than 5 million gold coins. We don't have all of them in stock, only these two. But you can rest assured, I will do my best to help you acquire the rest, and you should have news within a week at the latest. Su Chen could clearly feel that Xiao Jingyu seemed to be taking him more seriously now, and the turning point was when Xiaoya mentioned the Fire Control Master Job Transfer Scroll he had consigned for auction. Therefore, Su Chen couldn't help but glance at Xiaoya, who happened to be looking at him too, and she even playfully winked at him. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, here are the gold coins for purchasing the materials. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it later. Su Chen handed over a pre-prepared bank card. Xiao Jingyu didn't refuse and readily accepted it, then went back to deal with matters. Leaving Xiaoya and Su Chen alone, the pressure suddenly eased a bit with peers around. So, you were the guy in the first private room back then? Shuan squinted at Su Chen, recalling that auction where she was present but didn't have the strength to bid for the Fire Control Master Job Transfer Scroll. She never expected that the mysterious client was Su Chen. At that time, she was still wondering why Box No. One was targeting the Ren family, but now she finally understood. Regarding this, Su Chen just smiled slightly. It was better for fewer people to know about such things. After all, the mysterious job change scroll was very rare. If someone with ill intentions found out, he might be taken away to be a laborer, specializing in brushing professional scrolls. Hey, I heard that the head of the Ren family personally apologized to you during the new student test some time ago. It's really a change of times. I remember back in the southern province, you were being hunted by assassins hired by the Ren family, Xiaoya exclaimed. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. I also have to thank you, Xiaoya, for standing up to protect me that time. It should be noted that at that time, Xiaoya was still in training, and no one knew she was the daughter of Xiao Jingyu. For her to stand up to defend herself showed the depth of her gratitude. Alright, let's not talk about this. From now on, I will temporarily stay in the capital city, taking over some of my father's work, especially in the auction field. If you need anything, feel free to come find me anytime, Xiaoya said with a smile. Then I might have to trouble you in the future, Su Chen replied with a smile. The three of them chatted until noon before parting ways. As soon as Su Chen returned to the villa, he began preparing for his third job change. Once the ceremony started, it would last for 3 full days. However, during this time, a sensational event occurred that even alarmed the top echelons of the Huaxia Empire. Congratulations to the host for completing the third career reincarnation and obtaining a career branch. 1. Water Attribute God Level Beast Tamer, can enhance the abilities of water attribute pets, and gain exclusive skills. 2. Dark Attribute God Level Beast Tamer, can enhance the abilities of dark attribute pets, and gain exclusive skills. 3. Space Attribute God Level Beast Tamer, can enhance the abilities of space attribute pets, and gain exclusive skills. Without much hesitation, Su Chen made his choice. 1. Water Attribute God Level Beast Tamer, Su Chen said calmly. Congratulations to the host for becoming a water attribute god-level beast tamer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive skill, Surging Waves. Surging Waves, the host possesses the power to control water attributes for a short period of time, creating powerful surging water dragons in a designated area, dealing 70% water attribute damage to enemies per second. Duration, 10s, cooldown, 60s. Seeing this skill, Su-Chen was pleasantly surprised. His basic attributes were already very strong, but he lacked attack skills. The only attack skills he often used were those attached to the black prison weapon, which were starting to feel inadequate. However, the Surging Wave skill, despite its long cooldown time, had considerable output power and was a long-range attack skill, which was quite good. At the same time, Su-Chen observed his own attribute panel. Host, Su-Chen. Level, 40. Career, God-level Beast Tamer, 3rd Transformation. Life, 15672. Strength, 2701. Defense, 2543. Speed, 2845. Energy, 2676. Skills, Beast God's Arrival, Divine Tree, Domain of the God of Slaughter, Water Power in Bones, Barbaric King's Iron Bones, Son of the Wind, Rock Barrier, Surging Waves. A normal combat profession, at level 40 with the 3rd transformation, would only have an average of 1500 in the 4 attributes. Even Wei Hang, a profession with high basic attributes like gentleness, probably only had around 2000 in the 4 attributes. Su-Chen's 4 attributes were approaching an average of 3000. More than 1,000 of these attributes were attributed to the attribute links of the 3 beast tamers. Currently, Xiaobai had reached level 30, with an average of nearly 4,000 in the 4 attributes. If transformed into a combat form, it would have an average of nearly 8,000 in the 4 attributes. It could easily handle an epic boss in a minute, let alone a diamond rank. Of course, excluding the time it absorbed a bunch of small monsters in the illusion flower last time. As for Xiao Wu, although also a divine beast, it was bored a bit later and was only at level 22. Even so, it is almost the same as the 36th level little barbarian in terms of attributes, averaging around 3000. However, it has the skill of transformation like Little White, and once it enters the battle form, its attributes will stack. In actual combat, its effectiveness has surpassed that of Little Barbarian. In addition, the 3 beast tamers have also each learned some skills during this time. Little White has 1, Bloodthirsty Claw. Skill effect, when killing a target, you can gain a lifesteal effect of 10% of the damage dealt. Little Barbarian has 1, Mount Tai Pressing Down. Skill effect, leap from the ground and land on the enemy's head, dealing a large amount of physical damage. Little Wu has 2, Purifying Wave Flow and Water Covering Combo. Purifying Wave Flow, purify a friendly target's negative effect, while also restoring a certain amount of their health. Water Covering Combo, launch a water attribute magic ball, hitting can chain to surrounding enemy units, up to 8 times, each hit dealing 70% of magic damage. In summary, Little White has endurance ability while maintaining high output, Little Barbarian has output ability on top of high defense, and Little Wu's support ability has been further enhanced, able to remove negative effects and adding an output skill. Now, Su-Chen feels like he can challenge dungeons above level 60. Just then, the phone rang. Su-Chen, have you finished your reincarnation? It was Chu Wan's voice on the other end of the phone. Teacher Chu? Su-Chen was slightly surprised. Why did she call right after he finished his reincarnation? Something has come up. Hurry to the teleportation center. Chu Wan's hurried voice sounded, and Su-Chen also heard some commotion in the background. Su-Chen's expression turned slightly solemn as he came out of the villa and didn't see the Jiang sisters, not even knowing where his sister had gone. So Su-Chen hurried to the teleportation center through the express lane. At this moment, countless students were gathered at the teleportation center, even some teachers were present, all staring at a displayed mirror image. In the image, there was a 4-person team currently battling a strange boss, but the battle scene could only be described as brutal. This team was completely overwhelmed by the boss in terms of damage and health, with almost every member being left with low health and no time. Just as the teammates were about to heal him, a strange black light swept him away, and then the person's information in the team status turned gray. Declared dead. Seeing this scene, everyone in the teleportation hall showed fear. Su-Chen. At this moment, Chu Wan, with the Jiang sisters, found him, her face serious. Teacher Chu, what's happening? Is it related to this mirror image? Su-Chen asked. Yes. Chu Wan nodded, then explained, this is a level 40 dungeon that appeared in the Tianqi world a day ago, but the boss inside is unheard of. And this mirror image is a team of 6 turn experts leading an exploration team, all of whom are above 4 turns. Even under the suppression of the exploration system, their strength far exceeds that of an ordinary level 40 exploration team. But you also saw the situation in the mirror image. Shu Wan's voice was heavy. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. The team that was completely crushed by the boss turned out to be led by a 6-turn expert exploration team? Normally, a level 40 dungeon should correspond to a platinum potential boss. Even with the protection of the exploration system, it shouldn't be strong enough to slaughter an exploration team led by a 6-turn expert, right? The so-called exploration system refers to the protection of all aspects of this dungeon by the rules of the Tianqi world until the first boss is defeated. Here, the exploration team cannot use items above their level, cannot equip gear above their level, and their level will be suppressed to match the level of the dungeon. However, even so, a 6th-turn powerhouse is still a 6th-turn powerhouse, and the rich combat experience and advantages of 6 career changes cannot be ignored. However, this pioneering team met its end in this new instance. Because there is no teleportation bracelet in the pioneering instance, once you die, you are truly dead. The teleportation channel of this instance was discovered the day before yesterday in the eastern province. It has been 50 hours since then, and many adventurer teams entered and did not come out, which attracted local attention and led to the dispatch of this pioneering team, along with a mirror master. Xu Jing explained in detail. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded, watched the team's battle process again, and then noticed something. Where is that mirror master? Xu Jing was stunned, looking at him strangely. This segment is the mirror master's most precious recording before death. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, so you want me to go to this instance? Exactly, this matter has attracted high attention nationwide. The principal received a notice from above to temporarily organize a pioneering team to represent Qing University in participating. Xu Jing nodded. Volunteer? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Based on this footage, we can determine that this boss has high health, high burst damage, and also a reaping method. Therefore, the school has decided to select some professions with restraining effects, prioritize professions with strong balance and recovery abilities, and most importantly, the team needs a core. After speaking, Xu Jing looked at Su Chen. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled. I am the core, right? I have discussed with Grandpa Tang, and you are the best candidate for captain. Besides, you can choose the other 3 members of the team yourself. Xu Jing said softly. Alright, if I remember correctly, pioneering instances will receive national rewards, right? Su Chen chuckled. There are less than 22 hours left until the pioneering starts. If this instance fails, monsters from the end of days world may invade the real world, causing great suffering to the people. At this critical moment, do you think the country will withhold your reward? Xu Jing gave him a look. Su Chen chuckled twice upon hearing this, then looked at the Zhang sisters, finally settling on Zhang Xiaoye. You two come with me. The Saint Shaman's healing and buff abilities are still strong. As for your sister, although I don't know her profession yet, she should be some kind of powerful assassin, right? Su Chen said. Zhang Xining glanced at him and said lightly, I am a mysterious profession, the 5 Elements Assassin. 5 Elements Assassin? Su Chen was surprised. As the name suggests, the 5 Elements Assassin possesses attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and has a certain restraining ability in most battles. At the same time, the accumulation of multiple elements can lead to high damage output. Strong balance? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, then decided, alright, you're in. Zhang Xining's beautiful eyes flickered. Succeeding in the pioneering instance would be a contribution to the country, allowing them to enter the national program and receive special attention and training from the country afterwards. It can be said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Qing University has many outstanding talents, and under normal circumstances, such good opportunities would never come to them. This time, they owe Su Chen a favor. We are still missing one person. How do you plan to choose? Xu Jing seemed not surprised by Su Chen's choice, but asked. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he looked around the teleportation hall, finally settling on a familiar figure. Dage. Wei Hang also noticed Su Chen at this time and waved excitedly. Beside him was the cute heiress, Bai Yuner. It's you guys. Bai Yuner and Wei Hang quickly came over, and Bai Yuner's beautiful eyes fell on Su Chen, with an expectant expression. Su Chen's mouth twitched, then he summoned Xiao Bai out, and the girl cheered and hugged it, rubbing its head. Xiao Bai, unwilling to show weakness, retaliated with both claws on the girl's chest, causing the girl to cry out repeatedly. Wei Hang, how about I give you a task? Su Chen looked at this holy light knight with a divine seal and smiled. This guy is a frontliner, but with Xiao Man and Xiao Wu around, he probably doesn't need to take action. However, his team attribute enhancement ability is still very good. Wei Hang looked at Chu Wan and suddenly realized something, whispering softly, Master, are you planning to explore a new area? That's right, Su Chen nodded. Master, you are thinking of me for such a good thing, I am so touched. Wei Hang was almost moved to tears, but in the end, he pointed to the side, but I am aware of the danger of this dungeon. Perhaps it would be better for you to bring Miss Bai along. Hearing this, Su Chen was taken aback. He chose Wei Hang because of his team attribute enhancement ability, while Bai Yuner, although a promising spatial mage, is currently only in the early stages, her role should be. Just as he hesitated, Su Chen suddenly noticed that Xiao Bai had returned to his hand. Even Xiao Bai himself seemed confused, looking around in a daze. Jiang Xiaoying beside him flashed a knowing look. Spatial transfer? Eastern Province. The group arrived 2 hours later. The previous information is outdated. The latest exploration news, a team composed of Earth ranking members also lost contact upon entering the dungeon. Based on our assessment, this boss is likely to be a higher level spawn, at least a diamond potential, and will unleash a deadly skill at the start of the battle. In front of the teleportation channel, the person in charge of the Eastern Province spoke solemnly. Did the Earth ranking team also fail? With these words, many exploration teams present began to show signs of retreat. This was too terrifying. If even the Earth ranking experts failed, how could they possibly succeed? Su Chen. Chuan's pretty face also showed a slight change. The lowest level on the Earth ranking is 70, and they all failed. Can Su Chen succeed? Don't worry, if it were a higher level dungeon, maybe I wouldn't have this much confidence, but this is only a level 40 dungeon. Even if it's a higher level spawn, how high can that boss's level be? Su Chen smiled. Among equals, I'm a wild killer. Upon hearing this, Chuan and the others all showed a strange expression. Wow, you must be the only one who dares to say that, right? Stop boasting, you can kill recklessly among equals? Even the Earth ranking experts failed, can you really do it? Yeah, who does this guy think he is, acting so arrogant? Can he explore the dungeon? Instead of blocking me, why not go to the next table and contribute to the country? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, some of the surrounding adventure teams sneered. Su Chen just shook his head and walked to the front of the teleportation channel. There were several officials guarding the area, and upon seeing Su Chen's team preparing to enter, they asked, name, place of origin, occupation. Su Chen, from Qing University, Beast Tamer. Su Chen replied indifferently. Beast Tamer? The official's recording hand paused, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes as he looked at Su Chen. Beast Tamer, a well-known useless occupation, except for one person. A student from Qing University, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, Su Chen. That person is actually Su Chen? He is the Beast Tamer who owns a divine beast. Damn, I just mocked him. So what if he has a divine beast? Come out and fight him. Are you stupid? He defeated the legendary potential boss of the Ninefold Demon Tower. What? I'm sorry, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. After a flash of white light. Ding, detecting unrecorded map information, system is expanding resource pack. Ding, resource pack expansion complete. You have entered the level 40 dungeon, Silent Ridge. Congratulations on your first entry into the dungeon exploration opportunity. Congratulations on discovering the black gold resource. Please proceed to obtain it. As soon as Su Chen and the others landed, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Black gold resource? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered this. As a reward under the red resources, he didn't know what the black gold would reveal. Su Chen, which way should we go? Jiang Xiaoying's cold voice rang out. Let me check. Su Chen focused his mind and checked the map that the system had just expanded. It had to be said that the function of this universal map was too powerful, with the distribution of various monsters and resources on the map clear at a glance. However, he discovered some problems. There are actually 5 bosses on this map. Does that mean we have to defeat all of them to consider the exploration successful? Su Chen furrowed his brow. Host, after expanding the resource pack, you can view monster information, the system's voice sounded. Oh, Su Chen opened the information of one of the bosses. Target, Black Earth Beast Potential, Diamond Level, 49 Life, 46789 Strength, 6795 Defense, 7062 Speed, 4962 Energy, 5789 Oh my. Seeing these attributes, Su Chen was shocked. How could the attributes of this diamond boss be so high? No wonder those exploration teams failed so miserably. These attributes were almost only possessed by epic bosses. Su Chen then opened the information pages of the other bosses. Giant Wood Beast, Skyfire Beast, Astonishing Water Beast, Diamond Beast. Without exception, their attributes were ridiculously high. And these bosses had never appeared in the Chinese collection guide, which made Su faintly uneasy. Would there be any connection between these 5 bosses? Su Chen, what do you think? Jiang Xiaoying's voice brought Su Chen's thoughts back. It's nothing, let's go this way. Su Chen pointed to the left, where he had just seen the location of the Black Earth Beast. According to the information he saw in the mirror at the teleportation center, Su Chen estimated that the exploration team they encountered should be this Black Earth Beast. Okay. Everyone nodded and followed Su Chen's pace. Compared to other instances, the small monsters and elite monsters in this level 40 instance were much stronger. Even though Jiang Xiaoying was at the 4th transformation, it was very difficult to kill an elite monster. Wait, something seems off here. Just then, Su Chen suddenly stopped everyone, because according to the markings on the map, there was a red dot here. A red dot, a sign of a boss. But the problem was that this red dot did not indicate a big boss. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Su Chen then opened the information of that red dot. Target, Yellow Earth Beast, Lord Monster, Level, 45 Potential, Platinum Life, 23459 Strength, 3256 Defense, 3479 Speed, 2964 Energy, 3088. Seeing this description, Su Chen was completely stunned. Lord Monster, what was this thing? At this moment, Su Chen finally confirmed that this level 40 instance was definitely different from a normal level 40 instance. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoying and the others also noticed the Yellow Earth Beast. Seeing its attributes, Jiang Xiaoying frowned slightly. Is this the boss? It shouldn't be, although the attributes of this monster are not low. It shouldn't be enough to wipe out a team of Earth ranking. Bai Yuner held Little White and said softly, "It's a Lord Monster." Su Chen spoke up. Lord Monster? The three women looked at Su Chen at the same time, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. You can understand it as a type of monster stronger than elite monsters, but weaker than bosses. They have the ability to control the surrounding small monsters and elite monsters, and unite to defend against enemies. As Su Chen explained, many small monsters and elite monsters had already gathered around. They lined up in an organized manner, with the Yellow Earth Beast in the rear, looking like a general. Jiang Xiaoying and the others were shocked to see this scene. They had never seen such a situation before. The monsters in the world of the apocalypse seemed to have acquired intelligence. We're running out of time, Little White, take care of them, Su Chen said in a low voice. Roar! Xiaobai jumped out of Bai Yuner's arms and transformed into a battle form in the next moment. The king-shaped pattern on its forehead was particularly striking, with strong limbs and a thick, long tiger tail swaying behind it like a steel whip. The awe-inspiring low growl seemed to penetrate the soul of the onlookers. Divine Beast White Tiger. Seeing Xiaobai unleash its power, Bai Yuner was the first to cheer, "Go, Xiaobai!" Roar! As if in response, Xiaobai swiftly dashed out like lightning, its tiger claws striking the group of small monsters. Tons of damage erupted, and the small monsters turned into drops one after another. Even the elite monsters were no match. In just a few tens of seconds, only the boss monster remained in the field. Gulu Guji! The Yellow Earth Beast roared in a language unknown to anyone. Xiaobai, upon hearing it, casually sent out a white tiger roar light wave. In an instant, the Yellow Earth Beast turned into ashes. Done. Su Chen yawned and moved forward to pick up the drops. Is that it? Bai Yuner was dumbfounded for a moment, thinking there would be at least some struggle, but Xiaobai just finished it off in seconds. Unbelievable. Wait, it seems like the experience drop rate of these guys is much higher? Su Chen suddenly frowned. Compared to the regular level 40 dungeons, the experience of the small monsters in this dungeon was about twice as high. The group exchanged glances, unable to conceal their astonishment. This discovery might change the existing dungeon system in China. Let's go, find this boss. Su Chen took a deep breath and led the group forward. With less than 20 hours left before the 72-hour deadline, there were 5 bosses to defeat in this dungeon, and time was of the essence. Boom! Half an hour later, Su Chen's team appeared outside the boss's territory. After clearing the surrounding monsters, they finally saw the boss. A huge monster made of black soil, but at this moment, it was emitting several dazzling lights. A team was challenging it. Finally, under the harassment of these attacks, the Black Earth Beast launched a counterattack, smashing towards the group of people on the ground. The team quickly dodged, but in the pit opened by the Black Earth Beast, a piece of debris flew straight towards a girl in a black skirt. In the exploration team, a girl in a white skirt saw this scene and exclaimed, "Be careful." The girl in the black skirt turned back, looking at the shattered stones reflecting in her pupils, feeling a hint of panic. The damage of this Black Earth Beast was high, and she, being a mage with lower health and defense, would be left with low health even if not killed, and this boss had a strange reaping ability. In the rear, the other members of the exploration team were pale. With the gentle defense of the girl in the black skirt, they could not withstand a single blow from the Black Earth Beast, so there could be no mistakes during the entire battle. And the girl in the black skirt bore the majority of the team's output. Once she died, it would be impossible to kill the boss. Are we going to fail? Despair filled the hearts of the group, as they were now locked in by the Black Earth Beast's finishing move, with no possibility of escape. As the girl in the black skirt died, they ultimately could not escape the fate of death. Swish! At the critical moment, a silver light suddenly flashed. The figure of the girl in the black skirt disappeared out of thin air. The remaining members of the exploration team were stunned. Where did she go? Was she killed instantly? No, I can feel it, she's not dead. The girl in the white skirt murmured, turning to look behind. Boom! The earth wall cage that had enveloped the exploration team suddenly exploded. Endless smoke filled the surroundings, and when the smoke cleared, the pupils of the exploration team shrank suddenly. A tiger! White tiger! In the smoke, a handsome and extraordinary white tiger walked out slowly, its pair of purple beast eyes emitting a captivating light. Hey, long time no see. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded. Su Chen? Seeing the figure behind the white tiger, the girl in the white skirt suddenly exclaimed in joy. And next to Su Chen, the girl in the black skirt stood perfectly, her beautiful eyes showing a strange light. How do you always manage to appear so timely? So, how do you plan to repay my life-saving favor? Su Chen looked at her and said with a smile. The woman in the black dress gently pursed her lips and then flirtatiously said, how about offering yourself as a token of gratitude? Buy one, get one free. Buy one, get one free? Su Chen's eyes lit up, instinctively looking at the woman in the white dress. One black and one white. Boss hasn't been dealt with yet, can you save the flirting for later? A very unfriendly voice came from behind. Jiang Xiaoying. Hearing this, Su Chen finally looked at the Black Earth Beast, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Leave it to me. With that, the black prison appeared in his hand. Su Chen, I'll help you. Jiang Xiaoye also manifested a deep blue kiss in her hand and spoke up. No need, we can handle this boss. Su Chen smiled. The attributes of this Black Earth Beast were not as strong as the phantom flower encountered in the ninefold demon tower before. Roar! The next moment, two more contract arrays appeared behind Su Chen, a large-bodied barbaric bear and a green-haired turtle with a snake body, charging directly at the Black Earth Beast. Seeing this scene, the gentle teammates were stunned. They had been handling the Black Earth Beast with extreme caution, afraid of being hit by its skills, yet these guys had no defensive measures and charged straight in. And their teammate didn't seem worried at all, instead showing a look of pity towards the Black Earth Beast. What was going on? Yuner, I was just about to thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for your spatial transfer, I might have perished just now. At this moment, the gentle woman in the black dress thanked by Yuner. Hearing this, the members of the exploration team looked at each other in surprise. Spatial transfer? It turned out she was a spatial mage with spatial transfer abilities. The rarity of this spatial transfer skill was comparable to the legendary job change scrolls, and a spatial mage with spatial transfer abilities was almost as sought after as a top-ranked individual. Where did this team of immortals come from, having someone with spatial transfer abilities? Not to mention that guy who charged in with his pets, was he always this brave? Xiaobai, enter the domain of the god of slaughter. Aoo. Xiaowu, apply gravity. Wu. Xiaoman, sit on it. From the front line came Su Chen's commanding voice, as he held his sword without making a move, watching his pets deal damage. Terrifyingly, the Black Earth Beast's health was decreasing at a terrifying speed. They had been grinding for half a day and had only managed to chip away at one health bar, while these guys were like bandits. Just look at the state the Black Earth Beast was in. Finish it! Finally, Su Chen's powerful voice rang out, and the Black Earth Beast collapsed with a thud, turning into a pile of loot. Is it done? The stunned teammates looked on in disbelief. They couldn't help but wonder, was that the boss they had just faced? But they had witnessed the entire process of Su Chen fighting the Black Earth Beast, so it couldn't have been faked. So, they suddenly realized something, this might be an extraordinary expert. But Su Chen looked so young. Hello, I'm Chang Tianla, a teacher at Beta University. You must be a friend of Wenru, right? A middle-aged man approached friendly, extending his right hand. A teacher at Beta University? Su Chen raised an eyebrow at the mention. It seemed that Beta University was very dedicated, sending a teacher directly to clear this instance. Hello, I'm a friend of Wenru, and also a new student at Qingde University, Su Chen. He politely shook hands with the man. Chang Tianla's outstretched right hand suddenly stiffened. Did he hear correctly? A new student at Qingde University? Su Chen, this name made Chang Tianla furrow his brow. Where had he heard this name before? Su Chen, are you the beast tamer Su Chen who ranked first in the college entrance examination? Chang Tianla finally remembered where he had heard this name, unable to help but exclaim. Yes, that's me. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It's just the first in the college entrance examination. Is there a need to be so excited? Chang Tianla suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No wonder this guy is so strong. Turns out he's that perverted beast tamer. It is said that one of his tamed beasts is a divine beast, so it's not surprising that he could easily deal with this black earth beast. However, even though that's the case, Chang Tianla couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt about life. Although he may not be a strong person, he is a level 78 7th transformation mysterious profession and is a presence on the earth ranking. Even if he were to face this black earth beast, a slight mistake could cost him his life, yet Su Chen managed to kill it without much effort. This new strength, is it a bit too terrifying? May I ask, have we succeeded in pioneering? At this moment, a weak voice sounded, and Bai Yuner blinked her eyes, looking curious. Everyone looked back at Su Chen, showing the same inquiring expression. Not yet, there are a total of 5 bosses like the Black Earth Beast. Su Chen shook his head lightly. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions slightly froze. There are 5 of them. One boss like this is already heaven-defying, and there are still 5 in this instance. Even if it's a boss that spawns out of sequence, it shouldn't appear this frequently, right? In addition, you should have noticed the Lord Monsters, right? The ones that can control the small monsters, Su Chen added. Chang Tianla and Wenru exchanged a glance, the former nodding slightly. Yes, that thing. Is it called a Lord Monster? Well, I think, maybe this isn't about bosses spawning out of sequence, but rather this instance was originally designed this way. It's just that. This is the first time we've discovered this kind of instance. Su Chen's words made everyone's expressions turn serious, showing a pensive look. What Su Chen said is not impossible. In the 40-level instances they've entered before, there were only elite monsters and small monsters, with the boss being the strongest. But today, the mode of this instance is completely different from the previous instances. Not only are the bosses ridiculously strong, even the small monster spawn pattern is different. Perhaps, it's not just the secret realms that have difficulty levels? At this moment, a sentence from Jiang Xiaoye left everyone stunned. Humans have always only differentiated difficulty levels for secret realms. From normal to hell, the higher the difficulty, the harder it is to conquer. And in hellish secret realms, it's difficult for an average level adventure team to conquer. At least they need to be 10 levels higher than the average level of the secret realm to have a chance to clear it. But they never thought about the possibility of instances also having difficulty levels. For example, a 40-level normal instance, a 40-level hard instance, a 40-level nightmare instance, a 40-level hell instance. And even new difficulties may arise. As they discussed this, they became more and more alarmed, and Chang Tianla's face became even more solemn. This matter is of great importance. I need to leave the instance immediately to report to the higher-ups. Here. It's up to your team. Chang Tianla looked at Su Chen solemnly. Okay, Su Chen nodded. Chang Tianla didn't hesitate. He left with the other 2 teammates, while Wenru decided to stay with Su Chen and the others. In that case, let Wenru join the team. Anyway, my role is limited to spatial transfer abilities. Whether we form a team or not doesn't make a difference, Bai Yuner suggested. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'll just go solo, Wenru said somewhat embarrassed. Seeing the 2 of them being modest, Su Chen was a bit speechless. If it weren't for the rule that prohibits forming temporary teams during pioneering, he would have wanted to form a team of 5. Let's do this, you 4 form a team, and I'll go solo. Su Chen waved his hand. The girls looked at each other, agreed. Following Su Chen's instructions, everyone headed towards the next boss location. Along the way, they encountered some difficult lord monsters, all of which were handled by Xiao Bai. The team led by Wenru dealt with the small monsters and also gained considerable experience. About an hour later, everyone saw the second boss, the giant wood beast. But a problem arose. The attributes of this giant wood beast turned out to be not the panel that Su Chen had seen before, but one level higher. Target, Giant Wood Beast Potential, Diamond Level, 49 Life, 57964 Strength, 7562 Defense, 8283 Speed, 6044 Energy, 7352. These average 4 dimensions are actually over 1,000 higher than the Black Earth Beast. How could this be? Su Chen quickly brought up the map interface to check the attributes of the other 3 bosses, then took a sharp breath. Indeed, the attributes had increased. And just like the Giant Wood Beast, they had all increased by over 1,000 on average. If you add up the total increase, it's almost the 4-dimensional attributes of the deceased Black Earth Beast. In other words, the 4-dimensional attributes of the deceased Black Earth Beast have been transferred to these 4 bosses. This is troublesome, Su Chen muttered. Calculating in this way, does that mean that one boss will end up with all the attributes of the other 4? The average 4 dimensions of one boss are around 6,000, so if they all stack on one, a single attribute would reach a terrifying 30,000. Even an 80th level 7th transformation expert might not have such terrifying attributes. Su Chen, what's wrong? At the same time, several girls noticed Su Chen's worried expression and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Su Chen shook his head and didn't tell them about this matter. 1. Because he couldn't confirm the truth of his speculation, and 2. He couldn't determine the timing of this attribute transfer. If this attribute were to change immediately after the boss's death, the complexity would exceed Su Chen's imagination. It was better not to say anything to avoid adding pressure to them. Oh, then what about this boss? The girls asked. You restrain the surrounding small monsters, and I'll take it down alone, Su Chen said casually. Su Chen's understated tone made the girl in the black dress show a look of admiration, so domineering. Holy light! As they spoke, everyone had already started working. Among the girls, Zhang Xiaoying had the highest output, a single-target assassin with the restraint of the 5 elements, able to take down a small monster in just a few seconds. The others found it a bit more challenging in comparison but could handle the surrounding group of monsters. Seeing this, Su Chen looked at the giant wood beast with relief. Although this guy had increased his average 4 dimensions by over 1,000, in the eyes of Little White and the others, the difference from the Black Earth Beast was not significant. After all, in the transformed state, Little White's average 4 dimensions had already reached 8,000. Little White, attack! With Su Chen's low shout, Little White's swift figure turned into a blur, and the giant wood beast also noticed Su Chen's presence, creating a circle of branches and leaves around them, isolating Su Chen, Little White, and the others from the outside world. Finishing move? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, then took out Black Prison and swung it at the circle of branches and leaves, the dense black flames instantly engulfing all the branches. The giant wood beast made a strange noise in its mouth, then swung its branches towards Su Chen. Little Barbarian roared and stood in front of Su Chen, while Little Wussu's tail swayed, enhancing its defense. The blow landed on Little Barbarian, with damage almost negligible, while at the same time, Little White roared, claws slashing at the giant wood beast. Strong wind attribute energy surged out, carrying sharp blades that struck the giant wood beast, causing a burst of damage. In almost an instant, the giant wood beast's health was halved. Woo! Little Wussu made a sound, a water bomb hitting the giant wood beast. Although the damage was not as high as Little White's, it still left the giant wood beast heavily injured. Then Little White followed up with a normal attack, and the giant wood beast was pronounced dead, dropping a pile of shiny gold loot, and the circle of branches and leaves disappeared. At the same time, the girls also cleared out the group of monsters outside, and seeing the loot on the ground, their eyes lit up. Although Su Chen's strength had become a consensus in their hearts, when he effortlessly killed this boss, they couldn't help but be amazed. Huh, this time's loot. Is it a skill book? Su Chen picked up the dropped item, and his eyes brightened slightly. Compared to other ordinary level 40 dungeons, the quality of the drops in this dungeon is higher. Although it does not exceed the limit of platinum, it is the best quality within the platinum category. For example, the last Black Earth Beast dropped a platinum-grade wrist guard with a significant increase of 200 points in defense and a defensive skill. Su Chen immediately equipped himself with this valuable item without hesitation. This time, he also obtained a skill book. The drop rate of skill books is lower than that of equipment, and the drop rate of mysterious class skill books is even rarer. Su Chen picked up the skill book and eagerly opened it, revealing a pattern with wings. Is this the skill of the Holy Angel? Holy Light Illumination. The Holy Angel wields the staff to emit holy light, greatly reducing the enemy's movement speed while increasing the enemy's casting speed. Restriction: Holy Angel, a platinum skill book. After reading the skill description, Su Chen subconsciously looked at Zhang Xiaoye. This is an area control skill, a very powerful control skill that, although does not cause damage, the dual reduction attributes can compensate for this flaw. Whether in dungeons or competitions, this skill is very useful. Xiaoye. Su Chen walked towards Zhang Xiaoye and handed her the skill book. Without a doubt, she is the only holy angel in his team, making her the most suitable candidate. Zhang Xiaoye, upon seeing the skill description, was delighted but then hesitated, saying, Su Chen, you defeated the boss, I can't take this. She then looked at her bank card, seemingly considering buying it. However, the market value of a platinum skill is already over 3 million, not to mention that this is a skill book for a mysterious class, which would likely start at 5 million. Zhang Xiaoye obviously did not have that much gold coins, and she looked embarrassed after checking her bank card. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and said, Xiaoye, do we still need to be like this? Take it, only you can learn this skill, and after learning it, you can help me better, right? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoye blushed and nodded eagerly. Okay, but I will repay you by helping you gather materials after learning this skill. Looking at Zhang Xiaoye's serious expression, Su Chen nodded helplessly. Alright, Hearing this, the black-skirted woman next to them couldn't help but poke the waist of the white-skirted woman gently and whispered, "Look at her, she knows how to create opportunities, learn something." The white-skirted woman was puzzled and looked at her. "What does this have to do with me? If you want to be with Su Chen, go tell him." "Did I really say that? Don't regret it." The black-skirted woman raised her eyebrows. "Regret is for losers." The white-skirted woman snorted, not believing that the black-skirted woman had the courage. Unexpectedly, the black-skirted woman walked up to Su Chen and whispered, "Su Chen, that heartless woman doesn't want me. How about you take care of me in the future? I can do your laundry, cook for you, and warm your bed. And I can do some other things." The black-skirted woman's eyes were seductive, her voice soft and alluring. This sudden move made Su Chen twitch at the corner of his mouth. What kind of situation is this again? Su Chen looked at the white-skirted woman, who had already blushed and turned away in embarrassment. Damn it! How could he forget that this person was using his face to be seen by so many people with that kind of expression? It's really embarrassing. Ahem, let's go deal with the remaining boss first. There's not much time left before the end of the dungeon. Su Chen coughed and said, "Okay, I'll follow your lead." The black-skirted woman blinked, looking like a dutiful wife. Other women? Sister Xiaoying, did they just make an official announcement? Unaware, Bai Yuner asked quietly. Little did she know that her question caused Zhang Xiaoying's originally slightly changed face to turn even colder. Briefly soothing, everyone suddenly froze as they arrived at the next boss's territory. Target, Shocking Water Beast Potential, Diamond Life, 76320 Strength, 9840 Defense, 8890 Speed, 11340 Energy, 10654. A crocodile covered in scales was wandering in a lake, surrounded by small monsters, including crocodiles, giant water snakes, and piranhas. However, the attribute panel was the most shocking point for everyone. After using an identification symbol, Zhang Xiaoying's cold pretty face also became astonished, even furrowing her brows in disbelief, suspecting they might be mistaken. How could the average 4 attributes be over 10,000? Clearly, the average 4 attributes of the giant wood beast they just encountered were only over 1,000. At this moment, Su Chen knew he couldn't hide it from them, sighed, and said, "These bosses must have a special connection. Once a known boss dies, its attributes will be evenly distributed among the other bosses. In addition, this triggering mechanism is instantaneous, meaning we won't have a chance to react." Hearing Su Chen's words, the women were all shocked. Doesn't that mean the last boss will have the combined attributes of all 5 bosses? So its average 4 attributes would be 30,000? Zhang Xiaoye's pretty face turned pale. How can we possibly strategize against that? The women's faces turned pale, even the gentle woman in black dress became serious, her face solemn. "Su Chen, do you have a plan?" Zhang Xiaoying asked, furrowing her brows. Although she hadn't known Su Chen for long, not as long as her sister who had known him for 6 years, she understood Su Chen's character well. If there was no way to deal with these 5 bosses, he would never have brought them here. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "Yes, I do have an idea, but the key is horror." "Me?" Bai Yuner was playing with Little White, but suddenly all attention turned to her, making her feel a bit flustered. "Yes, it's you, Bai Yuner. You have the ability of spatial transfer, you can instantly move a target to a certain area, but I want to know, how many targets can you move at most, and what are the distance limitations?" Su Chen asked. Hearing this, Bai Yuner knew it was not a joke, so she quickly calculated in her mind and said, "The number of targets moved is inversely proportional to the distance. If there are more targets, the distance will increase accordingly." "What if it's 50 kilometers? Su Chen asked without hesitation. 50 kilometers? Bai Yuner widened her beautiful eyes, almost screaming, but after a quick calculation in her mind, she said, "If it's 50 kilometers, I can only take 2 targets. 2 targets? That's enough." Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. What does that mean? The women looked at Su Chen in confusion. "Let's deal with this boss first." Su Chen didn't explain, but looked at the shocking water beast. Its territory was in a lake, and Little White could only attack from the opposite bank, but fortunately, he had a water-type pet. "Xiaowu, it's time for your performance." Su Chen summoned Xuanwu and patted the little guy's turtle head. Xuanwu instantly transformed into battle mode and entered the water. The surrounding monsters noticed the intruder and attacked. Su Chen leaped up, chanting a spell, and the next second, water energy gathered around him, forming a water tornado that sucked in all the monsters. The health bars of those monsters disappeared at lightning speed, leaving only a pile of dropped materials. The women behind were stunned. One skill cleared all the surrounding monsters? They needed several minutes to clear a group of monsters when they were together. Su Chen was too abnormal. Su Chen didn't hesitate, directly commanding Xiao Wu to attack the crocodile boss while the shocking waves were still active. Xiao Wu was also busy, constantly spewing out water attribute energy balls from his mouth, combined with Xiao Bai's output not far away. In a few minutes, this boss fell in a pool of blood. However, at the same time, they faced a more serious problem. After killing this boss, the remaining two bosses would split the attributes of the three bosses, meaning their average four-dimensional attributes would exceed 15,000. This was far beyond their capabilities. Everyone looked at Su Chen at the same time, wondering what his strategy would be. If they failed, they would face a failure in pioneering. Today was the deadline, and if they failed, the creatures of the apocalypse world would invade the real world. All dungeon systems would collapse, high-level monsters would slaughter low-level humans, and even the top-ranked experts would struggle to survive. Perhaps the country would have a backup plan, but even if they sent out a team of top-ranked players now, their levels would still be suppressed, not even comparable to Su Chen alone. In this situation, how could they defeat a boss with an average of 30,000 four-dimensional attributes? Even if there was a way, there wouldn't be enough time. Everyone had misunderstood this dungeon. They thought it was just a slightly difficult one, but they didn't expect it to be a completely new level of difficulty. Perhaps Su Chen was their last hope. Feeling the gaze of several girls, Su Chen took a deep breath and looked at Bai Yuner. If I remember correctly, do we need to remember the geographical coordinates for long-distance spatial transfer? Yes, Bai Yuner nodded. Alright, before we strategize against the last three bosses, we've already wasted 8 hours, which means we have 12 hours left until the end of the pioneering time. The remaining two bosses are far away. Even if we don't kill the small monsters and rush, it will still take 9 hours. We need to arrive at the territories of these two bosses one after the other. During this time, Xiao Bai and I will go to the territory of the last boss, then we will simultaneously attack the two bosses, while you and Xiao Wu and Xiao Man cooperate to consume the fourth boss's health as much as possible. When we have weakened the last boss, Bai Yuner will be responsible for teleporting us back, and together we will suppress the health of the fourth boss to 0 and then kill them together, Su Chen said. Hearing this, Wenru raised her eyebrows. Why do you still need to help us? Are you questioning our output capabilities? Su Chen shook his head. I'm not questioning you, but the health of these two bosses has been enhanced to 200,000, so it's impossible for your output to match ours. Upon hearing this, the girls gasped. 200,000 health. This was the kind of health only a level 70 legendary boss could have, and it appeared in a level 40 dungeon. So, Su Chen's method seemed to be the most reliable at the moment, as long as Bai Yuner's magic could support 2 spatial transfers. No problem, although my magic is not enough for 1 transfer, I can drink a potion. Bai Yuner raised her hand and promised. But, are you sure you can defeat the 5th boss with increased attributes? At this point, Jiang Xiaoying spoke up. The girls also showed a hint of worry in their eyes. Indeed, with an average of 30,000 four-dimensional attributes, it was twice as high as the current 2 bosses. In such a disparate situation, Su Chen and the others might even be killed instantly. If nothing unexpected happens, I can, Su Chen nodded lightly. And if something unexpected happens? Bai Kunwen asked softly on the side. Then you can blame me, Su Chen said, jumping onto Xiao Bai. The girls were first stunned, then they understood Su Chen's meaning, and they all laughed and sighed. This guy was joking even at a time like this. 9 hours later, Su Chen rode Xiao Bai, carrying Bai Yuner, and finally arrived at the territory of the 5th boss. A few hours ago, Xiao Yu and the others had already encountered the 4th boss. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was about as expected, and immediately opened the video call function within the apocalypse world. Xiao Yu, let's begin, Su Chen said to Jiang Xiaoye. Okay. On Jiang Xiaoye's end, the girls had already arranged their formation, with Xiao Man and Xiao Wu present. Su Chen wasn't worried about casualties. As for himself and Xiao Bai, under the double kill god domains bonus, they could consume the boss's health at the fastest speed. Do you really not need my help? Beside them, Bai Yuner asked weakly. No need, save your magic for spatial transfer. Su Chen shook his head and made a move with Xiao Bai. Roar! A red light appeared on Xiao Bai's body, and the kill god domain was released. Su Chen also chanted a spell, stacking the double kill god domains. Xiao Bai's strength attribute skyrocketed by 100%, instantly reaching a terrifying 16,000. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuner was shocked. No wonder Su Chen brought Xiao Bai here, their combination was so powerful. Without hesitation, Su Chen rushed to the boss with Black Prison in hand, while the abilities of the Wind Child and Shocking Wave were activated simultaneously. The former provided him with mobility, while the latter was one of his few output skills. Xiao Bai was more straightforward, his 2 tiger claws with wind blades relentlessly striking the boss, causing its health to drop at a visible speed. Despite this, the boss with 200,000 health was not easily defeated. After outputting for a full 40 minutes, the boss's health finally reached its last bit. Su Chen's expression turned serious. Bai Yuner, prepare for teleportation. The monster's aggro will disappear in 20 minutes. Within that time, we must kill the other boss. Hearing this, Bai Yuner did not hesitate, instantly raising her staff to cast spatial magic. Teleport. In the next moment, the three of them disappeared from their original location, and within a few seconds, they appeared in front of the fourth boss. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoye and the others were busy outputting, and seeing Su Chen suddenly appear, they were surprised. That was fast. We had just started. The girl in the black dress blinked gently. Hearing her teasing words, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, but she was right about one thing: they had just started. If we were to talk in terms of percentage, they had only dealt about 15% of the boss's health. But there was nothing they could do about it. Xiao Wu and Xiao Man were not output pets, and coupled with the huge gap in attributes between them and the boss, low output was inevitable. Next, he and Xiao Bai needed to clear the remaining 85% of the health within 20 minutes, which raised the difficulty level. Just now, he and Xiao Bai had outputted to the max, and it took them 40 minutes to bring the boss to low health. These two bosses had similar attributes, so the time he needed was about the same. But at the moment, it was not enough time. However, with Xiao Wu's help, with their kill god domains, their output could rise to another level. Xiao Bai, let's begin, Su Chen said softly. 20 minutes later. Finally, seizing the last opportunity, they killed the boss, and Su Chen didn't even have time to catch his breath before shouting, Bai Yuner, here! At this moment, Bai Yuner quickly drank a bottle of magic potion and immediately used spatial transfer. Swish! A silver light flashed, and Su Chen and Xiao Bai appeared in front of the fifth boss. As he expected, the boss's aggro had not disappeared yet, and upon seeing Su Chen and the others, it directly threw a punch at them. With a strength attribute of 30,000, Su Chen dared not take it head-on, quickly activating the rock barrier. In the next moment, countless rocks rose, shielding them from above, providing absolute defense. However, Su Chen was not at ease, leaping onto Xiao Bai. As expected, with a loud rumble, the rocky barricade exploded, but luckily Xiao Bai reacted in time and jumped away in an instant. Su Chen turned around to see a huge pit where the explosion occurred, and the eyes of the diamond beast were now glowing red. Even absolute defense can be penetrated? Su Chen was slightly shocked. The power attribute of 30,000 was indeed formidable. Xiao Bai, finish it off, Su Chen commanded in a low voice. Roar! Xiao Bai roared, gathering light in its mouth, unleashing the white tiger roar light wave. Boom! The diamond beast's body suddenly shrank, taking on a defensive posture resembling a heavy shield. When the light wave collided with its body, sparking hot flames, the diamond beast's health decreased but did not drop below zero. Just as Su Chen was about to deliver the finishing blow, a horrifying scene unfolded before him. Gurgle gurgle. The diamond beast blocked the attack, then suddenly convulsed and emitted a strange sound from its chest, a green glow appearing around it, accompanied by a recovery of its health. Su Chen, it's regenerating. White Yuner also noticed this scene and exclaimed. If this giant with 30,000 health points were to fully recover, no, even if it only regained 1/10 of its health, they would be done for. Su Chen gritted his teeth as he looked at the remaining sliver of health, knowing he had only one chance. This strike had to finish it off, or its health would completely replenish. Beast God's Descent. Su Chen gritted his teeth and once again used this highly consequential skill, thinking he wouldn't need to rely on it this time. Xiao Bai. With the Beast God's Descent, linking attributes for 30 seconds, Su Chen and Xiao Bai simultaneously unleashed their attacks, with the black prison in their hands swinging heavy black flames in the air. At the same time, a roaring white light beside them struck the diamond beast's chest with a thunderous impact. Clang! Golden light burst forth, countless drops falling like a blooming flower around them. It's over! Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, looking at White Yuner not far away. At this moment, the young lady from the Bai family's chest was still heaving, her emotions difficult to calm. Just a moment ago, when she saw the boss regenerating health, she thought it would be impossible to defeat it. But clearly, she had underestimated the situation. Su Chen, I'll go bring them over now. White Yuner stepped forward, smiling lightly. Su Chen nodded, and in the next moment, a familiar sensation came over him as he plummeted downward. Hey! White Yuner watched as a head crashed into her chest, her eyes widening in shock. 1 hour later, Su Chen's weakened state had dissipated, and he stood up with the help of Xiao Bai. By now, all the women had arrived here, and it was clear that it was thanks to White Yuner. Sensing Su Chen's gaze on her, White Yuner blushed and lowered her head for some unknown reason. This scene caught Su Chen's attention, leaving him puzzled. And why was there a faint fragrance in the air around him? It wasn't coming from Xiaobai. Just then, Xiaobai, seeing Su Chen awake, happily stuck out its tongue and licked his face. Xiaobai, stop it. Su Chen pushed away the creature's head. Whoa. Xiaobai, feeling rejected, let out a sad whimper, then transformed into a cat-like form and jumped into White Yunar's arms, rubbing against her chest in disarray. A tumultuous scene unfolded, accompanied by the girl's surprised exclamations. Ahem, should we consider this a successful clearing now? Jiang Xiaoying and the other women withdrew their gazes and looked at Su Chen. Yes, all the bosses have been defeated, so I believe this counts as a successful clearing. The items on the ground should be the first-time clearing rewards for the dungeon, Su Chen said, looking at the rewards scattered on the ground. After examining the rewards, Su Chen couldn't help but show a look of amazement. The rewards for clearing the dungeon were truly abundant. There were 3 full sets of silver equipment alone, not to mention countless materials, including a mysterious scroll called the Enlightenment Scroll. According to the description, the user could comprehend a method of crafting an item, clearly intended for use by crafting professions. As for what can be understood, it depends on the user's face. Some people can even obtain the method of making job change scrolls after use, and from then on, they will have no worries about food and clothing. But some people can only comprehend ordinary bronze attack scrolls, which are useless. It just happens to be able to bring it back for my older sister to use. Su Chen unceremoniously stuffed the comprehension scroll into his arms. The women didn't feel anything wrong about Su Chen taking the comprehension scroll. After all, Su Chen was the main force in this expedition, and they were just going through the motions. But Su Chen was not the kind of person who would keep everything to himself. He gave each person a material as a token, and stored the rest in his storage space. The people outside are probably getting anxious. Can we go out now and tell them that the expedition was successful? Jiang Xiaoying said at this moment. Yes, Su Chen, you've been sleeping here for an hour. There's less than an hour left until the end of the expedition, Bai Kun said gently. Alright, then we. Su Chen was about to speak when he suddenly remembered something important and stopped himself. You guys go out first, I have something to do. Su Chen's mouth twitched. He almost forgot about that black gold level resource. He was so busy with the expedition boss that he forgot to explore the black gold resource. What's the matter? Jiang Xiaoying furrowed her brows at the words. Hey Kun, with a gentle smile, gave Su Chen a suggestive look. Could it be that you want? Hey, what are you thinking? Even if it's that. It's not possible in a place like this, right? Su Chen couldn't help but be speechless. Hey Kun's gentle eyes sparkled. Are you disgusted with the environment? That's troublesome. We've booked a presidential suite at Shangjing Hotel. Do you want to try it out? The environment is absolutely top-notch. Upon hearing this, the others immediately cast strange glances at the 2 gentle women. Bai Kun's gentle face blushed even more, cursing the woman who dragged her into this situation. Ahem, the room. Su Chen was about to speak when he suddenly felt a pair of bright eyes filled with killing intent. He looked over and saw Xiaoyu. Su Chen's words changed instantly. I won't go to the room. I have something to do, really. You guys go out and report to Teacher Chu. With that, Su Chen fled. The Silent Ridge. Su Chen rode on Xiaobai and finally found the location of the black gold resource. Since all 5 bosses had been killed, this instance posed no threat to Su Chen, so he leisurely explored the treasures within. What's this? After rummaging through it for a while, Su Chen found a piece of paper that looked like a treasure map, but it was incomplete. Black gold resource, a partial map? Su Chen frowned, then remembered the partial map he had won at the auction in the southern province not long ago. Back then, he had snatched an auction item from the Rin family, which led him to that partial map, and later obtained another one from Lu's steward. I wonder if this one matches up. Su Chen took out the other 2 partial maps, and they matched. 3 partial maps. Just 1 map away from completing the set. I wonder what kind of treasure I'll get after collecting the treasure map. A divine artifact? Or a legendary skill scroll? Or maybe the next divine beast egg? Just thinking about it is exciting. If I could get another divine artifact blueprint, that would be awesome. Unfortunately, he didn't have a clue about the last partial map, so it seemed he would have to ask Xiaoya to help him find it when he returned this time. However, finding the 3rd partial map already satisfied Su Chen, as he was just 1 step away from completing the treasure map. Little conch, beep beep beep, the seagulls listen and fly blindly. With a joyful heart, Su Chen exited the instance. Flash. With a flash of light, Su Chen returned to the real world. Su Chen is out. Someone shouted, and the surrounding area immediately became lively with voices. Su Chen, you're my idol. No, you're my idol. Even the instance that even the Earth ranking team couldn't clear was successful. Truly deserving of being the #1 newcomer. Awesome. Su Chen, I want to have a baby monkey with you. The person in charge of the eastern province even personally pulled out a pair of lottery tickets and eagerly approached Su Chen the moment he saw him. Su Chen, I heard that you single-handedly opened up this instance? This instance appeared in my eastern province, but we don't have the strength to solve it. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to keep my job. You are my great benefactor. The person in charge of the eastern province, Su Manshan, said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said, Director Su is joking. I'm just doing my part for the country. Su Manshan waved his hand and said, Hey, you have indeed helped my eastern province. If you ever need anything in the future, we in the eastern province will definitely not hesitate to help. Upon hearing this, Su Chen knew that it was just a formality, and that these words might not be effective after today. So, he smiled broadly. In that case, I have a list of materials here. I wonder if Director Su can help me gather them. Su Chen said as he took out the materials for crafting the swallowing sky gourd. Su Manshan was taken aback, not expecting Su Chen to be so straightforward. However, as a provincial director, he still had some composure. But when he looked at the list of materials, he couldn't hold back anymore. Are you sure it's these? He asked, his eyelids twitching. Yes, just these, Su Chen nodded earnestly. Su Manshan looked at Su Chen with a complex expression, then took a deep breath. Alright, I'll help you gather them. But I may not be able to gather all of these materials. Su Chen could tell that he was gritting his teeth as he said this. Director Su, your efforts are appreciated. These are just some minor materials. In comparison, I have some more important news to tell you. Su Chen smiled. What news? Su Manshan's eyes lit up at the mention of news. The difficulty level of this instance is problematic. Perhaps from now on, the highest difficulty level of instances won't be hell anymore. Director Su, you might want to prepare for some related work in advance. Su Chen hinted, raising his eyebrows, implying that Su Manshan would understand. Su Manshan's eyes widened at the news of the increased difficulty level of instances. It would inevitably cause unrest among the masses. If he could release the news in advance, the people entering the instances in the eastern province would be able to prepare in advance. The more instances the eastern province conquered, the more rewards he would receive from the country. With this in mind, Su Manshan suddenly felt that those materials were not a big deal. Rest assured, Su, I'll take care of the materials. Reliable, Su Chen gave him a thumbs up. Although he had already asked the Shao family to handle this matter, wouldn't it be nice to get some extra materials for free? What if the next artifact also required these materials? After chatting casually for a while, Su Manshan sent Su Chen and his group back, inviting Su Chen to visit more often when he had the chance. On the way back, Su Chen told Chu Wan about the instance, and after hearing it, Chu Wan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she softly said, "The world is about to change." 3 days later, Hua Xiao introduced a new difficulty level, Chaos. At the same time, a difficulty system was set for normal instances, with a series of restrictions for entering instances redefined. The Chaos difficulty level stipulated that the level must exceed the instance level by at least 20 levels. In addition, once a new difficulty instance was discovered, it needed to be reported to the country immediately. On the same day, countries like the United States and Eagle Country also issued new regulations, with Neon Country even activating a national-level alert. The dangerous 70-level Chaos instance in Greater Australia failed to be cleared within 3 days, leading to its downfall. Greater Australia has fallen? Su Chen couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the news. Although the sudden increase in the difficulty level of the Chaos instance caught them off guard, he never expected that a country would actually fall in this event. Vaguely, Su Chen felt a sense of aversion update, where the weak were being eliminated. Yes, the fall of Greater Australia has sounded an alarm in the real world. The balance between us and the end of days world has been disrupted, Xuan said solemnly as she sat across from Su Chen, sipping a cup of coffee. Have they sent anyone to Greater Australia to investigate? Su Chen asked. Have you seen it? Daozhou has been occupied by the monsters of the Tianqi world, and only a small number of high-level strong individuals managed to escape, Xuan said. Hiss. Su Chen took a deep breath, not expecting it to be so devastating. Daozhou has been completely destroyed. The monsters of the Tianqi world are even more ferocious than we imagined. It seems that once they enter the real world, they will become extremely violent. In that state, their killing power increases exponentially. The defense measures of the Daozhou government did not even last 3 days, Xuan sighed. So terrifying, Su Yun exclaimed upon hearing this. She was not a combat professional, but she could sense the danger in what Su Chen and the others were saying. If the monsters of the Tianqi world invaded, their lives as prop-based professionals would be the first to be threatened, with no means of self-defense. Sister, don't worry. Even if that day really comes, I won't let anything happen to you, Su Chen reassured her with a smile. Su Yun felt somewhat comforted by his words. By the way, sister, I have something to give you. Su Chen remembered the Enlightenment Scroll and handed it to Su Yun. Enlightenment Scroll? Is this also a clearing reward? It seems pretty good, Xu Wan remarked, eyes lighting up upon seeing the scroll. Enlightenment Scroll? Su Yun's eyes also sparkled upon hearing this. She had heard of this item before, but she didn't know how to produce anything from it. Taking the Enlightenment Scroll, Su Yun closed her eyes and silently focused. After a moment, the scroll emitted a brilliant light, then turned into a dull piece of paper. Su Yun opened her eyes, her expression showing a mix of shock and excitement. Xiao Tian, I seem to have comprehended something extraordinary. Su Yun's words made Su Chen and Xu Wan look over. Something extraordinary? Just take a look. Su Yun's face flushed with anger as she unfolded the illustrated guide. Time Realm Scroll purifies all suppression effects upon use, immediately restores the user's normal attributes, can be used in clearing instances. The brief introduction caused Su Chen and Xu Wan's pupils to contract, and they exchanged looks of astonishment. This scroll could actually purify the suppression effects of the Tianqi world and be used during clearing instances. With this scroll, the success rate of clearing instances would greatly increase. Its effect could even rival that of a divine artifact. No, even a divine artifact couldn't compare to its value. Su Chen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Su Yun with a serious expression. He could imagine that once this scroll was revealed, it would cause a huge stir, and even Su Yun's safety would be threatened. With Su Chen's current strength, he was not able to protect Su Yun. The only solution was the country. Only under the protection of the country could Su Yun be absolutely safe. Su Chen's serious gaze fell on Su Yun, causing her to feel uneasy. Xiao Tian, what if we pretend this never happened? Su Chen was slightly taken aback by her words. Although the Time Realm Scroll would expose Su Yun to great danger, it was also an opportunity. With the scroll, Su Yun would undoubtedly receive strong support from the country, and her future position might even be more important than that of a top-ranked expert. However, Su Yun wanted to remain hidden. In reality, Su Chen knew that his sister just didn't want to leave him. After their parents encountered an incident in the instance, they relied on each other, and their relationship had surpassed ordinary sibling bonds. Perhaps, his sister just wanted to stay by his side. But now, serving the country was the best choice. Sister, the significance of the Time Realm Scroll is extraordinary. It is not an ordinary item but can change the fate of the country. With the Time Realm Scroll, the mortality rate of clearing teams will be greatly reduced, and Huaxiao will be able to maintain balance with the Tianqi world for a long time in the future, Su Chen said slowly. Su Yun fell silent after hearing this. She knew Su Chen was right, but if she chose the country, she would be in a strange place. Su Chen was her only family in the world, and she would have to part ways with him. Su Yun's eyes flashed with struggle. Xiao Tian, give me 3 days to consider. Su Chen looked at Xu Wan. The latter slightly tilted her head. I didn't hear anything. The three returned to the villa, each burdened with their own thoughts. The Jiang sisters were sitting in the living room watching TV, stunned by the strange scene. What had happened? Su Chen, there's news about the materials. Father asked me to tell you. Do you have time now? Let's talk in person. In the afternoon, Xiaoya called. Okay. Su Chen was worried about Su Yun, but upon hearing Xiaoya's words, he refocused and arranged to meet her at a place. This time, Su Chen didn't bring Chu Wan along, as he knew Xiaoya himself, and there was no need for Chu to be the middleman again. Xiaoya. The two met in an exquisite tea room. Xiaoya was already there, wearing a fitted embroidered cheongsam. As she sat cross-legged, a hint of enticing whiteness peeked out from the slit, her long legs elegantly crossed. You're here? Did you have a drink on the way? Have some tea, the tea here is very good. As soon as Su Chen sat down, Xiaoya stood up, slightly bent over to pour him a cup of tea. Su Chen raised the cup and drank it all in one go. The rich and bitter taste lingered on his taste buds, indeed a good tea. However, after finishing the tea, Su Chen looked at Xiaoya's delicate face. He didn't come here just to drink tea. Really, so impatient, can't we chat first? Xiaoya sighed somewhat resentfully. Su Chen's expression became slightly strange at her words. Why did it feel like they were doing something secretive? Here, this is your material list. Some of the materials are hard to find, but my father used the Xiao family's treasure hunt order to help you purchase them, so I didn't disappoint him. They are all here. With that, Xiaoya took out a storage bracelet. Su Chen took the bracelet and checked it. Indeed, those were the materials he lacked. Su Chen was immediately excited. With these materials, he could forge the artifact Swallowing Heaven Gourd. Su Chen already had a rough idea of the abilities of the swallowing heaven gourd, but its specific attributes were still unknown. He even wished he could forge the artifact right away. However, it was clearly not the right time. He looked at Xiaoya across from him and said, "I'm not sure about the price of these materials, but I believe the balance on this card should be enough. Please thank Uncle Xiao for me. The Xiao family's treasure hunt order must be extraordinary, right?" Xiaoya smiled sweetly. "The Xiao family's treasure hunt order is indeed extraordinary, but compared to a genius like you, it's nothing. You are now a big name in Huaxia. If you hadn't tackled that tricky instance in the eastern province, we might have faced the same fate as the Great Australia." Su Chen scratched his head. Would we? At least he didn't think so. There were many experts in Huaxia, and he didn't believe there was no backup plan. Here, this is the rest. Xiaoya took out a card reader, swiped the gold coins needed for the materials, and handed the card back to him. Still so much? Su Chen was slightly surprised after checking the balance on the card. There were still 4 billion left in the card, while before there were 7 billion. In other words, those materials only cost 3 billion? This amount didn't seem right because those extremely rare materials were already worth a fortune on the market, and some people wouldn't sell them even for 1 billion. Hey, don't think we're giving you a discount. It's just that those sellers were willing to do my dad a favor, Xiaoya said. Is that so? Su Chen nodded and didn't dwell on it further. By the way, I heard from Xiaowan that Qing University gave you a ticket for the God's hunting ground? Xiaoya added. Yes. Su Chen nodded. After Xiaoya's reminder, he suddenly realized that the date for the God's hunting ground was approaching. That instance with doubled drop rates was more likely to obtain artifacts and legendary skill scrolls. The most important thing is that the experience multiplier there is very high. By then, he will need to level up more, as well as the little ones. He is no longer afraid of epic bosses now. If his combat power increases by one more level, he will be able to deal with legendary bosses. Being able to handle legendary bosses is equivalent to being a master, with the potential to enter the top rankings. Our Xiao family also bought a ticket for the God's Domain hunting competition. I will go with you when the time comes, Xiaoya said calmly. Oh, okay, Su Chen nodded, then realized, what did you say? God's Domain hunting competition, I will also go. You will take me with you, right? Xiaoya blinked her eyes pitifully. But aren't you a prop-based profession? Su Chen scratched his head. Can prop-based professions also participate in the God's Domain hunting competition? I knew you would say that, but sister is no longer the same prop-based profession as before, Xiaoya said, snapping her fingers lightly, and a wisp of flame emerged from her palm. Pyromancer, Su Chen was surprised, looking at Xiaoya in disbelief. You bought the Pyromancer's class change scroll. However, prop-based professions cannot change to mysterious professions, Su Chen was puzzled. Have you heard of the Wishmaster? Xiaoya said softly. Wishmaster? Su Chen was taken aback. In the realm of mysterious professions, there is a very special profession, the Wishmaster. This profession has no attack, defense, or survival abilities. In terms of combat ability, it is even inferior to lifestyle classes. But it has one feature, wish fulfillment. Regardless of the event, it can make a wish. If the wish is successful, then something that was impossible becomes possible. For example, when Xiaoya used the Pyromancer's class change scroll to change professions, according to the rules, this was impossible. But with the intervention of the Wishmaster, if it wishes for Xiaoya to change professions and the wish is successful, this class change can break the rules of the world, allowing Xiaoya to change professions. Of course, the success rate of this wish varies, depending on the rules of the world. The less impact it has on the world, the higher the chance of success. Conversely, if the wish is related to the world and has a significant impact, the chances of failure are greater. As far as Su Chen knows, there is only one Wishmaster in China, and they are closely guarded by the high-ranking officials. To get the Wishmaster to act, it would require a significant cost. But it seems that the Xiao family has the financial means and has done so. Su Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps this is the world of the wealthy. How about it? Su Chen, do you have any wishes you want to fulfill? Should sister buy you a wish opportunity, as long as you take me with you in the God's Domain hunting competition? Xiaoya smiled. Okay, put it on my tab. Su Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of the Wishmaster's wish opportunity, which could overturn the rules. Xiaoya was also stunned by Su Chen's words. She was just being polite, but she didn't expect this guy to take it seriously. But once the words were spoken, there was no turning back. After all, she was still a young lady. It seems that she can't joke around in front of Su Chen in the future, as he might take it seriously. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first, Xiaoya said, picking up her bag and heading towards the door. Okay, Su Chen nodded, feeling the urge to go back and craft the swallowing sky gourd. By the way, Xiaoya, I don't have a car. Can you give me a ride? Su Chen suddenly remembered something. Hearing this, Xiaoya was taken aback. Xiaoya drove a very low-key Ferrari and dropped Su Chen off at the school gate, leaving amidst the envious eyes of the students. So, the students shifted their gaze back to Su Chen. Is this guy living off a woman? Back at the Qingxin villa, Su Chen went straight to his room, took out the equipment blueprints, and started crafting. Crafting, especially artifacts, takes even longer to wait for, 3 hours. So, Su Chen waited without eating or drinking for 3 hours. Finally, the forging interface burst into a burst of golden light, and a hazy gourd-shaped object appeared, with carvings of intertwining clouds on it, and 3 ancient symbols in the center. Although Su Chen didn't recognize what the characters were, he knew the meaning of those 3 words. Swallowing Sky Gourd. No time to waste, let's check the attributes first. Su Chen excitedly held the Swallowing Sky Gourd in his hands, and the attribute interface displayed. Weapon, Swallowing Sky Gourd level, Divine Current rank, Diamond Strength, 2460 Energy, 2460 Defense Penetration, 1470 Skills, Demon Subduing. When the target enemy is identified as a monster, it can be reduced to low health, absorbed into the Swallowing Sky Gourd for digestion, which can absorb certain attributes and add them to the owner. Note, experience can be obtained normally, attributes can stack without limit. Solidification, for each monster digested, the Sky Gourd can accumulate energy to release super defense, adding 300% defense to the owner. Overturning, for each monster digested, the Sky Gourd can accumulate energy to deliver a lethal blow, adding 300% attack to the owner. Attack, defense, development. All covered, truly worthy of the name Divine Weapon. More importantly, the additional strength and energy are over 2,400, almost 3 times that of ordinary diamond equipment. Moreover, the Swallowing Sky Gourd is currently only at the diamond level, and it seems like it can still grow based on this description. Diamonds have such terrifying attributes, if it continues to grow, it will definitely become a powerful weapon. This time, he really struck gold. Su Chen was overjoyed and immediately went to the instance to test the power of the Swallowing Sky Gourd. He didn't bring anyone with him, and entered a level 40 Purgatory instance alone. Since they conquered the 5 Elements Beast instance last time, the difficulty levels of all instances have changed, and many instances have appeared in the world of the apocalypse. The giant stone town he was heading to was a newly emerged Purgatory instance. Compared to the chaotic level 5 Elements Beast instance, the difficulty of this giant stone town was much lower, reportedly successfully cleared by a top-tier team. Su Chen entered the instance and headed straight to where the boss was located. Target, Wild Stone Beast Potential, Diamond Level, 47 Health, 87615 Strength, 5480 Defense, 6029 Speed, 4822 Energy, 4966 Skills, Wild Stone Meteor, Savage Stone Fall, Rolling Stone. The boss's attributes were slightly higher than a normal diamond boss, but not too crazy. Most importantly, there was only one of it. In contrast to the 5 Elements Beast, which not only had 5, but could also switch attributes, ultimately stacking up to legendary boss levels. The best way to defeat them was to have 5 teams simultaneously take down the 5 bosses, otherwise challenging the 5 Elements Beast instance would be wishful thinking. This shows the difference between chaotic difficulty and purgatory difficulty. This time, although Su Chen summoned Little White and the others, he didn't let them take action. He had always relied on them to deal with bosses, and even when fighting alongside them, it was under the circumstances of using the Beast God's Descent. Now, with the Swallowing Sky Gourd Divine Weapon, his strength and energy attributes, after equipping it, had reached 4,000. If he used the domain of the God of Slaughter, his strength attribute could reach 6,000, although still not as high as Little Savage. At least he had some output capability, not just relying on the Beast God's Descent. So, he was going to take on this Wild Stone Beast alone. Black Purgatory. Su Chen lightly shouted, his right hand revealing the diamond-heavy sword. Another benefit of the Divine Weapon was that it did not occupy a weapon equipment slot. While using the Divine Weapon, you could still use a normal weapon, but you couldn't stack the attributes of the weapon slot. As he drew Black Purgatory, Su Chen chanted a spell to activate the domain of the God of Slaughter, increasing his strength and agility attributes at the same time. The next moment, he swiftly moved out and landed on the body of the desolate stone beast. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound rang out. The desolate stone beast had a decent defense, and Su Chen's sword strike did not cause too much damage, only taking away 1 unit of its health. The desolate stone beast reacted slowly, clumsily turning around to strike at Su Chen, but he agilely dodged it. He had rarely engaged in actual combat before, so he was not aware of the power of the God of Slaughter domain, but now he understood. The true essence of the God of Slaughter domain was not the 50% increase in power, but speed. The 100% increase in speed doubled his attributes, reaching an astonishing 9,000 plus. With the speed attribute of the desolate stone beast, it couldn't keep up with him at all. Now he finally understood why Xiaobai rarely got injured in battles, because its speed attribute would only get higher after amplification. Su Chen and the desolate stone beast then engaged in a long duel. Although Su Chen couldn't defeat it in a short time, it also found it difficult to harm him. Even if he occasionally got injured, Xiao Wu would immediately provide healing. In this battle, Su Chen's combat skills rapidly improved. By the end, his positioning was very flexible, making it difficult for the desolate stone beast to harm him. In this rhythm, Su Chen finally managed to defeat it, dropping a pile of loot and declaring the boss's death. Ayo! Xiaobai rushed forward first, excitedly licking Su Chen as if celebrating his boss kill. Xiaoman also ran over eagerly, clapping her hands together, trying to trap Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen was surprised and quickly dodged. After killing a few more bosses and fighting some minor monsters with them, Su Chen finally left the instance. To his surprise, Chu Wan was waiting outside. "Teacher Chu, what are you doing here?" Su Chen asked in surprise. "Of course, I'm here to find you," Chu Wan yawned and then said, "Come with me." "Where to?" Su Chen followed her pace and asked. "The principal's office," Chu Wan said. 10 minutes later. "Su Chen, long time no see," Principal Tang smiled at Su Chen. Su Chen also had some impression of this old man principal. "Hello, Principal Tang. This time I called you here mainly to give you a privilege. This privilege was specially requested for you by Xiao Wan, but because this privilege is unfair to other students in the school, the board of directors has been holding back on granting it to you. However, the 5 elements beast instance you recently cleared, we sent teachers to test it afterwards, and that instance is now equivalent to an epic instance. So, according to our discussion, we have decided to grant you access to instances below level 70, along with the privilege of entering instances for free. This is equivalent to opening up all mid-level instances in the school to you," Tang De said slowly. Although Su Chen had already guessed what Tang De wanted to say in the first half of his speech, he was still excited to hear that the privilege was actually granted to him. Finally, he didn't have to grind level 40 instances anymore. "By the way, can I bring others in?" Su Chen asked. Tang De was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Considering your abilities, I personally agree that you can bring them in." "Then thank you, Principal." Su Chen thanked. "Don't thank me, these matters were all handled by Xiaowan visiting each board member and finally applying for you. Although I am the principal, I do not have the authority to make decisions in this regard," Tang De said. Hearing this, Su Chen looked at Chu Wan with a deep sense of gratitude in his eyes. It had to be said that this mentor was really good to him, not to mention that she had ensured his safety in the Ren family before enrollment, but also helped him a lot after enrollment, even introducing the head of the Xiao family to him, which exceeded the normal relationship between mentor and student. And Chu Wan was still the top of the Earth ranking. This period of time probably delayed her leveling up, right? "Don't look at me like that, it's what a teacher should do, isn't it?" Feeling the hot gaze of Su Chen, Chu Wan's cold and pretty face also showed a hint of melting. She lowered her head and said. However, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, clearly showing emotional fluctuations. "What should a teacher do?" Su Chen scratched his head, wondering if a teacher needed to be so meticulous. Maybe it was because she only had one student, that's why she was so considerate? Anyway, Su Chen didn't dwell on this issue anymore. In the following days, Su Chen had a blast experiencing the feeling of clearing all the dungeons. In the level 60 dungeon, he almost crushed through with his 3 pets. And with the successful completion of these dungeons, both he and his 3 pets' levels were rapidly increasing. He had already soared from level 40 to 47, Xiaobai had reached level 34, Xiaoman's experience bar was a bit lower, directly reaching level 40, almost catching up to Su Chen. Xiao Wu's level gap was also narrowing, reaching level 28. At the same time, during this period, Su Chen began to collect epic equipment without any restrictions, preparing for the final battle in Shenzhou. And on that day, Su Yun's phone call interrupted Su Chen's crazy leveling pace. "Xiao Tian, I've made up my mind." Su Yun's voice on the phone made Su Chen realize that Su Yun was likely going to part ways with him. So he quickly exited the dungeon and returned to Qingxin Villa. "Xiao Tian, I have called the relevant department, they will send someone to pick me up soon. You were right, the time scroll has a great impact on the country and even the world, I can't be selfish. But in the future, I will have very few chances to see you." Su Yun looked at Su Chen, her eyes showing a mix of love and complexity. "When I'm not here, you must take care of yourself, study hard, and try to level up a bit more so you won't encounter danger." Su Yun's whispered instructions made Su Chen's nose tingle. Since his parents passed away, Su Yun had taken on the heavy burden at home. In Su Chen's heart, Suyun was like a sister and a mother, he couldn't bear to see Suyun leave. But he knew that secrets couldn't be kept forever, the matter of the time scroll would eventually be revealed, and Suyun would face unimaginable danger. Instead of that, it was better to let Suyun be under the protection of the country, so Suchen could also be at ease. One day, he would grow to a point where no one could ignore him, and at that time, he would bring Suyun back. "Sis, I will visit you when I have time," Suchen said softly. "Here are some time scrolls I made these days, you can take them for now." Suyun gave Suchen a storage bracelet. Suchen took it, and at that moment, national security personnel appeared at the door, watching as Suyun was taken away, leaving Suchen feeling empty inside. In the following days, Suchen immersed himself in the dungeons, crazily leveling up, until the time for the Shenzhou battle arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have found a golden resource, please go and search for it. In a level 60 dungeon, Suchen was clearing mobs with his 3 pets. The system's voice made him slightly pause, he looked down at the time. The Shenzhou battle is about to begin. Suchen muttered, immediately writing Xiaobai to search for the golden resource. Dust flew, the ground rumbled, and the surrounding adventure teams all avoided him, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. During this time, everyone knew about a beast tamer sweeping through level 60 dungeons. It was said that this guy could already one-shot epic level bosses, and the crazy thing was that he seemed to have just reached level 50. Ding! Congratulations, host, for finding the golden resource, you have obtained 3 legendary attack scrolls. The system's voice sounded, 3 legendary attack scrolls were quite good items, equivalent to Xiaobai's full force attack. It's time to go out. Suchen gazed into the distance, took a deep breath. During this time, he had been immersed in improving himself, and now his level had reached 53. Xiaoman has reached level 45, Xiaobai is at level 40, and Xiaowu is slightly behind but catching up to Xiaobai, already at level 38. Among them, Xiaobai's attributes are the most terrifying, with an average of 7,000 in the 4 main attributes even without transforming into battle form. When in transformation state, it reaches an average of 14,000. Xiaowu has around 6,500 in the 4 main attributes, and although Xiaoman's level is higher, its attributes are slightly lower than the 2 divine beasts, averaging around 4,000. This is the difference between legendary potential and divine beasts. As for Suchen himself, during this period, he has hunted nearly 1,000 monsters, and just by absorbing the attributes from the swallowing heaven gourd, he has an average of 250 points. Coupled with the linked attributes of Xiaobai and the other 2 beasts, Suchen's average 4 main attributes have now reached a terrifying 6,000, almost catching up to the divine beast Xiaowu. These values are not something even a level 60 combat profession can easily possess. Furthermore, Suchen also has the divine artifact, the swallowing heaven gourd, so in terms of actual combat, Suchen's output ability is already extraordinary. However, there is one limitation, he doesn't have many output skills. It looks like I need to collect some beast tamer skill books this time when I go out. Taking a deep breath, Suchen left the instance. The Godslayer tournament in Shenzhou is an opportunity that countless people dream of. Since Qing University has a ticket, all students should compete fairly. Why give the ticket to a freshman? Exactly, what qualifications does a freshman have? We, the seniors, have contributed so much to the university, and yet the school actually gave this thing to a freshman. Protest. We demand fair competition. At this moment, countless students outside the principal's office were holding up signs in protest, all for the sake of that ticket to the Godslayer tournament at Qing University. Most of them were seniors, all dissatisfied with this matter. Inside the principal's office, Tang Deman had a worried look on his face. He didn't expect the issue of the Godslayer tournament ticket to be exposed. What is the value of this ticket? It's probably immeasurable in terms of gold coins, and as for what one might gain from the Godslayer tournament, it's also unpredictable. But he knew that as long as one survived the Godslayer tournament, they would at least have the strength to enter the national rankings. Therefore, those powerful seniors would be the first to cause conflicts, and now the protests were getting out of hand. Grandpa Tang. At this moment, a girl in a light blue dress walked in and softly called out, "Xiaowan, have you seen Suchen yet?" Tang De asked in a serious tone. "Not yet." Chuan shook her head, her gaze slightly cold. "Is the situation very serious now?" "Yes, several students have brought the matter to the school board, and now those board members are pressuring me to resolve this issue." Tang sighed. "But wasn't it them who decided to give the ticket to Suchen in the first place?" Chuan furrowed her brows slightly. Tang De remained silent. Chuan immediately understood the cause and effect, and then bit her silver teeth lightly, changing their minds so suddenly. What kind of school board are they? Some of those students are young masters from prominent families in the capital, and the board members don't want to offend them. Tang sighed. "Is that so? They are untouchable, but can our Chu family afford to offend them? Chu Wan's beautiful eyes showed a hint of coldness. Xiao Wan, are you suggesting that the Chu family should intervene? Tang De furrowed his brows slightly. Yes. Chu Wan nodded indifferently. If the Chu family steps in, this matter can be resolved perfectly. But interfering with the order of the university by the prominent families in the capital is unprecedented. Other prominent families in the capital might take advantage of this situation. Tang De said in a deep voice. So what? Su Chen is my student now, and those old guys promised to give the ticket to Su Chen in the first place. Now they want to take it back. Do they think I have no temper? I think their heads have been a bit dizzy in recent years. Isn't it time to change the school board of Qing University? Chu Wan's indifferent tone made Tang De's gaze slightly cold. This made him suddenly realize that Chu Wan is not only the honorary mentor of Qing University, but also the future head of the Chu family. I'm afraid those old guys never dreamed they would offend Chu Wan because of this. Ding ling ling. Just then, Chu Wan's phone suddenly rang. Chu Wan took out his phone and saw the caller ID, revealing a hint of joy. Su Chen, are you out? Yes, Teacher Chu, I heard about the protests from those students, and it's related to the entry ticket for the God's Domain competition. What's going on? Su Chen asked. Hearing this, Chu Wan's expression froze slightly, then she bit her lip and said, You don't need to worry about this, the God's Domain competition is about to start in 2 days, so prepare well and leave the rest to me. On the other end of the phone, Su Chen fell silent for a moment and said, Teacher, let me handle this. After that, he hung up the phone. Chu Wan was taken aback, realizing that Su Chen was already outside the principal's office, so she hurried out with Tang De. At this moment, outside the principal's office, several senior students stood in front of Su Chen, provocatively saying, Su Chen, hand over the entry ticket for the God's Domain competition. You are not qualified to represent Qing University to enter the God's Domain competition. I'm not qualified, do you have one? Su Chen said calmly. Moreover, the entry ticket for the God's Domain competition was promised to me by the Qing University when they recruited me. Why should I give it to you? Ha, what a joke. How come I didn't hear about giving out entry tickets for the God's Domain competition when I recruited students? The God's Domain competition is not just an ordinary instance. The geniuses from various countries will enter it. If a new student like you goes in and gets killed by geniuses from other countries, wouldn't it be a disgrace for our country? In the midst of the conversation, more and more senior students surrounded Su Chen, showing signs of wanting to snatch the ticket. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and said, Bullying freshmen, huh? The senior students were stunned at his words, then coldly said, So what if we are? Hand over the ticket, and we will still be your seniors, and you will still be our junior, how about that? The entry ticket for the God's Domain competition goes to the capable. Hand over the ticket, and we will let you go. Hearing the voices around him, Su Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. Alright, the capable ones get it, then come and try to take it. With that, 3 covenant formations appeared behind Su Chen. In the next moment, 3 majestic beasts appeared out of thin air, roaring as if a fierce wind was blowing. The appearance of the 3 beasts surprised the senior students, but then they narrowed their eyes. Su Chen, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have divine beasts. In this world, strength is the key. Without fully grown divine beasts, can you still dominate? The senior students sneered. You may not be able to dominate the heavens, but dominating you is quite easy. With that, the 3 beasts roared, and one of them, Xiaobai, sat down, directly trapping a senior student under its buttocks. Su Gu. The senior students around were shocked, and the next moment they were swept up by a tornado. Xiaobai's new skill, Gale Tornado. Ugh! Xiao Wu spat out a mouthful of water, forcing the senior students to retreat. When Chu Wan and the others came out, the senior students had already been beaten to the point of crying for their parents. It was a complete mismatch in levels. Tang De and Chu Wan looked at each other, thinking that Su Chen would be at a disadvantage dealing with so many people, but now it seemed not to be the case. You are right, the God's Domain competition is not just an ordinary instance, it also represents the dignity of the country. Letting you guys in will only bring shame. So, does anyone still want the entry ticket for the God's Domain competition now? Su Chen's calm voice made the senior students realize how irrational their provocation was, and they shook their heads in tears. In a nearby tall building, a girl in Miao ethnic dress watched the scene and whispered, I told you, it's just a farce, he can easily handle it. You lost, hand over the item to me. Across from her, a girl with tears in her eyes handed over a scroll of a bug master's skill. This guy is really perverted, actually coming to attack directly. Alright, let's prepare for the God's Domain hunt. We'll be facing not only the talents of Huaxia, but also those foreign talents who are quite tricky. I heard that in the Neon Country, there is a genius who can summon demon gods. I wonder who is more perverted compared to Su Chen. and Lan stared at the figure of the boy in the sunlight, murmuring softly. The girl opposite pouted, if we could meet this guy in the God's Domain hunt, with our looks, we can definitely attract him to be our fighter. Hearing this, and Lan's expression froze, recalling the birds around the opponent during the ninefold demon tower, and immediately smiled, you might be too confident. Teacher Chu, if we beat these guys, nothing bad will happen, right? On the other side, seeing Chuan and Tang De rushing over, Suchen smiled and said, Grandpa Tang, we just beat a few old students, it should be fine, right? Chuan looked at Tang De. Tang De looked helpless, we beat them, but I don't think they will go to the school board to complain again. After all, being beaten by a new student is not a glorious thing. Hearing this, Chuan smiled satisfactorily. It seems like this way of handling things is quite correct. Su Chen also smiled. These guys just think they are new students and don't deserve the ticket to the God's Domain hunt, so they cause trouble. What better way is there than to directly beat them into submission? The answer is none. Originally Xiao Jun was planning to have the Chu family handle this matter, but I didn't expect you kid to take action directly. Tang De chuckled. Hearing this, Su Chen was stunned, turning to look at Chuan. Isn't it against the rules for the Chu family, as a force of the capital, to interfere in school matters? Hey, it's nothing, but Su Chen, the God's Domain hunt will start in 2 days. Do you have everything prepared? Chuan asked. Alright, I still need some skill books to make up for my shortcomings. I'll go find Xiaoya later to help me purchase them. Su Chen said. Xiaoya. Chuan's cold little face paused slightly, looking at Su Chen with a flickering gaze. Are you very familiar with her? Not really, just before in the southern province. She helped me sell the transfer scroll for the fire controller, and then we met again not long ago. Su Chen said. Is that so? Chuan pondered, then I'll go with you later, I also have some things I need Xiaoya's help with. Okay. Su Chen nodded, not sensing anything special. At the Xiao auction house, Xiaoya, dressed in an elegant black dress, with a tall and hot figure full of charm, perhaps due to her transformation into a fire controller, her pupils were slightly tinged with a red gleam, exuding a seductive air. Su Chen, Xiao Jun, you're here? Seeing the two, Xiaoya quickly greeted them. The God's Domain hunt is approaching. I'm planning to buy some things. Xiaoya, do you have any skill scrolls for beast tamers? Su Chen asked. Skill scrolls for beast tamers? Xiaoya was taken aback. These things are not common. One is because beast tamers are a mysterious profession, and two because beast tamers have always been considered a useless profession in the public's mind. Even if you get a skill scroll for a beast tamer, it's usually broken down into materials. What level are you looking for? Xiaoya asked. Well, preferably diamond tier or above, leaning towards the output type. Money is not a problem. Su Chen said. Alright, let me have someone check in the inventory for you. Xiaoya said, making a call and arranging for it. By the way, this is for you. Xiaoya took out something and handed it to Su Chen. A pair of jade pendants. What is this? Su Chen looked slightly puzzled as he gazed at the delicate pair of items. It is an unrestricted legendary accessory, possessing the power of mutual sensing. When together, it is equivalent to a legendary equipment, and when separated, it can sense the location of the other party. At the same time, it can activate a shield in actual combat, with 30% of the owner's health, and the ability to purify negative effects, Xiaoya introduced. Hearing this, Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Together is equivalent to legendary equipment? Then the value of this equipment is worth at least several billion. Such a precious equipment, Xiaoya actually gave it to himself. Shu Wan on the side was also shocked. She recognized this equipment. It was a popular item in a previous auction, called Mandarin Ducks. Divided as legendary equipment, combined as legendary. When separated, indeed as Xiaoya said, it can activate a shield, but when the two jade pendants are combined, they can unleash a devastating attack. It is said that this attack can easily kill legendary bosses, and even have a chance to severely injure mythical bosses. However, the cooldown for this attack is significant, requiring a month to recover. It is said that there is a method to accelerate the cooldown recovery, but Xiaoya is not aware of the specific method. I remember that this equipment was indeed acquired by the Xiao family, but it has never been released, and unexpectedly Xiaoya brought it out today, and even gave it to Su Chen. The significance of these two pieces of equipment is extraordinary. Take it, after entering the God's Domain hunt, you will still need it to find me. Consider it as your reward for protecting me in the God's Domain hunt, Xiaoya said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Chen instantly felt relieved and casually put it in his pocket. Xiaoya, are you also going to the God's Domain hunt? Shu Wan on the side asked in surprise. Yes, my father bought me a ticket to enter and participate, Xiaoya said. Hearing this, Shu Wan's eyes flickered. There are restrictions on entering the God's Domain hunt. Those above level 70 are not allowed to enter, and now she is already level 87, so she cannot enter. But, Xiaoya, help me get a level 70 binding scroll, Shuwan said. A level 70 binding scroll? Xiaoya was surprised, then showed a worried expression. Xiaowan, you must think carefully. Once the binding scroll is used, your original level cannot be restored within 6 months, and your 7 reincarnations will also be reduced to 6. If you encounter enemies of the Chu family in the God's Domain hunt, you may be in danger. Su Chen also expressed concern. Teacher Chu, you better not take the risk. Shu Wan is the future head of the Chu family in the capital, and both domestically and internationally, there are many who have their eyes on her. If it is known that she has entered the God's Domain hunt, it will surely attract assassination attempts. It's okay, I have been to the God's Domain hunt once. I know the situation inside. It's difficult to be killed, Chuan said calmly. Su Chen scratched his head, not understanding why Chuan suddenly had the idea of entering the God's Domain hunt. Before this, Chuan had never mentioned this matter. Well, I'll help you get it, Xiaoya said, not wanting to persuade further. The next day, Su Chen received a call from Xiaoya as soon as he woke up. Su Chen, there is news about the skills you wanted. One of them is the Beast Tamer's Diamond skill, Heavenly Fire Meteor. This is a spell-type large area attack skill, which can summon fire attribute meteors to attack the opponent, but its damage mainly depends on the owner's attributes and the stacking of the Beast Tamer. If there is no fire attribute Beast Tamer, the power of this skill will be correspondingly reduced. Xiaoya's words made Su Chen pensive. Heavenly Fire Meteor, a ranged attack skill, and also long-range output, seemed quite good. But the problem is, he doesn't have a fire attribute Beast Tamer yet, so the damage of this skill may not be as high as he imagined. Forget it, it's not easy to find a Beast Tamer skill. Let's get this one first, Su Chen thought to himself, then asked, Xiaoya, what about the second one? The second one is a close combat output skill of the amplification type, an epic skill, Thunder Battle Body. Xiaoya responded. After use, you will be enveloped in thunder for a period of time, and each attack will carry thunder damage. Wow, this Thunder Battle Body sounds powerful. How much for these two? Su Chen asked. The first one is from our inventory. I don't know how long it has been there. I'll just give it to you. The second one is from a veteran bounty hunter, asking for 30,000. Xiaoya said. 30,000? 30,000? Su Chen was stunned. After all, it's an epic skill. Why is it so cheap? Even if it's an epic skill for a regular warrior, it would cost several million. Xiaoya, are you kidding me? Su Chen couldn't help but doubt. Who's kidding you? Beast Tamer skills are not valuable to begin with. The reason they are scarce in the market is because no one has ever thought of selling these things. The other party is giving face to our Xiao family, so they only asked for 30,000. Anyway, this thing is just a piece of waste paper to him, Xiaoya said lightly. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but believe Xiaoya. This skill is really worthless. Who made Beast Tamer such a useless profession? However, this time, Su Chen can be said to have picked up a big bargain. These two skills can at least elevate his output space by one level, and he only spent 30,000 in total. Can you believe it? 2 skills for only 30,000? Xiaoya personally drove over to deliver the 2 skill scrolls to Su Chen, and as soon as he took the scrolls, Su Chen went back to his room to study. Then he casually went to the teleportation hall to find a simulated boss test, and as expected, it was amazing. Especially the Thunder Battle Body ability. The thunder damage can actually be added to other skills. Even the burning damage of the Black Prison was also imbued with thunder attributes. Isn't that too powerful? With an excited heart, he welcomed the official start of the God's Domain competition. The way the God's Domain competition starts is very special. On that day, the entrance ticket will turn into a teleportation channel, guiding the participants in, but you don't know when it will happen. So, when Su Chen was sleeping in the middle of the night, he was teleported to the God's Domain competition. Looking at the changing environment around him, Su Chen was dumbfounded. Where is my bed? Is this a mistake? Roar! Just then, a strange-looking creature, resembling a tiger but not quite, resembling a leopard but not quite, suddenly leaped out, its dark green eyes emitting a captivating light in the darkness. Swish! Su Chen reacted swiftly, wielding the Black Prison in his hand, blocking the strange creature in front of him. At the same time, he used the Eye of Insight. Target, Green-Eyed Demon Leopard level, 55 description, a creature accustomed to appearing in the dark, possessing formidable speed and strong hunting skills. Health, 44,521 strength, 5,341 defense, 5,062 speed, 6,044 energy, 4,832 inch. Seeing this panel, Su Chen was slightly stunned, but he didn't dwell on it. He equipped the Swallowing Sky Gourd, his strength and energy surged, then he unleashed the domain of the God of Slaughter, delivering a slash towards the green-eyed demon leopard. Minus 9,999, a terrifying slash damage, almost breaking 10,000, this is the doubled attribute. Of course, if using skills, the damage would be even higher. One slash took nearly a quarter of the green-eyed demon leopard's health. The monster let out a piercing howl, but it did not retreat. Instead, its pupils revealed a deep blood-red light. Seeing this blood-red light, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. This is a berserk state? Berserk states are extremely rare. In the dungeons he had previously conquered, it was almost impossible to encounter one. How come this monster seems to have no difficulty and went straight into a berserk state? Or, can they voluntarily enter a berserk state? Su Chen temporarily set aside this thought. The black prison in his hand continued to emit black flames. Then he struck at the berserk demon leopard. Although this demon leopard had good attributes and was now in a berserk state, it was still not enough to face Su Chen after he unleashed the domain of the god of slaughter. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Directly chopped to death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for entering the instance for the first time and gaining exploration opportunities. Congratulations to the host for exploring and discovering red resources. Detected another red resource location on this map. Please proceed to explore, host. Another red resource? Hearing the voice of the system, Su Chen was slightly stunned. Then he remembered a red resource he had explored not long ago. At that time, he searched all over the universal map but couldn't find where that red resource was. Now he finally knew. So it's in Shenzhou Julu. No wonder it couldn't be found on the ordinary maps outside, Su Chen murmured. The appearance of the red resource completely dispelled Su Chen's drowsiness, transforming him directly into a night warrior exploring the treasure land. By the way, the potential of that green-eyed demon leopard just now seems to have turned into a description. What's going on? Su Chen recalled what had just happened. System, do you know what's going on? Su Chen asked. System. All right. Su Chen sighed. It seemed that even the system didn't know. This Shenzhou Julu was indeed more mysterious than the instances outside. Even the potential of monsters couldn't be displayed. It seemed he had to be more careful. Xiao Bai. Su Chen summoned the contract array, and Xiao Bai walked out from it, jumping into Su Chen's arms and continuously sticking out its tongue to lick Su Chen. Alright, stop messing around, let's go find the treasure. Su Chen smiled as he held it. Ayo! Xiao Bai nodded, and in the next moment, transformed into a combat state, its snow-white fur faintly glowing in the dark night. Su Chen jumped onto Xiao Bai's back and urged it towards the first red resource point. It should be here. Su Chen led Xiao Bai to a dark and quiet mountain ridge, surrounded by misty fog, with bones scattered all around, exuding a gloomy atmosphere. What red resource would be here? Su Chen, riding on Xiao Bai, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw the scene around him. Let's go, Xiao Bai, it's inside. Although a bit scared, there was a red resource inside, and Su Chen wasn't planning to give up. However, upon entering, Su Chen discovered a problem. Because that red resource was actually moving. Is this a joke? Su Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but the red resource was indeed moving, and it was coming towards him? Long legs? Or... Suddenly, a series of clanging sounds rang out, and an ear-piercing sound like a tug-of-war could be heard from all directions. Swish! Tall dark figures slowly emerged from all directions, stepping with a pace that made the ground tremble, dragging various giant weapons behind them. Interesting. Su Chen widened his eyes in shock. What were these things? Insightful eye. Target, Dark Knight Legion. Description: the Night Legion buried in the chaotic graveyard, mutated by special energy, resurrected from the dead, has a strong counter-effect on healing abilities. Life, 276934 strength, 7963 defense, 8054 speed, 9432 energy, 4328 skills, dark erosion, heavy chop, dark fire. Seeing this introduction, Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Dark Knight Legion? The four-dimensional attributes were still normal, but what about that 270k life? Are you kidding me? Boom! Just then, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind. A shadow holding a heavy sword appeared out of nowhere. The Dark Knight was covered in a rusty armor, with a dried-up face under the helmet, and black vortexes for eyes. Ha! A voice came from nowhere, and the knight swung the heavy sword directly towards Su Chen's head. Xiao Bai reacted swiftly, dodging the sword. Click! The Dark Knight's heavy sword fell on a giant tree, cutting it in half. Oh my god! Su Chen was slightly shocked, looking at the Dark Knights surrounding him. His face darkened. Are you serious? Xiaoman, Xiaowu. At the next moment, two covenant formations appeared behind Su Chen, and two giant beasts roared out. Roar! Growl! Xiaoman stood like a thick wall in front of Su Chen and Xiao Bai, directly engaging in battle with the knight wielding a heavy sword. Healing won't work, Xiaoman, Xiao Bai, go all out on the offense. Su Chen also jumped down from Xiao Bai and commanded. According to past practice, the stronger these dark knights were, the rarer the treasures born from the resources. For example, the spider nest they entered when looking for Xiao Wu before. And this Dark Knight Legion was obviously stronger than that spider nest. Roar! Xiao Bai took the lead, emitting a red light from his body, while a gust of wind attribute energy spewed out, instantly tearing a Dark Knight into pieces. But strangely, shortly after the Dark Knight fell to the ground, it stood up again. Can't die? Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly, but he noticed that the 270,000 health bar had decreased significantly. I see, they are sharing a health bar. They can't die until the health bar is emptied. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and from then on, he had no more reservations, and he and Xiao Bai went all out on the offense. Thunder Battle Form. Su Chen did not hesitate to use his newly learned epic skill. At the next moment, crackling thunder danced around Su Chen's body, even within himself, as if thunder was surging. This indescribable sense of power was intoxicating. Then, let's begin. Su Chen clenched his right fist, the black prison appeared, and the swallowing sky gourd shimmered behind him. Bang! In the next moment, Su Chen shot out like a bolt of lightning, leaving arcs of lightning flashing in his wake. After using the thunder battle form, Su Chen felt that his speed had increased by another level, and he could move freely among those dark knights. Black Prison. With a slash, black fire attribute damage, along with lightning attribute damage, danced in the air. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The health of the Dark Knight Legion decreased visibly at a rapid pace. While Su Chen exerted all his strength on the offense, his pets also did not hold back, using their strongest skills one after another. Finally, with Su Chen's last slash, the health of the Dark Knight Legion was finally reduced to 0. Boom! These knights fell to the ground with a crash, turning into a pile of ash and dropping items. One warrior dropped an egg from his arms, with patterns on its surface rising like flames, looking vivid and captivating. When Su Chen saw this egg, he couldn't help but feel joy. The third Divine Beast Egg. I wonder what kind of divine beast will hatch from this egg. With anticipation, Su Chen and Xiao Bai formed a circle, quietly watching the red egg. Gurgle. Finally, under the expectant gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, the red egg shook slightly. It's hatching! It's hatching! Su Chen exclaimed excitedly. Come on, little one! With Su Chen's encouragement, a visible crack appeared on the red egg's body, gradually widening until it completely split open. A red little head emerged from the eggshell, with a sharp beak, a pair of ruby-like eyes, and fluttering wings. Whoosh! At the next moment, the little creature suddenly spread its wings, and a red glow filled the sky, revealing a noble bird in front of Su Chen. Covered in magnificent and precious feathers, the bird used its claws to break open the eggshell, looking lifelike like a piece of art. Its colorful crest stood tall, like a proud little princess. The third Divine Beast, Vermilion Bird. Target, Vermilion Bird Potential, Divine Beast Life, 501 Strength, 79 Defense, 64 Speed, 89 Energy, 107 Skills, Crimson Eyes, Skyfire Domain, 1000 Feathers of Fire, Transformation. Crimson Eyes, the Vermilion Bird has the ability to detect the weak points of the enemy, and can lock onto targets within range. When attacking a locked target, the Vermilion Bird deals 30% more damage and has a tracking effect. Each time the target is hit, a burning mark is stacked. Skyfire Domain, Suzaku activates fire attribute energy to strike a specific area, then seals off the area to form a flame domain. Within the flame domain, Suzaku's spell damage gradually increases, up to a maximum of 50%. At the same time, fire tornadoes continuously burn and damage enemies within the domain, while targets within the flame domain receive a burning mark every second. Myriad Fire Feathers, Suzaku shoots countless feathers, causing a large-scale fire rain attack with each feather carrying 30% spell damage and adding a burning mark to enemies. When all feathers have fallen, the burning marks on all targets will explode, each mark equivalent to 50% of Suzaku's spell damage. Transformation, Suzaku has the ability to transform into a combat form, with attributes stacking 100% during transformation. Note, each burning status will deduct 1% of the target's health per second, and each mark lasts for 5 seconds. After reading Suzaku's introduction, Su Chen spat out a mouthful of saliva. Based on this introduction, it is not difficult to see that this is a pet completely focused on violent output. Compared to Xiao Bai's balanced output and Xiao Wu's defensive support, Suzaku is undoubtedly a pet that maximizes output. Apart from the transformation skill that divine beasts must have, the other 3 innate skills of Suzaku are all output skills, and all of Suzaku's skills are spells. In the future, it may replace Xiao Bai as the main damage dealer. Your name will be Xiao Hong. Looking at Suzaku, Su Chen showed a loving expression. Chirp, chirp. Hearing this, Suzaku immediately lowered its proud head and affectionately rubbed against Su Chen's chest. At the same time, it transformed back into its juvenile form and flew into Su Chen's arms. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suzaku flapped its wings twice in Su Chen's arms, as if saying it was comfortable there. Su Chen chuckled. Before he could say anything, a white shadow suddenly rushed up and swiped at Xiaohong's head. Roar! Xiaobai also transformed into its juvenile form, glaring angrily at Xiaohong, looking furious. Su Chen's mouth twitched, suddenly realizing that Xiaobai had always claimed his territory in his arms, and even Xiaowu only dared to stay on his shoulder after being born, never daring to compete with Xiaobai for that spot. However, Xiaowu had a gentle personality, unlike Xiaohong. Faced with Xiaobai's threatening gaze, Xiaohong showed a stubborn refusal to leave Su Chen's embrace. This made Xiaobai furious, as it did not expect this newcomer to dare to challenge its position. It let out a roar, displaying its imposing attributes. Xiaohong had just been born and was only at level 1, far below Xiaobai in terms of attributes. Under this pressure, Xiaohong whimpered in grievance and reluctantly gave up the spot. Seeing this, Xiaobai snorted and confidently ran back into Su Chen's arms, enjoying the most comfortable position. Xiaohong flew to Su Chen's shoulder in a dejected manner, noticing a green tortoise there, and started chirping loudly. Xiaowu. Helpless, it had to stay quiet. So Xiaowu simply shrunk back into Su Chen's pocket. Xiaohong quieted down, but still occasionally glanced at the spot in Su Chen's arms, clearly not giving up. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a headache, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating. He didn't expect them to fight over a spot. However, Xiaohong clearly coveted Xiaobai's position. At the moment, it didn't have the strength to compete with Xiaobai, but once its level increased, things might change. Two divine beasts fighting? Su Chen found himself looking forward to it, so he quickly took the 3 pets to level up. However, after a while, he felt drowsy. As per his usual habit, he would sleep on Xiaobai. But for some reason, Xiaobai was acting like it had taken some kind of stimulant, crazily killing monsters to level up. Xiaohong couldn't defeat the monsters now, but somehow managed to get Xuanwu to obey her commands and help her level up. Both sides were now in a standoff. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. There's no way, I can only ask Xiaoman to come out and make do, but this actually makes Su Chen feel relieved. At least he doesn't have to push them. These 3 mythical beasts will level up on their own, right? The next day, in the Shenzhou hunting forest. Xiaoya, stop running. I know you have a lot of treasures on you, hand them over, I won't make things difficult for you. In the vast forest, a man with a gloomy appearance moves through the woods, holding a black scythe in his hand. And ahead of him is the somewhat disheveled Xiaoya. She never expected to encounter the infamous death god killer Qin Jinming here. The Hunters Guild is notorious for being a group of people who only care about profit and not about people. Especially in this Shenzhou hunting, no one will know what happened, so when Qin Jinming saw Xiaoya, he had malicious intentions, first robbing her, then killing her. However, he didn't know that Xiaoya had been seasoned in the market for many years, with sharp eyes that saw through his intentions at a glance. Right now, Xiaoya is using a speed scroll to escape, but the effective time of this speed scroll is running out. After it expires, there will be a cooldown period, and if she can't shake off Qin Jinming by then, it could be bad. Xiaoya grips the jade pendant on her chest, feeling a bit embarrassed. This despicable guy, what is he up to? Why is he not moving at all? Xiaoya, this is the Shenzhou hunting. Even if you run, you can't run back to the real world. I advise you to obediently hand over all your treasures to me, otherwise, when your speed scroll expires, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Jinming stares at Xiaoya, his eyes showing a hint of ruthlessness. Hearing this, Xiaoya feels a sense of urgency. There is still a distance to Su Chen's location from here, and the speed scroll obviously won't last until then. By that time, she will definitely be caught up by Qin Jinming. As for the nonsense he's spouting, she doesn't believe a word of it. Given the notorious reputation of the Hunters Guild, Qin Jinming would probably dispose of her as soon as he gets the items. Time passes, with only 30 seconds left for the speed scroll to take effect, and at this moment, the figure on the other side of the jade pendant finally moves. Swish! As the effective time of the speed scroll disappears, Xiaoya's speed suddenly drops, and Qin Jinming finally catches up as he wished. Looking at Xiaoya, he sneers, I really don't understand, you're only at level 40-something, how dare you enter the Shenzhou hunting to die? Are you relying on the wealth of the Xiao family? Hee, without strength to support, those items are ultimately just laughable external forces. Now hand over the items on you, and I'll let you go. Qin Jinming says indifferently. Xiaoya remains silent. Seeing this, Qin Jinming becomes impatient. Didn't you hear me? Give me the items, or don't blame me for taking them myself. A strange look suddenly appears in Xiaoya's eyes. If you have the ability, then make a move. Qin Jinming is stunned at her words, his eyes narrow slightly. Does Xiaoya have some secret weapon? He quickly dismisses this concern. Even if she has a secret weapon, what can she do? Xiaoya is only at level 40-something, can she really kill him? The next moment, Qin Jinming mercilessly swings his scythe towards Xiaoya's neck, aiming to kill her so that all the items prepared by the Xiao family will be his. The Xiao family is known as the #1 wealthy family in the capital, and the items they have prepared will not disappoint him. However, as soon as his scythe is swung, he senses something is wrong because there seems to be a faint sound of breaking wind behind him. Qin Jinming quickly turns around, only to meet a pair of large tiger eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent. Bang! The next moment, the tiger's claw prints on Qin Jinming's body, sending him flying several meters, his health plummeting. Cough cough. Qin Jinming, covered in blood, gets up from the ground, looking at the figure that appeared, a hint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. It's you, Xiuchen. Do I know you? Su Chen looked at Qin Jinming and yawned. He is from the Hunters Guild, so you should have heard of him. Xiaoya stepped forward slowly. So you're from the Hunters Guild, then you can die. Su Chen waved his hand at the words. Ah! The little white tiger pounced forward and slapped Qin Jinming to death, not even saying any last words. Does the Hunters Guild send such trash to embarrass themselves? Su Chen frowned at the scene. Trash? Xiaoya looked at Su Chen strangely and said with a bitter smile, this guy is considered a talented individual in the Hunters Guild, otherwise why would they send him out? But this time the Hunters Guild sent 10 geniuses to participate in the God's Domain hunt, and Qin Jinming is just at the bottom of the list. 10 people? Su Chen was not very interested in Qin Jinming, but was surprised by the number mentioned by Xiaoya. How does the Hunters Guild have so many entry tickets? Xiaoya raised her eyebrows. Have you forgotten? The Hunters Guild is backed by the 4 major families of the Magic City. What's so strange about them producing a few tickets for the God's Domain hunt? That makes sense. Su Chen scratched his head. But in previous years, the most people the Hunters Guild sent was only 5, so this time is indeed a bit unusual. I wonder if there is a specific purpose behind it. Xiaoya said. Let's talk about you instead. How did you encounter this guy? Su Chen was no longer interested in that topic. Hearing this, Xiaoya explained the situation. If I hadn't come, would you really have waited to die? Su Chen blinked. What do you think? Xiaoya smiled slightly. What should we do next? Su Chen asked, as it was his first time participating in the God's Domain hunt and he didn't know what to do. Previously, Shuan said she would tell him what to do, but ever since he received the legendary equipment from Xiaoya, she had been ignoring him and he didn't know what was going on. Well, according to my information, there are many artifact legacies and resources in the God's Domain hunt. As long as you pass the tests at these resource points, you can receive rewards. Many people come for this reason, Xiaoya said. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but think of the place where the Dark Knight Legion was just now. Could that be a resource point? I wonder if the universal map works here. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly opened his universal map, and the map clearly marked those resource points. For a moment, Su Chen was a bit stunned. Let me ask, how do you find those resource points? Are they directly marked on the map? Su Chen asked. Directly marked on the map? Xiaoya looked at Su Chen strangely. What are you thinking? To find the resource points, you first need to hunt down monsters, and the monsters will randomly drop maps to the resource points. Only then can you find the resource points. Su Chen took a deep breath at the words. I'll tell you something that you may not believe, my map really does have marked resource points. Xiaoya? Several minutes later, Su Chen and Xiaoya appeared outside a resource point. The monsters around them and the small monsters outside were obviously different, with much higher attributes. And behind these monsters, there was a golden light shining. At this moment, Xiaoya finally believed Su Chen's words. His map was different from hers, he could directly see the resource points? But I have a question. Why is the highest level resource point on the map only gold? There is no black gold, purple gold, or even red resources. Su Chen asked puzzled. Wasn't it said that the God's Domain hunt has top-tier red resources? Oh, those resources require specific trigger methods. In the God's Domain hunt, there is a God's Domain city where you can exchange for corresponding resources. Xiaoya explained while secretly feeling lucky. It's a good thing that this guy's map doesn't show those 3 types of resources, otherwise she would have suspected that this kid was cheating. Can they be exchanged for? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. The gameplay of conquering Shenzhou seemed to be more than he had imagined. Well, let's clear this resource point first, Xiaoya said. Alright, Xiaobai, Xiaowu, Xiaohong, go, Su Chen beckoned, and in the next moment, 3 giant beasts charged into the resource point. Seeing this scene, Xiaoya couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Beast masters were really something, not having to fight themselves. But soon she realized something was wrong. How come there were 3 divine beasts? She remembered that when they were in the southern province, Suchen only had one divine beast. Where did these two divine beasts come from? Xiaoya looked at Suchen suspiciously, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Suchen pondered for a moment and slowly said, I said I found them, do you believe me? Xiaoya didn't say anything, but her step back was serious. Others had never seen divine beasts in their lifetime, yet this kid had 3 of them. While others controlled beasts, he controlled divine beasts. No wonder he was so abnormal. After a while, the 3 divine beasts returned, bringing back a pile of loot. Suchen wasn't very interested in these drops, as the system used to give him purple and gold resources every day. However, when he saw what the drops were, he was stunned. This is exclusive equipment? Black Moon wrist guard level, epic restrictions, Beastmaster attack, 739 defense, 876 exclusive skill, Moonlight, active skill, triggers a moonlight that continuously restores the Beastmaster's mana and generates a moonlight shield for them. Beastmaster's exclusive equipment? Xiaoya was also stunned to see this equipment. They had never heard of such equipment before, even though the Xiao family owned the largest trading company in Huaxia. Moreover, such equipment had never appeared in the Shenzhou conquest before. Interesting, Suchen yawned. It didn't matter why he had this equipment, as it was exclusive to him, so there was no reason not to use it. This was actually his first epic equipment. If he could collect a set of exclusive Beastmaster equipment in the Shenzhou conquest, that would be amazing. Let's continue searching for resources. Suchen's eyes flashed as he checked the map for resource locations. Without much hesitation, a few minutes later, Suchen led Xiaoya to another golden resource area. There were many small monsters around, and Xiaobai cleared them out, while Suchen collected the resources dropped by the monsters. As the young lady of the Xiao family, Xiaoya naturally wouldn't compete with Suchen for these things. She came here for 2 reasons, to gain experience quickly and level up, and for another important matter. But now was not the time. 3 days later. This is it. The exchange token, once you collect it, you can go to Shenzhou City to exchange for high-level resource locations. Xiaoya pointed excitedly at a token in Suchen's arms. The token had a unique design, with vivid black wings painted on it, giving off an inexplicable sense of oppression. Is this the exchange token? Suchen raised an eyebrow, surprised that the drop rate of this token was so low, taking 3 days to get one. And this speed was achieved while he could discover normal resource points. For those who needed to defeat small monsters to find normal resource points, getting such an exchange token would be extremely difficult. Usually, 1 exchange token can only exchange for black gold resources, 3 can exchange for purple gold resources, and 5 can exchange for red resources. Xiaoya said, 5 tokens to exchange for red resources? That means it will take 15 days, Suchen frowned, finding the efficiency a bit low, considering that the Shenzhou conquest was only open for a month. For ordinary people to collect 5 exchange tokens, it would take even longer, making it rare for anyone to collect 5 tokens and unlock the final red resources. That's considered fast. If you're unlucky, you might not even get 1 exchange token in a month, Xiaoya said. By the way, do you plan to use this exchange token? Exchange a black gold resource? Suchen shook his head. It's not worth it. Xiaoya also smiled when she heard this. She knew Suchen would say that, after all, he had the advantage of being able to view ordinary resource points. Perhaps within a month, he would have the opportunity to collect 5 exchange tokens. If he used one now, it would be a waste. Let's brush up on some more resources, see if we can gather the 5 exchange tokens soon, and also find out about Teacher Chu's whereabouts, Suchen said softly. In the past 3 days, he had been lazy, letting Xiao Bai and the others handle the monsters while he, as the master, shared the experience. The experience gain rate in Shenzhou Zhulu was indeed very high. In just 3 days, it was equivalent to 10 days in a level 60 instance for him. 4 more days passed. It had been 7 days since Suchen entered Shenzhou Zhulu. During this time, he had obtained 2 more exchange tokens and encountered some other entrants. However, those people's levels were not low, and with Suchen accompanied by several fierce and evil beasts, they did not dare to offend him. But this time, they ran into trouble. They are from Huaxia, and there's also a beautiful girl with them. A team from the Neon Country met Suchen and Xiaoya at a resource point. These people were clearly not interested in Suchen, but when they saw Xiaoya by his side, they showed a hint of infatuation. Xiaoya could rightfully be called a stunning beauty, with a tall figure, a beautiful face, and a mature charm that would make any man's heart flutter. At this moment, Xiaoya was wearing a mage's robe that was easy to move in, accentuating her perfect and voluptuous figure, making people drool over her. The Neon people were obviously attracted by Xiaoya's beauty. However, Suchen could not understand their conversation as he did not know Japanese. But Xiaoya's face was as cold as ice, even clenching her fists, indicating that the neon people were using vulgar language. Sigh, Suchen sighed. He didn't pick fights, but he wasn't afraid of them either. Moreover, they were just a few neon people. I'll give you 3 seconds to apologize, Suchen said calmly to the neon people. 3. Curry chicken baby. Rakiwa, the neon people said. 2. Suchen counted calmly. Baga. Wa cookingwa, the neon people shouted. 1. Suchen's countdown ended. Very well, you've missed your chance perfectly. Before the neon people could react, Suchen suddenly had a black heavy sword in his hand and swung it at them. Haksiwa. Baga died. Several neon people didn't even understand what was happening before one of their companions was cut down by Suchen, causing them to scream in fear. Get lost, this Huaxia person actually attacked directly. Dare to kill Sangtian Jun. Let's kill him. Watch my ninjutsu Earth escape sneak attack on him. Several neon people shouted, causing Suchen to frown. What were they talking about? Could they speak human language at all? Suchen, be careful, that person can use Earth escape. Xiaoya hurriedly reminded. Earth escape? Suchen was stunned. These neon people could actually use ninjutsu Earth escape. Were they awakened as ninja class? Xiao Man. Facing the neon person who had disappeared into the ground, Suchen gave a faint shout. The next moment, a contract magic array appeared behind him, and Xiaoman's burly figure emerged, stomping heavily on the ground. Baga. The neon person who had burrowed into the ground emerged in a sorry state, looking angrily at Xiaoman. But upon seeing his towering figure, the person was stunned. This Huaxia person can actually summon giant beasts? Could he be a summoner like Lord Shenmu, who can summon our demon gods? He must be able to defeat this guy. The neon people discussed. Suchen looked at these guys, wondering if they were crazy or something. At the brink of death, they were talking nonsense. Or worry about your own little life. Suchen waved expressionlessly, looking ferocious at the neon people, and then sat down with a thud. Huaxia person, you. Before the neon people could finish their words, they were sat on by Xiaoman with a thud and fell silent. After Xiaoman left, there was no bloody scene, only a few dropped items appeared in place, emitting a faint light. Did you just kill them? Xiaoya asked, looking at the piles of dropped items. Yes, I couldn't understand what they were saying, so there was no way to communicate, so I killed them, Suchen said lightly. Just because of that? Xiaoya's mouth twitched. Although, isn't this reason a bit far-fetched? Well, of course, these guys were looking at you with lecherous eyes, Suchen said seriously. Hearing this, Xiaoya's eyes softened a bit. By the way, what were those guys talking about just now? Suchen asked. They seemed to mention someone called Shenmu Jun, saying something about summoning a demon god, Xiaoya said after thinking. Summoning a demon god? Suchen smiled, wondering if that so-called demon god was a match for Xiao Bai and the others. Hey, there's an exchange voucher in the dropped items of these guys. Suddenly, Xiaoya exclaimed excitedly. Suchen looked over and indeed, they were now only 1 voucher away from the 5 needed. I wonder if there's any difference between the red resources in Shenzhou Julu and the red resources rewarded by the system? Let's speed up the process. I can't wait to exchange, Suchen said eagerly. Xiao Bai, Xiao Hong. Suchen murmured softly, and Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong came forward. After this period of leveling up, Xiao Hong had made great progress and had reached level 28. However, there was still a big gap to catch up with Xiao Bai, but now she could take on a certain output position. Whoever finds the 5th exchange voucher first will get a reward, Suchen said with a smile. Aoo. Gee. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong widened their eyes, and in the next moment, Xiao Bai rushed out first, followed closely by Xiao Hong. After a while, Xiao Hong flew back and grabbed Little Wu hidden in Suchen's pocket. Suchen shared the location of the Universal Map's resource points with them, and then they each attacked 2 resource points. Aren't you worried about them getting into trouble? Xiaoya asked softly. No, their attributes are much higher than these monsters. Xiao Bai is a balanced output pet with both endurance and output capabilities, while the combination of Xiao Hong and Little Wu is also extreme output and extreme support. So they can act separately. Suchen said. Which way should we go? Xiaoya asked. Us? Of course, we'll clear this resource point on our faces, Suchen said casually, summoning the black prison heavy sword in his hand. Hearing this, Xiaoya was stunned. They were going to clear this resource point? In Xiaoya's impression, wasn't Suchen always relying on pet battles? Now he was going to clear resource points himself? Although Xiaoya knew Suchen's true strength, the monsters in those resource points were also very strong. Could Suchen handle it? But soon, she realized how unnecessary her worries were. After activating the Thunder Battle Body, Suchen became like a killing god, wielding the black prison heavy sword to slaughter the monsters in the group, with various attribute spells responsible for clearing the surrounding area. Wait, isn't this guy a beast tamer? How does he have such strong spell damage? Despite their efforts, luck didn't seem to be on their side this time, and it took 3 full days without refreshing a single exchange voucher. It was like in a card game where all the cards were almost collected except for the last one, that kind of urgent feeling. In short, it was very tormenting. And now, Su-chen was feeling exactly that. Just one last exchange token, and you can exchange the red resources in Shenzhou Julu. The drop rate here is doubled, and the rewards for red resources may be even better than what the system gives. But in this Shenzhou Julu, it seems like they don't want him to get that last exchange token, so Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong have been exhausted for the past 3 days. Even the capitalists couldn't bear to see it, but for the rewards mentioned by Su-chen, the few little ones are still trying their best to gather resources. Forget it, let's stop gathering. Su-chen waved his hand. The few mythical beasts returned, looking at Su-chen with confusion. Without gathering resources, there is no way to get the last exchange token. Is Su-chen giving up? Similarly, Xiaoya also looked at Su-chen with confusion. In her mind, Su-chen is not someone who gives up easily, especially when they are just one step away from the red resources. There is not only one way to obtain the exchange token. We don't need to focus solely on gathering resources, Su-chen explained when he saw their puzzled looks. But the only way to get the exchange token is by gathering resources. Xiaoya frowned, but she realized she misspoke as the source of their 4th exchange token was different. Su-chen, you're not thinking of. Xiaoya widened her eyes, looking incredulous. That's right, we're going to steal. Since we can't gather the exchange token, let's just steal from others. I believe those who have survived until now should have an exchange token on them, Su-chen said calmly. But, is that a good idea? Xiaoya said, but her excitement was no less than Su-chen's. Robbery. This is something the young lady from the Xiao family has never done before, but it sounds quite interesting. Let's do it. Xiao Bai, Xiao Hong, Xiao Wu, Xiao Man, what do you think? Whoa. Chirp. Roar. The 4 eagerly nodded, clearly tired of repeatedly gathering resources and wanting to do something new. You guys are just like your master. But it's rare to see you all so united. Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh. Hearing this, the 4 glanced at each other, and Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong's eyes were filled with tension. Xiao Bai jumped into Su-chen's arms and provocatively looked at Xiao Hong. Chirp chirp. Xiao Hong looked at Xiao Bai with resentment, knowing it was not its match at the moment, so it could only seek comfort elsewhere. Finally, it flapped its wings and flew towards Xiaoya. After spending these days together, the pets were already familiar with Xiaoya, and they could even be affectionate with her. Xiao Hong nestled in Xiaoya's arms, rubbing its head against her soft spots, showing a content expression. Seeing this, Xiao Bai looked incredulous, then envy crept into its eyes. It looked up at Su-chen, with a hint of disdain in its eyes, suddenly feeling that its proud territory was not so appealing anymore. Su-chen, seeing Xiao Bai's change in expression, couldn't help but feel speechless. What a disappointment! Xiaoya finally comforted Xiao Hong in her arms and then looked at Su-chen. If we're going to rob, who should we rob? Well, I have an idea, but I can't find their location, Su-chen said. You mean the neon people? Here, take this, it should be useful. Xiaoya handed Su-chen a device similar to a watch. What is this? Su-chen couldn't help but ask. I just found it on those neon people. It seems to be a communication tool. With it, you should be able to locate other neon people, Xiaoya said. A communication tool? Didn't they say all communication tools in Shenzhou Julu would fail? How do these guys have something that ignores the rules? Su-chen was slightly surprised. Perhaps the neon people came prepared this time, so they brought these strange things, Xiaoya said softly. Su-chen nodded and began to study how to use this communication tool. However, in the end, he only found a button that seemed to function like a recording device. So, Su-chen pressed the button and said, Bagaya Road. Shenmu Jun. How do you say that in Japanese? He asked, turning back. Kusujiwa, Xiaoya replied. Kusujiwa. Su-chen pressed the button again and shouted at the device. Watching this, Xiaoya couldn't help but feel her face flush with heat. This guy actually said such vulgar words, but for some reason, she didn't feel any disgust in her heart. At this moment, in front of a resource point in Shenzhou Julu, a man in hunting attire heard a voice coming from his communication watch, his face turning pale. Beside him, several neon people also heard the same words, all with strange expressions. That despicable Gongsheng, how dare he insult the young master Shenmu? The man in hunting attire said angrily. That's not Gongsheng's voice, someone has taken his communication tool. Shenmu Xing said with an unpleasant expression. I want to see who it is, daring to steal from us neon people. Shenmu Xing's gaze was cold. Young master Shenmu, why bother going yourself for such a petty person? Let me go instead. I will definitely bring this person back to you alive for questioning. A stern-faced man stepped forward. Seeing him, Shinmu Xing nodded. Alright, go and bring the person back. Remember, you must bring him alive before me. Shinmu Xing said coldly. As the head of the Shinmu family, he was actually insulted by someone in front of so many people. If he didn't make the person beg for mercy on the ground, where would he put his face? Yes, the stern man nodded, turned around, opened his communication watch, and began to check the location of Su Chen and the others. You two, come with me. Meanwhile, Su Chen rubbed his head, looking at the communication device. Why was there no response? Maybe I'm not doing it right? Su Chen wondered, fiddling with it a few more times, still no response, so he casually threw the thing into the storage space. What do we do now? Xiaoya asked, tilting her head. If we can't find the neon people, then we'll have to find someone else. Anyway, everyone in the Shenzhou Zhulu was an opponent, so it's easy to find a few people, Su Chen said with a casual smile. It's impossible to farm resource points, not in this lifetime. He always felt like Shenzhou Zhulu was playing tricks on him, so it was safer to snatch from others. Okay, Xiaoya thought for a moment and nodded slightly. With Su Chen around, what was there to be afraid of? The two rode on Little White and headed straight for a resource point. If their estimation was correct, they should encounter someone. At this moment, a team from the Stick Country was farming at this resource point. The team consisted of 3 men and a woman, with the woman seemingly leading the group. The woman had a very sweet appearance, which was almost a characteristic of Stick Country girls. As for the 3 male companions, their attire and equipment were extraordinary, treating the woman like a precious gem, not even letting her lift a finger. Mississippi Park Mihyun, Shenzhou Zhulu doesn't seem as difficult as we imagined. With the 3 of us protecting you, we will definitely gain something here. When we return to the real world, you will have the strength to compete for the throne with your brother. Yes, you are already a genius, and after experiencing Shenzhou Zhulu, you will surely become even more extraordinary. The 3 Stick Country boys praised, sounding a bit like bootlickers. And the girl named Park Mihyun seemed to have gotten used to their flattery, responding calmly and coldly. Let's finish up here quickly and move on to the next resource point. We've been in Shenzhou Zhulu for so long, and we've only collected 1 exchange voucher. I'm afraid that by the end, we won't even be able to exchange for a single purple gold resource point. Her words made the 3 Stick Country boys feel a bit embarrassed, so they increased their output with more endurance. Soon, they finally finished farming this resource point, and to their excitement, they found an exchange voucher at this resource point. Princess. Exchange token. The 3 Stick boys handed the token to Park Mihyun as if presenting a treasure. Seeing the token, Park Mihyun's cold face finally showed a hint of joy. As the 4 of them were about to leave, they encountered Little Barbarian blocking the way. Not good, it's an ambush. Princess, be careful. One of the Stick boys shouted. Ambush my foot? Su Chen and Xiaoya strolled out from behind, the former lazily yawning and looking at the 4 with some interest. If I didn't mishear just now, did you guys just get an exchange token? Su Chen's words left the 4 Stick boys somewhat puzzled, but luckily one of the boys was fluent in the language of Huaxia, and he translated Su Chen's words to Park Mihyun. Park Mihyun then glanced at Su Chen and Xiaoya, said something to the boy, and the Stick boy showed a hint of embarrassment. What did she say? Su Chen couldn't help but ask Xiaoya upon seeing this. That girl seems to be saying that we can follow her, and they will protect us. Xiaoya's eyes also showed some strangeness. Su Chen was stunned. He looked at the tall little barbarian beside him and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Did they look like they were seeking refuge? Enough talk, robbery. Hand over all the valuable things on you. Su Chen's black prison appeared in his hand as he shouted loudly. Hearing this, the Stick boys' faces changed immediately, and one of them translated Su Chen's intentions to Park Mihyun with an unpleasant expression. Park Mihyun was taken aback, looked at Su Chen in surprise, and then said something else. The Stick boy looked displeased and said to Su Chen, Hey, our princess is giving you a chance. Leave now, and we'll pretend this never happened. She also said that robbery is not a good habit, and she hopes you won't do it again in the future. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Was this Stick princess a bit too naive? This is robbery. Hey, do you think this is a child's playhouse? Su Chen's eyes flashed, then little barbarian angrily pounded his chest and grabbed one of the Stick boys and pressed him to the ground. The Stick boy struggled in fear. Princess, save me. Please, don't hurt him. Seeing this, Park Mihyun immediately showed an anxious expression and pleaded with Su Chen. The other 2 Stick boys saw the princess pleading and realized it was their chance to perform. Damn Huaxia people, dare to lay hands on us, you're dead. The other 2 Stick boys charged forward. However, these 2 were just ordinary knights, not even considered as mysterious professions. They could only dominate in ordinary resource points because their level attributes were slightly higher. And Su Chen, the one thing he wasn't afraid of was opponents with higher attributes. Slash. Su Chen smirked, barely moving his body, just raised black prison and slashed horizontally, sending the two stick boys flying. With one slash, both of their sword shields had a gap cut through, with a strand of black flame burning. The two stick boys were stunned, staring dumbfounded at their sword shields, a look of disbelief on their faces. How was this possible? Their sword shields were diamond-grade equipment, yet they were cut through by a single slash. How high must this person's damage be? At least far surpassing theirs. This scene also caught the eye of the stick boy under little barbarian's feet, and he stopped struggling. Park Mi-hyun looked deeply at Su Chen and said something to the stick boy who understood Hwaseol language. "We are willing to give you our things," the stick boy under little barbarian's feet said with difficulty. Su Chen waved his hand at this and signaled little barbarian to let the person go, then smiled and said, "Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Now you can hand over your items, exchange tokens, equipment, and skill scrolls all at once. You too. Although your sword shields are broken, this armor should still be worth a few coins. Take it off. And you, as the stick princess, that's the famous accessory, the blue heart of the sea, right? Take it off. Take it off. Your mage robe seems pretty nice too." Su Chen pointed at Park Mi-hyun, but as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the strange look Xiaoya was giving him. "Ahem, you don't need to take off that clothes." Su Chen coughed twice. The three stick boys looked like they were about to cry. What on earth was going on? Were they actually being robbed in the game? It was hard to believe. Park Mi-hyun on the side pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes staring at Su Chen. Wasn't it said that the people of Hwaseol cherished peace? Why did this man seem different? From Su Chen's eyes, she saw a strong sense of aggression. A few minutes later, the stick people finally emptied everything, from their storage space to the clothes they were wearing. At this moment, the stick boys were only wearing 3 pieces of newbie clothes and shoes. Park Mi-hyun was still okay, but the high-quality accessories on her wrists and neck were also taken by Su Chen. She looked at Su Chen with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Not bad, quite cooperative. I didn't expect to encounter such a cooperative audience on my first robbery. It seems I'm suited for this job. Su Chen looked satisfied at his loot, excitedly. Nearby, one of the stick boys couldn't help but shudder upon hearing his words. "And the exchange tokens, finally got 5, no, actually 1 extra," Su Chen said with a smile. "What?" Upon hearing his words, the stick people were all shocked. This guy actually had 6 exchange tokens? Could it be that he robbed them all? The 4 stick people looked at each other in disbelief. "Well, the job is done, we'll take our leave. You guys keep working on collecting resources. Maybe we'll meet again next time if fate allows," Su Chen said with a smile. With that, he left with Xiaoya and Xiaoman. "Princess, these people from Hwaseol are despicable." The stick boys had ugly expressions. "Yeah, and he even said we might meet again by fate. Who wants to meet him again?" Park Mi-hyun looked at the 3 disheveled men, pondering, "They can rob us, can't we rob others?" Upon hearing this, the 3 stick boys were stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. Yeah, why didn't they think of that? If Su Chen could rob them, it meant that there were no rules against looting in the game, so Su Chen didn't know that his actions had changed the entire gameplay of the game. At the same time, we've collected 5 exchange tokens, should we go to Shenzhou City now? Xiaoya looked at the exchange tokens in Su Chen's hand, licking her lips with anticipation. Su Chen must be the fastest to collect 5 exchange tokens in this game, right? I wonder what rewards the red resources obtained with 5 exchange tokens will bring. But Su Chen shook his head and asked, not in a hurry, can these exchange tokens only be used to exchange resource locations? Of course not, exchange tokens are like the universal currency in the game. In Shenzhou City, there are many NPCs where you can buy potions, skill scrolls, and more, Xiaoya explained. In that case, it's better to have more exchange tokens, Su Chen said. Xiaoya looked puzzled. Okay, what I meant was to rob a few more places, not satisfying enough, Su Chen said with a smile. Xiaoya was puzzled. Could this be addictive? Another round? Su Chen looked at Xiaoya, winking. Xiaoya almost blurted out enough, but she realized in time that she was a lady from the Xiao family and couldn't say such words. Yes. Seeing Xiaoya still hesitating, Su Chen handed her a pendant he had just taken from Park Mi-hyun. I don't need this, it's for you. Xiaoya's hesitant eyes immediately became firm. The pendant was called the Heart of the Sea Blue, an extraordinary accessory with unknown grade but excellent attributes and skill effects. Originally, she also wanted to take pictures, but unfortunately she was out gaining experience at the time and didn't have much money. Unexpectedly, today she actually obtained it in this way. Later on, Su Chen and Xiaoya did a few more deals, still using the same stakeout method. However, this time, they were not so lucky, only staking out 3 small teams all day, 2 of which were lone wolves. Lone wolf means acting alone without teammates. And these two lone wolves were very poor, with no exchange vouchers on them, so Suchen had them pay some gold coins and equipment. The other team was relatively wealthy, not only having an exchange voucher, but also each person having a set of diamond equipment. During this time, they naturally thought about resisting, but after being taught a lesson by Su Chen, they all gave up struggling. Rounding up, the income is more than earning from gathering resources. In the evening, Su Chen set up the tent and said with a smile, "Yes." Xiaoya nodded, getting 3 exchange vouchers in a day. The sufficiency is not faster than gathering resources, right? Just thinking about it, even she found it unbelievable that the game could be played like this in the god's domain. Early the next day. Who are we going to rob today? Su Chen had just woken up and saw Xiaoya eagerly entering his tent, full of excitement. Su Chen was taken aback, then a playful look appeared on his face. When did I say we were going to rob someone today? Xiaoya, it seems like you're addicted too. Hearing this, Xiaoya blushed. Nonsense. I won't get addicted to this kind of thing. Is that so? Su Chen smiled and didn't expose her. Let's pack up the tent first, and then we'll decide where to go based on the situation. Su Chen said. Okay. Xiaoya nodded, about to leave the tent, but after twisting her body a few times, she stopped. Su Chen looked at her puzzled. What's wrong? I seem to be stuck. Xiaoya's face was crimson, like a candlelight in the dark night. Su Chen was first stunned. Looking at Xiaoya's posture, he suddenly realized where she was stuck, and his expression became inexplicable. The entrance of this tent is not narrow, I can come and go freely, could it be your? Don't say it! Seeing Su Chen about to say it, Xiaoya blushed and stopped him. I won't say it. Su Chen blinked. Xiaoya tried a few more times, but to no avail, then she pleaded with Su Chen, little brother, can you get me out? Hearing this, Su Chen scratched his head. How do I do that? Give me a push and try. Xiaoya thought for a moment. Okay, I'll start. Su Chen said, then grabbed Xiaoya's shoulders with both hands and pushed hard. No, stop. It hurts. In no time, Xiaoya cried out in pain. Su Chen's face changed suddenly. This sound, these words, he didn't know if she thought he was doing something inappropriate. Moreover, with Xiaoya's well-proportioned figure, in such a posture, he was somewhat unable to bear it. You better do it yourself. Su Chen said, turned around and ignored her. Xiaoya was at a loss. How do I do it myself? Little brother, can you help me? Xiaoya pleaded with a crimson face, although this tone was indeed problematic, but the current situation was special. Being stuck like this was too uncomfortable. Okay. Su Chen, helpless, knowing that this couldn't go on like this, turned back to help Xiaoya. This time, with Su Chen's efforts, the part where Xiaoya was stuck finally began to loosen slightly. Along with it, was the slight trembling of Xiaoya's delicate body, as if she was enduring that pain without making a sound. And to avoid embarrassment, Su Chen simply closed his eyes. I'm out. Finally, with Xiaoya letting out a sigh of relief, Su Chen also sat on the ground weakly. How could he, with his amazing attributes, be worn out by such a trivial matter? Because, what truly felt tired was not Su Chen's body, but his soul. Even with his eyes closed, Su Chen couldn't help but picture the scene of Xiaoya being trapped in his mind, the kind of tormenting pain, who could understand? But fortunately, everything finally came to an end. After silently reciting the 4 great emptiness several times, Su Chen regained his composure and packed up the tent. At this moment, Xiaoya's clothes were still a bit messy, but she had a more charming aura. Hey! Just then, mocking voices rang out. Not far away, several neon people approached, their faces showing a hint of playfulness and hatred. Playfulness, because of Xiaoya's current state, her delicate face flushed, her clothes disheveled, as if she had just done something. And hatred, because their target was not there. They had traveled through mountains and rivers, tirelessly for a day to find Su Chen, only to discover him enjoying himself here. But soon, after they killed this kid, that beauty would become their possession. Hee, it must be you who insulted Shenmue Jun in the communicator, right? The leader of the sinister man spoke, with a hint of broken Chinese, but Su Chen could barely understand what he was saying. Shenmue Jun? Who is that? Su Chen said indifferently, his memory not very good, but this name seemed somewhat familiar. He didn't know where he had heard it before. Baga. Still pretending to be crazy and stupid. Tell us, where did you take Gongxing Jun and the others? Speak up, and I can make your death more comfortable. Don't worry, after you die, we will take good care of your beautiful lady friend. The sinister man sneered. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Although these neon people were really annoying, especially the way they looked at Xiaoya with lustful eyes, it really made one want to slap them to death. And in fact, Su Chen did just that. Take care of your sister. For contract formations appeared behind Su Chen at the same time, and 4 angry roars resounded, showing how angry their master was at the moment. Want to know where your companions are? You'll find out soon. Su Chen's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he looked at the neon people with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. The sinister man, seeing Su Chen's gaze, had a bad premonition. Especially the fierce beast Su Chen summoned didn't seem to be the same as Shenmu Jun's summon. Roar! In the midst of the sinister man's confusion, Xiaoman had already rushed forward. Perhaps it rarely showed up to deal with bosses now, but when it came to fighting, it was often the first one. Its thick bare paw, even if it didn't kill someone with one slap, could shatter bones, and if it hit the face, that person would be sent directly to the hospital. A plastic surgery hospital. In addition, its skill of Taishan pressing down may not have the highest damage, but the insult was definitely the strongest. There was nothing more suitable than hitting people. For example, at this moment, Xiaoman had already jumped up and sat on the heads of the 2 followers of the sinister man. With a pop, a golden light appeared under Xiaoman's butt. The sinister man's eyes widened, realizing in the next moment that his 2 teammates had turned into drops. He was dumbfounded. What's even more annoying was that the bears but twisted in place, a simple gesture, but extremely mocking. The sinister man couldn't hold back anymore, looking angrily at Su Chen. Damn it! Baga, die! The man drew a curved knife from his waist, and an unusual starlight surged from the tip of the knife. God warrior? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. This guy turned out to be a mysterious profession from the Neon Country, a god warrior. But unfortunately, what's the use? When he said those words in front of him just now, he was already a dead man, wasn't he? Su Chen's eyes were indifferent, and a black heavy sword appeared in his hand, igniting star flames on it, like the black flames burning in hell. God warrior? Is your knife faster than mine?